I was born in a remote small county in Blue Star Xia Country, and was admitted to a famous school in Jiangdu City with my outstanding academic performance. For me, this was like a leap from a fish to a dragon. At that time, the whole village was proud of me as a famous university student, and everyone expected me to make a name for myself. However, after graduation, I realized that even if you are talented and good-looking, it is still difficult to find an ideal job in this big city without connections or background. After many twists and turns, I finally got a job as a real estate salesperson in a real estate company. Unfortunately, I was not good at speaking and was unable to sell houses, resulting in very little income. Because of financial problems, my girlfriend, who I had been dating for more than 2 years in college, also chose to leave me. What's worse, the manager even snatched away my orders, cutting off the opportunity one had worked so hard to accumulate. Just when I was feeling desperate about life, a voice suddenly rang in my ears. Ding, matching host found, binding started. Open the 1 yuan flash sale mall. The host only needs to spend 1 yuan to buy the goods on the mall. Ding, today's product, Taifu Plaza, is now on sale, priced at 1 yuan. The host can buy it immediately. Looking at the card in my hand, I couldn't help but pinch my thigh hard. Hiss, it hurts! The stinging sensation woke me up. This was not a dream, but real reality. System. As a worker in the new era, who hasn't fantasized about this word? The advent of the system is simply pie in the sky. God finally favored me and gave me this miracle, Lu Qin. Taifu Plaza. This is the commercial heart of Jiangdu City, worth 30 billion, located in the most prosperous CBD area, gathering the city's top commercial resources. There are not only shopping malls, supermarkets, restaurants, cinemas, and education centers here, but also 3 56-story top-level office buildings. Any company with a little fame dreams of having a place here. Working here is like working on a golden signboard. The level of business negotiation is immediately improved, and even ordinary business can be turned into a multi-million-dollar order. It can be said that this square is the commercial center of Jiangdu City, attracting the attention of the whole city. And I can have it for just $1? Ding, host, do you want to buy it? I didn't hesitate. Buy. Ding, the purchase is successful. The host now owns all the property rights of Taifu Plaza. The relevant documents have been stored in the mall package and can be retrieved through thought. Withdraw! Just as the words fell, a thick stack of property rights documents appeared in my hands. The heavy weight made me slightly off balance, and I staggered a few steps before I could stand firm. I flipped through a few pages and my heart started beating faster and faster. The contents of the document were all true. Every page was filled with information about the property transfer of Taifu Plaza. I, Lu Qin, have actually become a wealthy man with 30 billion assets? This feeling is simply like a dream. After adjusting my mood, I put the file back into the system space and prepared to go through the handover procedures. Just then, the phone rang and an unfamiliar number called in. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Qin? A steady and respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. I am. Who is this? Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Gao Jianli, the general manager of Taifu Plaza Property Management Company. I just learned that you have acquired Taifu Plaza, so I contacted you to confirm the handover time. I have just collected the rent for this quarter. Do you think I should transfer it to you after the handover? I thought about it for a moment and replied. Then I'll be there in about 40 minutes. You're coming over now? Okay, I'll be waiting for you in my office on the 52nd floor of Building A. After hanging up the phone, I took a deep breath, feeling deeply moved. 1 second ago, I was still being mocked in the old house, and the next second, I was going to be the boss of Taifu Plaza. It was impossible not to be overwhelmed by this change of identity. I shook off all distracting thoughts, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Taifu Plaza. 40 minutes later, at the entrance of Building A of Taifu Plaza, I looked up at the towering building, and my heart was filled with excitement and pride. Just as he was about to step in, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Lu Qin? Why are you here? I looked back and my mood instantly sank. The person who called me was my ex-girlfriend Fang Zixuan, and what made me even more upset was that she was holding the arm of a man. That man was the rich second generation who picked her up in a Ferrari a few days ago. So you are Lu Qin? The man extended his hand, his polite expression unable to hide the contempt in his eyes. Hello, I'm Wan Mingliang, Xuan's boyfriend. Thank you for taking care of her before, but she will be left to me from now on. I glanced at him coldly and looked directly at Fang Zixuan. Are you breaking up with me because of him? Fang Zixuan sneered, with a look of disdain on her face. Yes, it's for him. With your salary, how can you compare with him? Wan Mingliang looked proud and watched the scene with admiration. Fang Zixuan even mocked me. Look at the Ferraris they drive, the villas they live in, and their company offices are in Building A of Taifu Plaza. And what about you? You eat 2 dishes and 1 soup every day, live in a shabby little house, and even the air conditioner is broken. If I want a bag, you have to save up half a year's salary. Her words pierced my heart like a sharp sword, but I remained calm, clenched my fists, and then slowly unclenched them, sneering in my heart 4 years of relationship was not worth a few luxury bags, and she turned out to be such a person. I understand. From now on, we'll keep our distance from each other, I said coldly, turned around and walked straight towards the building without wasting a second. Wan Mingliang snorted coldly from behind. This man is such a coward. He didn't even dare to say a word after being dumped. Liang, his possessions are not even on the same level. Fang Zixuan smiled sweetly and took his arm. I waited quietly in front of the elevator and watched them follow. Wan Mingliang looked around proudly and suddenly greeted a middle-aged man. Director Lin, it's so early. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and responded politely. Mr. Yuan, good morning to you too. There is still some time before the signing at 4 p.m. Wan Mingliang looked proud. Yes, for a big event like Taifu Plaza, Mr. Gao's time is precious. I ordered it early so that he can't wait. After he said that, he glanced at me deliberately, with a look of superiority written all over his face. Director Lin, shouldn't the security of your building be strengthened? Now anyone can come in. Wan Mingliang glanced at me meaningfully. Director Lin was stunned for a moment, and followed his gaze to look at me. Although I was dressed in ordinary clothes, he did not make it difficult for me, and answered professionally. Mr. Yuan, the purpose of Taifu Plaza is to open to the outside world. As long as you are not here to cause trouble, you are welcome. This sentence made Wan Mingliang's face stiffen slightly. He obviously didn't expect Director Lin to respond like this. I nodded secretly to Director Lin, and I recognized the professional ethics of this property manager. The elevator door opened with a ding, and we walked into the elevator together. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. When we reached the 52nd floor, we walked out of the elevator together. Lu Chen, why are you still following us? Fang Zixuan finally couldn't help it and asked with a look of annoyance on her face. I sneered. You are so self-indulgent. I am here to do business. Who is following you? As soon as the words fell, their faces were filled with disbelief. Obviously, they could not accept the fact that I could do business in such a high-end location. After all, in their eyes, the world of Taifu Plaza had nothing to do with me. At this moment, an enthusiastic voice came from the end of the corridor. Hey, Mr. Lu, you are here! Welcome, welcome! A middle-aged man walked towards me with a smile on his face. It was Gao Jianli, the general manager of Taifu Plaza. Since I acquired this building, Gao Jianli had naturally seen my photo, confirmed my identity, and hurried over to greet me. However, his Mr. Lu was heard by Wan Mingliang as Mr. Yuan. Wan Mingliang's face was full of smiles. He walked forward excitedly, shook Gao Jianli's hand, and responded enthusiastically. Oh, Mr. Gao, you are too polite! Calling me Mr. Yuan is really embarrassing. Gao Jianli frowned slightly, shook off Wan Mingliang's hand, walked around him and walked towards me quickly, with a smile on his face. Mr. Lu, the office is ready, please come in. The best de Hong Pao is already brewed, waiting for you. Gao Jianli's enthusiasm was like a VIP reception, which made Wan Mingliang and Fang Zixuan stunned for a moment, their faces turning pale and blue, as if they had not yet reacted to what had happened. Xian, didn't you say that your ex-boyfriend had a hard time finding a job after graduating from college and ended up working as a real estate salesman? How come he suddenly became Mr. Lu? Wan Mingliang's face flushed, and he couldn't help but question because of the anger in his heart that he had nowhere to vent. Fang Zixuan was also confused. Yes, he is the salesman of Chunqiuingwe Real Estate. Did Mr. Gao recognize the wrong person? She muttered in confusion. If I was really Mr. Liu, Fang Zixuan would know it. How could she give up this handsome and superior man who cared for her so well and chose a playboy like Yuan Mingliang? Isn't it because I have no money? Handsome is handsome, but it is worthless in the face of reality. Yuan Mingliang was filled with doubts and turned to Director Lin, looking for an explanation. Director Lin, what is going on? Lin Xingnin was stunned by this scene. He had seen Gao Jianli many times before, but he had never seen him be so attentive to anyone. However, the change of ownership of Taifu Plaza had just happened, and currently only Gao Jianli knew the inside story, while other employees knew nothing about it. I don't know either. Maybe this person really has an unusual identity, Lin Jingmin answered vaguely. Hearing this, Yuan Mingliang frowned more and more. Although he was not serious enough when pursuing Fang Zixuan, he was not the kind of person who would offend others easily. Yuan Mingliang specifically checked my background and found out that I was just an ordinary young man from a small county town with average income and family background. The only things I had to show off were my handsome looks and hard work. Thinking of this, Yuan Mingliang was slightly relieved, thinking that my identity as Mr. Liu was probably a misunderstanding. He didn't believe that I would suddenly become rich, so he couldn't help but want to expose the truth. At the same time, in the office, Gao Jianli respectfully handed over a cup of freshly brewed dahongpo. After a few pleasantries, Gao Jianli got straight to the point. Mr. Liu, the property management fee for Taifu Plaza this quarter has been received. After deducting employee salaries, benefits, and emergency funds, the net income is exactly 10 billion. Here is a detailed list, please take a look. If there are no problems, I will arrange the transfer right away. 10 billion? My hand holding the teacup shook and I almost spit out the tea. But soon, I pretended to be calm and swallowed it, but I was shocked. 1 billion in 1 quarter. That would be 4 billion a year. This income is too exaggerated. Seeing my silence, Gao Jianli thought I was dissatisfied with the revenue, and nervously explained. Boss, Building B is being renovated, and some shops in the mall have changed tenants, so the revenue is fluctuating. But don't worry, I am confident that it will increase to 1.5 billion next quarter. My heart twitched when I heard this. Gao Jianli in front of me talked about 100 million, as if he was talking about a few dollars. This number was really hard for me to handle. However, the revenue of Taifu Plaza was so considerable that I couldn't help but secretly marvel at it. Seeing that I remained silent, Gao Jianli became more and more anxious. Worried that I might have some objections, he quickly added, Boss, if you have any comments or instructions, please feel free to ask. I have no objection. You've done a good job. There's no problem with the accounts either. Just keep it up. It'll be hard work for you, Mr. Gao, to take care of the affairs here in the future. I smiled and nodded in agreement. It's my duty. I'm glad you're satisfied. Gao Jianli was relieved and became more attentive. For him, Taifu Plaza's position in the commercial area of Jiangdu City was his honor and achievement, so he naturally didn't want to let it fade away easily. Then Gao Jianli said hurriedly, Boss, I will transfer this quarter's profit to you right away. Please tell me your card number, and I will transfer it directly to this card every quarter in the future. Okay, my card number is... A few minutes later, my phone vibrated, indicating that the transfer was successful. I looked at the number on my account and couldn't help but feel elated. This feeling of windfall was even more exciting than winning the lottery. Just as the two were greeting each other, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Gao Jianli's face darkened, and just as he was about to lose his temper, he heard Yuan Mingliang's mocking voice. Boss Gao, this guy is just an ordinary salesman in a sales office. Are you mistaken? Yes, Mr. Gao, his name is Lu Chen, my ex-boyfriend. He is an ordinary college graduate. How could he be the Mr. Liu you mentioned? Don't be fooled by him. Fang Zixuan echoed, her eyes full of mockery. Gao Jianli wanted to scold me, but when he heard the word ex-boyfriend, he looked at me and saw the disgust on my face. He understood something in an instant. This woman is obviously a fickle person, no wonder I despise her. Don't you know to knock before coming in? Get out! Gao Jianli scolded mercilessly. Yuan Mingliang was unwilling to give up and continued to shout. Boss Gao, you can't be fooled by this kid. He is really not a big shot. Shut up! Gao Jianli's face turned pale, and he turned to Lin Jingmin and shouted, "Director Lin, who are these people? Take them out immediately!" Lin Jingmin looked embarrassed and quickly explained, "Mr. Gao, they are the tenants who made an appointment for 501 in Building B. They were originally scheduled to sign the contract at 4 p.m. I was negligent and let them in." After saying that, Lin Jingmin quickly signaled the security guard outside the door to take Yuan Mingliang and Fang Zixuan out. "Wait," I sneered and broke the deadlock. "I think the tenants of Taifu Plaza need to be strictly screened. People like this are not worthy of moving in." "Oh, do you really take yourself seriously? You are just a real estate salesman who earns a few thousand yuan. Are you qualified to interfere in the decision-making of merchants in Taifu Plaza?" Fang Zixuan sneered, her face full of contempt. Unexpectedly, Gao Jianli immediately made the decision. "Mr. Lu is right, Director Lin. Cancel their contract and put them on the blacklist. Taifu Plaza will never welcome such people again." "What? Why?" Yuan Mingliang's face turned pale and he almost jumped up. "Why?" Gao Jianli sneered, his eyes sharp as a knife. "Listen carefully. Today this Mr. Lu Qin has purchased Taifu Plaza in full, and he is the new owner here." What? Fang Zixuan and Yuan Mingliang were stunned. The confidence on their faces collapsed in an instant, replaced by disbelief and fear. "Lu Qin acquired Taifu Plaza? How is this possible? Where did he get such strength?" Fang Zixuan's mind went blank and her heart felt like it was hit hard. If someone else had said it, Fang Zixuan might have taken it as a joke, but the person who said it was Gao Jianli from Taifu Plaza, an authority figure, and he obviously would not act out any farce with Lu Qin. At this moment, Fang Zixuan's mood was extremely complicated. This man who she had been with day and night for more than 4 years and whom she despised for having no money, actually became the owner of Taifu Plaza? When Fang Zixuan thought of her betrayal, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife and regret surged like a tide. In 4 years of relationship, she hadn't discovered Lu Chen's true identity. Was this just a test from him? Didn't she give up a mountain of gold and choose Yuan Mingliang, who had no future? Fang Zixuan was lost in regret, but Gao Jianli's cold shout interrupted her thoughts. "Lin Jingmin, what are you standing there for? Get these 2 people out right now, and don't interfere with my meeting with the boss." Upon hearing this, Lin Jingmin immediately summoned several security guards to invite Yuan Mingliang and Fang Zixuan out of the building, and decisively ordered a notice to be posted at the entrance of Taifu Plaza, blacklisting them. "Mr. Gao, you can't do this? We have to be honest in doing business. You promised to rent it." Yuan Mingliang shouted unwillingly, but all he got in response was a cold push, and he was quickly driven out by the security guard. After they left, Gao Jianli immediately put on a flattering smile and asked me in a flattering way, "Boss, are you satisfied with this handling?" "Very good, I am very satisfied with Mr. Gao's efficiency." I nodded slightly, and the depression that had been accumulating in my chest dissipated a lot. Then I chatted with Gao Jianli for a few minutes, and after briefly understanding the operation of the mall, I got up and said goodbye. Before leaving, Gao Jianli specially called together the company employees and solemnly announced my identity as the new boss. Everyone showed awe expressions. Walking out of the hall downstairs, Yuan Mingliang and Fang Zixuan were still standing there with grim faces. Unable to hold back his anger any longer, Yuan Mingliang shouted angrily, "Fang Zixuan, what on earth are you thinking? You've been with him for 4 years, but you don't even know his true identity. With this IQ, are you still qualified to be with me?" Fang Zixuan's face turned pale and her heart was full of grievances. If she had known Lu Chen's true identity earlier, how could she have given up on him and turned to Yuan Mingliang, a second-generation rich man? Now that she thought about it, Lu Chen easily acquired the entire plaza, while Yuan Mingliang had to be careful to please him just to rent an office. The difference between the two was simply like heaven and earth. "Mr. Yuan, this is not my fault. He has never revealed this before." Fang Zixuan's eyes were filled with tears, guilt and regret intertwined, piercing her heart. Yuan Mingliang snorted coldly and said angrily, "Never mind, when he comes down you find a way to beg him. No matter what means you use, you must make him agree to let us continue to stay here. If it succeeds, you will definitely get a benefit. If not, humph!" His face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth. Fang Zixuan bit her lip, a glimmer of hope in her heart. Since Wan Mingliang asked her to bow her head, she might as well take this opportunity to try to restore her relationship with Lu Qin. If he could forgive her, why should she beg him humbly? Fan Zixuan was still in deep thought when she suddenly saw me walking out of the building. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly came forward, holding my hand, and choked up a little. Lu Qin, I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. No one is perfect, and we have been together for 4 years, after all, please forgive me. Let go. I coldly shook off her hand, frowning slightly, with disgust in my eyes. Fan Zixuan came up to him in a panic and cried. I was really wrong. He seduced me. He bought me bags and cosmetics, and I was confused for a moment. But I swear, nothing happened between him and me, I am still clean. I looked at the man in front of me coldly, feeling a sense of absurdity. Oh, do you think I would believe you? Didn't you say before that there is no comparison between him and me? No. I was blind and I was wrong. Lu Qin, he is not worthy to be compared with you. He is not even as good as your toes. I really know I was wrong. Fan Zixuan hugged my legs and cried, with almost no dignity. Seeing this scene, Wan Mingliang's face became even gloomier. He had never thought that the woman next to him would change her face so completely. Okay, stop disgusting me. You don't deserve it. I said this coldly, turned and walked towards the parking lot, leaving Fan Zixuan sitting on the ground crying bitterly. She looked at my receding back in despair, endless regret welling up in her heart, and tears flowed down her face. Wan Mingliang walked forward and sneered. I'm not even as good as Lu Chen's toes. Then why are you still with me? You're such a stupid woman. No, didn't you tell me to beg him no matter what? Fan Zixuan explained while crying, trying to retain this only remaining backer. Wan Mingliang sneered. You still want to take responsibility after sleeping with them? Didn't you just say you were clean? Let me tell you, I've slept with so many people. If I really want to take responsibility, I'll have to start a service team. Get lost, you jinx! After saying that, Wan Mingliang coldly pushed her away and walked away, leaving her alone, sitting on the ground, tears streaming down her face. In just a few hours, she lost everything, and her beautiful dream was completely shattered. After leaving Taifu Plaza, I looked at the time. It was just past 4 in the afternoon. I wondered if I should find a place to celebrate. After all, I had just received 1 billion yuan, and it would seem unworthy of this status if I didn't spend it. Just as I was thinking, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the counterattack and reversal, and you will be rewarded with a chance to kill instantly. Ding! The system mall product has been put on the shelves. The host can check whether to purchase it. I raised my eyebrows, a little confused. Aren't there only one chance to kill a prize every day? Could it be that the rewards can be stacked? I couldn't hold back my curiosity and opened the system mall. What the hell? Looking at the product information on the mall interface, I couldn't help but swear. I couldn't believe my eyes. Product, Hongyang Mansion Building 1, whole building price, 1 yuan. Although Hongyang Mansion and the Hongyang community where I rent a house are projects of the same developer, their grades are very different. Hongyang community is an ordinary residential area with an average price of about 15,000 yuan per square meter and simple decoration. Hongyang Mansion is luxuriously decorated, with an average price of 50,000 per square meter, meticulously designed, and fully equipped with furniture and appliances, ready for you to move in. The two communities are separated by only a wall, but the quality of life is worlds apart. 1 yuan for the whole building? How many apartments does that require? My heart started beating faster and I clicked, buy, without hesitation. The phone vibrates slightly, a prompt indicating successful payment pops up, and the system shows that the purchase is complete. I couldn't wait to open the system space, and saw a small box suddenly appeared, filled with a stack of property certificates and keys. 1, 2, 3, 36 sets. I counted the property certificates in astonishment. It turns out that Building 1 of Hongyang Mansion has a total of 12 floors, with 3 households on each floor, with areas of 260 square meters, 180 square meters and 100 square meters respectively. A rough estimate shows that the total value is more than 300 million yuan. Although it is not as luxurious as Taifu Plaza, I am still excited to own 36 luxury residences. I decided to go to Hongyang Mansion that day to pick out a large apartment on the top floor for my own use, and rent out the rest of the houses to the property management company, so that I could satisfy my desire to be a landlord. I waved to stop a taxi and headed straight to Hongyang Mansion. On the way, I couldn't help but ask the system, "Didn't it say that there is only one flash sale opportunity every day? Why are there two today?" The note says, "Once a day in principle." In principle? What does that mean? Literal meaning. The system's answer was full of arrogance, and I couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps this was an extra chance randomly awarded by the system, and perhaps I could get similar rewards in the future. Just thinking about it made me happy. After getting off the car, I walked straight to the property office of Hongyang Haofu. As soon as I arrived at the front desk, the receptionist greeted me with a polite smile. "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" "Hello, I have a few vacant houses that I plan to rent out. What is the current rental market here?" The receptionist smiled and nodded, saying politely, "Okay, sir, please show us your property certificate, and we will help you register. At the current market price, renting the entire property will be slightly cheaper, and renting a property in batches will yield higher returns. Do you want to rent the entire property or rent a property in batches?" "Let's share the rent," I replied. The receptionist explained. "According to the shared rental price, each single room is 5,000 yuan. A 100 square meter house has 3 rooms and can be rented for 15,000 yuan per month. A 180 square meter house has 6 rooms and can be rented for 30,000 yuan per month. A 260 square meter mansion has 10 rooms and can be rented for 50,000 yuan. Then added, "We provide free agency services. The property fee is 5 yuan per square meter, which will be deducted from the rent." "Okay, let's register for shared rental. I have 33 apartments in total. I plan to keep the 3 apartments on the top floor for my own use and rent out the rest." When the receptionist heard the words, 33 units, her eyes widened in surprise. She checked the property certificates in the box and saw that the owner's name was Lu Chun. She was shocked and ran into the office in a hurry, shouting, Manager, the super rich man is here." As soon as I finished speaking, the entire property office became lively. Employees came over one after another. Some female employees even deliberately tidied up their appearance and cast affectionate glances at me, obviously full of awe and yearning for me as a big customer. Soon, a middle-aged man hurried over, dispersed the employees who were watching, and smiled and stretched out his hand. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I am the property manager Sun Defu. This is my business card. I have heard of your great name for a long time, and today I see that you are indeed worthy of your reputation, young and promising." I took the business card and said with a smile, "Manager Sun, I'll leave the leasing of the house in your hands." Although he had just acquired the property rights of the building, his attentive attitude made me sigh that this kind of people really understand the ways of the world. "Please rest assured, Mr. Lu, we will do our best." Sun Defu immediately arranged for staff to quickly complete the registration procedures. Before leaving, I asked him a request. "Manager Sun, can you help me contact a moving company? I have some things in the Hongyang community next door that need to be moved over." "No problem, Mr. Lu. I will personally bring people to move it for you." Sun Defu patted his chest and promised. I brought Sun Defu and his group to my rental place in Hongyang community. However, before we reached the door, we found it was ajar and heard a quarrel from inside. I frowned, anger rising in my heart. Someone actually broke into my residence. It seems that some people need to be punished. I pushed open the door with a sneer, ready to teach these ignorant guys a lesson. "Oh, Anqi, you really are my best friend." Fan Zixuan stood in the room angrily, staring at Yao Anqi standing by the dining table with eyes almost blazing with fire, her voice full of sarcasm. "I asked you to help me deliver a key, and what happened? You even cooked a meal? Are you planning to take advantage of the situation and replace me directly?" This scene in front of me almost made me sneer. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. I was just planning to pack up and move to the mansion, but I didn't expect to run into such a farce. Fan Zixuan obviously couldn't let go of me and Wan Mingliang after we both left each other at Taifu Plaza last time. She even imagined a rekindled love plot, dressed up carefully, bought my favorite dishes, and came here to prepare a change of heart meal. Fang Zixuan even brought a set of sexy lingerie, planning to take action on me at night. However, Fang Zixuan never expected that Yao Anqi would arrive at my rental place early, not only cooking a table of food, but also cleaning the room thoroughly. Seeing this scene, Fang Zixuan was so angry that her face turned pale, and she immediately regarded Anqi as her love rival. And she lowered her head and explained aggrievedly. I just think that you two have been together for so many years, you shouldn't break up so easily, so I want to persuade him and make something he likes to eat. What does his sadness have to do with you? Fang Zixuan sneered. Then, she continued to mock. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Haven't you always had a crush on him? You even secretly helped him pay for his mother's medical expenses, but he ended up thinking that I paid for it, and that's why he got together with me. Why didn't you say it out at the time? You even encouraged me to date him with a generous look on your face. At this point, Fang Zixuan's face showed a sneer of contempt. When he was penniless, you didn't dare to express your feelings for him, fearing that you would suffer with him, so you deliberately gave in to me. Now that he is rich, you can't wait to come and show your affection, wanting him to know the truth so that he will be grateful to you and then accept you. Anqi, you are really scheming. Hearing this, my anger finally exploded. It turned out that Anqi had quietly paid for my mother's medical expenses, but I had always thought it was Fang Zixuan's kindness. No wonder Anqi's behavior had always been a little strange in the past 4 years. It turned out that she had quietly paid so much. You are the one who should get out! I shouted angrily, pushed the door open, and walked straight towards Fang Zixuan. Lu Chen! Fang Zixuan's expression softened instantly when she saw me. She looked at me pitifully and opened her mouth to speak. Get out of here! I pushed her aside coldly, grabbed Anqi, and protected her behind me, my eyes full of heartache. Anqi, are you okay? And she shook her head slightly, with a hint of shyness and helplessness on her face, and replied in a low voice. I'm fine. Being protected in my arms, Anqi's cheeks quickly flushed, and she looked a little uneasy, but reluctant to leave. This scene made Fang Zixuan completely out of control. She yelled, Anqi, you shameless person, you seduced Lu Chen in front of me. Pa! I slapped Fang Zixuan in the face with a crisp slap, sending her back a few steps. A bright red hand mark instantly appeared on her face. Fang Zixuan covered her face and stared at me in disbelief, her face full of grievance and anger. Lu Chen, you actually hit me? I looked at Fang Zixuan coldly, without a trace of pity in my heart. Hit you? People like you are not worthy of my mercy. Fang Zixuan's eyes gradually became vicious, staring at Anqi, as if she wanted to tear her to pieces. However, I no longer cared. I smiled coldly and turned to look at the property manager's son Difu. Manager's son, you just heard it. This woman broke into my house, abused my girlfriend, and even tried to hit her. Please help me call the police. People like this must be severely punished. No problem, Mr. Lu, my colleagues and I can testify. Sun Difu nodded and immediately called the police. Hearing that we were going to call the police, Fang Zixuan panicked and shouted hysterically. Nonsense! I am Lu Chen's girlfriend. She is the vixen. I have always lived in this house, and the property management staff can testify to that. I sneered and shook my head. You are wrong. We broke up a long time ago. And she is my girlfriend now. You entered my room without permission. This is trespassing. Sun Difu agreed calmly. Yes, I am the property manager. We all saw what happened just now with our own eyes. The facts are clear. Seeing everyone accusing her, Fang Zixuan was completely desperate. Soon, the police arrived and took Fang Zixuan away after understanding the situation. Although Fang Zixuan kept making excuses, the testimonies at the scene were consistent. The police originally suggested civil mediation, but I insisted on pursuing the matter to the end. In the end, Fang Zixuan was detained for trespassing and intending to injure others. After the matter was settled, Sun Difu and his men moved my things to Hongyangho Mansion, and only Anqi and I were left in the house. She had been a little stunned since just now, especially after I announced in front of everyone that she was my girlfriend. I looked at this kind-hearted girl in front of me and couldn't help but gently embrace her in my arms, saying softly, Anqi, you are so stupid! Why didn't you tell me what you did all these years? If Fang Zishuan hadn't said it herself today, were you planning to keep it a secret from me forever? And she didn't answer, but was overwhelmed by my hug, her face flushed. She struggled slightly, but soon relaxed and leaned into my arms with a shy smile on her face. After a moment of silence, I gently lifted her chin, looked into her clear eyes, and whispered, "Don't be so stupid next time, okay?" And she nodded obediently, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Yeah." Her face was as red as a ripe apple. The moment I was staring at her, I couldn't help but feel moved, and I lowered my head and gently kissed her lips. After a long while, our lips parted. I looked at the shy Enchi in my arms, and my heart was filled with tenderness I had never felt before. For the first time, I looked at her so closely, carefully examining her who had always been by my side all these years. She silently gave everything for me and even paid for my mother's medical expenses, but I was so dull that I didn't even realize her feelings. She is prettier than Fang Zishuan, with a fresh and natural temperament and a more perfect figure. We were friends in the past, but now that this window paper has finally been broken, there is only one thought left in my mind: let nature take its course and not let each other miss each other again. And she complained in a low voice, "You are so bad." She tapped me lightly, her face almost buried in my chest, with a hint of sweetness in her shyness. We spent a few moments together, then sat down to enjoy the dinner she had prepared earlier. 3 dishes and a soup, simple but full of my favorite flavors. Amidst laughter and joy, we unknowingly ate for nearly 2 hours, talked about past misunderstandings and concealments, and became closer to each other. I told her that I had acquired Taifu Plaza and the entire building next door, Hongyang Mansion. And she was shocked, but she just smiled and wished me well. For her, as long as I was doing well, she was satisfied. After dinner, I took her to visit my new home. As soon as we entered the house, we were all shocked by this 280 square meter mansion. The smart starry sky ceiling, the wraparound balcony, the unbeatable view, every detail was amazing. Even Enchi couldn't help but whisper in amazement. Standing on the balcony, looking at the night view, I hugged her gently and whispered, "Why don't you stay here tonight?" I felt Angie's body tremble slightly, but she nodded gently. I raised my lips, picked her up, and walked towards the bedroom. The night was gentle, the evening breeze was blowing, and our embraced figures were reflected outside the window, outlining a peaceful and beautiful picture. In the morning, the first ray of sunlight shines into the room through the curtains. I slowly open my eyes and look at Enchi sleeping beside me, feeling warm in my heart. At this moment, the system prompt suddenly sounds. Ding, the mall has been refreshed and new products are on the shelves. I opened the system mall and took a deep breath when I saw the new products on the shelves. Product: Zirwei Mansion Villa No. 1, price, 1 yuan. Zirwei Mansion is the top villa area in Jiangdu City. Hongyang Mansion is considered a luxury house, while Zirwei Mansion is the pinnacle of luxury houses. This Villa No. 1 was once offered 3 billion yuan but failed, but now it only costs 1 yuan. After clicking buy without hesitation, the system beeped again. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the first blood, and the reward is a surprise 10 draw. There is such a reward? I was delighted and chose 10 consecutive draws. The turntable spun rapidly, and soon the results appeared one by one. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a box of Gujingongjio, exchange price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a box of Mao Tai, exchange price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a box of Wuliangye, exchange price, 1 yuan. Looking at the series of wine and beverage rewards on the screen, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Does the system want me to open a wine cellar? However, the rewards at the end made my eyes light up. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Pagani Yazzie, the only one in the world, exchange price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion sound waves, exchange price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill instant mastery card *1, exchange price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 powerful muscle enhancing pill, exchange price, 1 yuan. Seeing these rewards, I couldn't help but take a deep breath again. Pagani Yazzie, worth more than 40 million, the only limited edition in the world. Although the 1 billion sound waves cannot be cashed out, it means that I have a great influence on the live broadcast platform. As for the skill instant mastery card, you can tell its power just by listening to it. I curiously checked the introduction of the Dali muscle growing pills. Dali muscle growing pills. After taking it, your physical fitness will be improved tenfold, achieving super physical strength and endurance. With a thought, my physical fitness improved tenfold. Wouldn't that make me a Superman in an instant? I quietly walked into the bathroom, locked the door, and took out the muscle-enhancing pill. The pill was bright red, with white lines like clouds on the surface, and exuded a faint fragrance. Anything produced by the system must be of high quality. I smiled to myself and swallowed the pill without hesitation. As soon as the pill entered my stomach, it turned into a warm current that flowed through my body. I felt warm all over, as if I were soaking in a hot spring, very comfortable. After a while, black beads oozed out of the skin's surface with a pungent smell. I knew that this was the body expelling impurities. 10 minutes later, I took a thorough shower and looked in the mirror. My original height of 178 centimeters seemed to have increased to 185 centimeters. My face looked tougher, my muscles were well defined, and every muscle was full of strength. I clenched my fist and had the illusion that I could punch through the wall. Looking at myself in the mirror, my heart is filled with satisfaction and confidence. When I returned to the bedroom and saw Enchi still sleeping, I couldn't help but reveal a doting smile, gently patted her shoulder, and whispered, "Enchi, it's morning, get up and exercise." The next day at noon, the sun shone through the gap in the curtains onto the bed. I woke up slowly and stretched vigorously. I turned my head and saw Enchi rubbing her calf, looking tired and limping, which made me laugh. "Still laughing? It's all your fault." She glared at me coquettishly. Okay, it's all my fault." I smiled and raised my hands in surrender. "Come on, I'll take you out to replenish your body. I've prepared a little surprise for you this afternoon." At this moment, Enchi's cell phone rang suddenly, and she picked up the phone. "Hello, Mom? Oh, I worked overtime last night, so I just stayed at my best friend's house for the night. Okay, I'll be back soon." After hanging up the phone, Enchi shrugged helplessly and said, "It seems that my mother has summoned me back, and the company has a project recently, so I have to go on a business trip for a week. I'm afraid your surprise will have to wait until I come back from the business trip." "A week?" I smiled and nodded. "That's fine, I have something to do this week. How about I take you back?" "Forget it, don't bother. I'll go back by myself. I still have to prepare my mother mentally. She doesn't know about us yet. I'm afraid she will be scared." I smiled and sighed. "Okay, then go back and comfort my future mother-in-law." After a few jokes, Enchi left. I packed my clothes, picked out a set of loose casual sportswear and put it on. I secretly sighed. This powerful pill is really effective, even the clothes have to be changed. At this moment, I suddenly remembered the Taifu Plaza Supreme Black card that Gao Jianli gave me yesterday. This black card was only issued 3 times in Jiangdu City, and its importance is self-evident. With it, all purchases at Taifu Plaza are 50% off. I did it right away. I took out a limited edition purple Pagani Supercar from the space package. The carbon fiber body is full of texture, and the gull-wing doors are domineeringly opened, like a beast ready to go. "Cool!" I couldn't help but whisper in admiration. The car key is a delicate Pagani model, and the system is considerately equipped with a driving license, insurance, and even the license plate number is Jiang A88888, which is very impressive. I started the engine, and the Pagani's deep roar was like a beast awakening, shaking the underground garage slightly. I lightly pressed the accelerator, and the car rushed out of the garage in an instant like a wild horse. Along the way, this unique purple supercar attracted countless eyes, and passers-by exclaimed, "What kind of car is that? The shape is so cool. That's the Pagani Yazzie, which is limited to the world and costs more than 40 million. It is worthy of being a street-blasting artifact, full of dominance." I drove quickly onto the Sanjing No. 7 elevated road outside the Jiangdu development zone. This elevated road is tacitly approved as a drag racing section and is a holy land for drag racing enthusiasts in Jiangdu. In the distance, a group of punk-style boys and girls were divided into 2 groups and confronted each other. The atmosphere was tense. "Little sister, you are so beautiful, why do you need to drive fast? Why don't you hang out with my brother Wang? I guarantee you will have a good life." A young man with dyed yellow hair challenged with a grin. Get lost! The girl called Little Ghost Sister rolled her eyes. Stop talking nonsense. 100,000 per round. Whoever finishes these 13 bends first wins. The yellow-haired man licked his lips and smiled even more obscenely. Okay, but I have to add a prize. If I win, how about you accompany me for a night? Get lost! Little Ghost Sister sneered. Those who want to chase me have lined up in the Magic City. Who do you think you are? Just bet, don't talk nonsense. The two of them were competing against each other. Huang Mao and Xiao Guijia started their engines and prepared to go. The younger brothers beside them shouted, Place your bets. Huang Mao 1 to 0.7, Xiao Guijia 1 to 0.9, and a draw 1 to 2. The onlookers placed bets one after another. Someone analyzed. I'd bet on Little Ghost Sister. Her Hertz 7Z is as good as Huang Mao's Gale S. Although Huang Mao has better driving skills, he has been playing around lately. Who knows if his driving skills are still good enough? Yes, I'll bet on Little Ghost Sister too, just to see how much the odds are. Ready. The referee waved the red flag, and the cars of Huang Mao and Zai Guiji shot out like arrows, raising billowing smoke and dust. Mitsui No. 7 elevated road is famous for its complex curves, which are as difficult as a devil's race track. Ordinary drivers will break out in a cold sweat halfway through, let alone racing. After the start, Huang Mao's Jifeng S quickly took the lead. Zai Guiji chased closely and tried to overtake several times, forcing Huang Mao to concentrate fully. Yellow-haired is leading. The two of them enter the 13th turn, and the battle is stalemate. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the monitor. Attention! A purple supercar is speeding up from entrance B at an astonishing speed. Oh shit, it's a Pagani! The speed must be over 400 kilometers per hour. The onlookers were all amazed. It was a full kilometer from entrance B to monitoring point 2 here, but this car took only 6 seconds. It was incredible that it could maintain such a speed on the curve. It turned out that a few minutes ago, I was driving this Pagani Yazzie and I was in a really good mood, but I didn't dare to drive too fast. To be honest, although I have passed the driving test a long time ago, I have never bought a car, so I am not confident in my speed control and I am always a little nervous. Driving a luxury car but not being able to drive it gracefully is a bit of a waste of the car's identity. I immediately decided to use the Skill Instant Mastery card on hand and choose Drive Skill Improvement. Soon after, a series of system prompts came from my mind. Ding, the Skill Instant Mastery card has been used. The host's driving skills are being improved. Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering the C-level racer skills. Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering the B-level racing driver skills. Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering SSS-level racer skills. Every time the prompt sounded, I felt like there was something new in my mind, and even my body seemed to be readjusted. As I fully mastered the skills of an SSS-level racing driver, the Pagani in front of me seemed to have a new life. Now I seemed to be one with the car, my heart moved with the car, as agile as a cheetah. I stepped on the accelerator, and the engine of the Pagani Yazzie roared, like a trapped beast roaring, and headed straight for Mitsui No. 7 elevated road. This is the legendary Holy Land of drag racing with no speed limit. Now that I have upgraded my driving skills to SSS level, how can I miss such a trial field? Speeding along, we saw entrance B right in front of us, with several sharp turns coming towards us. I turned the steering wheel slightly, and the car slid through the curve like flowing water. Not only did it not slow down, but it went faster and faster. Suddenly, I noticed a few announcers holding walkie-talkies on the side of the road. It seemed that there was a game here today. Sure enough, not long after driving forward, I saw two sports cars chasing each other, either of them giving way. Judging from their posture, they were obviously professional players. Since we've met, I might as well try out my new skills and see how powerful my SSS-level driving skills are. I had an idea in my mind, raised the corners of my mouth slightly, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Pagani instantly turned into a purple lightning, roaring and chasing after the opponent in front. Soon, a rapidly enlarging black shadow appeared in the rearview mirrors of the two cars in front, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a purple light. What the hell? It's too fast! The little ghost girl and the yellow-haired girl in front exclaimed. When Sister Xiaogui saw that I was about to overtake from the left, she snorted coldly, turned the steering wheel sharply, and blocked the left lane. However, the purple shadow just swayed slightly, made a perfect S-shaped move to the right, and instantly passed her on the right side, so cleanly and neatly that it was jaw-dropping. What kind of operation is this? It's amazing! Little Sister Gui was surpassed in an instant, and was stunned. The yellow-haired guy in front of me couldn't help but feel frightened, feeling that his opponent was extraordinary. As a veteran who had participated in international competitions, he was good at blocking positions, and at this moment, he also used all his strength to block me tightly. However, ahead was the famous Death 13 bends. It was said that few people could pass through it smoothly. Huang Mao thought to himself with pride that it would be almost impossible to overtake in this narrow bend. Seeing the yellow-haired guy stepping on the brakes to enter the turn, I decisively stepped on the accelerator, and the Pagani Yazzie burst out at an amazing speed again and rushed straight into the turn. Fuck! Is this guy crazy? Huang Mao yelled out in fear and quickly slowed down. At my speed, rushing into this sharp turn would undoubtedly be a dead end. Unexpectedly, the next second, there was a sharp sound of tires rubbing against the ground, and Pagani steadily completed a perfect drift, with 2 red tail lights, passing through the curve like lightning. This is impossible! Can you drift through a corner at this speed? The yellow-haired man was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Even the announcer in charge of the broadcast was stunned. It took him a while to come back to his senses and muttered, "Fuck, is this still a human being?" The little ghost girl behind was also shocked. She watched the taillights of Pagani disappear at the end of her sight, but her eyes flickered with excitement. She whispered to herself, "Interesting, there is such a powerful character. I must find you." "Sister, how do we settle this matter?" the yellow-haired guy next to her asked with a frustrated look on his face. "How else can it be calculated? A draw." Little Sister Ghost shrugged and said helplessly. Huang Mao glared at her unwillingly. "Draw? If it weren't for that lunatic messing around, you would have been eating my tail gas." The little ghost sister smiled and said, "Rules are rules. Haven't you ever seen such an unexpected situation? Let's call it a draw. Otherwise, do you really want to play another round?" Huang Mao looked at her figure stopped at the entrance of the curve and could only grit his teeth and give up. "Forget it, I worked in vain today." Sister Xiaogui picked up the intercom and said to her assistant Xiao Yangzi on the sidelines, "Did you hear that? This game is a draw, close it quickly." "Okay," Xiao Yangzi excitedly announced to the gamblers watching. "Everyone, listen carefully. This round is a tie. No one bet on a tie, sorry, it's a win. Thank you all for your generosity, and welcome back next time." This round really made a lot of money, earning millions. Xiao Yangzi and Xiao Guijia were very happy. And those who just lost the gambling money were all gritting their teeth, but they had nothing to say. They were willing to accept the loss, this was the rule. I was completely unaware of what was happening behind me. The thrill of the 13 thrilling drifts was still lingering in my mind. After driving off the elevated highway, I still felt unsatisfied. But looking at the time, I still have some important things to do today. I gathered my thoughts and drove to the city center. I should go buy some new clothes and then go to receive my mansion. I heard that Villa Number 1 is the top luxury residential area in the city, and I have been fascinated by it for a long time. Chapter 11, A Girl? A CEO? Clothes make the man. Villa Number 3 of Ziwei Mansion. Sister Ling, today's game made a total of 3.27 million, hee. Look at how successful you are. You are so happy with over 3 million. I didn't see you this happy even when you made over 80 million from that order last month. That's different, this is exciting. The two people who were talking were the little ghost sister and Xiao Yangzi, who were racing before. However, the attire and makeup of the two at this time were completely different from their previous images. Sister Xiaogui, whose real name is Su Fuling, is the daughter of the Su Group, one of the top 10 families in Shanghai, and is also the current CEO of the Su Group. Not only is she naturally beautiful, but she is also a business genius. Many business tycoons have suffered losses at her hands. In addition, her character is a bit rebellious and domineering, so not many people dare to mess with her. This little Yangzi is called Shi Yang, a well-known retired Special Forces soldier. He is Su Fuling's assistant and personal bodyguard. Because Su Fuling likes to relieve stress by racing, she has developed extraordinary racing skills over time. Well, this time, after finishing a big deal, she brought Yuan here to relax and have a small gathering with some childhood besties. You stupid girl, you finally answered the phone. Where are you? What? You're going on a business trip soon? Can you not go? It's a rare opportunity for me to come here, but you're on a business trip. That's really not nice of you. Okay, I know you are responsible at work, so I will play for a few more days and wait for you to come back. After hanging up the phone, Su Fuling stretched, revealing her exquisite curves, which would make anyone who saw her praise her. Not only is she beautiful, but her whole body exudes fatal temptation from the inside out. Who would have thought that this was the little gangster from before? Sister Ling, have you contacted Sister Anchi? Well, it's a pity that she's in a hurry to go on a business trip. No matter what, I'll try to find the owner of the Pagani in the next few days. I want to see who he is. He's amazing. Also, since we're in Jiangdu, let's contact Pang Dalong. This old bastard has been playing Tai Chi and won't let go of the source of goods. The project over there has already started and can't be delayed for too long. I'll meet him in person this time. Okay. I'll do it right away. Where's Mr. Qin? Why isn't he at home? Oh, he just went out to practice boxing, that's his hobby. Okay, when you come back from work, bring over the 2 bottles of mitai that I have stored in the company. Mr. Qin loves this besides boxing. We're staying here for a while, so we have to satisfy his craving. Delhi! After Yuan finished speaking, he went out to do some work. Su Fuling wandered around for a while out of boredom, and then went back to sleep. I rushed here from Shanghai early in the morning and raced with someone in a car. I was so sleepy. Wait until I wake up, then I'll go find out about your Lu Chen's background. The reason I came here this time, in addition to what I said before, the main reason is to help my best friend see Lu Chen, whom she has been secretly in love with for several years. Yao Anqi and Su Fuling are true childhood best friends who can talk about anything. So she knew every detail between Anqi and Lu Chen. She was naturally very happy to hear that her best friend finally got her wish and was with the man she loved. But while she was happy, she still planned to take a look at this man in person to find out more about him. And she just suddenly told her yesterday that she was together with Lu Chen, and did not tell her that Lu Chen had acquired Taifu Plaza, because she felt that these were not the point. So in Su Fuling's impression, Lu Chen is still a salesperson of Hongfeng Real Estate. Her Su Group also has a real estate company in Jiangdu. If Lu Chen is a good person, she doesn't mind giving him a hand. She doesn't want her best friend to suffer with others. But if the person's character is not good, then as a sister, you naturally have to find a way to stop it. On the other side, Taifu Plaza. Lu Chen parked the car and went directly to the 3rd floor of the mall. This floor was all men's clothing, with all low dash, mid and high-end brands available. This is also one of the reasons why Taifu Plaza is so popular. Here, anyone can choose the category that suits them. Lu Chen did not go directly to the high-end brand area, but first found a brand that he has always liked, Fila. The clothing of this store belongs to the sports series, the quality is slightly higher than Nike, Adidas and the like, and the styles are also more fashionable than theirs. But the price was not cheap for him before. A short-sleeved shirt would cost him 400 or 500 yuan, and a coat would cost him almost 1,000 yuan. So he had only been willing to buy 2 pieces in the past, but now he naturally didn't have to worry about that, and could buy as many as he wanted. As long as he liked something, he would just buy it, which made the shopping guide beside him laugh and talk. Soon he had dozens of bags, big and small. Hello, sir. Your total spending is 68,000. Would you like to pay by card or by scanning a QR code? Swipe the card. Lu Chen first handed over the Supreme card that Gao Jianli had given him last time, and then handed over a bank card. When the clerk saw the Supreme card, his eyes were filled with shock and he couldn't help but look at Lu Chen a few more times. I originally thought this guy was very handsome and rich, but I didn't expect he had such an identity. It's incredible. So I respectfully paid with a credit card and got the invoice, and the final settlement was 34,000. Lu Chen was quite satisfied. He chose one set to wear first, and asked the clerk to send the rest directly to his home later. When they saw the address left, everyone was shocked again. Ziray Mansion, Villa number 1? Oh my god, the legendary villa that couldn't be bought for 3 billion? It would be great if I could marry him. Just keep dreaming. The chances of him liking us are negative. Let's get to work. Looking at Lu Chen's departing back, a group of female shop assistants chattered and fantasized. Lu Chen continued shopping and bought Fila simply because he liked this brand. Now that I have a system, my wealth will surely increase in the future. Naturally, I have to prepare some high-end luxury brands. In case I need to attend any important occasions in the future, I have to be able to show them off, right? As for daily life, he thinks wearing Fila is just fine. When you walk down the street, not everyone will come to see what brand you are wearing. Isn't that crazy? So, a figure was walking around in brand stores such as Versace and Armani. It's true that clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. There is a reason why they are expensive. When you put on these Versace and Armani clothes, your whole temperament is completely different. He is handsome in himself, and after taking the powerful muscle-building pills, he has become a perfect clothes hanger. Once you put on this famous brand, you will be more like a handsome young man. Just looking at the infatuated eyes of the shopping guides, you can tell how lethal this brand is. After going around in circles, Lu Chen made a lot of purchases at Taifu Plaza, including clothes, pants, belts, ties, hats, leather shoes, sneakers, even slippers, pajamas, etc. From inside out, from top to bottom, he bought everything that could be worn on the body. Just buying it all, with the discount from the Supreme card, the total cost was more than 3 million. It turns out that spending money is such a pleasant thing. Just when Lu Chen was immersed in the joy of shopping, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. Lu Chen? It's really you! Chapter 12, Meet a Childhood Friend by Chance, Fight 10 with 1. Lu Cheng? Seeing the person coming, Lu Chen was also a little surprised. Lu Cheng was my childhood friend. I didn't separate from him until after the college entrance examination when I came to Jiangdu. Ha ha ha, I thought you looked like me from a distance, but I couldn't recognize you after seeing what you were wearing. It seems like you're doing pretty well. The two of them gave each other a bear hug, and Lu Cheng said with a laugh. That's all. It's okay. Why didn't you call me when you came to Jiangdu? I just got here too. Our company wants to open a branch in Jiangdu, and we finally chose Taifu Plaza. Having said this, his expression suddenly dimmed. Let's not talk about this anymore. I have something else to do. If you are free tonight, can we have a meal together? Okay, then call me when the time comes, and you go ahead and get busy. Seeing that Lu Cheng seemed to be hiding something, Lu Chen did not ask any further questions. After they separated, Lu Chen shopped for a while and felt that he had bought enough. After instructing the store to deliver the items to his villa, he walked towards the parking lot and prepared to go to Ziray Mansion. Huding Yashuan is a pure villa community in Jiangdu. Grandpa, I'm sorry I didn't do it well. At this time, Yuan Mingliang was standing aside, his face covered in dust, and he lowered his head and said. An old man with white hair on his temples sat in the main seat in the hall. This man was Nguyen Mingliang's grandfather, Nguyen Huaying, the helmsman of the Nguyen Group. One glance is enough to tell that this man must have been through a lot, and he is intimidating without even getting angry. Hey, I don't know who was bragging for so long before, and even made such a boast. Little brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but do what you are capable of, and be down to earth. Okay. There's no point in talking anymore, let's talk about how to solve the problem. Seeing Yuan Mingliang's elder brother Yuan Minghui taking advantage of the situation, the old man interrupted him directly. Grandpa, I have asked someone to arrange this matter. I believe there will be a reply soon. Well, Minghui, you know that this move into Taifu Plaza is very important to our Yuan family. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, Yuan Minghui's cell phone rang. Grandpa, let me take a call. After the old man nodded, Yuan Minghui quickly answered the call. Hey, Master Hui, that Lu Cheng won't take any push. You useless bastards, what do you want to do? Just let him stay in the hospital for a while and go around him to find the person in charge. Do you need me to teach you this? Go and get it done. Okay, Mr. Hui, I'll do it right away. After hanging up the phone, he saw the old man looking at him, smiled awkwardly and explained his actions. After listening, the old man frowned. Don't cause any trouble. You must handle it properly. Otherwise, if Gao Jianli finds out, it will be difficult to deal with. Grandpa, I know that their company is a joint venture of 3 people. They were lucky to win the bid for the opportunity to move in this time. I have already negotiated the transfer details with the other 2 people, but Lu Qing is stubborn. Otherwise, it would have been done long ago. Now I have no choice but to let him stay in the hospital for a while. As for Gao Jianli, he won't care about such a thing. He is not a relative. Subletting is not uncommon. It is a matter of mutual consent. The old man nodded. But we still have to handle it carefully and not make things complicated. It's never good to cause any consequences. I know, Grandpa. Mingliang, you don't have to be like this. You'll learn from your mistakes. Next time, be more careful and learn from your elder brother. Okay, Grandpa. Looking at his smug elder brother standing aside, Wan Mingliang felt so angry that his teeth were itching, and his hatred for Lu Chun became even deeper. You should report to the engineering department of Jimao Real Estate tomorrow and be a department manager first. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. We are determined to get the land in Fengyang district in a few days. You should think about it carefully and cooperate with your brother to get it. Hongfeng Real Estate is also keeping a close eye on this land. This time, there are a total of 5 plots of land in that area. The others don't matter, but we must get plot 1. Yes. In the underground garage, just as Lu Chun was about to walk out, he saw a group of people squatting stealthily in a corner, as if they were ambushing someone. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes. Lu Qing. Are these people planning to ambush Lu Cheng? Thinking of this, Lu Cheng crouched over and leaned over there. Boss Lu! Suddenly, a man with a pointed chin and monkey-like features surrounded Lu Cheng with 9 other people. Manager He? What are you doing? Nothing, I just want Boss Lu to think about it again. Our master we gave a lot of transfer rent, and I hope you can help me. After all, it's always good to have more friends outside. And Master we also said that as long as you nod, we can add another 10% of the transfer fee. Manager He, I have made it very clear to you. Although our company is not big, this opportunity to join Taifu is of great significance to me. The price given by your Mr. Hui is good and much higher than the market, but I have my own plans. This is not a matter of money. Boss Lu, are you really not going to consider it anymore? Then I'll have to ask you to stay in the hospital for a while. It seemed that Manager He saw that Lu Qing was unlikely to agree, so he glanced at the people behind him. What are you going to do? Seeing the people surrounding him, Lu Qing was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that if the negotiation failed, they would resort to force. Bang! Just when several people were about to surround and beat Lu Qing, a dull voice accompanied by a scream came from behind them. Everyone looked back and saw that Manager He had been kicked away and collapsed to the ground. A handsome man in Armani was standing in his place. Lu Chen? Lu Qing was very surprised to see the person coming. Let's talk later, let's deal with these people first. The thugs paused for a moment, then rushed up one after another. Lu Chen was seen moving easily between several people. He would often raise his hand or chop down, causing a sound of broken bones. After just a few rounds, these tall and mighty fighters all fell to the ground wailing, and looked at Lu Chen with fear in their eyes. These people are all good fighters. They are all tall and strong. Usually one of them can knock down 3 or 4 people. Now all 10 people are taken care of by one rich young man. What's more, this attack is really ruthless. Every move breaks bones and takes people's lives. Even Lu Qingdu, who was about to join the fight, was stunned. Oh my God, Lu Chen, I haven't seen you for a few years. You're so awesome now? Tell me, what's going on? Who is that Master Hui? Seeing Lu Chen staring at him, Lu Qing smiled awkwardly and had to explain the whole story. Oh? The Yuan family again? So he walked over to Manager He, who was still collapsed on the ground, and squatted down. Go back and tell that Mr. Hui that my name is Lu Qin, and your Yuan family will never be welcome to settle in Taifu Plaza. Manager He thought to himself, you? Why? However, seeing that Lu Qin had just dealt with all the people he brought with him cleanly and efficiently, he naturally decided not to suffer a loss and nodded frantically. Go away! Chapter 13 Returning with Broken Feathers, it's Lu Qin again. manager, he and others ran away crawling on the ground. Lu Chen, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect you to get involved in this matter. We are brothers, aren't you being too formal? No, you don't know that the Yuan group is not easy to mess with. Hey, I worked hard to build this company in my hometown, and now I finally have some achievements. I want to start a business in a big city. This time I am lucky to get the opportunity to move into Taifu Plaza. I have made many future plans for this. I didn't expect that Ruan's people found my two partners, bribed them, and wanted me to transfer the lease. I didn't agree, so they used soft and hard methods to make things difficult for me. If I really wanted money, I would have transferred it, but I also have my dreams. Brother, do you understand what I mean? When Lu Qing said this, tears welled up in his eyes. It seemed that it had not been easy for him to work hard over the years. Lu Chen also felt emotional. Life in today's society is not easy. If he hadn't activated the system, he might not be as successful as Lu Qing. I understand. Okay, I believe that Yuan won't target you anymore. Why? Hearing Lu Chen say this, Lu Qing couldn't help but be stunned. To him, the Yuan family's people were like sticky candy. Even though they were chased away by Lu Chen today, they would definitely not give up. Because his brother knows who I am. As long as I tell him that he is not welcome here, he won't be able to come in even if he gets your rental qualification. Huh! The more you talk, the more confused I get. Haha, this Taifu Plaza is mine now. Oh, what did you say? Taifu Plaza is yours? When Lu Qing heard Lu Chen's words, he was dumbfounded. It's not that I don't believe it. Given their relationship, there's no need for Lu Chen to lie to me. It's just that the news was too shocking and I couldn't accept it for the time being. Of course, Lu Chen also proved all this with practical actions and took him to visit Gao Jianli. When signing the contract before, Lu Qing met Director Lin Jingnin, and at that time he had to nod and bow to flatter the director. Who would have thought that this time, not only Director Lin, but even his boss, the legendary Gao Jianli, would be extremely fawning towards his brother. Before leaving, Gao Jianli even decided to waive his rent for 2 years and personally gave him all the decorations of his company. Lu Qing was so flattered that he felt like he was dreaming. He himself didn't know how he walked out of the office building. Oh my god, brother, you are really awesome! It's just SOSO, just keep a low profile, Lu Chen said with a cheerful smile. By the way, do you still remember Kaohsiung Peak? The study committee member of high school? That's right. Many of our high school classmates are working and starting businesses in Jiangdu. This time he organized a dinner party and invited Li Xueting. Li Xueting is also in Jiangdu? Hearing this name, Lu Chen was a little surprised. Li Xueting was the class monitor in their high school. Not only was she a good student, she was also the school beauty. At the beginning, a lot of people had a crush on her, but later I heard that she went abroad. Yes, she said she returned to China and became a manager in a large company in Shanghai. But recently she was doing business in the branch here, so she happened to be in Jiangdu, so Kaohsiung Peak also invited her. Originally, Kaohsiung Feng also asked me to notify you to go, but I thought, you also know the character of Kaohsiung Feng, and he was afraid that you would be disgusted if you went. But now, I think you should go and give that idiot a good slap in the face. I have been fed up with this kid for a long time. As soon as Lu Qing said this, Lu Chen knew what he meant. At school, Kaohsiung Feng always disliked me because he was more handsome and better at studying than him. So I relied on my family's nouveau riche background to get a position as a so-called study committee member to show off. The key point is that this boy has always liked Li Xueting, but every time he tried to show his affection, he was rejected. What's more, Li Xueting liked to stay with Lu Chen at that time, like a follower, which naturally made Kaohsiung Feng very angry. Therefore, whenever he had the chance, he would find fault with Lu Chen, and the few of them had many arguments over this. From Lu Qing's words, I learned that Kaohsiung Feng seemed to have good luck in the past 2 years. His family business had expanded to Jiangdu, and he had made some money. So, knowing that Li Xueting had arrived in Jiangdu, he became active again, and wanted to take this opportunity to see if there was another chance to pursue her. By the way, he learned that Lu Chen was actually working in real estate sales, and he was also planning to ask him to come over and take some steps. As a brother, Lu Qing naturally didn't want to inform Lu Chen when he first knew about this. However, after seeing Lu Chen's power today, he encouraged him to go over instead. Okay, I'll go with you the day after tomorrow. Unable to resist Lu Cheng's nagging, and thinking that it had been a long time since I last saw that follower, I decided to go and take a look, so I agreed. Then it's settled. The day after tomorrow at 6 p.m., Fu Hai Restaurant. Lu Chen was very happy to see that Lu Chen agreed, and he was looking forward to the dinner the day after tomorrow. The two chatted for a while and then parted ways. Lu Chen drove directly to Ziwei Mansion. What did you say? It went wrong? At this time, in the Yuan family villa at Huting Yashuan, Yuan Minghui was furious when he saw Manager He returning. Master Hui, we were going to get it done, but who knew that a guy named Lu Chen suddenly showed up? He was very good at fighting, and we were defeated. At this point, his voice became quieter and his head lowered. What? All 10 of you can't beat that Lu Chen? Are you all just here to eat and do nothing? A bunch of losers. That guy was really good at fighting. All my brothers were in the hospital with broken bones. I didn't get maimed because he asked me to tell him something. Bring a message? What message? He said his name is Lu Chen, and Taifu Plaza will never welcome your Yuan family to settle in. Huh, what a big tone. Who is this person? Hearing this, not only Yuan Minghui, but even the old man who had been sitting in the back without saying a word frowned, became angry, and shouted directly. Although the Yuan family is no longer a top family in Jiangdu, it should not be underestimated and cannot be threatened by just anyone. Grandpa, this man really has the right. At this time, Yuan Mingliang, who had been watching coldly, spoke. Grandpa, have you forgotten? The reason why I didn't get the right to move in this time was because of Lu Chen, and he is the new owner of Taifu Plaza. So if he says that we are not allowed to move in, we really can't move in. At this time, Mr. Yuan remembered what his grandson had said before. It turns out to be this Lu Chen again. Then put the plan of moving into Taifu Plaza on hold for now. It would be great if we could move into this place, but it would only be icing on the cake. If we can't move in, we won't force it. Now you two should focus on planning to acquire the land in Fengyang district. This is the top priority. Whether our Yuan family can move to a higher level in the future depends on this. The old man was silent for a while and then spoke again. Okay, Grandpa. On the other side, Lu Chen had arrived at Ziruihao Mansion. As soon as he arrived at the door, he was shocked by the grandeur of the place. ##. Chapter 14. The essence of nobility is inhumane. It is said that the door of a community is the signboard. The door frame of Ziruihao Mansion is actually made of the highest quality ivory stone, which is as white as jade. Every corner and joint has been carefully crafted and fits together perfectly. It's as if this gate is made entirely of nature and is very majestic. The security guards at the door are all tall men over 1.8 meters tall. They are all burly and average-looking. Not to mention, some of them are even more handsome than some fresh meat with low traffic. It is conceivable what kind of price would be needed to get them to come here to work as security guards. After registering the information with the gatekeeper, the security guard let us in and arranged for a security guard to lead the way in a special electric vehicle for the community. After all, this villa area is very large, surrounded by mountains and rivers. Although there are road signs to guide you, aren't the services sold for such luxury properties? After all, it is the highest-end villa area. Every landscape along the way is presented just right, and greenery is planted according to the theme of the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter, truly achieving a new scene at every step. All the villas here are large single-family houses. In addition to having an indoor area of thousands of square meters, each villa also comes with a private garden of at least 10 acres. The further you go in, the more expensive the villas become. Especially starting from villa number 5, it can be described as a manor. Finally, Lu Chen followed the security guard's guidance to the gate of villa number 1, where the general manager of Ziruihao Property Company and a large number of employees had been waiting. Hello, Mr. Lu Chen, I am Wang Qiming, the general manager of the property company. Welcome to officially move into Ziruihao Mansion. It was also Lu Chen's first time to come to such a place, and he was still a little shocked to see such a grand ceremony. After a quick glance, I guess the general manager has called all the idle staff of the property company over? Nearly 100 people lined up in 2 rows at the door to welcome him. Was it necessary to make it so grand? This was actually because he underestimated the importance of Villa Number 1. As soon as Lu Chen arrived at the door and completed the registration, the news had already been reported to Wang Qiming. So he put down all the work at hand, took all the employees he could, and rushed to the door of the villa as quickly as possible to line up and wait. Villa Number 1 is the core of Ziwei Mansion and the symbol of the strongest status in the entire Jiangdu City. How can it be a joke? However, when everyone saw the owner of the household, they were all shocked. After making various assumptions, everyone would think that the household owner is a respected person. Even if he does not have white hair, he is at least a successful person in middle age or above. They never expected that the person who appeared in front of them was such a young and handsome guy. The key point is that as management figures of such a luxurious mansion, they usually pay attention to the news of the famous families in Jiangdu City, and even the famous families in some surrounding cities will pay attention to it. Who knows whether they will come here across the city to buy a villa and become their customers. However, the Lu Chen in front of him was really unfamiliar. Could it be a young master from a family in Demon City or Kyoto? Wang Qiming guessed in his heart that since they were not from a prominent local family, it seemed that only the young masters of prominent families in those 2 places had the ability to get Villa Number 1. Especially when they saw the Pagani Yazzie driven by Lu Chen, everyone present's eyes sparkled. People who work here are very sensitive to famous brands and cars. Naturally, one could tell at a glance that this supercar was extraordinary, especially when he saw the dragon pattern on the car body. A series of numbers popped up in his mind: 40 million. After all, he is the owner of Villa Number 1, and the cars he drives cost more than 40 million. Moreover, this one and only Pagani Yazzie in the world cannot be bought with just money, just like the Villa Number 1 in front of you. This made everyone even more curious about Lu Chen's identity and background. Accompanied by the general manager, Lu Chen visited this legendary villa. The entrance door is the pinnacle of high-end technology. The smart locks out there all have fingerprint authentication plus keys and password locks. But here, in addition to these, there are also face recognition, pupil verification, voice authentication, and all the other functions you can think of and even unexpected are available. In particular, this system is connected to the entire house and is equipped with a powerful alarm system. If the homeowner encounters any problems or dangers, as long as the homeowner has an idea, the security office and the property company will know it at the first time, and will automatically choose whether to call the police directly based on the system's assessment of the danger level. So the whole house is full of a sense of technology. The entire villa has an area of 3,600 square meters, divided into 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. It also has a surround outdoor garden covering an area of 15 acres. Villa Number 1 has 3 swimming pools, one is outdoors and is equipped with a water slide, one is on the roof and is an aerial pool, the third one is on the second underground floor and is an indoor swimming pool, all of which are kept at a constant temperature. This way, whenever you want to swim, you can enjoy it at any time, no matter it is spring, summer, autumn or winter, or in the rain or snow. The whole villa has 15 bedrooms, each of which is designed as a suite with its own dressing room and bathroom. Seriously, now I don't have to worry about too many people at home fighting over the toilet. There are 15 bathrooms, and you won't need to use them twice in half a month. There are also 4 study rooms, 1 Chinese kitchen and 1 Western kitchen, 3 living rooms, 2 dining rooms, 2 water bars and 2 laundry rooms. All the furniture and appliances in the house are the latest and most luxurious ones you can find on the market. In a word, expensive. Mr. Lu Chen, let me report to you. After the residents move in, we will arrange for a housekeeper to come for an interview. The salary will be decided by you after the interview. Do you have any requirements for the housekeeper? Forehead. Lu Chen was confused by this question. When had he ever used a housekeeper? Wasn't this the first time that the young lady was getting married? I don't have any requirements. I just want a woman who is single, about my age, and has strong execution ability. I'll set the monthly salary at 100,000 yuan. It's up to you. So he pretended to be calm and said, I thought to myself, luckily when I was working in real estate, I heard my colleagues talk about the monthly salary of housekeepers here, which seemed to range from 20,000 to 100,000. This is Villa Number 1, so it should cost at least 100,000 yuan a month, right? But he didn't expect that as soon as he opened his mouth, all the employees who followed him turned green with envy. Even Wang Qiming thought that he was indeed a young master from a wealthy family. His approach was different. "It is a great honor to be Mr. Lu's housekeeper. I will definitely choose carefully for you. I believe that the person who comes here will satisfy you at this price." "What do you mean?" Looking at everyone's strange expressions, Lu Qun couldn't help but feel confused. He found out later that the average monthly salary of a housekeeper here was only 20,000 yuan, and even the housekeeper of Villa Number 2 only earned 50,000 yuan at most. You know, as the general manager, Wang Qiming's monthly salary here is only 50,000. 100,000. Naturally, everyone looks at him with green eyes. Who doesn't want to have this job? There are special cleaning staff to take care of sanitation, which is included in the property fees. The housekeeper simply manages these people, provides some assistance services to the homeowner, and handles other chores. Besides, Lu Qun is handsome, young, rich, and looks single. Who wouldn't love such a guy? As a result, all the female employees who followed were interested, and as long as they were single, they were ready to go back and submit their information to see if they could be selected. I even fantasized that if I was chosen, maybe something would happen between me and Lu Qun in the future. Look, the eyes they looked at Lu Qun were even more hungry, and some of the bolder ones even started to flirt with him, which made Lu Qun shudder all over. "Oh my God, why are their eyes so scary? Monsters, retreat, retreat, retreat!" Chapter 15. The mysterious old man comes uninvited. After seeing off Wang Qiming and the others, Lu Qun was finally able to stay in the room alone for a while. "This house is really big. It's a bit lonely living alone here. I'll find time to bring my parents over later. But before that, I have to prepare them mentally. Otherwise, they'll be scared to death if they live in a house like this all of a sudden." Thinking of this, he picked up his mobile phone and transferred 200,000 yuan directly to his mother Gao Xiaolan's card. Not long after I turned around, my mother called. "Qingqin, why did you transfer so much money to me? Did you win the lottery?" "Mom, the real estate market was good a while ago, so I sold a few more houses. I made some money and started a business with a friend. We made a lot of money." "Oh, then you can keep it for yourself. Your dad and I don't spend much money at home. Big cities are expensive, and you have to spend money everywhere." "And what kind of business are you doing? Is it reliable?" "You have to be careful. Capitalists nowadays are ruthless. The old man Yuan from the village next door was very successful in business a few years ago, but he was cheated a while ago and all his money ran away. You have to be more careful." Hearing his mother's long-winded words, Lu Qun was not annoyed at all. Instead, he felt very warmed. "Don't you understand these principles? It's not that you don't understand, this is the heart of a parent. In the eyes of my parents, I am a child who will never grow up. They are always afraid that I will suffer in the outside world, so they keep nagging me." "Mom, I get it. I'll be careful. Besides, your son's business is probably going to grow bigger and bigger. I'm going to buy a big house and ask you and Dad to live here together." "Oh my, that's great, but now that you have money, don't think about buying a house for us to live in. You should buy a wedding house and get married to Xian as soon as possible. I'll be happy if you give birth to a big fat boy for us, hee." Mom, I forgot to tell you that Fan Zixuan and I broke up." "What? Broke up? What happened? You've been together for 4 years." So, under his mother's questioning, Lu Qun told the truth, but he did not mention in Qi for the time being. Otherwise, Lu Qun was also worried that changing girlfriends in the blink of an eye might be too exciting for them. But who would have thought that the mother would directly say domineeringly, "Humph, it's a good split. Such a woman is not worth having. She can only share wealth but not joy and sorrow. Sooner or later, something bad will happen to her. Son, I support you." "Thank you, Mom." I chatted with my mother for a while, hung up the phone, and lay down on the sofa. When my eyes swept across the wine cabinet next to me, I suddenly remembered that I had drawn 6 boxes of wine before and had not taken them out yet. The wine cabinet happens to be empty, so it would be nice to take out some of the bottles and put them on display. After all, they are all Mutai and Wuliangya. So he took out 6 boxes of wine simply by using his mind. Wuliangya from 1960? Wilbrand Mutai from 1953? Gujin Gongjio from 1979? Looking at the label above, Lu Chen was confused. It's simple, because Lu Chen doesn't understand wine. I also drink liquor when I have dinner with colleagues, but it's usually erguotu, jiang xiaobai, etc. I did drink mutai, wuliangye and the like during celebration banquets. But to be honest, I have never paid attention to the year or the brand of wheels. But he didn't care and just gave up the idea of putting the wine in the wine cabinet. No, the appearance is just not that good. Take the Gujing Gongjiu for example, it looks just like the Huadia you buy outside, with a fat-bellied bottle. The outside of this wheel brand mitai is dark maroon in color, and the mouth of the bottle is covered with oilcloth, which looks very rustic. As for wuliangye, the bottle is the same as the earliest Yamhadaku. When such wine is placed there, it always feels out of tune with the decoration of the house. Especially the mitai, he was worried whether the wine in it was still drinkable, so he opened a bottle directly, put his nose close to it and smelled it. You know what, it smelled really good. Just as I was thinking about what to do with the wine, the doorbell rang. "Who are you, old man?" When I opened the door, I saw an old man with a youthful face and hair standing at the door. The first thing the old man did not do was to answer him. Instead, he closed his eyes, tilted his nose slightly forward, and sniffed hard. Then he suddenly opened his eyes with an intoxicated look on his face, and it was not difficult to see the heat in his eyes. "Hello, my friend. I live in Villa number 3 next to yours. We are your neighbor. You can call me Old Man Chin. Do you welcome me to visit you?" "Of course you are welcome. Neighbors should get along well with each other. But I just came here today and I haven't bought any tea. I can only drink boiled water. Please don't mind." After taking a look at the uninvited old man, who seemed to have a kind face, he welcomed him in with a smile. The security here is very strict. It is impossible for non-local residents to enter this community without the certification of the household owner. "Ha ha ha, good, good. The old man also brought some small gifts to congratulate you on your new home." Old Man Chin was a little surprised to see that Lu Chen was so straightforward at such a young age. I thought that anyone who could live in Villa number 1 at this age would probably be very arrogant, even look down on others. "Mr. Chin, you are too polite. You said this is our first meeting, how could I dare to accept?" "Ugh!" It was just a polite remark, but before he could finish his words, Lu Chen was dumbfounded. "Is this the small gift you mentioned to celebrate my new home? 2 roast ducks? A bag of peanuts? And a plate of pig's head? Oh my God, the key point is that I've never seen this old man bring in so many things before. How come he filled the table in the blink of an eye? And what is this doing?" At this time, Old Chin actually ran to the kitchen to get 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and wine cups, because these things were all given as a complete set when buying a villa. Judging from the situation, is this old man going to have a drink with me? Is the relationship between these neighbors warming up so quickly? Is this too hasty? "My friend, we hit it off right away. You have wine and I have food. Why don't we clink glasses and talk about life?" Looking at Old Man Chin's expectant expression, Lu Chen was speechless. "God damn, let's talk about life. Aren't you just here to cheat for drinks? The props and dishes are all ready. This is too obvious. How much of a drinker is this? But when I think about it, I haven't had lunch yet, and I'm really hungry. Besides, the wine has been opened. Drinking it alone is definitely not as fun as drinking it with 2 people. By the way, you may also get to know the situation of this community from this old man. Especially since they are neighbors, you will see them every day in the future, so it is good to maintain a good relationship with them. Since Mr. Chin is in a good mood, why don't we have a couple of drinks?" As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Chin impatiently took the open bottle of mitai and began to pour wine into 2 wine cups. "My dear friend, congratulations on your new home. I'll drink first as a sign of respect." After taking a sip and finishing the whole bowl, the old man's face became more intoxicated and his eyes sparkled. Good wine, good wine." As he spoke, he filled the second cup. "This second cup celebrates that we can be neighbors forever." After saying that, he drank another cup. "God damn, forever, you old fool." "This third cup." "Wait, old man, let's take our time and eat some food first. Don't worry, I still have some wine. If it's not enough, I'll open another bottle later." Seeing the old man drinking one cup after another, Lu Qin couldn't bear it anymore. Oh? Anything else? Old man Qin had been staring at the open bottle of mitai since he entered the room. It was not until then that he noticed the 6 boxes of wine piled up on the other side. Especially when he saw the Gujingongjio, it was as if he had discovered a treasure, and he couldn't take his eyes off it. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 16. A priceless item, a free gift. I'll go! Lu Qin magically discovered that the old man who was sitting beside him holding the wine cup and drinking from it just a second ago appeared next to the Gujingongjio in the blink of an eye, just like Shunyi. This speed was totally not what an old man should have. 1, 2, 3, 10.11.12. You actually have 12 bottles? Old man Qin didn't notice Lu Qin's shocked expression at all, but he looked even more shocked than Lu Qin. Yes, it was given to me by a friend. I don't drink it when I'm alone, so I saved it. Do you like it, Mr. Qin? If you like it, I'll give you a bottle. What? You want to give this bottle of wine to the old man? Yeah, what's the matter? Isn't it just a bottle of wine? Old man Qin was silent this time, staring at Lu Qin's eyes seriously for a long time. I couldn't help but wonder, does this guy know my identity? Or does he have some other purpose? However, when he saw Lu Qin's eyes were clear with some doubt, he felt relieved. Ha, my friend, do you know what kind of wine this is? Gujingongjio. Lu Qin rolled his eyes. Isn't it written on the box? He wasn't drunk. Then do you know how much this wine is worth? How much? Over 1,000? It's over 1,000, yes, but it's only 13.57 million. Oh, 1357, what? There's another 10,000? Hearing the old man's words, Lu Qin's heart skipped a beat. What kind of wine is this? 13.57 million for just one bottle? It seems that you really don't know much about wine. This bottle is Gujingongjio from 1979. The auction price is indeed 13.57 million. It is also known as the Wine King of Xiagua. The bottle we just drank was the 1953 Wheel Mitai, which is worth 1.5 million yuan. As for the 1960s Wulian, yeah, it's about 980,000 yuan a bottle. Old man Qin began to explain it to Lu Qin with a little interest. But Lu Qin was saying MMP 1,000 times in his heart, and he didn't know whether to say it or not. Why didn't he open Baidu to search for information before? You just opened a bottle of mitai worth 1.5 million yuan and started drinking it? No wonder the old man kept drinking one glass after another. He must have drunk tens of thousands of dollars. So, do you still want to give this bottle of Gujingongjio to the old man? Old man Qin looked at Lu Qin with a smile, ready to see what he would say. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Since I said I would give it to Mr. Qin, I will give it to him. Besides, such good wine should be drunk by someone who understands it. It would be a waste if I drank it. The words sound nice, but Lu Qin feels miserable. He is a prodigal son. He gave away more than 10 million right away. But after thinking about it, I realize that now that I have a system, my wealth will only increase in the future. It is time to improve my vision and knowledge. Thinking of this, Lu Qin's mentality changed, and his perspective changed unconsciously. Ding, the host's vision and mentality have been improved, and one instant kill opportunity is awarded. Ding, new products have been put on the shelves, please decide whether to purchase them. Product, Hongfeng Real Estate. Price, 1 yuan. Oh my god! When Lu Qin saw this product, he immediately felt that it was worth it. Although Hongfeng Real Estate is not the top real estate company in Jiangdu City, it is no worse than Jinmao Real Estate under the Yuan Group, and its market value exceeds 10 billion yuan. Besides, wasn't he going to go through the resignation procedures tomorrow? It was a good opportunity for him to meet Lu Deong. If you don't seek revenge, you are not a gentleman. Since the ancients said so, we should naturally take good care of this fat man. At this time, hearing that Lu Qin decided to give him a bottle of Gujingongjio as usual, old man Qin couldn't help but become even more curious about Lu Qin. However, anyone who can be so generous must be from a big family. But he looks unfamiliar no matter how I look at him. It seems that there is no such kid in those families. Last name Lu? Could it be that person? Impossible. Lu Qin was having fun there, and old Qin was also here guessing on his own. But Mr. Qin confirmed it again. Are you really sending it to me? It must be given. Lu Qin, who was in a good mood, had long forgotten what the 13.57 million for a bottle meant. As someone who could earn hundreds of billions of dollars in a matter of minutes, did he need to care about these things? Old man, you can continue to drink 2 cups. To be honest, I haven't had lunch yet and I'm really hungry. Oh? Ha ha ha, okay, keep drinking. Old man Qin seemed to have not been so happy for a long time. He began to let himself go while eating and drinking with Lu Qin. Maybe because of taking the powerful muscle-building pills, Lu Qin found that his alcohol tolerance had increased. He opened 2 bottles of mitai and 2 bottles of wuliangya without realizing it. After the 2 of them drank 5 bottles, he was still fine. But he also discovered that this old man Qin was the real amazing one. He had shaved his hair and cleansed his marrow, but this old man hadn't. He drank the same amount of wine and was still as strong as a rock, but his face was a little redder. This old man really had a good alcohol tolerance. At this time, Lu Qin called and asked him about dinner in the evening. But seeing that old Qin seemed to be enjoying his drink, he simply asked Lu Qin to come and eat at his place. When Lu Qin heard that Lu Qin lived in Ziwei Mansion, or the legendary Villa No. 1, he was naturally shocked again. Even after entering the house, I was still drowsy. I pinched myself from time to time and always felt like I was not awake yet. Lu Qin asked Wang Qiming to prepare some snacks in the community's own hotel and sent them all to the villa, ready to continue with dinner later. However, when Wang Qiming saw that Mr. Qin was also here and was chatting and laughing with Lu Qin regardless of age, he was obviously shocked. It was as if he had seen one of the 10 greatest wonders in the world, which made Lu Qin feel that this old Qin's identity was not simple. It's no wonder that after drinking, old man Qin told him a lot of things he didn't know, which made him find it very interesting. For example, at some private auctions, some magical things often appear. For example, Mr. Qin knows all the history of the rise of some great figures. As for whether it is true or not, it is most likely true, right? Lu Qin was also a straightforward person, and he gradually relaxed. It started with just 2 people drinking, and now it became 3 people drinking together. It was really lively. When all 12 bottles of wuliangya were finished, and only 7 bottles of mitai were left, Lu Qin was the first to collapse to the ground and lose consciousness. Next came old Qin. He was really drunk this time and even pulled Lu Qin to become sworn brothers. If they really became sworn brothers, the world outside would probably be in chaos. Fortunately, the doorbell rang and Lu Qin escaped. When I opened the door, I saw a woman whose appearance was at least 96 points. Who are you looking for? Hello, is Grandpa Qin in there? I'm his granddaughter. The person who came was Su Fuling. At noon, old Qin went back for a while. Just when it was time to have lunch, the old man suddenly said that he wanted to go out for a drink. He took the roast duck, peanuts and pork head on the table and ran away, saying don't wait for him. This is how old Qin sometimes does things, and Su Fuling is used to it. However, he went out at noon, and now it's almost 12 o'clock, and old Qin hasn't come back yet. This has never happened before. So, Su Fuling asked the property management and was planning to check the surveillance to find out where he was, but she was told that Mr. Qin was drinking with the owner in Villa No. 1 and was probably drunk. This shocked Su Fuling. Although old Qin was fond of drinking, he only drank top-grade wine, and the drinker had to have a good appetite before he would drink a few glasses. As for getting drunk? Not to mention how many people outside are qualified to drink with the old man, just talk about his drinking capacity. Old Qin can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and he is also a picky drinker. How can there be so much good wine to make him drunk? So when she heard the news, she was very curious and came directly to knock on the door, and also wanted to see what the owner of the legendary Villa No. 1 looked like. As a result, after the door opened and he said this, she could really see Lu Qin's appearance. Oh my God, it's you! You are Lu Qin? Chapter 17, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but someone is waiting behind. Do you know me? When Lu Qin heard Su Fuling calling out his name, he was a little confused. After looking for a long time, apart from confirming once again that the person in front of me was definitely a great beauty, I had no idea who she was. Although we had met once before on the Mitsui Elevated Road, We were both in the car at that time and did not see each other. And even if he saw her, with Su Fulling's current makeup and appearance, Lucien would definitely not think that she was the racing girl from before. Well, it was Wang Qiming from the property management who told me that my old man was drinking at your place, and I asked him and found out that your name is Lucien. Su Fulling cursed inwardly and was almost exposed in her excitement. She had seen Lucien's photo from Enchi a long time ago, but Lucien didn't know that she was Enchi's best friend. This time, he wanted to observe Lucien secretly. If he was exposed and others were on guard, how could he observe him? So, when asked by Lucien, he immediately made up an excuse. Oh, okay, nice to meet you. I'm Lucien. Su Fulling. Come in, the old man seems drunk, I can help you carry him back. When Su Fulling came to the living room, she was even more surprised to see old man Qin hugging the back of a chair and talking to himself. He is really drunk, not pretending. At this moment, she couldn't help but look at Lucien deeply. It's not easy. Old man Qin is a very picky person, especially when it comes to drinking buddies. Moreover, old man Qin was able to drink so much, while Lucien was still very sober. How good must his alcohol tolerance be? Secondly, it seems that Lucien, as described by Enchi, has a bright future. Isn't it said that he is just a property salesman under Hongfeng Real Estate? Then how come he has become the owner of Villa No. 1 in Ziwei Mansion? If old Qin wants to take over this villa, it will be very troublesome. Su Fulling was even more curious about Lucien at this time, and thought that she would go to Hongfeng Real Estate tomorrow to take a look around. She didn't want her best friend to be with someone whose background was unclear. No matter what she thought, the girl took out her cell phone and started taking photos in front of old man Qin. This opportunity is rare, and I don't know when I will be able to take such a photo next time. Normally this old man is the one who tells me what to do. Now that there is an ugly photo of old man Qin drunk, let's see if he will still be so arrogant in the future. Seeing Su Fulling taking pictures and laughing so evilly, Lucien couldn't help but hold his forehead and smile bitterly. Both the old man and the young are troublesome people and are eccentric. Just as Su Fulling was helping old Qin back, she suddenly caught a glimpse of the Pagani Yazzie outside the house and raised her eyebrows. Mr. Liu, is this car yours? Yeah, what's wrong? Did you drive this car to Mitsui No. 7 Elevated Road this morning? Huh? How did you know? Lucien looked confused. When she got a positive answer, Su Fulling's eyes lit up. It was really a case of searching for something without any effort. I didn't expect that the driving expert I was looking for was actually Lucien. However, this made Su Fulling even more puzzled. Various signs showed that Lucien was outstanding. Was he still the poor and destitute university student who was cheated on by his ex-girlfriend, as she mentioned? Based on what she has seen so far, would an average woman rush to show her affection to him? Mr. Liu, you're so young and you've already bought Villa No. 1. I guess your business must be big, right? Well, I was just lucky and made some money from blind investments. I bought some properties and collected rent. Real estate industry? That's good indeed. The real estate market is doing well recently. Haha, it's okay, Miss Su, I'll just send you here and won't go in. Lucien laughed, handed old Qin to Su Fulling, said hello hurriedly and turned back. He really hasn't figured out how to explain his current income, because it all happened too suddenly. But he was not wrong. He was indeed collecting rent now, but the rent was from Taifu Plaza and the entire Hongyang mansion. As for real estate, there is only Hongfeng Real Estate. Looking at Lu Chen's unnatural expression and hurriedly leaving figure, Su Fulling narrowed her eyes. Interesting, it seems he has a lot of secrets. Enchi, wait for me to uncover them layer by layer and see if this man is worthy of your lifelong trust. After returning home, he helped the drunk Lu Qing to the guest room. He looked at the messy dining table and didn't care about it. He just left it there and waited for the cleaning staff to come and clean it tomorrow. I looked at the time and it was almost time for the system mall to update, so I just went to take a shower first. Ding, the mall products have been updated, please check it yourself. Just as he came out of the shower, the system notification sounded, and Lu Qin opened the message. Product Fuhai Restaurant, price 1 yuan. Oh, what a coincidence! Isn't this the restaurant where Lu Qing said his classmates were going to have a dinner party? Now we have something fun. Lu Chen smiled and chose to buy, and a set of acquisition and transfer agreements for Fuhai Restaurant appeared in the system space. Kaohsiung Feng was a person who loved to show off when he was in high school. He always went against me and was quite annoying. It was obvious that he didn't have any good intentions when he called me to eat this time. He must have wanted to take the opportunity to scold me. It will depend on whether this guy knows his lesson then, otherwise he will definitely learn a lesson for himself. The next day, Lu Chen was awakened by a phone call. It turned out to be Zhou Xiaogang, the former chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate, who called to ask when the handover would take place. Lu Chen thought about it and agreed to go directly to Chunqiuing's sales office to handle the handover. Although Zhou Xiaogang was very confused about why he had to go to Chunqiuing, he still nodded and agreed. After getting up and washing up, he found that Lu Chen had left a note and reminded him not to forget the dinner tomorrow night. After pressing the button for cleaning service, Lu Chen drove his Pagani Yazzie directly towards Chunqiuing. Not long after his car drove out, a Hertz 7Z quietly followed it. At the entrance of Chunqiuing's sales office. "Brother-in-law, why did the chairman suddenly come to our place?" Lu Daong asked a man next to him in a flattering manner. "His name is Yuan Jinxiang. He is the general manager of the Chunqiuing sales office and also Lu Daong's brother-in-law. I don't know the details, but they just said they were going to receive an important person. Anyway, you told them to keep an eye out and not make any mistakes." "No problem, you can rest assured that I will do the job." At this time, several Mercedes-Benz cars stopped at the door of the sales office. Yuan Jinxiang immediately ran up and opened the car door. "Chairman, welcome to Chunqiuing for on-site guidance. Let's go up and talk." Zhou Xiaogang nodded and walked directly into the sales office, followed by several people. "Why are the legal department, HR, and finance department of the head office here too?" Yuan Jinxiang was a little surprised to see the person Zhou Xiaogang was leading, but he didn't ask any more questions and followed him consciously. He winked at Lu Daong and followed the chairman to the office on the second floor. Chapter 18: Hongfeng changes ownership, shocking everyone. "Chairman, do you have any instructions this time?" After entering the office, Yuan Jinxiang asked respectfully. "Xiao Yuan, from now on you can just call me Mr. Zhou. You have to change the word Dong." "Ah?" The sudden sentence made Yuan Jinxiang think he had heard it wrong, and it took him a long time to react. "Is this because Hongfeng was acquired?" Seeing Zhou Xiaogang nod, he was shocked and confused. Why did the chairman come to Chunqiuing to tell me this news? Although he is the biggest in this project, he is not an indispensable executive in Hongfeng Real Estate, nor is he Zhou Xiaogang's confidant. After all, there are quite a few such properties in Hongfeng Real Estate, and there are several project managers. As if seeing Yuan Jinxiang's confusion, Zhou Xiaogang said with a smile, "I came here because the new chairman said he would come here to take over." "Oh, Mr. Zhou seems to be in a good mood." After suddenly realizing it, Yuan Jinxiang asked his doubts again. Shouldn't Zhou Xiaogang be upset when his position as chairman was replaced? Why does he seem to be in a better mood? "Of course. I was originally worried about the problems of those buildings outside Fengyang district. Now that a new chairman has arrived, can I let him find a solution?" Although there was a wave of dividends in the real estate industry some time ago, this is actually a turning point for Hongfeng Real Estate. The last plot of land in the outer area of Fengyang district that was auctioned was found to have a less than ideal foundation after on-site inspection, and it deviated from the original plan. If high-rise buildings are built according to the original plan, it will be difficult to achieve the required earthquake resistance level. This will require changing the nature of the house and replanning it. However, the preliminary foundation work has already started. If it is stopped, it will cost money every day, which may easily lead to a break in the capital chain. As for the Fengyang district land parcel that is about to be auctioned, the company does not have enough capital chain and thus has almost no chance of getting the core plot number 1. Old rival Jimao Real Estate is determined to win this bid. It is conceivable that if they win, Hongfeng's market share will certainly shrink in the future. Outsiders may not know these things, but I know them clearly in my heart. Just when he was worrying about how to deal with the future, someone acquired Hongfeng Real Estate, which was actually a good thing for him. If the person who comes here is strong, then he can get some fat meat by taking over the core land. It doesn't matter if I don't get it. Anyway, I got my share of the money when Hongfeng was acquired, so I have nothing to worry about. So, Zhou Zhaogang was naturally in a good mood. Lu Chen? Why are you here? Lu Daong, who was waiting for instructions in the sales office lobby, saw Lu Chen swaggering out of the finance office and went to greet him. Resignation. Raising the information in his hand, Lu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked towards the second floor. It turned out that Lu Chen entered the sales office directly from the side door, which was closer to the finance and human resources departments. He completed the resignation procedures first, and then prepared to go to the second floor to hand over to Zhou Liaogang. Hey, now that you've completed your resignation, let's go. Is the second floor a place you can go to? Seeing Lu Chen walking towards the second floor, Lu Daong stopped him directly. Last time, Lu Chen interfered, and in the end, the villa for Mr. Zhang and his wife was not sold. So Lu Daong was still holding back some anger about this. Get out of the way! Oh, I haven't settled the score with you for what happened last time, you. Bang! The loud sound of applause echoed in the sales office, causing the entire sales office to fall silent. Lu Daong was stunned by the slap in the face. Was he beaten? Damn it, Lu Chen actually beat up Lu Daong. It's fun to watch, but it's troublesome now. This guy is vindictive. You're still too young. Lu Chen's former colleagues began to discuss in low voices. Some were just watching, some were gloating, and some were worried about Lu Chen. You dare to hit me? Security guard! Get him out of here! For Lu Daong, he has always been in high spirits in this sales office, and no one resists him. He is the supervisor himself, and the highest leader on the case site is his brother-in-law. Who would dare to contradict him? This time he met Lu Chen. Not only did he lose a profit because of his contradiction last time, but this time he actually attacked him, which made him furious instantly. Lu Daong, if you had behaved yourself today, I might not have done anything to you. But since you are so eager to die, I'm telling you now, you are fired. What? Fire me? Ha ha, just you. Security guard? Are they all dead? Get this guy out right now. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Daong laughed angrily. This guy is simply talking nonsense. A fired salesperson is now saying that he wants to fire himself. How can this not make people laugh out loud? Why did Lu Chen say that? Fire Lu Daong? Yeah, it's a bit confusing. Isn't it because Lu Chen was fired and was upset? The onlookers were also confused by what they heard, and under Lu Daong's roar, the security guards at the scene also rushed over. Although these security guards knew Lu Daong's character, they had to obey his orders in order to make a living because he was their leader. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. The way they looked at Lu Chen was filled with a hint of apology and questioning. What that means is, why did you mess with this bastard? Now it's making things difficult for us. Stop! Just when the security guard was about to take action, a loud shout rang out. Then, Zhou Zhaogang was seen rushing down first. With his bloated body, he actually did a 100-meter sprint, running from the upstairs directly to Lu Chen in 3 steps at a time. Are you all right? He greeted Lu Chen first, but when he saw that he didn't pay any attention to him, he turned to look at Lu Daong. Tell me, what's going on? Seeing that Zhou Zhaogang was alarmed, Lu Daong was shocked and thought about how to respond, and did not notice Zhou Zhaogang's attitude and expression towards Lu Chen just now. I'm sorry, Chairman. It's my fault. I encountered a fired employee who came here to cause trouble. I disturbed you. I will deal with it now. After saying that, he turned around and shouted to the security guard again. Are you guys still standing there? Get Lu Chen out right now. Pa! Another slap sounded on Lu Daong's face, but this time everyone was stunned. Because the person who made the move was actually Zhou Zhaogang. Asshole, who are you kicking out? Mr. Lu has already acquired Hongfeng Real Estate, and he is now the chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate. What? Zhou Zhaogang's words were like thunder, frightening Lu Daong to the ground. Many employees around were also dumbfounded, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. This colleague who I have worked with for more than a year has suddenly become the chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate. Oh my god, this is too dramatic, isn't it? Oh my god, after spending more than a year together, he turned out to be a hidden rich man. From the first day Lu Chen came here, I felt that he was definitely not an ordinary person, and I was right. Get lost, so why are you still ordering him to copy documents for you? Well, that's not a great mission bestowed upon a man by heaven, he must first. You're a big liar. At this moment, Yuan Jinxiang, who had followed down from upstairs, also felt a jolt in his heart. He had heard about the feud between Lu Deong and Lu Chen before, but because he was just a small employee, he ignored it and didn't take it seriously. As a result, this junior employee has now become his immediate boss. He is finished. Hashtag. Chapter 19. Reap what you sow, Ponzi shares. How is it possible? How could it be Lu Chen? At this time, Lu Deong kept muttering to himself, and Lu Chen's previous words kept ringing in his mind. You are fired. No! With a scream, Lu Deong rolled and crawled to his knees in front of Lu Chen, hugging his legs. Lu Chen, Mr. Lu, I know I was wrong. I was wrong before. I was blind and shameless. I shouldn't have used my power to snatch your orders. I will never dare to do that again. You must forgive me. Lu Deong was such a big guy, but he collapsed on the ground with snot and tears all over his face, crying so miserably. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Lu Chen said this with a blank expression. Zhou Zhaogang next to him had already heard the whole story and anger was rising on his face. Asshole, as a leader, you don't set a good example and actually do such a dirty thing. You are fired. Get out now. Brother-in-law, please help me speak up. We can't let them fire me. After hearing Zhou Zhaogang's words, Lu Deong collapsed and rushed to his brother-in-law for help. This time, Yuan Jinxiang hated this bastard to the core. This bastard didn't shout. It's okay. But once he shouted, Lu Chen and Zhou Zhaogang all looked at him. Isn't this just dragging himself into trouble? Security, just throw this guy out. He's really a black sheep. While speaking, he kicked Lu Deong, who was rushing towards him, and shouted angrily. Director Lu, President Zhou, don't worry. When it comes to official matters, I will definitely put justice above personal interests. Yuan Jinxiang is now sweating profusely and is anxious to distance himself from Lu Deong. Humph! Without your tacit support, how can this fatty Lu make waves? You are also fired. Hearing Lu Chen's words, it was like a judgment from hell, and Yuan Jinxiang suddenly collapsed to the ground. I endured for many years and finally climbed to my current position. But I didn't expect that I would ruin my future because of taking a wrong step. It's all your fault. I'm going to fight you. Yuan Jinxiang, feeling both ashamed and angry, hated Lu Deong, who had brought him trouble, so he pounced on him and started fighting with him. Security, throw them both out. Yes. Seeing Zhou Zhaogang speak, a group of security guards surrounded them and quickly picked up the two men and threw them out with extremely heavy blows. You deserve it. Evil will be punished. That's right. These two colluded with each other and screwed over so many of our colleagues. They finally got their comeuppance. Life will be better in the future. I never thought that Lu Chen would become our chairman. Yes, it's amazing that the chairman got rid of harm to the people as soon as he arrived. Everyone felt very happy and vented their long-suppressed anger, and turned to praise Lu Chen. Lu Chen ignored all this and just perfunctorily followed Zhou Zhaogang upstairs to handle the handover. For him, there was also infinite emotion in his heart. These colleagues say nice things that make people bow their heads under their eaves. To put it bluntly, they are cowardly and selfish. They dare not face up to evil forces and only think about protecting themselves. But if I were to talk about these things myself with my current identity, maybe they would listen, but that's only because of their identity. He is not a saint, so there is no need for him to correct other people's values through words and deeds. Everyone has his own destiny, and you can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. Besides, his world and those of these people will no longer intersect, so what's the point of saying more? Just as I was thinking about it, the system prompt sounded. Ding, the host eliminates the bad apple and gets a chance to kill instantly. Ding, the product has been put on the shelves, please decide whether to purchase it. Lu Chen was stunned. He found that every time he slapped someone in the face or completed certain events, the system would reward him with an instant kill opportunity. This is like looking for hidden tasks in a game. It's quite exciting. It seems that we need to develop in many aspects in the future to see if we can trigger more rewards like this. Thinking of this, I clicked on the panel. Product 35% of Ponzi Group's shares, price 1 yuan. It's actually the Ponzi Group. Seeing this, Lu Qun couldn't help but be surprised again. Pangshur is one of the strongest enterprises in Jiangdu City and the largest supplier of building materials in the province. It owns 5 docks and one of the largest local shipping companies. Its market value is more than double that of Taifuk Plaza, nearly 70 billion yuan. This gives me 35% of the shares. Doesn't that make me the largest shareholder? I remember reading in the news that Pang Dalong, the chairman of the Ponzi Group, seemed to own only 32% of the shares. Not to mention who holds controlling power, the annual dividends from these 35% of shares alone would be close to 20 billion, right? If the income from his own Taifu Plaza and Hongyang Mansion is added, his annual income will definitely exceed 20 billion. Upstairs office. After Zhou Xiaogang handed over all the formalities, he also told Lu Qun in detail what Hongfeng Real Estate would currently be facing. You mean it would be best to take over the core land in Fengyang district? Yes, the land will be divided into 5 plots for bidding tomorrow. As everyone's financial situation improves now, they are starting to pay attention to products such as health and wellness vacations. This plot of land is right on the seaside. If high-end housing is built there, many people will definitely rush to buy it. Especially the core plot number 1, which has the best location and is the largest, but also the most expensive. I estimate that it is very likely that the price of the other 4 plots of land combined will not be as high as the price of plot number 1. Oh, I see. At this time, Lu Chen's phone rang. Hello, Mom? Why are you calling now? What's up? Chen, I want to tell you something. The cemetery where your grandpa was buried has been in disrepair for a long time. Your grandma has always wanted to change it, but she has never found a good place. It just so happens that there is a new cemetery in the town next to us. I used the 200,000 yuan you gave me to grab a shared grave and move your grandpa's grave there first. Oh, that's it. You can do it yourself. If you don't have enough money, just tell me. That's enough, I'm telling you this. Even if you're busy outside, you should make sure to eat on time and take care of your health. Got it, Mom. I'll transfer it to you later. No, keep the flowers for yourself. I'm still making money, right? If you leave too much with me, I'm afraid I won't be able to spend it all. You can keep it for a rainy day, or just save it for me. I'm still in a meeting, so I won't talk about it for now. I'll transfer it to you later. Well, okay then, Mom will save it for you. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qun smiled and transferred another 500,000 yuan to his mother's account. When you have money, you naturally have to honor your parents first, mainly because you are afraid of scaring them by spending too much money. Even so, Gao Xiaolan was shocked when she saw 500,000 yuan arrive in her account. If my son hadn't just said he was in a meeting, he would have called again to ask about everything. But I was still happy in my heart because my son had grown up and made a lot of money. Dad, add some extra food tonight. Chapter 20, Testing Call, Feeling Odd. After handing over his work to Zhou Xiaogang and making an appointment to bid together tomorrow, Lu Qun left the sales office and went home. Just as he left, a figure appeared at the door of Chunqiu Yue's sales office. It was Su Fuling who followed Lu Qun. When she saw Zhou Xiaogang personally escorting him out, and his attitude was very respectful, she was also very shocked. For the CEO who has been in charge of Su Group for 2 years, although Hongfeng Real Estate is not as good as Su Group, it is also a not small real estate group. The Su family itself is also involved in this industry, especially in recent years when the real estate market has been good, so naturally they have come into contact with these people at some bidding meetings and real estate industry cocktail parties. What exactly is Lu Chen's identity? Why am I increasingly confused? Ding-ling-ling. At this time, the phone rang. Hello? Xiao Yangzi? Peng Dalong refused to meet? Okay, I got it. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Su Fuling looked at the direction Lu Qun left again, shook her head, and drove away. Ponzi Group, Chairman's office. Are you all just sitting there doing nothing? You didn't even know that someone had quietly acquired 35% of your shares? Peng Delong was furious at the moment, and all the company executives stood there without daring to breathe. The less he spoke, the angrier Peng Delong became. A bunch of useless people. Usually they are all eloquent and boastful. Now they are all mute. Damn it, I only hold 32% of the shares, and now they are putting pressure on me. Why don't you think of a solution quickly? If I am finished, you will be gone too. Boss, I've never heard of Lu Chun before, and I don't know where he came from, said an executive. I want to acquire your company, and I have to hand over my personal information to you. I want to acquire your company? Get lost. I think you are having an easy life. Boss, calm down. We are already trying to find a way to buy back the shares of those retail investors. Also, I think we should give him a call to test the waters and find out what his intention is in buying our shares. At this time, General Manager Wang Xiaoqiang spoke. As soon as Lu Chun returned to the villa, the phone rang. Hello, Mr. Lu Chun, right? It's me. Who are you? I am Peng Dalong from Ponzi Group. Today I learned that Mr. Lu Chun has acquired 35% of the shares of Ponzi Group and has become the largest shareholder of Ponzi Group. So I would like to ask Mr. Lu if he has any instructions on the future business operations and management structure of Ponzi Group. At this time, Peng Delong was very humble. There was nothing he could do about it, since he was the largest shareholder now. Oh, I don't have any instructions. The personnel structure doesn't need to be changed. It will remain the same as before. I will just put my name on it and share the profits. As long as it doesn't affect my income, I will do whatever you want, and I will not participate in your decision-making. Okay, thank you Mr. Lu for your trust. I will definitely work hard to get you the most benefit. Peng Dalong was in a good mood when he heard that Lu Chun was only doing it for the dividends. As long as there is no power grab, distributing the 35% to several people for joint ownership is also a dividend. Giving it to one person is also a dividend. There is no difference. However, he was even more in awe of Lu Chen's identity. The Ponzi Group was not small. If someone else controlled 35% of the shares, they would definitely hold a shareholders' meeting immediately to seize power. But Lu Chen doesn't seem to care much about it. He is just like those people who have spare money and look for a project to diversify their investments. You can imagine how high his vision is. But for Peng Dalong, this is a good thing. With such people investing, Ponzi will only become stronger. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chun couldn't help but sigh. When did those big shots who used to be influential in Jiangdu become so cautious when talking to him? Everyone has vanity, and at this moment, Lu Chen's vanity was greatly satisfied. I had nothing to do today, and thinking about the 1 billion sound waves rewarded by the system, I lay on the sofa and listened to the long-lost funny music. I found in my follow list that a small anchor I used to watch often which I was broadcasting, so I clicked on it directly. Welcome, like the wind floating 8,000 miles away. Oh, it's Pia. It's been a long time since we last met. How come you have time to come and play today? Haha, hello Sister Chai, you've been busy lately. The two of them are old acquaintances. In the past, when he had nothing to do, he liked to watch some singing talent hosts and listen to their songs. Because of limited income, when I see something that suits my taste, I just join the fan club, like the Post, and occasionally send flowers and beer. It's rare that I'll send a hot air balloon worth $52. Because of this, those big anchors completely look down on it and ignore it. Even most of the small and medium-sized anchors are indifferent. The anchor industry is still very realistic. You give a lot of gifts, and you get so many compliments that you doubt your life. But if you don't give a lot of gifts, who will know who you are? The only exception was this little matchstick, who always treated everyone equally and did not differentiate between them, even if he did not receive any gifts. So later on, Lu Chen would often come here to hang out and listen to music. However, because this girl is relatively Buddhist, although there are many players who support her, there are really not many powerful big brothers. Some big brothers give out all kinds of big gifts naturally for a purpose, otherwise who would give them to you? When it comes to appearance, Little Match Girl definitely scores over 95 points. In addition to his singing style and talent in painting, he has a group of loyal fans. So there were many big brothers who had intentions towards her, but she rejected all of their excessive requests. This also led to those people who felt that they could not achieve their goals and went to find other anchors. There were even some players with BT psychology who often ran to the other side to attack her when they were connected to the microphone. In Douyin, if you lose a PK, you will be punished. Although many fans are not happy with it, and have even raised funds for a PK, they are unfortunately powerless to beat some of the big brothers. Lu Chun first turned on the light board, because it had been a long time since he came, and the light board had gone out. A few small pavilions were lit up casually. Douyin would reset the pavilion gifts every Monday, leaving it to the players to give gifts to the anchor. Thanks for the light sign, welcome home. Thank you again to Apia for sponsoring the beer. Apia, did you get your salary today? Seeing Lu Chun light up 4 or 5 exhibition halls at once, although they were all small gifts, they amounted to nearly 100. As the host, Xiao Huichai naturally had to thank him. Yeah, I just got paid. Lu Chun laughed. Normally, he would give her a little bit of money after receiving his salary on Mondays. Then save some money. You said before that you would save money to buy a bag for your girlfriend, otherwise she will fight you to death. The little match girl laughed teasingly. No need to buy a bag. Why? Let's break up. People don't like me, a poor guy. Is this true or false? Let's not talk about her anymore. It's better to split it up. It saves money. After Lu Chun finished speaking, he ordered 10 pairs of sunglasses for her again and directly named the sunglasses exhibition hall. Yeah, thanks to Pia for naming the sunglasses. Are you starting to let yourself go? That's right, being single is good. Ha ha ha, brother, what you said is true. There are many beautiful women in the world. It's better not to have a materialistic woman. That's right. We are both in this world, and I am also a person who has been through this before. After hearing Lu Chen's words, some old fans in the room who also knew him spoke up. Just at this moment, a microphone came in. ##. Chapter 21 Rockets rained down, crushing in an instant. When the other party saw his nickname, the entire public screen fell silent. After a brief silence, everyone erupted. Damn, how come I can always connect to this guy randomly? It's really a narrow road for enemies. I ran into a ghost so early in the morning. The host's nickname on the other side is Weiyu, a complete green tea bitch. According to some players who know the inside story, this anchor often engages in smuggling and is not a good person. But if a woman is willing to become bad, money will naturally come, especially on this internet full of LSPs. So naturally, Weiyu has several LSP players with good strength, among whom is a player called God of War, who had once thought of Xiao Huichai. Ever since being rejected, he often beats her across the street. Moreover, this player seems to have some strength. Several crowdfunding counterattacks by Little Match Girl were crushed by him alone. After Weiyu knew about this, she naturally tried every possible means to create opportunities to connect with Xiao Huichai. She even often opened a small account to watch over Xiao Huichai in order to win gifts from this big brother. Whenever she randomly PKs, Weiyu will also click the matching button, so there is a high probability that she will be matched. Once the connection is established, she will naturally call on the God of War to come up and strike the little matchstick, taking the opportunity to receive a batch of gifts. Hey, isn't this little matchstick? What a coincidence, we're connected again. Our God of War brother has wanted to connect with you for a long time. A sarcastic voice was heard, causing another wave of angry comments from the players in Xiao Huichai's live broadcast room. Little matchstick, how are we going to play this one? Shall we decide on the punishment? The process will be shown on camera. If you lose, sing a song, right? The little match girl thought for a moment, and said directly. Singing? That's so boring. There are a lot of certified singers on Douyin. If you want to listen to songs, you can go and listen to them, right? So what's the punishment? Little Matchstick was a little annoyed by Weiyu's sarcastic words. Let's put it this way. Brother Eri said that if you lose, you'll have a big turtle painted on your face and nobody wants you written on your neck. As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Hanging her up is too much, it's simply insulting. This batch does this every time. How shameless. She relies on these to attract the attention of the big brother, otherwise how can she make money? As if knowing that the player on the other side would say this, Wei Yu spoke again. What? You don't dare to answer? You are a bunch of poor losers, just wanting to take advantage of others. When it comes to PK, it's useless. You can only talk big. After saying that, he even pointed his little finger downward, which was full of provocation. Fuck, let's give her face. Fight. Brothers, go and recharge. There are so many people. I don't believe that I can't beat them. Yes, I just went to check on the other side. Although the God of War is there are only 5 people. The others are only level 20 at most. They should be able to defeat them. Okay, I'll donate 300 and go recharge now. My ability is limited, but I'll top up 300 yuan. At worst, I'll just have to eat instant noodles for the next few days. Inspired by Wei Yu, everyone was excited. This was exactly what she wanted to see. If there are too few tickets on Little Match Girl's side, then naturally the votes for Big Brother on his side won't be able to get in. As for herself, she would definitely not lose. She knew this player named God of War through private chat, and his family ran 2 factories. How could he possibly lose to this mob and Little Match Girl's family? PK starts, timer is 5 minutes. At the beginning, the God of War on Wei Yu's side reached 3,000 points, equivalent to 300 yuan, and the ratio of Douyin was 110. Little Matchstick's side was not bad either. With several players joining together, they directly got 3,500 points. Hurry and run. That's right, the Hob anchor, don't run away if you lose. Because the score exceeded that of the other team, Wei Yu was actually acting like a spoiled child and shouting for votes, and did not stand up and run on the spot in time. The players on Xiao Huichai's side started to clamor, and some even rushed directly to the opposite live broadcast room and shouted, "Hello, anchor!" But after just a few shouts, the opposing God of War scored again, with a rocket, and the total score reached 13,000. What's the hurry? Didn't you see Brother Ares boarding the rocket? You bunch of country bumpkins, little matches, get up and run. Seeing that her family's score had surpassed others, Wei Yu was overjoyed and very proud. The little matchstick didn't say anything, he just stood up and ran away. Brothers, push forward. We have a large number of people and can catch up with this little bit of points. The brother who shouted was the first to swipe out a sports car worth 120. This time, a few more people followed and swiped the sports car. Seeing that the score was about to surpass the opponent, the God of War smiled disdainfully and clicked on the gift list again. Swish. The opponent's score instantly increased by another 10,000 points. Thanks for another rocket, Ares Brother V587, I love you so much. Wei Yu also kept singing in a coquettish voice, and she was so happy. Damn it, I'm all in. A player directly spawned 300 planes and cleared the backpack sound waves. I'll come too. At this time, the players on Little Matchstick's side actually showed a wave of cohesion. Everyone started to take action. You used a sports car, he used a plane, and the score was caught up again. At this time, there's only 1 minute left in the PK time. Okay, I won't tease these poor bastards anymore. After the God of War typed a sentence in the live broadcast room, he quickly clicked on the gift list. Swish, 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 5 rockets were clicked at once, the score directly reached 73,000, and the health bar was crushed all of a sudden. At this moment, everyone's heart sank. The previous 23,000 points were all put together by everyone, and we were about to catch up, but now there are 50,000 more points. How can we catch up? After all, the players in Little Match Girl's family are mostly working class people and students. The available funds are limited, so I dare not play like that. It's over, Sister Chai, I tried my best. I'm sorry, Matchstick Sister. My strength is limited. I can only go this far. For a moment, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was heavy. Everyone was very unwilling, but also helpless, because they had so little money in their pockets. It's okay, everyone. I'm very grateful for your support. If I lose, I lose. I'll punish you. You don't have to do this. The little matchstick ran on the spot while comforting the player. What's wrong? Are you no longer able to do it? Is that all your strength? Didn't you shout so loudly just now? Little match girl, you are running too casually, try harder. At this time, Wei Yu's roar sounded again. What are you so proud of? Have you never won before? That's right, look at that face, it's really disgusting. Everyone started cursing again. TSK, you guys are just sour grapes because you can't eat them. You can only make bubbles on your lips. Do you think you have the ability to get points? Compared to our God of War brother, you are nothing. You are a bunch of poor losers who are trying to imitate others by watching live broadcasts. No matter how unpleasant it sounds, Weiyu's words are unacceptable. But when it comes to live streaming, whoever has the points is the boss. No matter how dissatisfied you are, you have no right to speak if you don't have any points. The God of War was actually quite satisfied with Weiyu's sarcasm. Seeing that there were only a few seconds left, and the opponent seemed to have no ability to fight back, the God of War was ready to watch little match girl splash himself with water. This woman is so ungrateful, she deserves it. However, at the last second, 20 rockets suddenly shot up in the live broadcast room. The score was instantly crushed, and the final score was fixed at 223,215 to 73,000. The word victory flashed, and both live broadcast rooms fell into a sudden silence. The next second, Xiao Huachai's live broadcast room exploded. Chapter 22, Fight if you don't agree, doubt your life. Fuck, am I seeing that? 20 carats? Oh my god, I didn't expect that Pia was the one who was so generous. You were so low-key before. This fight really showed the domineering power of our matchstick army. It's really awesome. Yeah, Pia, you're awesome. Everyone was shocked and cheered. The previous depressing atmosphere was swept away, and all the players in the room tagged Luchin. Thank you very much for the rocket rain. The little match girl was stunned by this scene and covered her mouth with her hands. She was extremely excited. This was the first time she had seen so many rockets since the live broadcast, and the rocket special effects were still playing on the public screen. Moreover, this was the first time she was able to defeat Weiyu. No matter how Buddhist you are, after being constantly oppressed and bullied by Weiyu, you still want to win once. Sister Chai, there's no need to be so formal. Luchin typed a sentence. That's right, Sister Chai and Brother Piao are all family, there's no need to be so formal. That's right, but Sister Chai, it's time to let that green tea girl over there perform the turtle trick. Yes, let her start the punishment quickly. At this moment, everyone was looking forward to the punishment from the other side. After being oppressed for so long, they finally felt relieved. Some people even rushed directly to the live broadcast room on the other side and started shouting for punishment. Humph, since you don't dare to do it openly, you will do something sneaky and shady. How shameless! Weiyu said dissatisfiedly. Don't make excuses. There's no rule against stealing towers in PK. You can steal towers after 10 votes. Are you blaming others for not defending the tower? That's right, you're useless, so you want to roll over after losing? Who's the one who's rolling the knife? I don't accept it. If you have the guts, just fight openly. What's the point of stealing the tower? Let's fight again if you have the guts. Ignoring the screen-sweeping messages from the players coming from Matchstick's house, Weiyu continued to shout. The God of War was also annoyed about the tower being stolen just now. He had used his small account to take a look. Although there were more than 30 people in it, they were basically all levels 2 to 5, which are called farmer accounts in Douyin, or freeloaders. There are only 3 level 20, 2 level 25 and 1 highest level 27 accounts. On Douyin, it only costs 6,000 yuan to reach level 30, so for most accounts below level 30, the combat effectiveness can be ignored. So he didn't expect that even with a gap of 50,000 points, he could still have his tower stolen. At this time, the God of War also spoke. Weiyu, let him play another game. Seeing the God of War say this, Weiyu's eyes lit up. It seemed that the God of War was serious about it, so she would naturally be able to make a lot of money again. Okay, brother God of War. Little Matchstick, let's play another round. If you lose this time, you will still be punished as before. If I lose, in addition to the punishment just now, I will do 500 squats. Little Matchstick did not respond. In her understanding, Luchin used to stay idle when he came here, and almost never played PK. The most he had done was to give himself a 52-level hot air balloon. It was an unexpected surprise that I gave myself 20 rockets at once today. It might be because I saw myself being bullied and I acted impulsively in the heat of the moment. After all, when they were chatting before, they felt from Lu Chan's words that his conditions were average. She probably had an idea of the financial capabilities of her family members. After all, they had been with her for more than a year. Almost all the support was given in the last game. If I have to play it again, what should I use? What? You don't dare anymore? You only have the ability to steal a single blow? Don't let me look down on you. Where's that guy who stole the tower just now? Do you still want to fight? As Wei Yu shouted again, everyone's attention was focused on Pia. How about we stop playing? Family, just win one round and let's continue singing, shall we? Afraid that Lu Chun would feel uncomfortable due to everyone's pressure, little match girl spoke first. Sister Chai, fight her! At this moment, Lu Chun typed a few words on the public screen, instantly lighting up the entire live broadcast room. Good job, Pia. You will be my big brother from now on. This is what a man should do. If you don't agree, just fight. Get started, fuck him. Are we really going to fight? Little match girl asked again with some concern. Hit! Lu Chun typed another word on the public screen to give his affirmation. Okay, let's play another round. With a long sigh, little match girl submitted a PK application. Humph, let's see how you win this time. This time, the God of War launched 30 rockets at the beginning, and 300,000 points came directly. Wow, thanks to Ares' brother for the 30 rockets, I love you so much! The guy on the other side, hurry up. Wei Yu's disgusting clip sound suddenly became coquettish. Just when she was about to let little match girl take the punishment, she was suddenly frightened by the opponent's score. Because she was killed in seconds. Fuck, how many Chinese are these? 1.5 million points, 150,000, that's 50 Huazi? Oh my god! Everyone has been talking about Huaziyu. I only heard about him before, but today I actually saw him with my own eyes. It's amazing! I didn't expect that. Pia is a hidden rich man. Anyone who can beat Huaziyu is definitely a hero. You can say he was just hot-headed in the first round, but he was defeated in the second round. It's not something that can be achieved by just being hot-headed. This shows real strength. That's right, Brother Piao, so handsome. Brother Apia, are you missing any accessories? My appearance is no worse than Sister Chai's, and I'm still a virgin. There is no doubt about the power of Huaziyu. Not only did Xiao Huichai's live broadcast room explode, but Wei Yu on the opposite side was also stunned. I originally thought it was just a bunch of poor losers trying to hold up the scene, but now that the seconds bar has appeared, it is obvious that he is a tough guy. Brother Ares, what should we do? What should we do? The punishment has been done, and then we can move on. I underestimated him just now and was not prepared. But I really don't believe he can continue to defeat him in seconds. Hearing the God of War say that they wanted to fight more, Wei Yu decided to go all out. For the sake of money, she would punish him. So she drew a big turtle on her face and wrote the words, "No one wants me," next to it. But she didn't do 500 squats. Let's play again, and then we'll do squats together. Don't worry, I won't default on my promise. Still fighting? Little match girl frowned. Is this going to never end? You want to beat me? If you want to beat me, just do the punishment first. That's right. The punishment was delayed all the time. She was even beaten up and hung up. The anchor is boring. Don't fight her. She just wants to stimulate GDP. What a scumbag. Seeing all the different opinions, Wei Yu gritted her teeth and started squatting. After a long while, he finally finished 500 squats, and then he said breathlessly, "Is this okay? Let's do it again." Having said that, he sent the PK directly without caring whether the match agreed or not. This, Apia, are we still going to fight? Little Matchstick asked weakly. She had received more than 170,000 gifts in the past 2 games today. After deducting the proceeds from the platform, she could get half of them. This was already a considerable income for her. Beat! Lu Chen still only deducted one word to give a positive reply. It's not that he has nothing to do, nor is it that he wants to randomly brush it just because he has 1 billion sound waves. Instead, he discovered that after he made a purchase on Douyin, the system's notification sound actually informed him that he would receive a tenfold return for consuming the 1 billion sound waves. What does this mean? After 1 billion sound waves are used up, he will get 1 billion Xiagua currency. Naturally, he would not miss such a good opportunity. Brother Pia is awesome. He has demonstrated the true meaning of fighting when you are not convinced. I admire you without even leaning on the wall. Brother Piao is my idol. Another round of compliments began to surround Lu Qin. At the same time, PK is turned on again. This time, the god of war directly launched 50 rockets, but was still killed instantly. What's going on? Does this guy really not treat money as money? I still don't believe it. Come again. Being killed in seconds again, the god of war was furious and went crazy. 1, 2, 3. 12 times. It was not until the 14th time that the god of war was awakened by discovering that the balance he had charged was insufficient. Fuck, how much did this guy charge? Chapter 23 Absolute Control, Frightened. At this time, Lu Chen's Douyin account also went directly from level 17 to level 52. Ding, this time I spent a total of 24.8 million sound waves, and got a tenfold cashback. Ding, the host currently receives 10 times the cashback from the sound waves, with a cumulative amount of 24.8 million yuan. It's comfortable to make money this way, but the other side is a bit weak. Lu Qin was still thinking with great satisfaction, it felt so good to win every time. However, after half a day, the war god on the opposite side has stopped shouting, and it seems that this is all his strength. Oh my god, Brother Piao has reached level 52. Didn't they just spend over 2.4 million in one go? Oh my god, my heart. That's enough to buy an apartment. That's right, haha. Sister Chai is going to become rich overnight. I'm so envious. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very lively, and they were proud of the consecutive victories. At this time, Wei Yu on the opposite side was trembling all over, and the face with the big turtle painted on it had lost all color. 500 squats in the first round, and then 15 more rounds later, that's 7,500 squats in total. Although he made a lot of money from these 15, he was still so scared that his legs went weak and he fainted. Fuck, the lady on the other side fainted. I think he's just pretending. I'd have to pretend to do 7,500 squats if I were him. Damn it, he's usually so arrogant, but he's just getting started. Our Piao brother hasn't even started to exert his strength yet, and he's already fainted. What a scumbag. Let's see if she dares to be so arrogant again in the future. I'll beat her to death. That god of war on the other side, your old lady lost and pretended to faint. It really makes you proud. Please stop insulting him. He is a pitiful person. He beat someone for a long time, but the other person made money and pretended to be dizzy, leaving him out in the cold. He is such a sucker. Ha! Seeing Wei Yu faint, more than 30 people in the live broadcast room started to attack her with verbal attacks. Some people even started to criticize this god of war, asking why he had come to deliberately hit little match girl several times before and made her the punishment. If Lu Qin had not taken action today, little match girl would have been doomed. Humph! I've been floating for 8,000 miles. I'll remember you. After saying this, the god of war immediately left the microphone and exited the live broadcast room. Oh, you can't win, but you're still imitating others to speak harshly. How despicable! Disdain +1. Disdain plus 10,086. Ah Piao is awesome! Ah Piao is awesome! Seeing that the god of war also ran away, the people in the live broadcast room began to refresh the screen in unison, constantly shouting that Pia was awesome. Brother Apia, thank you so much. I don't know what to say, I'll dedicate a song for you. The stars in the sky are not as good as you. The excited little matchstick started to sing with tears in his eyes. At this moment, her heart was extremely excited, and an inexplicable seed sprouted in her heart. In the Zhongliang courtyard of Mohai, in a villa. Bang! A wine glass was smashed to the ground. Chow, where did this ghost come from? Mr. Hu, don't get excited. What happened? Humph, I was originally planning to go and pick a fight with that little anchor who rejected me last time, but someone suddenly showed up at her house. I didn't even win the PK, and I was pissed off. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the phone rang. I looked and it was Wei Yu. You still remember to call? You were really good just now, pretending to be unconscious and seducing me? Oh, Mr. Hu, I was really scared. How can I squat 7,500 times? Don't be angry. Didn't I come to apologize as soon as I woke up? If an apology is effective, why do we need JC? Don't be angry. Just tell me what you want me to do in exchange for your forgiveness. I'll do whatever you say. Oh? Then come to me now, and I'll think of how to punish you when we meet. Okay, I'll come over now, but Mr. Hu, you have to help me get back to Day's place. Humph, do you even need me to tell you that? When my brother comes back in the next 2 days, I will definitely get you back on track. Okay, I'll come over now, wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Hu Xiao raised his lips and said, Xiaoli, go get the medicine I brought back from Banana Country. I need to vent my anger tonight. Okay, Mr. Hu. The next day, Lu Qin got up early. He had an appointment with Zhou Zhaogang to participate in the bidding for the land in Fonyang district. Ding, today's products are on the shelves, please check whether to purchase them. Product, 20% equity of Ponzi Group, price, 1 yuan. Seeing this, Lu Qin was stunned. Is this a fight with Ponzi? He was given another 20% of the shares. Now, he owns a total of 55% of the shares of Ponzi Group. This means he is not only the first shareholder, but also has absolute control. He didn't care about it, and was about to go out when Pang Dalong called him. Mr. Lu, have you acquired another 20% of the shares of the Ponzi Group? Yes, I haven't found anything suitable to invest in yet. And I'm also optimistic about Ponzi, so I just invested a little more. Oh, I thought you were dissatisfied with our work. How could that be? I'm still very optimistic about Mr. Pang. I've heard a lot about your self-made success, so naturally I want to get closer to you and learn more from you. Hearing this, Pang Dalong shuddered. When I started from scratch, I was very ruthless and did many shady things. Lu Qin said this was a warning to himself? To tell himself not to be so cunning? This must be the case, otherwise why would Lu Qin want to acquire another 20% of the shares? Originally, people have been arranged to continuously buy back stocks from retail investors so as to regain sovereignty as soon as possible. It was not easy to get 4%, plus the 32% in his hands, which already exceeded the 35% equity in Lu Qin's hands. He was not happy for a few minutes before he received another 20% of the group's equity acquired by Lu Qin. This time, Lu Qin became the absolute controlling shareholder, and his idea of taking power was no longer viable. The more Pang Dalong thought about it, the more frightened he became. This Lu Qin was not a simple person. Although he looked like a young man according to his profile, he seemed to be ahead of him in every step. He would never have thought that this was just a casual remark by Lu Qin. No, I need to learn a lot from you, Mr. Lu. You have achieved so much at such a young age. In comparison, I am living a dog's life at my age. Mr. Pang is too modest. I still say the same thing. You can handle the group's affairs. If it does not harm my interests, I will not participate in management. I have something else to do, so I won't talk more. Okay, goodbye Mr. Lu, I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free. After hanging up the phone, Pang Dalong slumped in the chair, his back covered in sweat. Xiao Wang, send all the photos of Lu Qin to all the departments and inform them that he is the new chairman of our Ponzi group and I am the acting director now. They must be alert and must not offend this person. Boss Pang? Are we just giving up like that? What can I do if I don't give up? This person is not simple. How can an ordinary person take away 55% of our group's shares so quietly? Especially the 20% equity at the back. I asked you to run around and use so many connections, and you only received 4% these days. What about them? They get 20% in a matter of minutes, isn't that scary? But one thing that is certain now is that if we operate normally as before and protect our interests, he will not have any opinions. But once his interests are affected, we will probably be finished. Therefore, we must make sure that the people below remember Lu Chen's face and treat him with respect when they see him, and don't cause trouble for me. Yes, Mr. Pang. Lu Chen had no idea that Pang Dalong was imagining himself and thought of himself as mysterious and terrifying. At this time, He had already arrived at the door of the bidding hall, waiting for Zhou Zhaogang to come out to pick him up. Hey, isn't this Lu Qin? Chapter 24. Enemies meet on a narrow road, leading you into a trap. Looking back, the person coming was Yuan Mingliang. Mr. Lu is not at your Taifu Plaza, why is he here? What do you care about me? Seeing that it was him, Lu Qin just glanced at him and turned away. Are you Lu Qin, the owner of Taifu Plaza? At this time, Yuan Minghui came out from behind. Mr. Lu, we are all businessmen. Why do we have to be so estranged because of a woman? Noisy. You. Unexpectedly, Lu Qin did not give him any face at all, and Yuan Minghui was left feeling disappointed. Boss! At this time, Zhou Zhaogang came over. Boss? Hongfeng Real Estate is yours? Hearing Zhou Zhaogang's words, Yuan Minghui and the others were shocked, and then their faces turned cold. No wonder, I thought you were doing it for that stinky woman, but that's what's going on. Hongfeng and their Jimao have always been competitors. No wonder Lu Qin acted like this. Yuan Minghui and the others started to imagine it on their own. Humph! In that case, there is nothing more to say. We will see the truth later. Don't think you can cover the sky with one hand in Taifu Plaza, but here, you are not qualified. So, Yuan Minghui said something and took Yuan Mingliang directly inside. Are you sick? Hearing Yuan Minghui's inexplicable words, Lu Qin felt like he had met a moron. Boss, Jimao Real Estate, which has always been at odds with us, is the core enterprise of their Yuan group. They are also our biggest competitor this time. Seeing Lu Qin's confusion, Zhou Zhaogang stepped forward to explain. However, he was also very shocked at this time. He didn't expect that Lu Qin was the boss of Taifu Plaza. How big a background does he have? Oh? I see. Now Lu Qin understood why Yuan Minghui said that, but he just sneered. Boss, it's time to bid. Let's go in first. Lu Qin nodded, and walked in under the guidance of Zhou Zhaogang. Everyone, the land parcels up for auction right now are plots 1 to 5 in Fonyang District. I believe everyone has already received the relevant information, so without further ado, let's get straight to the auction. The first lot to be auctioned is Plot 5, with a reserve price of 300 million yuan. Each bid must not be less than 10 million yuan. The bidding begins. As soon as the words fell, all parties began to raise their signs. 310 million. 350 million. 370 million. The price kept rising and soon reached 400 million. 500 million! At this time, Lu Qin directly called out the price. He was not shouting out the price randomly. After many calculations by the Hongfeng team, this price was already close to the upper limit of the price for this plot of land. If it was a little more, the profit would be too thin. Who is that person? He raised the price to 500 million all of a sudden. Is he crazy? I haven't seen it before. It looks unfamiliar, but the sign he is holding is from Hongfeng Real Estate. Naturally, these people didn't know Lu Qin, so they were confused when they saw him, especially when they saw that he directly quoted a price on the critical line. They started talking about it. 530 million. Seeing that everyone else had retreated, Yuan Minghui suddenly spoke with a playful smile. Yuan Minghui directly quoted the real maximum price. If it was any higher, he would almost lose money. 600 million! That's all I'll offer. If Mr. Yuan continues to raise the price, I'll give it to you. Without even thinking, Lu Qin reported a number that no one could have imagined, and looked at Yuan Minghui provocatively. Boss Lu, you're joking? I don't have that much money to fight with you. Seeing that Lu Qin actually quoted a price of 600 million, he chose to give up directly, even though he was provoking him. They are still too naive. It was a fight of egos. They spent 600 million to buy Plot 5, but it's already a loss before it's even developed. I thought the person who could take over Taifu Plaza and control Hongfeng Real Estate would be a powerful figure, but he's just SOSO. Yuan Minghui laughed disdainfully. 600 million for the first time. 600 million for the second time, 600 million for the third time, deal. Congratulations to Hongfeng Real Estate for winning Plot 5. Now we will start the auction of Plot 4. The reserve price is also 300 million. Each bid must not be less than 10 million. The auction will begin now. 600 million! At the beginning, Lu Chen directly quoted 600 million, causing silence in the entire venue. Oh my god, is this guy crazy? Plot 5 is already losing money by offering 600 million. Plot 4 is actually a little smaller than Plot 5. Why is he still offering 600 million? No one understood Lu Chen's behavior. After buying the land, people hoped to make money. How could he lose money before developing it? Even Zhou Zhaogang frowned. Shouldn't the land parcel be the number one land parcel? Why did Lu Chen waste money on these subsidiary plots? However, every time he tried to speak, Lu Chen interrupted him, so he could only bear it. At the same time, Lu Chen looked at Yuan Minghui again and said with a smile, Mr. Yuan, do you want to fight for it? As long as it's over 600 million, I'll give it to you. Haha, Mr. Lu is generous, as long as you are happy. But in my heart I was thinking, why would I fight for your head when I know I will lose money? Idiot. But he frowned, thinking that there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. It doesn't make sense that he lost money twice to grab the land. Is it just out of spite? As expected, plot number 4 was successfully acquired by Lu Chen again. For the next plots 3 and 2, Lu Chen also directly bid 600 million and won them. It's not that others don't want to take it, but it's definitely a loss to take it at this price. What's wrong with this person? He has so much money but nowhere to spend it? He takes it even though he knows it's a loss? I just asked, and someone from the Yuan family said that this person is Lu Chen, the new chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate, and he also acquired Taifu Plaza. He must have a powerful background. Oh? They actually acquired Taifu Plaza, which has a market value of at least 30 billion. It seems they really have a lot of money. You can't spend a lot of money like this. I think he's just a second-generation rich kid and a spendthrift. At this time, Zhou Zhaogang could no longer sit still. In order to compete for the core plot number 1, he raised a total of 3 billion yuan. According to calculations, the maximum value of plot 1 is 2.8 billion, so there is hope of competing for it. But now Lu Chen has spent 2.4 billion on plots 2 to 5. Doesn't he want the last plot 1? Boss, this. Believe me. Before Zhou Zhaogang could finish speaking, Lu Chen interrupted him. Seeing this, Zhou Zhaogang gritted his teeth and sat back. Next, we have the highlight of this auction, plot number 1 in Fengyang District, which is the core of the entire plot. The total area is the sum of the areas of the other 4 plots of land. As for other values, they are all in the information page. Without further ado, the reserve price for plot 1 is 1.5 billion, and each bid must not be less than 30 million. The auction begins now. 1.5 billion. 1.7 billion. 2 billion. At this point, all the participating companies were excited and the bidding sounds continued one after another. In just a short while, the price has increased from 1.5 billion to 2 billion. At this time, Yuan Minghui stood up and said, 2.5 billion! Chapter 25, Billions in Hand, Disaster Looms. When this price was announced, many companies sat back and waited. Before bidding, Yuan Minghui had actually already found out the budget that each company participating in the auction could offer for plot number 1. So he directly quoted 2.5 billion yuan, a price that was far beyond the budget of other companies, except for his old rival Hongfeng Real Estate. However, because Lu Chen had previously acquired plots 2 to 5, which directly cost him 2.4 billion, according to the information he obtained, Hongfeng had prepared a total of 3 billion this time, and now only 600 million is left. Of course, knowing that Lu Chen has acquired Taifu Plaza does not rule out the possibility that he has other preparations. But he was not worried if Lu Chen still bought plot number 1 at a price that was obviously at a loss in the end. Although the Yuan family will suffer some losses, it will not be a big deal. But Lu Chen will definitely suffer a huge loss because of this. But he never expected that Lu Chen had a system. Ding! All bids for plots 2 to 5 in Fengyang District have been completed, and 1 yuan will be rewarded for exchange of 30 billion yuan. Hearing this prompt tone, Lu Chen smiled. The reason why he wanted to take over plots 2 to 5 even though he knew he would lose money was because the system gave him a task when he came in. As long as you bid for the 4 plots of land number 2 to 5, you can get a reward of 30 billion for 1 yuan. Only a fool would exchange 2.4 billion for 30 billion. Tenfold profit in a blink of an eye, Wouldn't it be terrifying to tell people about it? 2.7 billion! After redeeming the reward, Lu Qin directly shouted out 2.7 billion. This guy is really rich. He has already spent 2.4 billion before, and now he is offering another 2.7 billion? It seems that Hong Feng came prepared. What are we fighting for? Let's just watch the show. I don't know who will win this time. When Wan Minghui heard Lu Qin's offer, his brows furrowed. Sure enough, this guy had some extra preparations. 2.8 billion! However, he still called out the maximum price, thinking that if Lu Qin exceeded this price, he would not add any more. Anyway, the worst that can happen is that I lose a project, and I don't suffer any loss. But as for Hong Feng, it is making a loss overall. 2.8 billion for the first time, 2.8 billion for the second time, 2.8 billion for the third time, deal. Huh? No additional information? Wan Minghui looked at Lu Qin with some confusion. But he found that he was looking at him and smiling calmly, but the smile was very strange and he couldn't tell what was wrong with it. However, the 2.8 billion yuan spent on Plot 1 was within budget, and the group could still make a lot of money. It seems that Director Lu is still not well prepared. Thank you for letting me do so. Ha! Lu Qin shrugged and said nothing, but Zhou Zhaogang on the side looked dejected. Previously, they spent 2.4 billion yuan and acquired plots 2 to 5 at a loss. If they could have acquired plot 1, even at a small loss, there would still be a chance to turn losses into profits by developing the 5 plots as a whole. But now, if the core plot number 1 is not acquired, what is the point of acquiring the 4 surrounding plots? Are they just for others to use as supporting roles? Boss Lu, what on earth are you thinking? After Wan Minghui and others left, Zhou Zhaogang could no longer hold back and stepped forward to ask. You are going to change the land use now, not only plots 2 to 5, but also the outer plots of Fengyang district that we acquired before. Change of use? Well, turn all of these into cemeteries. What? A cemetery? Zhou Zhaogang was dumbfounded when he heard this. Are you kidding? All these plots of land are converted into cemeteries? Yes, real estate is being developed everywhere now, although the market seems good. However, many people do not live in the buildings they buy, causing many of them to become ghost buildings, and some cities are even called ghost markets. There are many houses, but no one lives in them. They are all empty. It can be seen that there are many places for the living to live, but there are fewer and fewer cemeteries left for the dead, and in some places it is even difficult to find a grave. Besides, come and see. As he spoke, he asked someone to take out the blueprint and started drawing on it. Looking around, it happened that the land surrounding the particularly prominent plot number 1 was all owned by them. However, Zhou Zhaogang still didn't understand what this meant. What do you think Ji Mao will do with this land? It will definitely be developed into a sea view luxury villa or a tourist destination. After all, one side of it is by the sea and there are many beautiful views. Then let me ask you, if I turn the surrounding area into a cemetery, will anyone still buy his ocean view mansion or tourist attraction? Hearing this, Zhou Zhaogang's eyes lit up, and Lu Qin continued. If I take over plot 1, Ji Mao will at most not do this project, which will have no impact on them. But after they take over, they will definitely obtain a mortgage from the bank, invest a large amount of money to start development directly, and will carry out heavy advertising to attract traffic. To go to their sales office, do we have to pass by our land? Isn't that the same as advertising for us? At this time, if we build a cemetery and sell it quickly at a low price, who doesn't have a few elderly people? Think about it, what will happen? Hiss, great! If this is the case, not only can we quickly recover our funds, but we can also build a certain reputation. There is also the free advertising provided by those idiots at Ji Mao, and once we succeed here, it will also be beneficial to our other projects. In contrast, Ji Mao invested a lot of manpower, material and financial resources and owed a large amount of money to the bank. The final result is obvious. No one will buy a house in the cemetery complex. In this case, Ji Mao will be the victim, and they will be finished, ha 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 ha. After figuring it all out, Zhou Zhaogang burst into laughter. He admired Lu Qin even more in his heart. He couldn't help but feel excited as he saw his opponent of many years was about to be defeated. Zhou Zhaogang immediately went back and called a few high-level confidants to hold a meeting to arrange the work, which was all carried out in secret. Ji Mao seemed to cooperate with Lu Chen's plan and held a press conference in the afternoon of the same day, stating that Ji Mao Real Estate would invest 20 billion yuan to build Plot 1 into the most luxurious sea view resort in Jiangdu, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. Lake Pavilion. Minghui, you did a great job this time. Not only did you win Plot 1, but you also forced Hongfeng to win Plots 2 to 5 at a loss. As one gains, the other loses. Now they're probably going to have a headache, haha. Yuan Huaying was in a very good mood at this time, laughing and praising Yuan Minghui. Grandpa, this is because Lu Chen lost his temper and got angry with us at this critical moment. He deserves it. Well, that's good. But you have to seize this opportunity and implement the project as soon as possible. It's best to start construction immediately. Only those who get ahead can get the first crack at it. I understand, Grandpa. I have already arranged it and ordered all the materials. The foundation will start tomorrow. I have also finalized the contract with the advertising company. We will continue to promote our Seaview Resort in the next month. Okay, we have to be quick anyway. We have borrowed so much from Gangsheng Bank this time. Whether we can move to the next level depends on this order. Don't worry, Grandpa. Once the property is put on sale, it will be a huge hit. By then, we will be qualified to enter areas like Magic City and Kyoto. The father and son were still fantasizing about a better future, but they didn't know that a disaster was about to happen. 6 p.m., in front of Fu Hai Restaurant. Lu Chen, where have you been? Lu Cheng, I'm at the door. Okay, I'll come down and pick you up. As soon as I hung up the phone, I saw a beautiful figure coming into view. Lu Chen, long time no see. Chapter 26. Fighting openly and secretly, knowing oneself. Li Xueding? Seeing the person coming, Lu Chen felt a little surprised. After not seeing her for a few years, this girl has become even more beautiful. Why, you don't recognize me? I recognized you at first sight. Isn't this our class leader's daughter who has changed so much that she is so beautiful that I can't recognize her? Tisk, you're the only one who can say that, you big liar. After saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled. Oh, isn't this our school beauty? At this time, Lu Cheng also arrived at the door. The three of them chatted for a while and then went into the hotel. Lu Chen looked around the Fu Hai Hotel as he walked. After all, this restaurant was now his own property. After all, it is a highly respected hotel in Jiangdu City. Needless to say, its decoration is definitely high-end and elegant. The waiters inside were all over 1.8 meters tall as males and over 1.7 meters tall as females. Each of them is a handsome man or a beautiful woman. It is no exaggeration to say that many young models and small stars are not as good-looking as them. And wherever they pass by, these waiters will all take the initiative to greet you and respond with a warm smile, giving you a friendly feeling like a spring breeze. 3rd floor, Peony Hall. Brother Feng, you are a big boss now, don't forget to help your old classmates. What big boss? I'm just lucky and got an order. Hey, Xueding, you're here. As he was speaking, Kaohsiung Feng saw Li Xueding coming in and went straight to greet her. Li Xueding smiled politely in response, but also unnoticeably avoided the pull from Kaohsiung Peak and came behind Lu Chen. Hey, isn't this Lu Chen, the top student? You're here too. Well, I've been standing here for quite some time, but you only see our squad leader. Lu Chen will not tolerate this guy. Since you are being sarcastic, I won't be polite either. Don't all stand there, take your seats, we're waiting for you. Squad leader Brother Feng has reserved a seat for you. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Li Hao just laughed and said. In response, Kaohsiung Feng gave an appreciative look, saying that this little brother was reliable. No need. It's Kaohsiung Feng's turn today. It doesn't make sense for me to sit in the upper seat. I'll just sit here. However, Li Xueding looked at that seat, shook her head, and randomly pulled Lu Chen to sit in the empty seat on the other side. This scene made Kaohsiung Feng frown and his face looked a little unhappy. However, he managed to conceal it well and took his seat directly. Seeing this, Li Hao spoke again. Brother Feng, you haven't finished talking just now. What kind of order did you take this time? Everyone is very curious. Oh, nothing much, just discussed a cooperation with the Ponzi Group and got a contract. What? Ponzi Group? My God, it would be amazing to be able to cooperate with Ponzi Group. Is it the Ponzi Group, the largest material supplier in Jiangdu? That's right. Wow, Brother Feng, you are awesome. I have to toast you. When the students heard about the Ponzi Group, they were all shocked. If you don't have some strength, the Ponzi Group will not look down on you. It's nothing, just a small project worth 30 million. Seemingly enjoying the compliments from his classmates, Kaohsiung Feng once again threw out a price that he thought was impressive. 30 million is still a small project. Brother Feng, you are being a bit too Versailles. Brother Feng, you have to drink a glass of wine. You should make several million from this project. And you still say it's too little. That's right, I may not be able to save millions even if I work for a lifetime. Okay, I was careless. I'll drink a glass as punishment. Having said that, Kaohsiung Feng drank the glass directly and then looked at Li Xueting. Li Xueting seemed to be completely unconcerned about their topic. She was whispering with Lu Qun and they were laughing from time to time. Seeing this, he frowned and suddenly felt that Lu Qun was even more annoying. Lu Qun, didn't I hear that you had a girlfriend in college? Are you getting married? Oh, we broke up. Break up? Why? They have high standards and think I don't have enough money. Hearing Kaohsiung Feng's question, Lu Qun responded casually. Is that so? It's okay, I'll introduce you to some good ones later. But having said that, these days, you still need to have some financial strength. Love without bread won't last long. Hearing this, Lu Qun just smiled. When Li Xueting heard that Lu Qun had broken up with her, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Lu Qun, where do you work now? Me? I just quit my job and stay at home. Oh? It's not easy to find a job nowadays. We are classmates. If you don't mind, my company still has a vacancy for a security guard. It comes with 5 insurances and 1 fund, and a monthly salary of 5,000. Are you interested? Wow, Brother Feng, your company's security treatment is so good? I work so hard here and only get a little over 3,000 a month. How about you consider me? Yes, Brother Feng, you can consider me for such a good thing. Before Lu Qun could reply, several other students shouted out. Look, I think Lu Wei and Zhao Liang need this opportunity more. As for me, I'm too lazy and want to just sit there and do nothing. Hearing this, a trace of contempt flashed in Kaohsiung Feng's eyes, and he pretended not to care and dropped the key in his trouser pocket on the ground. Brother Feng, your keys fell off. Wow, did you buy a Porsche 718? Seeing the key on the ground, Li Hao exclaimed. Ah? Thank you. It's not a good thing, I'll use it first. After I finish this order, I'll get a 911. Oh my God, I'm so envious. My classmates are all ordinary office workers. To them, let alone Porsche 718 and 911, the ABB series is already very good. Brother Feng, you run a company and have a luxury car. I heard that your family even bought a villa in Jiangdu City. You are the only one in our class who can be said to have reached the pinnacle of life. Yes, it's very difficult to book a seat at the Fu Hai Hotel. Last time our boss wanted to dine here, he couldn't get one. Eating here is also a symbol of status. That's right, we all rely on Brother Feng's blessing. At this time, the door of the box was opened and 2 waiters walked in. Hello, distinguished guests. This is the red wine our manager gave you for tasting. I wish you a pleasant meal. After saying that, he opened all 3 bottles of red wine, poured them into the decanter, and placed them on the dining table. Then he bowed deeply to everyone present and left with a smile. Oh my God, it's actually 85 Lafite, which costs tens of thousands per bottle, and they gave me 3 bottles at once. Brother Feng, you are so honored that even the manager of Fu Hai Restaurant personally delivered wine to you. Yes, I heard that manager Sun Hai of Fu Hai Restaurant would not necessarily meet with some group bosses even if they came. I didn't expect him to send us some wine. It's such an honor. Everyone became excited all of a sudden and started to compliment Kaohsiung Feng again. Kaohsiung Feng was confused and didn't understand what was going on. He didn't even know Sun Hai, so why did he send him wine? The reason I was able to make a reservation here this time is because I had previously dined here with a manager of the Ponzi Group, and Ponzi is a regular customer here. This time, In order to show off, he begged and pleaded with the other party for a long time before he was able to order it through him. However, although I was confused in my heart, I still accepted the compliments from my classmates for the sake of appearance. Haha, it's nothing, we just met once and we got along well. I guess they sent me some wine because they saw me working with their big client Ponzi last time, so they just wanted to show their appreciation. He didn't say that the wine was given by him, which shows that he has some self-awareness. At this moment, the door of the box opened again. Chapter 27, Continuous Bombing, Bringing Humiliation Upon Oneself. Hello, Mr. Liu. I'm Sun Hai from Fu Hai Restaurant. Why didn't you say hello to me before you came here? I'm really sorry. An imposing man entered the box, glanced around, walked straight to Lu Qin, and spoke enthusiastically. Oh, nothing, I'm just attending a class reunion. Hearing Sun Hai introduce himself, Lu Chen understood. This was also his first time here, so naturally he didn't know Sun Hai. However, after he acquired the ownership of Fu Hai Restaurant that day, this man named Sun Hai called him and chatted with him for a few words. Sun Hai was able to build Fu Hai Restaurant to its current scale, so naturally he is more meticulous in his work. As early as after Lu Chen acquired the restaurant, he immediately went through Lu Chen's information carefully and asked all employees to recognize his photo, so as to prevent any extraordinary incidents from happening when a flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. So, although Lu Chen did not notify him this time, as soon as he stepped into Fu Hai Restaurant, he was recognized by the employees here and reported to Sun Hai long ago. Just then, Sun Hai, who was still in the club with a client, immediately got up, said goodbye and rushed back, and asked his subordinates to deliver 3 bottles of Lafite in advance. Mr. Liu, do you like this wine? I was entertaining a client and didn't know you were coming. Do you want me to change to a premium box for you? No, this place is fine too. The conversation, which was carried out without paying any attention to the people around, left everyone stunned. What's going on? Is this manager Sun Hai from Fu Hai Restaurant? Isn't this wine for Brother Feng? Is it for Lu Chen? This Sun Hai is so servile to Lu Chen and even calls him Mr. Liu? What is the identity of this Lu Chen? Everyone kept guessing, and the expression on Cao Shengfeng's face at this moment was extremely interesting. On the one hand, he was still bragging about knowing Sun Hai, and also tacitly acknowledged that the wine was a gift for him. I was still hot-headed when I said this, but was slapped in the face the next second. Sun Hai has arrived and made it clear that the wine was for Lu Chen. He also asked if he wanted to change to the Supreme Box. This Supreme Box is even more difficult to get, and you won't be able to use it even if you pay a lot of money. It is a box that only people with a certain status and position can enter. Thinking of this, everyone was stunned. Even Li Xueting at the side opened her mouth slightly with a look of surprise. Just when Cao Shengfeng was feeling uncertain about what to do and felt like he was sitting on a wax candle, another group of people walked into the box. When Cao Shengfeng saw the leader, he stood up in surprise as if he had seen a life-saving straw and hurried to meet him. Manager Wang, why are you here? Welcome, welcome. We are having a class reunion here. The person behind you is... The person who came was Wang Jinghai, the purchasing manager of Ponzi Group, with whom he had discussed cooperation last time. This is Mr. Pang Long Pang, the boss of our Ponzi Group. Wang Jinghai seemed a little surprised to see Cao Shengfeng, but he still smiled, nodded and introduced him. Giant Dragon? Everyone was shocked when they heard this name. This was a big shot in Jiangdu City, the head of the Ponzi Group. Cao Shengfeng felt like he was almost fainted by happiness, as even Pang Dalong came to see him. Oh, it's Mr. Pang who has come. It's such an honor. As he said this, he excitedly went forward to hold his hand, but the next second, Pang Dalong pushed him away with one hand and walked towards Lu Chen. Boss, why don't you call Xiao Pang when you come here to eat? That's not very nice. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was confused again. Boss? Xiao Pang? What does this have to do with that? Pang Dalong is such a huge monster that with just one stomp of his foot, the entire Jiangdu City would shake 3 times. Now he actually called Lu Chen the boss? And he even called himself Xiao Pang? They all wondered if they had heard it wrong. Especially just now everyone thought they were here to see Kaohsiung Peak, but in the blink of an eye the old hen turned into a duck. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Chen differently. Boss? Mr. Pang, what are you doing? Oh, it's Manager Sunday, haha, let me introduce you. This is Lu Chun, the man I told you about last time who acquired our Ponzi group. He is also the absolute controlling shareholder of our Ponzi group. When our chairman comes to your place for dinner in the future, you have to be responsible and take good care of him. Ah? You are the one who bought Ponzi, boss? Xiao, who was used to big scenes, couldn't help but exclaimed at this moment. What do you call our chairman? Boss? Yes, Mr. Lu is also the owner of our Fuhai restaurant. This time, Pang Delong almost dropped his jaw in shock. The students on the side had already fallen silent, staring at each other with turbulent thoughts in their hearts, constantly digesting the information on the field. But when the storm comes, it often becomes even more violent. Boss, it's you. I guess that's your car downstairs. The more I look at it, the more I love it. When will you lend me your Pagani Yazzie? Ha! Old Joe, what a coincidence, are you here to eat too? Yeah, I just finished the work you assigned me. Hey, Pang Dalong? Sun Hai. You guys are all here? The person who walked in was Zhou Zhaogang, the general manager of Hong Fong Real Estate, and the atmosphere in the venue became even more weird. What did you call him? Pang Dalong and Sun Hai asked at the same time. Boss, what's wrong? Mr. Lu bought my Hong Fong Real Estate, and now I work for him. Zhou Zhaogang shrugged and said with a smile. Damn! They both said at the same time, with surprise in their eyes. Hey, boss, are you eating here too? However, another shout of boss broke everyone's weak hearts. Gao Jianli? Damn it! Pang Dalong even swore. Hey, Pang Dalong, why are you swearing? Also, why are you surrounding my boss? Gao Jianli walked in with a frown. As a fellow giant, he was not afraid of Pang Dalong, especially when he saw this posture. He even misunderstood whether Pang Dalong, who was usually domineering and unreasonable, had a grudge against his boss. What are you talking about surrounding your boss? This is my boss. Pang Dalong said speechlessly. What? Gao Jianli was stunned, and Zhou Zhaogang was also stunned. He's also my boss, Sun Hai also said with a wry smile at this time. At this moment, the four big guys looked at each other, and shock was seen in their eyes. Such a young boy is the owner of Fuhai Restaurant, Hong Fong Real Estate, Taifu Plaza and Ponzi Group. How much power does this have? As for the students at the table in the box, they were so shocked that they began to doubt their lives. Especially Cao Shengfeng, he felt so ashamed that all the high and mighty figures who were beyond his reach were just Lu Chen's subordinates. What am I then? A clown. Thinking about what I did just now, I simply brought shame upon myself. After a while of greetings, all the big guys were sent away by Lu Chen. Eat now. Why are you standing there? Don't waste the kindness of our study committee member. As he said this, he picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it on Li Xueting's plate, then started eating. Yes, eat. Lu Qing had been holding back his laughter from the moment he came in, so he was naturally enjoying the meal now. The other students also smiled awkwardly, and shamelessly began to compliment Lu Qin in various ways. In the entire private room, Cao Shengfeng was the only one who was in a dilemma. He stood there stiffly as if he was sitting on a wax candle, and could only drink and eat in silence. Ding! At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Chapter 28 Xingyao Entertainment. I'm in charge of everything. Ding! The slap in the face is successful, and you will be rewarded with a chance to buy a flash sale product for 1 yuan. Ding! The product has been put on the shelves. The host can decide whether to purchase it. Product, Xingyao Entertainment, price, 1 yuan. Are you asking me to enter the entertainment industry? Seeing the goods, Lu Chun couldn't help but sigh. Xingyao Entertainment is a large film and television entertainment company worth 5 billion in Shanghai. It has branches in various places, countless artists under its banner, and spans multiple national markets. In Jiangdu City, there is a branch of Xingyao Entertainment. The dinner ended with compliments from classmates, and Cao Shengfeng's loneliness. Lu Chen, can you give me a ride? Li Xueting took the initiative to walk over and spoke. Well, I'll leave first. I won't hinder your reminiscing. Lu Chen, call me later. Seeing this, Lu Qing blinked and left tactfully. I just drank a little and can't drive. If this is called a designated driver, my car only has 2 seats and there is no room for both. Then let's walk. We haven't seen each other for many years, so we can chat for a while. Okay. After all, Li Xueting was the school belle at that time, and the relationship between the two was pretty good at that time. However, because they were both relatively naive at that time, they did not develop into a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Now that a beautiful woman has invited me, I have nothing to do, so I will naturally be happy to accept. By the way, Miss Li, didn't I hear that you went abroad for further studies? It seems like the time hasn't come yet, so why did you return home early? Do you remember I said before that I have a dream of becoming a star? Hearing this, Lu Chen recalled that it seemed to be the case, so he nodded. Since childhood, Li Xueting is not only beautiful, but also good at singing and dancing. Her singing talent is especially outstanding, and she is also more interested in performing arts. So, she has always wanted to work in the entertainment industry. But my parents are very traditional and think that being a star is not the right way to go, as it means being in the spotlight all day long, so they strongly opposed it. Later, in order to end her dream of becoming a star, she was sent abroad to study. I stayed abroad for a year, but I finally made up my mind to pursue my dream. So I came back and joined Xingyao Entertainment based on my talent. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. Xingyao Entertainment? What a coincidence. Isn't this the company he just won in a flash sale? But maybe my parents are right. The entertainment industry is too complicated. Having said this, her eyes dimmed a little, and even tears welled up in her eyes. Li Xueting raised her head and took a deep breath, then suddenly looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, can you help me? As she spoke, she could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes and burst into tears, leaving Lu Chen at a loss. Then, Li Xueting told an experience that made Lu Chen feel heartbroken. It turned out that Li Xueting returned to Shanghai with her dream and successfully entered Xingyao Entertainment with her talent. But the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry also fell upon her, and Li Hengli, the operations director of Xingyao Entertainment headquarters, took a fancy to her. She was harassed every day and constantly threatened and lured, which made Li Xueting physically and mentally exhausted every time. If it weren't for the help of her agent, Sister Li, she would have been almost cheated several times. Because of this, Sister Li offended Li Hengli and was fired. She once reported the case to a higher level, but the result was that she was hidden away. Because Li Hengli is the brother-in-law of Wang Shoufa, the vice president of Xingyao Entertainment, the report was directly blocked. She was also sent directly to Jiangdu City to work as an office clerk. She also thought about leaving, but the 3-year contract had not yet expired and the terms in it tied her down tightly. If she resigned, she would have to pay a considerable amount of liquidated damages. For her, there was nothing she could do about this number. She originally thought that the matter would be over if she just endured it, but she received news yesterday that Li Hengli would be temporarily assigned to Jiangdu City and would arrive tomorrow. Originally, I attended the class reunion to change my mood. She had no intention of telling Lu Chen or anyone else about these things, because she felt that her classmates did not have the energy to help her. But at the dinner just now, when she saw the big guys around Lu Chen, she felt that she still had a glimmer of hope. Okay, I'll help you. After listening to Li Xueting's narration, Lu Chen was also filled with anger. Naturally, the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry have not been forgotten in the gossips outside. But as an outsider, it's just what I heard. Maybe you will feel pity for the poor people involved in the incident, but most people will just treat it as a joke, and some may even say that those little stars have fallen into depravity in order to get to the top. However, today, such a thing happened to him, especially in his own company, so he naturally could not ignore it. Real? At this moment, Li Xueting's eyes burst into bright light, as if she had found a ray of light in the darkness. Seeing Lu Chen's affirmative reply, Li Xueting couldn't help it anymore and threw herself into Lu Chen's arms. The helplessness that had been suppressed for a long time burst out at this moment, and Li Xueting burst into tears. Lu Chen let her vent as much as she wanted and gently stroked her hair. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. When Lu Chen returned home, it was almost 12 o'clock. After finally calming down Li Xueting, he sent her back home and took a taxi back to the community. As for his car, he notified Wang Qiming and asked him to arrange for someone to get the keys and drive it back for him. Unexpectedly, when I called, it was Wang Qiming himself who came and enthusiastically drove the car back to me. He handed me a bunch of information, all of which were candidates who had recently applied for the position of butler, and the best ones had already been screened out. However, when Lu Qin saw that there were still nearly 200 pieces of information after screening, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The price is too high, and there are a lot of competitors. Ding, the mall products have been updated, please check in time. Product, Weilong Security Company, price, 1 yuan. Oh my god, this is fine! The Weilong Security Company mainly provides personal bodyguards for wealthy people and politicians, as well as on-site security for some large-scale events. Weilong Security Company is currently the most famous security company in Jiangdu City, and it also charges the highest service fees. Because all the employees here are retired special forces, each of them can fight 10 people at the same time, and each of them has his own personal talents. Lu Qin made a direct phone call and asked Weilong's general manager Hong Tianlong to arrange 2 bodyguards to protect Li Xueting. According to her, this man was omnipresent, and his methods were extremely sinister and shameless. Who knows if this guy will come early and find Li Xueting's house to harass her. In addition, he also asked Hong Tianlong to arrange 4 bodyguards to report to him tomorrow. After making the arrangements and informing Li Xueting, he turned on Douyin. As soon as I opened it, I saw that the private chat messages had been flooded. Most of them were those anchors who came to tease Huaziyu last time. Lu Qin ignored all this kind of news, thinking that they were all from green tea lovers who were only interested in money. After cleaning up, he clicked into Xiao Huichai's live broadcast room again. But at this moment, there seemed to be a strong smell of gunpowder inside. When I looked up, it was drizzling again. ##. Chapter 29. Fighting with the heroes, unable to withstand a single blow. What? You don't dare to fight today because your elder brother is not here? Wei Yu challenged with a sarcastic look on her face. She doesn't learn her lesson? Didn't she squat long enough last time? That's right, give her some face, Sister Chai, hang her up. You only come here to make noise when Brother Piao is not around. How shameless. The players in the live broadcast room started cursing. What? You don't dare to fight him when he's not here? Besides, who does he think he is? My brothers have to wait for him to come before we can fight him. I'm going to fight you today, do you dare to accept it? Seeing what the players at Little Match Girl's house said, Wei Yu curled her lips in disdain and said arrogantly, Brother Piao is here! Suddenly, a sharp-eyed player saw Lu Qin entering the live broadcast. Welcome, Pia! Little Match Girl was also very excited when she saw Lu Qin coming in. Just now when she was randomly matched, she connected with Wei Yu, who had been waiting for her to PK with her, and had been holding her over the fire. As a host, you cannot just hang up during a PK session, as this will reduce your weight on the platform. But if he doesn't hang up, it's obvious that his family's conditions are not good enough, and he will definitely be punished. If it was a punishment from other anchors, she wouldn't mind it. If she lost, she lost. It was just a punishment. But every punishment Wei Yu gave was very insulting. Hearing that the ghost was coming, the god of war on the opposite side went straight to the microphone. A ghost, right? I'd been waiting for you for a long time. Want to play a few games? The god of war suffered a loss last time and was very upset. Today, he called up a few brothers and prepared to get back at them. How do you want to fight? Lu Qin also went straight to the microphone. Win or lose in one go, there's no upper limit. If you lose, let Little Matchstick come and stay with me for 3 days. The god of war spoke directly. What? How could this bastard say that? How shameless. This LSP has been lusting after Sister Chai's body for a long time. Shameless. He dares to blaspheme our goddess. Kill him. Sister Chai, don't bother with this kind of PK. They are well prepared. I saw several characters above level 50, and 2 above level 60. What? There are 2 more level 60 ones? In Douyin, level 60 means that the consumption has reached 20 million, which is a symbol of strength. If we come prepared, this battle will definitely be difficult. Especially since people have already said that there is no upper limit, there is no second bar, and surpassing the opponent by 150,000 is not the end. Seeing so many big players on the opposite side, even though they had witnessed Lu Chen's generosity last time, they still felt a little unsure. For a level 60 player, it is not difficult to win millions in one go. What if you lose? Just when little match girl was about to refuse, Lu Chen spoke. Lose? How could we lose? The god of war said arrogantly that he came well prepared this time, and among these friends there were several who were worth hundreds of millions. Although this ghost looked quite powerful last time, he only bet over 2 million, and that was also because I was not prepared. Today, he can earn 2 or 3 million by himself, not to mention these good brothers. If I win 10 million in this round, that's no problem. In Douyin, there are many players with a net worth of over 100 million, but there are almost no ones who can make tens of millions in one go. After all, being worth over 100 million does not mean that one has over 100 million in liquid funds. If you lose, not only will everyone on the other side have to do 1,000 squats, but all the profits from this round must be transferred to Little Matchstick, including the last one. And all of you need to apologize and say, Little Matchstick Grandma, we won't dare to do it again next time. Say it 10 times. Lu Chen spoke directly. He didn't want to fight for a long time and end up letting the green tea bitch on the other side take advantage. Hearing this, Wei Yu shouted. How can that be possible? How can we hand over the profits? Isn't the purpose of organizing a game to make money? Although I lost last time and did a lot of squats, I was exhausted, but at least I gained a lot. How is it possible to ask her to spit it out now? Shut up! The god of war scolded directly, very dissatisfied with Wei Yu's words. If we lose with this lineup today, I can even eat shit on live broadcast. It's not impossible. Since you want to play, I have to change the requirements. If you lose, you have to stay with me for a week and obey my orders without any resistance. Then, the god of war stated his request. Can you ensure that Wei Yu will spit out the money if you lose? Lu Chen said slowly. Of course, but can you be the master of Little Matchstick? At this moment, Lu Chen saw Little Match's hesitation and typed a sentence directly on the public screen. Do you believe me? Originally, Little Match Girl would never agree to such a bet even if he died. The look he gave the Little Match Girl became even more ardent, as if she was already in his pocket. I was already thinking about how I would enjoy this beauty for a week after I won. The PK started, and this time it was set to 10 minutes, so there was enough time for them to vote. At the beginning, the opponent obviously wanted to show off his muscles, and directly used 100 huazi, and the score reached 3 million points in one go. Lu Chen smiled, and 200 huazi followed, directly surpassing him in score. Brother Pia is awesome! He is a ghost after all. He orders 200 huazi like he orders 200 little hearts. He doesn't even blink an eye. All the players were very excited and started to dial 666. When Wei Yu saw the score suddenly increased, her heart was in her throat. Can't lose, can't lose. She was praying in her heart that if she lost, not only would her work be in vain, but she would also have to do 1,000 squats, which would be so exhausting. The god of war sneered and said, Brothers, the crush begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Huaziyu from Wei Yu's live broadcast room was seen falling. 100, 200, 300. 1,500! The score reached 48 million at this moment, and Wei Yu jumped up excitedly. Thank you, my brother the god of war, thank you, brother de Taiyan Weilong, thank you, brother Jiandan, thank you, brother de Yuan. Whenever Huazi came, Wei Yu would thank him in a trembling voice. This time, 4.8 million in cash flow came out directly, and he made a profit of 2.4 million all at once. What's wrong? Are you scared, you ghost? With your strength, you dare to arm wrestle with my brother the god of war? You really have no idea what you are doing. Seeing that the opponent's score did not change, Wei Yu became even more arrogant and started to confront him directly. When Xiao Hochai saw that the other side had scored 4.8 million in one go, the live broadcast room fell silent. After all, he is a level 60 big brother, this is too powerful. What should I do? Is there still hope? Although they all thought that Lu Chen was very capable, they still felt insecure when they saw so many points. Although Lu Chen won last time, he only won about 2.4 million in total. But now, It has directly reached 4.8 million, doubling. In particular, after seeing the opponent's score, Lu Chun remained silent. When little match girl saw that Lu Chun didn't move for a long time, she started biting her lips nervously. Brother Apia, the opponent is too strong. You don't have to be embarrassed. If you can't do it, just admit defeat. You still have to spend rationally. Although she was extremely unwilling in her heart, she didn't want to make things difficult for Lu Chun. This is my own choice. I can't blame anyone else. Haha? That's all? I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you're just a piece of cake. Seeing that the opponent had not gained any points and there was only 1 minute left, the god of war laughed wantonly, and his eyes looked at the little matchstick with even more passion. This beauty was about to be his. Wei Yu was even more delighted with the smile on her face. She had made a fortune this time. But at this moment, Lu Chun moved. Sorry, I just got a call. After saying that, just click on the gift column. Boom. The next second, all the players in the live broadcast room were bursting with excitement. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 30, Evil will be punished, mysterious reward. I saw that the health bar on Little Match Girl's side was crushed in an instant, and the 48 million points on the opposite side were like a small boat in the raging waves, and were directly turned into black dots. Oh my god, am I dreaming? How much is this? 9,999 Huazi? Oh my god, this is not going to allow people to survive. All the players in the live broadcast room went crazy. They had never seen such a magical scene. Little Match Girl was shaking all over and couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. Compared to the madness here, everyone on the God of War's side was stunned. 9,999 Huazi? Nearly 30 million. Even if they came prepared this time, they only prepared more than 10 million in total. To them, they felt that they had overestimated Lu Chun. But now, they found out that they were wrong. This person didn't seem to treat money as money at all. 30 million for one bet. Even someone worth over 10 billion wouldn't dare to play like this. It's not that they can't afford it. Most people with this wealth are very rational. What can't they do with 30 million? Give gifts to female anchors? How many young models and celebrities can you play with for this price? Besides, how many of those so-called big brothers who keep mentioning Huaziyu in the live broadcast rooms of big anchors are real? Most of the tickets are return tickets, actor lists, and e-commerce tickets. The first two are intended to encourage retail investors in the live broadcast room to give gifts, while the latter e-commerce tickets are given to these popular anchors in order for the latter anchors to bring profits to their own products. Otherwise, how could we invest so much in them? But now, someone can make more than 30 million from this small anchor, which can only mean one thing. If this person is not mentally ill, then he must be either very rich or extremely rich. Obviously, this person is the latter. Mr. Hu, this can't help you. Sorry, the opponent is too strong. The brothers who were called by the God of War smiled bitterly, said hello, and left the live broadcast room. A group of people came to provoke with great momentum, but were crushed by one person. They were too embarrassed to stay. And because of this 99.99 Huazi reign, the popularity of Xiao Huichai's live broadcast room instantly reached the top of the entire platform. In an instant, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased from more than 30 at the beginning to more than 50,000, and more people were coming in. Every player who came in was shocked by the score in front of them. Fuck, is this data fake? More than 300 million points? Where did this talent come from? I've learned a lot. Where is the rich man? Hug me, I can sing, dance, and keep you warm. Don't miss me if you pass by me. After asking each other, they roughly understood the whole story and everyone was very excited. Now they would have to watch the other side apologize, squat, and call grandma. Wei Yu was slumped in the chair at this time, her face pale and her mind blank. It's over! When the last second countdown of the PK ended, the word victory floated up. The entire live broadcast room of Little Match Girl was once again greeted with cheers. Come on, please start your performance. Sister Chai, please send your account number to the other anchor first, and transfer the money in real time. Lu Chun spoke calmly, but to Wei Yu, this voice sounded like a death warrant. Brother Aries, do you really want to give it to me? Give! How dare you cheat with so many people watching? Do you still want to survive? Wei Yu had a sad face and had to transfer the money. She was trembling all over and her heart was bleeding. It's your turn! After asking Little Match Girl and confirming that the money had arrived, Lu Chen spoke again and looked at the god of war. Apia, we lost this time. I admit defeat. I can apologize. As for calling her grandma, forget it. I'll give Little Match a compensation of 1 million. What do you think? It doesn't matter. I'm a man and I have to do what I say. Lu Chen refused directly. Do you have to be so aggressive? When you were being aggressive, did you ever think about Little Match's feelings? Seeing Lu Chen say this, the players in the live broadcast room also echoed him. That's right. You're usually so arrogant, forcing Sister Chai to punish you this and that, but now it's your turn, you're cheating? That's right, don't roll the knife, spit and dice, don't let us look down on you. Hurry up and apologize and call Grandma, I'm using data to surf the internet, and data is expensive. These players are even more excited to have the opportunity to see those who are usually high and mighty being humiliated. Some players who hate the rich even started recording the screen, preparing to post a video later to criticize them in depth. Mrs. Matchstick, I'm sorry. We won't do it again next time. Is that okay? The god of war gritted his teeth and spoke quickly. 10 times, 9 more to go. Lu Chen refused to give in. This kind of person should be punished. After shouting it 10 times in front of so many people, I didn't have the face to think about Little Match Girl anymore. Little Matchstick Grandma. At this moment, his fists were clenched so tightly that his nails were digging into the flesh. If eyes could kill, Lu Chen would probably be riddled with holes by now. Restraining his anger and frustration, the god of war shouted 10 times and then logged off directly. He was too embarrassed to stay any longer. Now you! At this time Lu Chen looked at Wei Yu. Ah? Brother Piao, it's my fault. You see, I gave all the profits to Little Matchstick. Can you forgive me? It's not easy for me. Look, how about we change the punishment, or I can do it to you in private. Wei Yu started to act like a spoiled child and kept winking at Lu Chen. Damn, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. I've never seen anything like this before. There are monsters everywhere. I don't know how the elder brother could bear to eat such a funny guy. My eldest brother has good teeth, so don't be envious. To be honest, her figure is still okay when the lights are turned off. At this moment, all the players in the live broadcast room started to complain. I usually dislike Wei Yu's face, but she comes from a well-off family, so I can't beat her. Now that the wall has fallen, everyone is pushing it down. Why don't you step on it a few more times? Stop talking nonsense and do it! Lu Chen had no good feelings towards such a woman and could not feel any sympathy for her. Under the pressure of the crowd, Wei Yu had to start a long journey of squatting. Just watch her finish. I have something to do and I'll leave first. Lu Chen didn't have time to keep watching the punishment. He didn't know how long these 1,000 people would have to stay there. He just said goodbye and left. Thank you, Brother Piao. Can we add AV? Oh, okay. Hearing Little Match Girl say this, Lu Chen was stunned at first, but he didn't refuse. Oh, Sister Chai, you who never add V, broke your rules for Brother Piao. Damn money, I'm so envious. Brother Piao is really awesome. He made Sister Chai wise up. These players just think that the big deal is not a big deal. When they see 2 people wanting to add V, they are jealous and start a commotion. Lu Chen ignored him and V went offline immediately. However, the little matchstick's head on the V started flashing. Brother Apia, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. You should not be short of money. Give me your address and I will send you some local specialties later. I hope you don't mind. Oh, okay. Lu Chen did not hesitate and simply accepted Little Match Girl's kindness. Having watched her for more than a year, although he gave her gifts for the purpose of cashback rewards, he also knew that this girl was a contented and grateful person, and her family conditions didn't seem to be that good, so he helped her play these games. Not only can you help out, but you can also get a generous cashback reward. Why not do it? Look, tonight I got myself more than 300 million in cash back, I feel so good. After sending the address to Xiao Huachai, the two chatted for a few more words and then Lu Chen went to wash up. He planned to go to bed after receiving the system reward at 12 o'clock, because he had to help his old squad leader solve a problem tomorrow. Just after 12 o'clock, the system prompt sound came as expected. Byte. Chapter 31, Xianlong Needle Technique, Inexplicable Horror. Ding, the product has been updated, please check whether to purchase it. Product, Xianlong Acupuncture, price, 1 yuan. What is this? When Lu Qin saw the products this time, he was a little overwhelmed. Xianlong Acupuncture, a magical acupuncture method that encompasses all kinds of acupuncture methods from heaven to earth, from ancient times to the present, which can bring the dead back to life and cure all diseases. Oh my God, this is going against the will of heaven. After seeing this introduction, Lu Qin decided to buy it. The product has been purchased successfully. Do you want to learn now? Study! Shua. A faint golden light radiated from Lu Chen's entire body, and a warm current radiated to his limbs and bones, finally converging in his brain. Boo! Instantly, it felt like a bubble in my brain was punctured, making a slight sound. At the same time, Lu Qin felt that his senses were suddenly several times sharper than before, and there was a lot of inexplicable information in his mind. After a long time, after digesting the information in his mind, Lu Qin opened his eyes, and excitement could be seen in his eyes. This is incredible. This set of acupuncture techniques is incredible. It can be said that with this set of acupuncture techniques, some diseases that cannot be cured by current medicine can be easily solved. It seems that I have to go back after I finish the work at hand. Dad's old cold legs and Mom's rheumatoid arthritis can be treated. Thinking about how his parents worked hard in the fields and did part-time work on construction sites to support his college education, he developed some lesions that can now be cured. The next day, when Lu Qin woke up, he received a morning greeting from Little Match Girl. After chatting for a while, they found out that Little Match Girl's name was Wu Ying, and she was from Shanghai. They also agreed that if she went to the Magic City in the future, she would treat him to a meal, and Lu Qin agreed with a smile. Soon after, the bodyguards sent by the Weilong Security Company also arrived, a total of 4 people. Upon inquiry, it was found that the employees of this security company had signed contracts similar to those of mercenaries and their personal information was kept confidential. So the names are all numerical codes. The 4 people who came this time are also the 4 ace men of the security company, namely number 1 to number 4. Lu Qin didn't say much, so it would be easier for him to remember. These 4 men were not the tall and mighty type as imagined. Instead, they looked leaner and even ordinary. However, after taking the powerful muscle-enhancing pills, Lu Chen's senses are 10 times stronger than those of ordinary people. With the help of Xianlong acupuncture, one can get more feedback on the human body's bones, meridians, flesh, and even the energy contained in the body. Therefore, with just one glance, one can see that these 4 seemingly ordinary people all possess explosive power far beyond that of ordinary people. He was also very satisfied with this. At 10 o'clock, after arranging the work for the 4 people, he took them to the Jiangdu branch of Xingyao Entertainment. Before I even entered the door, I saw a woman about 30 years old being pushed out by 7 or 8 people. Later, Li Xueting also chased out and instantly protected the woman. Li Hengli, what are you doing? What am I doing? Li Xiumei has already been fired from the company. Who allowed her to be here? The man in the lead spoke, and one could tell at a glance that he was extremely dissolute and frivolous. She came to see me, why are you chasing her away? Although Sister Li was fired, Li Xueting kept in touch with her. Afterwards, Li Xueting was exiled to the Jiangdu branch. Coincidentally, Sister Li was from Jiangdu, so they met often. And today, Sister Li was called by Li Xueting to give her courage. She had an inexplicable fear of Li Hengli. Unexpectedly, Li Hengli became furious when he saw Sister Li and had someone kick her out. It's nothing, it was all because of Sister Li who ruined his good fortune. Otherwise, Li Xueting would have been taken by her long ago. Unexpectedly, when he came this time, he saw Sister Li again and directly called the security guard to take action against her, which led to the current scene. Just because I'm the operations director here, does the company let anyone in casually? Li Xueting, you've been exiled here, but you still don't want to make progress. You always hang out with such idiot friends. When will you wake up? Is the company owned by your family? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Lu Chen! The moment she saw Lu Chen, Li Xueting seemed to have found her backbone. Her voice was filled with excitement, and she pulled sisterly directly to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen smiled at her and reached out to touch her head lovingly. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Li Xueting's cheeks flushed when she was touched, and she nodded obediently. Seeing this scene, Li Hengli narrowed his eyes. Excuse me, who are you, Excellency? Seeing that Lu Chen was wearing Armani and was followed by 4 people, Li Hengli did not get angry on the spot. Li Xueting is my classmate. Hearing this, Li Xueting felt a little disappointed for some reason. Are they just classmates? Classmate? Then I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This is our company's internal affairs. When Li Hengli heard that this person was just Li Xueting's classmate, his face turned cold. Especially when I saw how close the two of them were just now, I felt even worse. In his heart, Li Xueting could not escape from his grasp. He had long regarded her as his forbidden fruit, and would not allow other men to touch her. Her business is my business, and I'm still going to take care of it. What do you think? Oh, how can a dog catching a mouse be nosy? Security guard, chase them away from me. Seeing that Lu Chen was ungrateful, Li Hengli didn't bother to say anything more and directly asked the security guard to take action. Just as the 8 security guards rushed over, a figure flashed out from behind Lu Chen. Then, a few muffled bang, bang, bang sounds were heard, accompanied by the screams of the security guards, and all 8 people were kicked out. Looking at the sudden scene in front of him, Li Hengli was stunned. Each of their security guards is very strong and has extraordinary fighting power. After all, emergencies often occur in amusement parks, so the security guards hired must be extremely skilled. But now, someone just came out and took care of these security guards in an instant. Looking at the security guards lying on the ground unconscious, Li Hengli shuddered all over. You guys, what are you going to do? This is a society ruled by law. Seeing Lu Chen walking towards him, Li Hengli felt inexplicably frightened, his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Li Xueting, do you still want to do this? Tell your classmates to stop immediately, or you will suffer the consequences in the future. Helpless, he actually threatened Li Xueting. After all, in his impression, Li Xueting has always been a cowardly person who only knows how to dodge under his tyranny. Lu Chen came in front of him and raised his right hand. No! This is a society ruled by law! Li Hengli shouted in horror. When his right hand fell, Li Hengli screamed in surprise, but unexpectedly, Lu Chen just slapped him a few times and retracted his right hand without hitting him. That's right, this is a society ruled by law, I won't do anything to you. Humph, you are quite reasonable. I will not pursue what happened today. Get out of here right now. Li Xueting, get back to work. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Li Hengli jumped up from the ground, shouted at Li Xueting, and wanted to leave here first. These people are terrifying to look at. Just look, 8 security guards died after just one encounter. It's you who should go, Li Hengli, you are fired! Chapter 32, Suffering the Consequences of One's Own Actions, Life Becomes Meaningless. At this time, a middle-aged man walked out of the company. He was Yuan, the general manager of the Xingyao entertainment branch. Long before Lu Chen arrived, he had called the headquarters and Yuan. Just you? What right do you have to fire me? Seeing the person coming, Li Hengli shouted disdainfully. I'm here from the head office to do business, and it's not Zhao En's turn to take care of it. In terms of level, as an operations director of a headquarters, his authority is greater than that of the general manager of this branch. I don't have the power, but the chairman does. Chairman? When Li Hengli was confused, he saw Zhao En walking in front of Lu Chen. This is Lu Chen, the chairman of Xingyao Entertainment, who just acquired it. What? 2 exclamations rang out at the same time, from Li Hengli and Li Xueting. Li Xueting thought that Lu Chen might be able to help her through the difficulties through the social influence of Pang Dalong, Gao Jianli and others, but she never expected that Lu Chen was actually the chairman of Xingyao Entertainment. Li Hengli felt that a disaster was imminent. Even though he was the brother-in-law of Wang Shoufa, the vice president of the head office, he was nothing in front of the chairman. Bang! Thinking of this, Li Hengli knelt down directly. Chairman, I was blind and I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated Li Xueting like this. I will never do that again. Please forgive me for the sake of my brother-in-law Wang Shoufa. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that your brother-in-law must have helped you a lot to be so bold. Zhaoan, notify the headquarters directly and fire Wang Shoufa as well. In addition. Having said that, he glanced at Sister Li, who was still in shock, and spoke again. Let Sister Li take on the position of operations director. The last time Li Xueting recounted how Sister Li helped her, he also got to know this person from the side. Sister Li is a kind person, has rich experience in coaching artists, and has strong operational capabilities. It's just that he has a straightforward personality and a strong sense of justice. For the sake of the innocence and welfare of his artists, he has offended his superiors many times, which is why he has never been able to get promoted. Therefore, Lu Chen decided to let her be the operations director. In the entertainment industry where unspoken rules are everywhere, only such a clear stream can allow employees to work with greater peace of mind. Okay, Chairman! Mr. Lu Ai. At this time, Sister Li came to Lu Chen excitedly and was about to say something. You don't have to say anything. I have high hopes for you and hope you can stick to your usual style and keep a close eye on things for me. Besides, Shui Ting is in your hands. Lu Chen didn't let her continue and made the final decision. Chairman, please forgive me. I really won't do it again. You can go now, throw it out. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, number one behind him stepped forward, picked up Li Hengli and threw him out. Ouch! Li Hengli fell flat on his face and screamed in pain. Lu Chen didn't even look at them, and walked into the company surrounded by the crowd. Director Lu, Li Hengli has poisoned many artists during his tenure. Isn't this too easy for him? Should the entire industry be informed of his evil deeds? He and his brother-in-law have built their own circle in the entertainment industry for so many years. After being fired, it is not difficult for them to find a new employer. With his character, if he goes to another entertainment company, I am afraid that many artists will suffer. At this time, Sister Li said worriedly, because she had fought with Li Hengli and others many times and was too familiar with them. Don't worry, he will never do evil again. Outside the door, Li Hengli stood up cursing. Damn it, let's wait and see. Do you think I can't survive if I leave Xingyao Entertainment? Being in a bad mood, he naturally looked for a place to vent, so he contacted a lover directly and booked a room in a hotel. Honey, why did you get off work so early today? Don't say so much. I'm very angry today. Please calm down for me. Oh, you're so impatient. Slow down. Seeing his lover coming, Li Hengli quickly took off his armor and picked up his sword to go into battle. But half a day later. What's wrong with you? You haven't responded for a long time. Hey, I don't know what the hell, I was totally unconscious. At this moment, Li Hengli became anxious and had no intention to continue. He just put on his clothes and rushed to the hospital. After a series of examinations, the doctor gave him a desperate answer. The corpus cavernosum is comminuted and ruptured, and it cannot be treated. This news was like a bolt from the blue, which devastated Li Hengli and made him lose the will to live. Now he has become the last eunuch of Xia Kingdom. No! The miserable roar echoed in the hospital corridor, attracting countless people's attention. Xingyao Entertainment Branch, General Manager's Office. At this time, Zhaoan and others left, making room for Lu Chen and Li Xueting. I didn't realize it, you are so bad! After listening to Lu Chen's explanation, Li Xueting's face turned red. It turned out that Lu Chen's slapping of Li Hengli before was not aimless, but he used the techniques of Qianlong acupuncture to directly destroy Li Hengli's corpus cavernosum, making him impotent for life. Just because it is called the Qianlong acupuncture method, it does not mean that everything requires the use of silver needles. With little tricks like this, you can achieve the desired effect by tapping some meridians and acupoints of the human body with special techniques. Moreover, this method will not reveal any clues at all. The most important thing is that no one will believe you if you tell them about this magical technique. From this we can see how mysterious the Qianlong acupuncture method is. Lu Chan, why didn't you tell me that you were the chairman of Xingyao Entertainment? Well, I've also been following the entertainment industry, and I feel like this industry is quite profitable. It just so happens that I have the opportunity to acquire Xingyao Entertainment. What a coincidence! Lu Chen laughed. He couldn't say that the system just happened to give it to him, right? But when Li Xiuting heard this, she wondered if Lu Chen acquired Xingyao Entertainment because he listened to her complaints. Otherwise, why didn't he acquire Xingyao Entertainment when there were so many entertainment companies out there? Or was it after she asked Lu Chen for help? Lu Chen, thank you, Li Xiuting said seriously, then moved closer and kissed Lu Chen on the lips, then ran out quickly with a red face. This girl. Feeling the remaining warmth between his lips, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Ziwei Mansion, Villa Number 3. At this time, the room was crowded with people. A group of people in white coats were coming in and out, their foreheads were covered with sweat, and it was obvious that they were very anxious. Su Fuling rubbed her hands and paced back and forth anxiously outside Mr. Qin's bedroom door. The bedroom door opened, and I could vaguely see that the room was filled with various medical equipment. A middle-aged man in a white coat walked out. If you look closely, you can see that there is actually a military uniform under the white coat. Dr. Lin, how is Mr. Qin? It's stable for now, but it depends on tonight. Alas, I can only blame my poor medical skills. Lin Tianxing, Lieutenant General of the Tianan Army of the Xia Kingdom, is also a great master of the Xia Kingdom with superb medical skills. But he actually said that his medical skills were not very good, which shows how bad Mr. Qin's condition was. And a Lieutenant General, who is also a great master, could actually come in person to treat old Qin. This shows how terrifying old Qin's identity is. Old Qin, I came to have a drink with you today. At this time, Lu Chen's voice sounded outside the door. Chapter 33, Shocking Move, No Way to Save the Situation? Su Fuling opened the door, and the fatigue and sorrow on her pretty face were clearly visible. Mr. Qin is ill. Please come back another day. Is it sick? Lu Chen frowned as he caught a glimpse of people in white coats, busying around inside through the crack in the door. With his keen senses, he naturally saw the military uniforms under those white coats. It seems that this old man Qin is not an ordinary person. Do you want me to help you? So Lu Chen asked. It's not that he likes to meddle in other people's business. It's just that the last time he drank with old man Qin, they developed a deep affection for each other. Moreover, this old man Qin's unrestrained and uninhibited style always gives him a feeling of a hermit in a novel. You! How can you help? Don't make things worse. At this time, Su Fuling was obviously a little annoyed, and waved her hand impatiently to send him away. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen pushed her aside and walked in. Hey, what are you doing? Unprepared for a moment, Lu Chen slipped in. Su Fuling was a little angry and shouted at him. Young man, Mr. Qin is not in good health. It is not appropriate to disturb him at this time. At this time, Lin Tianxing, who heard the voice, turned around and looked at Lu Chen. But Lu Chen ignored it and walked straight towards the room. As soon as he came in, he felt the oppression in the room and the anxiety of everyone. It was obvious that Mr. Qin was seriously ill. Moreover, after inheriting the Xianlong acupuncture technique, Lu Chen sometimes saw different things. Just now, he actually felt a sense of death in the bedroom. Seeing Lu Chen like this, everyone frowned, wondering how could this guy be so rude. Lu Chen, you're going too far. Seeing Lu Chen breaking through everyone's obstruction and walking into the bedroom, Su Fuling changed her outward dignity and yelled directly. He even chased after him and tried to drag him out. Stop it! Lu Chen pointed casually, and the next second, everyone was dumbfounded. Because Su Fuling seemed to be frozen in time, maintaining the posture of moving forward to drag, with her mouth slightly open, stiff in place. What's going on? Everyone was stunned and ran to check out what was happening. This scene was too weird. But no matter how you look at it, Su Fuling is now completely still except for her eyeballs, which can move slightly. She can't even make a sound. Hiss. At this moment, Lin Tianxing and others who were about to step forward to stop him all stopped, gasped, and looked at Lu Chen in shock. So weird. Su Fuling was even more shocked. What happened to her? After being touched by Lu Chen, he couldn't move anymore? What on earth did this bastard do to him? Lu Chen had already arrived at the head of Mr. Qin's bed. He opened his eyelids, carefully observed his eyeballs, then pinched his right pulse and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Tianxing. Old man Qin's lungs were severely injured, and the meridians on his left side have been blocked for more than 20 years, right? They are almost necrotic. Due to the long-term failure to dredge the heart meridians, they have become blocked and almost necrotic. Hello, there is a faint aura in his body that seems to be warming his meridians. Interesting. But this aura is too weak, and the speed of warming it up cannot keep up with the speed of the meridians drying up. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Tianxing's eyes widened in shock. If I didn't have sufficient skills, I would never be able to point out Mr. Qin's problem in such a short time. Moreover, he could even feel the aura that nourished Qin's meridians. This was a bit terrifying. My name is Lin Tianxing. What is your name? Lu Chen. Mr. Lu Chen, you are absolutely right. This is a disease that old Qin has inherited from the past. We cannot revive the dead meridians, but can only slow down the necrosis. But as you can see, it has been delayed for more than 20 years, and it seems to have come to an end. Having said this, Lin Tianxing's eyes dimmed a little. Although Lin Tianxing was very shocked after seeing Lu Chen's previous methods, he thought that although he could see the lesion, there was no solution to such a problem with the current medical capabilities. Well, it is indeed impossible to reverse it with modern medicine, but I think I can try. What? You said you can reverse meridian necrosis? Lu Chen's words were like thunder, causing Lin Tianxing to jump up. This is completely anti-scientific behavior. If the necrotic meridians can be reversed, what kind of miraculous method would that be? But now this Lu Chen, who looks to be in his early 20s, actually said that he could give it a try. In shock, he couldn't help but look at Su Fuling. Lu Chen took a glance and seemed to realize that some decisions needed to be made by Su Fuling, so he walked in front of Su Fuling. I can remove your restraints now, but you need to speak properly, don't make trouble, and blink if you agree. When Su Fuling heard Lu Chen say this, she started cursing in her heart. What do you mean you told me to talk nicely? What do you mean you told me not to make trouble? Are you the one making trouble? You are such a jerk. However, I have been trapped here like this, and I have no idea what this method is, and I feel inexplicably uneasy. Never mind, let me move first. Then she quickly blinked her big, Caslin eyes. No need to keep blinking. I'm not blind. After saying that, he tapped again and then Su Fuling collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Lu Chen, you bastard, how dare you treat me like this, She was just about to vent her anger, but when she saw Lu Chen smiling and shaking his right index finger at her, she immediately shut up. Well, that's right. I want to treat Mr. Qin now. Do you have any objection? Su Fuling glared at him and looked at Lin Tianxing for advice. Ms. Su, I can't cure Mr. Qin with my ability. I can only delay his recovery. If he gets sick again next time, it may be too late to save him. But as for Mr. Lu Chen, it's up to you to decide. Seeing that Lin Tianxing did not say that Lu Chen could not be allowed to treat him, it meant that Lin Tianxing also agreed with the previous moves. But after all, it is unheard of that this condition can be cured. Therefore, Lin Tianxing did not dare to say that he could just leave it to Lu Chen to treat. Su Fuling has been the CEO of Su Group for many years, so she naturally understood the whole story. Since there is no way to save him, and he is just delaying it, he will die sooner or later. It's better to give it a try and give it a try. Thinking that Mr. Qin was a straightforward and unrestrained person who took pleasure in repaying his debts and taking revenge, he did not want to live like this. So she gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Chen. Can you really cure it? That should be possible. How sure are you? 50%. Good. Su Fuling was able to become the CEO because she is not a procrastinating person and makes decisions directly. Mr. Lin, can you lend me a pair of silver needles? No problem. Lin Tianxing quickly took out a set of silver needles and handed it over. Anything else you need? No, those who are not involved can leave. Don't disturb me during the treatment. Otherwise, if anything happens to Mr. Qin, it has nothing to do with me. Mr. Lu Chen, can I watch and learn from the sidelines? Can. Lu Chen thought about it and nodded in agreement. I'll stay too. Su Fuling shouted hurriedly. Okay, everyone else get out. Thinking of the relationship between Su Fuling and old Qin, Lu Qin did not object. So, except for Lin Tianxing and Su Fuling, everyone else was asked to leave and the door was closed. Lu Qin disinfected the silver needle, and the following scene once again shocked Su Fuling and the others. Chapter 34, Miraculous Healing, Stunning Like a God. The silver needle in Lu Chen's hand suddenly emitted a faint fluorescent light, and the next second it began to jump along with Lu Chen's fingers. Lu Qin calmed his mind and kept rehearsing the treatment route he had already locked onto in his mind. After all, this was the first time that he used the Xianlong acupuncture technique in the true sense. Take the left Zisamli, the left Xiangu, and penetrate the Yongquan, the right Diji, the right Gongsun, the right Waiguan, and penetrate the Neiguan. Among them, Zisamli and Xiangu are used with the tonifying method, Diji and Gongsun are used with the purging method, and Waiguan and Neiguan are used for equal tonifying and purging. The needles are left in place for 20 minutes. If the patient feels heat in the waist, Filong Tongdu acupoint massage is performed. Suddenly, Lu Qin made a move in an instant, and the silver needle moved according to his thoughts, quickly passing through Old Qin's body. It was visible to the naked eye that heat began to rise from Old Qin's body, and his skin gradually turned red starting from his feet. Slowly, the redness spread all over the body. Swish! Lu Qin stopped at this moment, observed Qin Lao's condition, and nodded. At present, Mr. Qin's physical reaction is consistent with what is described in the Xianlong acupuncture method, so it seems that there is no deviation. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lu Qin began to disinfect the second silver needle. Lin Tianxing standing next to him didn't even dare to make a sound. What he just saw was like a dream. Can this needle be used like this? Is that all? Lin Tianxing could hold it in, but Su Fuling couldn't. How is that possible? This is just the first step. This method is called the 5 Qis returning to the origin. Old Qin is in poor health, so I will first activate his physical potential to help him regain his vitality. Next, I have to strengthen his body. After all, his body has been in poor condition for too long. Oh. Su Fuling nodded blankly. Although she didn't understand, she felt it was very cool. Looking at Lu Chen's eyes, countless little stars appeared. She saw the acupuncture treatment all together, and it felt like she was watching a fantasy movie. The silver needles could actually move in midair along with the fingers. It was simply unbelievable. 20 minutes later, Lu Qin checked Mr. Qin's condition again and then withdrew the needle. Then, the second shot. The fantasy scene was played out again, and Lin Tianxing felt like he was in a dream and almost drooled. For this great master, what could be more attractive than this magical needle technique? He stared with his originally small eyes, watching Lu Qin perform without blinking. A few minutes later, Lu Qin withdrew the needle again. Next, I'm going to help Qin Laotong return to heaven. You two must not make any noise to disturb me. The last step was very crucial. Lu Qin did not dare to be careless and reminded in a deep voice. Lin Tianxing and Su Fuling, at this moment, were like students being taught. They nodded obediently and squatted silently aside. Swish. The third shot starts. This time, Old Qin's body began to shake violently, and a painful expression appeared on his face. All the blue veins on his limbs and forehead suddenly bulged, and slowly turned from the initial purple-black color to light blue. Wow! Suddenly, Old Qin sat up and spit out several mouthfuls of black blood. This sudden scene would have frightened Su Fuling to the point of screaming if Lin Tianxing had not covered Su Fuling's mouth in advance. Because it was like a zombie just now. Lu Qin was quick-witted and quick-handed. The moment Old Qin sat up, he raised the needle and pressed it a few times. Wow! Another mouthful of blood was spat out. If you look closely, you can see that the color of this mouthful of blood has changed from the previous dark black to normal red. Huh! Seeing this, Lu Qin immediately withdrew the needle, helped Old Qin lie down, and let out a long breath. All right. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lu Qin smiled. However, at this time, his physical and mental strength were overexhausted, and his feet seemed a little weak. Seeing myself in this condition, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the system had not instilled mental strength and some magical powers when I inherited the Xianlong acupuncture technique, I would have found it difficult to complete this treatment. It seems that to treat such a serious disease, it takes a long time to recover. He could feel the loss of his energy and spirit due to this treatment, and it would take at least a week to recover. Really? Su Fuling stared at Lu Qun in amazement, feeling as if she were in a dream. In just less than an hour, the fatal disease that had plagued Mr. Qin for decades and for which he had been unable to find any medical treatment was cured. Lin Tianxing walked quickly to the bedside and examined Mr. Qin. After checking everything, he was shocked. There is no blockage in Mr. Qin's meridians anymore, and they are as if reborn, better than those of ordinary young men. It can be described as unlimited vitality. Moreover, he discovered that all the other minor ailments that Mr. Qin had previously suffered seemed to have been cured in this treatment. In particular, the scar on Mr. Qin's back when he was young has also disappeared, and his skin is as intact as before. Is there any beauty effect after this treatment? Lin Tianxing's heart was like a storm, unable to describe it. This is simply a miracle. With a bang, Lin Tianxing knelt on one knee in front of Lu Qun. Mr. Lu Qun, Lin Tianxing has always loved medicine. I was amazed by your skills just now. Please accept me as your apprentice. Seeing Lin Tianxing like this, Su Fuling was completely stunned. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Tianxing looks gentle, but in terms of medical skills, he is an absolute authority not only in Xia Country, but also in the world. He had never submitted to anyone in this regard, but now he actually knelt in front of Lu Qun and begged to be his disciple. What's more, Lin Tianxing is a lieutenant general. If this news gets out, wouldn't it scare people to death? Well, that's not possible. If Mr. Lin is interested, you can come sit with me when you are free and have more exchanges. It's not impossible. The first to succeed comes first. Please help me, sir. Seeing Lin Tianxing being so persistent, Lu Qun was overwhelmed. Lu Qun, Mr. Lin is a man of character, and soldiers are very straightforward. They obey you. You are a grown man, so there is no need to be shy. Do you have the nerve to make a lieutenant general and a great general kneel all the time? Su Fuling has always had no taboos, otherwise she wouldn't be so unrestrained as to become a little gangster and race cars. Lieutenant general? A great general? After hearing what Su Fuling said, Lu Qun was stunned for a long time. It seems that having a lieutenant general and a great master as his apprentice is pretty awesome, right? I couldn't help but fantasize about it in my heart, and finally agreed to Lin Tianxing's request. This made Old Man Lin very happy, and he looked at Su Fuling with gratitude. Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. After saying that, he kowtowed to Lu Qun respectfully. Although it felt great, Lu Qun still felt a little embarrassed. Apart from anything else, it just felt a bit weird that Lin Tianxing was already very old, and he kowtowed to me. However, Su Fuling was imaginatively thinking, this old man Lin has Lu Qun as his master. If I seduce Lu Qun, won't he call me his master's wife? He, this seems very interesting. But then her face turned red. Fuck, what am I thinking? This is my best friend's man. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but frown. The more she got to know Lu Qun, the more mysterious he became. He was totally different from what she said. She had been investigating and tracking Lu Qun a lot in the past few days, and some of the things she had learned were already shocking. How many secrets does he have? At this moment, Old Qin slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Grandpa Qin, you finally woke up! ##. Chapter 35, Shocking Identity, Intimate Reward. Old Qin nodded. Just as he was about to sit up, he was stunned when he suddenly saw Lin Tianxing kneeling on one knee. Fuck, Lao Lin, what are you doing? Are you suffering from cold legs? Looking again, Lu Qun was also here, and Lin Tianxing seemed to be kneeling in front of Lu Qun. Did I miss something? Old Ghost Qin, you are suffering from the cold leg. I am here to become your disciple. You know nothing. Become my disciple? After hearing what Lin Tianxing said, Old Qin was confused for a moment. Why are you worshipping this little ghost? Did you take the wrong medicine? Or am I too sick to wake up and am I hallucinating? Yes, it must be an illusion. As Old Man Qin was thinking, he slapped himself. Oh shit, that hurts! Naturally, the others didn't know what Old Qin was thinking, they just saw him slap himself. Master, will your treatment damage his brain? In the past, this Old Man Qin was sometimes unreliable, but he would never slap himself in the mouth. Lin Tianxing couldn't help but ask quietly. You're the one with the broken brain. What the hell is going on? Old Qin felt like he had come to the wrong time and space. Why couldn't he understand? Seeing this, Su Fuling stepped forward and told him what had happened in detail. After hearing this, Old Man Qin jumped off the bed and started performing a set of military boxing moves. Then he looked at Lu Qin in shock, then looked at himself, and then looked at Lu Qin again. Yes, it was you who cured me? Pointing at himself, Old Man Qin asked. Lu Qin smiled and nodded. Oh my God, you are really good. I have been treating this illness for more than 20 years, but it got worse and worse. I didn't expect that you could cure it. Hey, it seems my prostate has recovered. I feel like I can find a few mothers to give birth to a few babies. Ha 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 ha. Old Man Qin laughed heartily. Old Qin, I'm still here. Su Fuling blushed when she heard this, spat and ran out. This old man was too dirty. Lin Tianxing, who was standing by, also held his forehead and closed his eyes. This old man was still so shameless. Having regained a new life and cured the fatal disease that had troubled him for decades, Old Man Qin was extremely happy and pulled Lu Qin to go for a drink. Today, we two will have a good drink together to thank you for saving my life. But today we will drink the wine I have stored. Although it is not more expensive than your bottles, it tastes just as good as yours. The key is that it is more powerful. Okay. Then Lin. For a moment, Lu Qin didn't know what to call Lin Tianxing. It felt a bit weird to call him disciple, and he really couldn't bring himself to say that. Master, you called me Tianxing. Lin Tianxing seemed to understand Lu Qin's dilemma and spoke directly. Well, Tianxing, go get my wine collection later so the three of us can drink it together. You know where it is, right? Before Lu Qin could say anything, Old Man Qin started shouting first. Hey, my friend, you said you accepted this old ghost Lin as your apprentice. What should he call me? Go away, let's talk about our own affairs. Don't try to take advantage of me. Hearing what Old Man Qin said, Lin Tianxing started cursing. As the two old men bickered with each other, the house became lively. After drinking a few glasses of liquor, Lu Qin also knew the identity of this Old Man Qin. Old Man Qin, whose name is Qin Tianlong, is the god of war of the Xia Kingdom, nicknamed Dragon God. His status in the Xia Kingdom is extremely honorable. In terms of rank, he is above the generals and has more prestige than the founding fathers. There was no other reason. When he was young, he had smashed the enemy's attacks many times, and the number of high-ranking officials he had annihilated was so many that he couldn't even write them down in a notebook. And he is known as the #1 master of Xia Country. However, during an operation more than 20 years ago, they were ambushed and gradually retreated. Decades have passed, and although countries are fighting openly and secretly, the kind of fighting that happened in the past has rarely occurred. Most of them are about comparing financial resources, allies, and means. In today's society, who would use fists when money can get things done? After this incident, Qin Tianlong insisted on becoming sworn brothers with Lu Qin, and would not let go unless Lu Qin agreed. This old man was really acting like a spoiled brat, and Lu Qin had no choice but to agree. After finishing the job, Old Man Qin was so proud that he immediately started teasing Lin Tianxing and called him his nephew. Lin Tianxing was so angry that he chased him and played with him for a long time. In the end, both of them were drunk. They even bickered in their sleep. The key point was that they could still talk to each other, which made Lu Qin amazed. At 12 o'clock, Lu Qin returned to his villa and the system prompt sounded. Ding, the product has been updated and put on the shelves. Please decide whether to purchase it. Product: R-Type Wisdom Potion Ultimate Edition. Price: 1 yuan. R-Type Wisdom Potion Ultimate Edition. Taking it can help you remember everything you see and draw inferences from it, and can greatly improve your brain and mental strength. What a good thing! This time, the use of Xianlong acupuncture made him deeply realize the insufficiency of his mental strength. His head was still a little swollen after it was done, and he asked the system about it at that time. The system indicated that this was because his brain area was not enough, so the amount of mental energy that could be stored was limited. Once too much mental energy was consumed, he would experience symptoms of dizziness and general weakness. Unexpectedly, I got this potion today, and suddenly I felt that this system is very considerate. With a thought, the R-type wisdom potion appeared in his hand. This is a bottle of dark blue liquid medicine. I opened the bottle cap and smelled it, but there was no smell, so I drank it all. Suddenly, a cool feeling ran through my forehead and my whole body felt a chill. After a few minutes, the cool feeling disappeared, and Lucien felt that his eyes were not only brighter, but also seemed to be able to see things farther. Moreover, my hearing and sense of smell seemed to have been greatly improved. He picked up a magazine and flipped through it quickly before closing it. It was like a movie playing in his mind, with every word and sentence in the magazine reappearing. He really had a photographic memory. Lucien was thinking, if he had this thing while he was still in school, wouldn't he be a top student? After a tiring day, Lucien decided not to watch the live broadcast anymore. He just washed up and lay down directly. Villa number 3. Xiao Yangzi, what time is the appointment tomorrow? Sister Ling, Pang Dalong said we'll meet at Tongqing Building at 11 o'clock tomorrow to discuss the contract. Tongqing Building? Okay, then prepare the information and see you tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Fuling frowned. She had an important matter to attend to when she came to Jiangdu this time, which was to finalize the contract with the Ponzi Group. The project in Shanghai was about to start. Due to the specific requirements of the client, several materials were relatively scarce. She had looked in many places but they were out of stock, except for Ponzi. But Pang Dalong, the old fox, knew that Su Fuling was in urgent need of these materials, so he raised the price and wanted to rip her off. During several negotiations, this guy was playing Tai Chi, relying on the rare goods and refusing to give in. But I didn't have much time to delay, so I made an appointment with Pang Dalong to finalize the contract tomorrow. I don't know if this old fox will compromise tomorrow, With worry in her heart, Su Fuling slowly fell asleep. Chapter 36 Sichuan Opera Face Changing, Unexpected. The next day at noon, in box 515 of Tongqing Building. Boss Pang, what have you thought about what I told you last time? Boss Su, I didn't raise the price on purpose. You see, my old friend has come to me several times and he also wants this batch of materials. There is only this batch of goods. If I give him the quantity you want, he won't be able to meet your requirements. From a business perspective, it is true that you want a larger quantity. It is also because of this that I will give you priority. Otherwise, the price my old friend will offer you will be higher than the price I give you now. Su Fuling frowned when she heard that. This old fox was trying the same trick again. God knows what price your old friend gave, or even whether you have this old friend or not. Anyway, she doesn't believe it. But if you don't believe it, they have a hold on the supply of goods and you can't do anything about it. The key point is that Party A was also very persistent. She negotiated with them whether other materials could be replaced, but the reply was no, which made her very depressed. At this time, the door of the box was opened and a middle-aged man with a big belly came in. Brother Pang, this is really unfair of you. I've already told you that I'll pay a high price for this batch of materials. Why are you negotiating with them again? If Shaoli hadn't let it slip, I wouldn't have known that you were going to sign a contract with them here. As soon as he entered the door, the man started complaining and turned back to look at a young man who followed him in. This person was none other than the Shaoli he mentioned, a department manager under Pang Dalong. Pang Dalong glared at Shaoli, expressing his dissatisfaction, then put on a smiling face and said, Brother Zhang, you should also understand my difficulties. The quantity you want is neither too big nor too small. This batch of goods has only so much for now, and it will be impossible to restock in the near future. If you only take a part, it will be difficult for me to deal with the rest. Look, what President Su wants is just right, so I came to discuss it. You can't just give it to her because she wants more. There has to be a first come first served. I can give you a higher price. I'll increase it by 10% on the price we agreed on last time. What do you think? Old Zhang said hurriedly after hearing this. Mr. Zhang, you are raising the price arbitrarily, which is a bit of vicious competition. Besides, it's first come first served, and we contacted Mr. Pang first. Hearing this, Su Fuling said immediately. Seeing this man rushing in, she listened for a while and thought, is there really someone who wants to ask Pang Dalong to buy this batch of materials? Although she still felt that this matter was a bit strange, she couldn't afford to take the risk. If the materials were taken away by this person, her project would be ruined. So, we must fight for it. Hearing this, Lao Zhang looked at Peng Dalong. Brother Zhang, it was indeed this Mr. Su who contacted me first. Peng Dalong said truthfully. She came first? Did Miss Su sign the contract? That's not the case. That's it. If it's not signed, it's not settled. If that's the case, I need it urgently. If she doesn't sign, I'll sign. I brought the deposit with me. As he said that, Lao Zhang placed the password box he brought with him on the table and opened it. Inside was a box full of money. Who said I won't sign? Sign! Mr. Peng, let's sign the contract now. Seeing this, Su Fuling became anxious and made a decision. She took the contract prepared by Peng Dalong and signed and stamped it. Although Peng Dalong's price is much higher, it has greatly compressed its profit margin. But at least I can still make some money by getting this batch of materials. The key is that if this project is completed, there will be more follow-up cooperation, and I can also make my company famous in Hong Kong. Hong Kong was originally the market that their Su group wanted to attack next, so they had to win this project as a stepping stone. But she didn't notice that Peng Dalong and Lao Zhang exchanged glances when she wasn't paying attention. Brother Zhang, look, they have already signed. I'm really sorry, but we still have to be honest when doing business. First come, first served. Peng Dalong saw that Su Fuling had completed the signature and seal, and said to Lao Zhang apologetically. Oh, what a pity, Brother Peng. Can you help me find out if there is any way to get more stock during this period? I will also go out to look for it. I really need it urgently. Old Zhang said with a look of regret. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you. Then, Lao Zhang left. Mr. Su, happy cooperation. It's a pleasure working with you, Su Fuling said reluctantly. This time, he was severely slaughtered by this old fox, and he naturally felt uncomfortable. How about having dinner together? No, I have an appointment with a friend to discuss something here. Maybe next time. Please ship it earlier, Mr. Peng. Don't worry, I'll do it when I get back. It could be heard that Su Fuling seemed to be trying to get rid of him, but Peng Dalong didn't care. Having made a huge profit, Peng Dalong was in a good mood and agreed with a smile. As Peng Dalong walked to the lobby of the restaurant downstairs, he met a man walking towards him. Boss, why are you here? Lao Peng? You are here too? My friend asked me to come here for dinner, saying he has something to discuss. Your friend? Well, it's box 515. Which floor is this box 515 on? Excuse me, boss, is it Miss Su Fuling who invited you to dinner? Yeah, how did you know? Hearing this, Peng Dalong shuddered all over. Boss, my stomach hurts a little. I have to go to the bathroom urgently, sorry. After saying that, he turned around and ran upstairs without even taking the elevator. Aren't you in a hurry? Isn't there a toilet downstairs? Lu Chun looked at the WC sign hanging in the lobby with a confused look on his face. The door of box 515 was opened with a bang, which scared Su Fuling. When I looked back, I saw that it was Peng Dalong who came back again, and he locked the door of the box as soon as he came in. What are you doing? Why are you back again? Ms. Su, I just received a call from the purchasing department saying that the previous purchase price list for this batch of materials was wrong. After calculation, the price you mentioned before can be reduced by 10 points, so I rushed over to sign a new contract with you. There is such a good thing? After hearing Peng Dalong's words, Su Fuling suddenly felt that her brain was not enough and she couldn't react for a while. Look at this contract. The price has been changed. Peng Dalong directly took out 2 blank contracts, filled in the latest price, and handed them to Su Fuling with an anxious look on his face. Su Fuling looked at the price and found that it was 10 points lower than her original offer. Really give me this price? Yes. When doing business, we should be honest. Whatever the price is, it's what it is. Do you think this price is satisfactory? If you are satisfied, shall we sign it now? I have something urgent to do after we sign it. Although he had many doubts in his mind, the price on the contract was definitely in his favor. So Su Fuling didn't care what Peng Dalong was doing and just signed and stamped the document, fearing that Peng Dalong would go back on his word. Little did he know that Peng Dalong was afraid that Su Fuling would not sign. If Lu Qin knew that he had cheated his friend, wouldn't he be in trouble? Both parties signed and sealed the contract and tore up the old contract. Mr. Peng, it's a pleasure working with you. Su Fuling was really happy this time, with a happy smile on her face. Happy, as long as Miss Su is satisfied with this cooperation. Then I will leave first. After saying that, he ran away, and when he opened the door, he looked left and right like a thief. This series of operations left Su Fuling completely confused, but she didn't think too much about it. Anyway, the result was good. So she hummed a little tune happily. Hey! What makes Miss Su so happy? At this time, Lu Qin pushed the door open and walked in, complaining. This hotel's private room is like a maze. It's so hard for me to find it. Chapter 37. Two women share a husband? The time is ripe. Lu Qin, you're here? Seeing Lu Qin, Su Fuling, in a good mood, greeted him with a smile. What's the big news? Nothing much. I just signed a contract with the Ponzi Group and made some money. Oh? Ponzi? Yeah, don't you know Ponzi? It's the largest material supplier in Jiangdu City, much stronger than your Hongfeng Real Estate. Huh? How do you know Hongfeng Real Estate is mine? Seeing Lu Qin staring at her, Su Fuling avoided his gaze and let the secret slip out of her mouth in happiness. Well, last time I went to look at a house, I happened to see what you were doing at Chunxiuingwei. Oh, that's it. Lu Qin nodded and didn't care. If he was discovered, he was discovered. There was nothing to hide. But there's something strange about the contract signed today. Oh? How do you mean? Before, Peng Dalong raised the price very high. I had no choice but to sign it. But not long after he left, he suddenly came back and said that he had made a mistake in the previous price. He gave me a new contract to sign. The price this time was so affordable that it seemed unreal. I made 10 points more profit than I originally expected for no reason. I don't know what happened, but I finally signed it smoothly. Hearing this, Lu Qin finally understood why Peng Dalong suddenly became flustered after knowing that he came to the 515 box for dinner. This old fox. Lu Qin thought to himself and couldn't help laughing. But with this old wily guy around, the business is not afraid of losses, and it is quite sound. And it's a good thing that you are afraid of me, otherwise you don't know what he might do behind my back. Of course, Lu Qin also knew that this series of changes was also due to the last encounter at Fuhai restaurant. This is done to let them know that their industry is not limited to just theirs. Then why did you call me here today? It's not just for dinner, right? Well, I do need your help with something. Seeing Su Fuling hesitating, Lu Qin couldn't help but laugh. So President Su also has his moments of shyness as a little girl? Just say it if you have anything to say. Tisk, I'm a woman too. After being teased by Lu Qin, she actually relaxed. It's like this. There's a very annoying person who has been pestering me. In addition to discussing cooperation with Ponzi, I came here for another reason, which is to avoid this person. But unfortunately, this person followed me here. So, stop, don't be so unreasonable. You don't want me to be your shield, do you? If you don't like it, can't you just refuse directly? When Lu Qin heard this, he interrupted her directly and asked, Isn't this an old plot from TV dramas? Do you think I don't want to? He is the prince of the NI group in Modu, and he has some business cooperation with our group, so there are some things that are inconvenient for me to do. And my family has always wanted to promote us, which is the so-called business marriage, you understand? Lu Qin rolled his eyes. It was indeed the same old routine. Ignoring his rolling eyes, Su Fuling continued. If I just pull someone randomly, they won't believe it, and by then the news will definitely get to my parents, and they won't agree. If you drag me there, will people believe it? Will your parents agree? At least you are handsome and have your own business. You are so young and yet you have been able to acquire Villa No. 1 in Ziawei Mansion. You must have more than one Hongfeng real estate, right? Plus your superb skills yesterday, this is your capital. An old man Qin admires you very much, and they have sworn brotherhood, and you have a lieutenant general apprentice like Lin Tianqing. My parents will definitely have no objection if you show your identity to others. At this time, Su Fuling's analytical ability was demonstrated. She was right. If a normal person only owned one Hong Kong real estate, how could he possibly afford Villa Number 1 in Ziwei Mansion? If it was possible to get it, people would have taken it long ago. Why would they wait to give it to Lu Qin? Now that you put it that way, I feel like I'm pretty good. Lu Qin laughed. Look at you, you're so conceited. Do you agree or not? Why would I do such a thankless task? Besides, you've praised me so highly, what if your parents really fall in love with me? If you like me, then you like me. What's the matter? Am I not worthy of you? Besides, you are my best friend's man. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Seeing that Lu Qin seemed to be disgusted, Su Fuling was a little annoyed. I'm not bad looking, am I? There are a lot of people who want to pursue me in Shanghai, but this guy still rejects them? Your best friend? Yao Enchi is your best friend? Hearing Su Fuling's words, Lu Qin was stunned, and then asked. Oh yes, Yao Enchi is my best friend who I grew up with, so don't worry, if we really want to do that, she's older too. Lu Qin made her angry and she let the cat out of the bag, so Su Fuling said the wrong thing again in a fit of anger. As soon as I said this, I regretted it. What was I saying? But Lu Qin opened his mouth in surprise. Fuck, what does this girl mean? She's willing to be the mistress? Sisters? That seems pretty good. Men always have fantasies sometimes, let alone a beauty like Su Fuling. But thinking is one thing, and doing is another. After thinking about it in his mind, he finally nodded and agreed. The most important thing is that this girl called Enchi in front of him and told her everything. Not only did Enchi not object, she also hoped that Lu Qin would try his best to help her best friend without making things difficult for herself. This made Lu Qin a little amused. He lamented that the relationship between these two people was so good that even her boyfriend was willing to lend it to her. After several contacts, the relationship between the two of them is not bad. Now that Enchi has said so, I might as well help her out. Afterwards, Enchi apologized to Lu Qin on the phone, saying that her business trip might have to be extended this time because the project there was stuck at a bottleneck, and she couldn't come back until it was dealt with, which might take more than a week. She was originally planning to call Lu Qin today, but Su Fuling called her just in time, so she told him directly. The two of them expressed their longing for each other for a while, and then hung up the phone as Su Fuling continued to roll her eyes. Then, the two of them got down to business, speaking in unison while eating. Finally, after Lu Chen's constant complaints, Su Fuling worked out a plan that she thought was satisfactory. At this time, Lu Chen's phone rang. Boss, I'm Zhou Zhaogang. All the funds from Jiangdu real estate have been invested, and the foundation has already started. Well, let's proceed as planned. It's time to close the net. Okay, boss. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qin narrowed his eyes. You should pay me back what you owe me. Chapter 38. The beautiful dream of spring and autumn was shattered in one day. Fengyang District Flower Expo Exhibition Hall. Hurry up, the press conference is about to start. Wan Minghui was directing his subordinates busy at the meeting venue. In order to build Plot 1 in Fengyang District, they directly booked the Flower Expo Hall here to hold a press conference. Soon, everyone arrived. Wan Minghui adjusted his suit and hairstyle, walked into the venue with his head held high, and sat down on the podium. Because he made the greatest contribution this time, the old man gave him the leading role. This made him feel that he was already at the pinnacle of his life. After the completion of this development project, the Yuan group would reach a new level and be comparable to the large groups in Shanghai and Kyoto. Everyone, welcome to the press conference for our Yuan group's Fengyang District Plot 1 development project. We, the Yuan family, plan to turn this plot of land into the most luxurious sea view tourist resort in Jiangdu City and even the whole country. Here. Wan Minghui talked freely and answered questions from reporters. It can be seen that everyone is very interested in this project. This also made Wan Minghui feel that the future was bright. This time, the Wan family was really going to take off. Just when Wan Mingliang was halfway through his introduction, reporters' phones suddenly started ringing. Hello? I'm at the press conference at Ruan's. What? Are you serious? I'll be right there. What did you say? Is this true? It's big news. Grab a spot for me. I'll be there in 5 minutes. The reporter simply hung up the phone, said a few words to the photographer, and quickly left with their equipment. At this moment, the reporters present seemed to be infected and turned away one after another. Hey, don't leave! I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. Seeing the media people leaving one after another, Yuan Minghui was stunned. What's going on? He didn't care about his image anymore and went straight off the stage and grabbed a reporter and asked, Hey, don't hold me back. I'm in a hurry to do an interview at Hongfeng Real Estate next door. The reporter who was pulled back frowned and said, Won't this guy delay my interview by pulling me back? It was already late to get the news, and if you get any later you won't even be able to drink soup. Isn't this cutting off your own source of income? So, without caring that Yuan Minghui was the prince of the Yuan family, he pushed him away and ran out quickly. What on earth is going on? Can anyone tell me? Seeing the venue empty in an instant, Yuan Minghui collapsed. Mr. Yuan, something bad has happened. Hongfeng Real Estate has held a press conference, and they are saying. At this time, a subordinate ran in panting. What? Just tell me. Seeing that he couldn't explain it for a long time, Yuan Minghui rushed over, grabbed him, and shouted. They said they wanted to convert all the plots 2 to 5 here, as well as the outer plots in Fengyang district that they had previously acquired, into cemeteries. And they wanted to divide them into 3 grades, high, medium, and low, based on the market's ability to take on the cemetery, to meet the needs of all economic levels. What? Upon hearing the news, Yuan Minghui collapsed to the ground. As long as he thought about it for a while, he understood the seriousness of the situation. This time, the Yuan group was finished. They started leveling and excavating the foundation the day after they got the land. Because they were in a hurry, they used 4 times the amount of labor than normal construction, just to occupy the market earlier. In order to grab the best resources, their advertising investment was paid in full, and it is completely impossible to refund it now. Secondly, in order to speed up the process, they had already ordered the materials in full from the Ponzi Group, and also made a big profit from Pang Long, the head of the Ponzi Group. After all, the Ponzi Group is the largest supplier of materials, and no other small company can meet the demand for such a large amount of engineering work. Finally, a large part of this money is borrowed. Now that Hongfeng has done this, no matter how luxurious and high-end it is, who would be willing to live in a place surrounded by a cemetery? So, are you living in this sea view room to see the sea or to see ghosts? Isn't it creepy? Grandpa, we're done! Frustrated, Yuan Minghui called the old man's cell phone. Brother, come to the people's hospital quickly. Grandpa, after seeing the news about Hongfeng, his blood vessels burst, and he is being treated now. However, Yuan Mingliang's anxious voice came from the phone. Brother? Why don't you say something? Speak, I say, you are the real bastard. It's all because of you that you are so lustful. Why did you have to mess with Lu Chen? Now the Yuan family is finished. After a moment of silence, Yuan Minghui exploded. By now, he naturally understood why Lu Chen would rather lose money when bidding for all the surrounding plots of land, but only refused to compete for plot number 1. This is digging a hole to bury the Yuan group. Lu Chen, you are too cruel! At this time, Lu Chen was watching the Jiangdu news report on TV at home. The press conference of Hongfeng Real Estate was being broadcasted inside. Zhou Zhaogang was giving a speech with saliva flying all over the place, and the scene was very lively. Their plan immediately gained the support of the general public. At the same time, he also received a video taken by his subordinates, which was the scene of the press conference of the Yuan group. All I could see was a scene of desolation and dejection. After turning off the TV, Lu Chen stretched and looked at the garden outside the window. A ray of sunlight fell and the scenery was intoxicating. Hongfeng Real Estate became an instant success. Under Lu Chen's suggestion, Hongfeng's team planned the best 3 levels of price and construction style. This has greatly satisfied all kinds of people in the market. What Zhou Zhaogang did not expect was that he thought these lands would lose money, but the result was unexpected. After the pre-sale statistics were completed, it was found that the cemetery sales not only did not lose money, but instead made more than 1 billion yuan, which made Zhou Zhaogang very happy. Lu Chen even gave high bonuses to all employees of this project, which attracted cheers and support from the employees. Since then, the Yuan group has never recovered and is heavily in debt. The old man, who was finally rescued in the hospital, opened his eyes and found out that the Ponzi group was actually Lu Chen's company. What's more, Pang Dalong actually used the money he earned from the Yuan group to directly acquire the Yuan group at a low price. He didn't even have time to catch his breath and passed away. The two young masters of the Yuan family were also made miserable by the debt collectors and lost everything overnight. Because the money from the auction of the Yuan group was not even enough to pay the bank interest. A few days later, as agreed, Lu Chen drove Su Fuling to Hongyuan Hotel to attend a cocktail party. When did you buy this McLaren? I saw you bought a lot of Bentleys and Ferraris these days. Why? Are you going to open a luxury car club or a car rental company? Su Fuling asked doubtfully. Men all love cars, so they drive as many cars as they want. This is not Lu Chen's fault. Several products have been put on the system in the past few days. Among them were a fleet of Bentleys, 10 cars, and Ferraris. Not to mention Su Fuling's confusion, even Lu Chen himself wondered if this system was allowing him to open a luxury car club or a wedding car rental company. Lingling, long time no see. As the two were talking, a slightly gloomy voice sounded. Chapter 39, Dog Beating Palm Technique, Who is more crazy? Seeing the person coming, Su Fuling's smile faded and her face turned cold. This person was none other than the prince of the Ni family whom she hated, Ni Tianhao. Won't you introduce me to it? As if he was used to Su Fuling's cold stare, Ni Tianhao still spoke with a smile, but his voice sounded sinister. Lu Chen, my boyfriend. Su Fuling introduced them coldly, then looked at Lu Chen and took his arm, then smiled. Chen, this is Ni Tianhao from the Ni group in Mode. He's a very annoying person. Oh? The fact that I can make you hate me at least means that you have me in your heart. Ni Tianhao said calmly, ignoring Su Fuling's affectionate gesture. You are really shameless. A good dog doesn't block the road. Please move aside. Su Fuling said bluntly that although the Ni group had cooperation with her family, the parents of both parties were also interested in bringing the two families together. She couldn't fall out with him, but there was no need to be nice to him either. She also made it clear that she did not like Ni Tianhao, and that a marriage was impossible. What your parents think is their business, you have to find love for yourself. Lingling, it's okay to tease a pretty boy for fun, but today's cocktail party is not open to everyone. Upon hearing this, instead of moving aside, he took a step forward, completely ignoring Lu Chen beside him, and reached out to pull Su Fuling's wrist. Lu Chen frowned. He was the kind of person who would not offend others unless they offended him. He didn't care that the man ignored him, but he didn't like to hear these words. What a damn pretty boy. When the two of them stand together, Ni Tianhao looks more like a pretty boy. He doesn't have any masculinity at all, and his voice is so sinister. Now he is even reaching out to pull Su Fuling unscrupulously. Does he really think he is dead? Bang! So, Lu Chen directly slapped away the hand that Ni Tianhao extended. My woman said a good dog doesn't block the road, please make way, are you deaf or dumb? His hand was slapped away, and Ni Tianhao looked at Lu Chen for the first time. Who are you? How dare you? Without saying anything, Lu Chen took Su Fuling and walked straight over, knocking him to stagger and almost fall. Linger, be more careful when making friends in the future. Don't hang out with those who are either male nor female. They speak in a sarcastic way. If they were in ancient times, they would be eunuchs. Don't you feel disgusted? Yeah, I see. The two men ignored Ni Tianhao and walked forward. However, after taking a few steps, he was stopped by the 4 bodyguards behind Ni Tianhao. Boy, I think you are tired of living, beat me up. Ni Tianhao was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was the only one who played with others. How could he have been treated like this? He was so angry that he no longer maintained his previous, gentlemanly demeanor, and ordered his bodyguard to take action. But suddenly, his throat seemed to be stuck and he swallowed the rest of the words. There was no other reason, because his 4 bodyguards were already lying on the ground. In contrast, Lu Chen's clothes were not wrinkled at all. The scene before them not only shocked Ni Tianhao, but even Su Fuling felt very depressed. This was also the first time she saw Lu Chen take action, and she couldn't help but think. It turns out that he is not only good at racing and medical skills, but he is also so good at fighting? Su Fuling always followed Old Man Qin and visited many military troops, especially some top elite troops. She has admired the strong since she was a child, and has a bit of a martial arts dream and a heroic complex, which is why she has developed her usual domineering side. Now seeing Lu Chen taking action, there were only little stars of admiration in his eyes besides surprise. Wow, you're amazing. It's just SOSO. What trick did you use just now? Oh, this is called the dog beating palm technique. As he spoke, Lu Chen gestured. Isn't there only the dog beating stick method? That's a novel. Would you beat up a beggar if you saw him outside? What about the 18 dragons subduing palms? You've read too many novels. You don't know the 18 dragons subduing palms, but you do know the divine dragon grabbing hand. Hate. The two of them completely ignored Ni Tianhao, who was still in shock behind them, and walked into the Hungry Wanda hotel talking and laughing. Ni Tianhao looked at the two men's backs grimly, and did not try to stop them. He is arrogant, but he is not a fool. The 4 bodyguards he brought with him were all carefully selected, and one of them could easily be worth 10 people outside. Even if you encounter masters from elite troops, you can still fight for dozens of rounds. But just now, before he could even react, he was knocked down by Lu Chen in an instant. At this time, if I go up to find trouble again, I will definitely be the one who suffers. Humph! If fighting doesn't work, then let's fight with words. Just wait and see. How long are you going to lie on the ground, you useless bastards? Get up, you are such a disgrace. Having said that, he ignored them and walked straight towards the Hongyuan Hotel. In the banquet hall, all the guests were business celebrities from Jiangdu City. Usually, business associations would organize such activities every once in a while to give these business giants a chance to communicate and get to know each other. These giants also like to attend such cocktail parties. Firstly, being able to attend this cocktail party itself represents a certain status. Secondly, some business is facilitated at such cocktail parties. Thirdly, many canaries, young models, and peripheral celebrities all want to hook up with rich men and find opportunities to get rich. So once there is such a cocktail party, we will try every possible way to attend it. Little do they know that while they are looking for a target, they themselves are also the target of others. Some business tycoons like to find some women like this and enjoy them. The so-called life of decadence and luxury is a matter of mutual consent, and everyone just gets what they need. Lu Chen came here and walked straight to the buffet counter. He didn't like such occasions very much. They were too hypocritical. It would be better for him to satisfy his own hunger. So, the buffet table was his target. Su Fuling had no choice. As the acting CEO of Su Group, she still had to attend the necessary social events. Moreover, he came to this cocktail party only because his parents asked him to come. Because there will be a charity auction at the end of the cocktail party, which is also a time for major corporate groups to flex their muscles. As the Su Group, we naturally have to participate. Sometimes people spend millions or tens of millions. Do you think they really like that auction item? No, it's just to gain fame. Then you eat here first, and I'll go over to go through the formalities? Okay, you're busy, don't worry about me. Lu Chen stuffed 2 slices of thick-cut salmon into his mouth and nodded. It's true that the ingredients at Hongyuan Hotel are fresh. After all, it is a 5-star hotel. While he was eating, he heard a group of people walking towards him. One of the 2 leaders was Ni Tianhao. Manager Tong, this person doesn't have an invitation. I think he should review whether he is eligible to attend the cocktail party here. Sir, this is a private cocktail party of the business association. Please show me your invitation. The man called Manager Tong spoke to Lu Chen. I don't have an invitation? Chapter 40, Tit for Tat, Big Guys Appear Frequently. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ni Tianhao sneered and Manager Tong also frowned. The security here is pretty good. How could they let someone in without an invitation for no reason? May I ask who brought you in, sir? Su Fuling. Oh, it turned out to be brought by the daughter of the Su Group. That's fine. When Manager Tong heard that it was Su Fuling who brought him in, he suddenly realized that this made sense. Wait, he said Su Fuling brought it, so she brought it. Where's the evidence? Ni Tianhao said relentlessly. I was the one who brought him in. What? Do you have any objection? The commotion here had already attracted the attention of others, and Su Fuling naturally saw it as well. So, he came over immediately. You can't bring just anyone in here. Who is he to you? Ni Tianhao asked the question knowing the answer, but there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. He is my boyfriend, Ni Tianhao. What do you want to do? Su Fuling looked at him impatiently. Your boyfriend? I wonder what company this brother works for. To be Miss Su's boyfriend, he must be a successful man. Forgive my ignorance, can you tell me? After hearing this, Su Fuling and Lu Chen both understood what this guy meant. That's right, Ni Tianhao didn't pull Manager Tong here to chase people away, but wanted to make Lu Chen look bad in front of everyone, and then make Su Fuling embarrassed as well. As a result, Su Fuling would naturally hate herself and Lu Chen. But he didn't care, because she had never liked him anyway. As long as he gets rid of this hateful warrior, he has plenty of ways to slowly consume him. Who the hell are you? Why should I tell you? Lu Chen said impatiently. Miss Su is a celebrity and the goddess of many of us. Now that you have become her boyfriend, naturally we, her suitors, should have some right to know. When it comes to being thick-skinned and shameless, Lu Chen feels that Ni Tianhao can definitely be ranked at the top. Can this be considered a reason? Or are you just an ordinary worker or a gigolo? Lingling, you have to open your eyes and look carefully. Although this pretty boy is very handsome, you have to know that he relies on his looks to make a living. Don't. Pa. A loud slap was heard, which startled Lu Chen, who was about to take action. The slap was not given by him, but by Su Fuling. Ni Tianhao, don't go too far. You keep calling me a gigolo. What kind of person are you? You are either man nor woman. You can't catch up with me, so you are jealous of me. Listen to me, my boyfriend is the chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate. Is he qualified to come here? At this moment, Su Fuling regained her domineering attitude and scolded directly. Hongfeng Real Estate? Is it the most popular real estate developer these days? Yes, brother, you are from another place, right? Hongfeng is now the leader in the real estate industry in Jiangdu. It has just acquired and merged Jimao Real Estate. It is even stronger than me, old Sunday. Oh? Then he must be qualified to be here, otherwise if he is not qualified then what are we? Who said no? But that person is the Prince of Ni's family in Magic City. I heard that he has been pursuing Su Fuling of Su Group, but he has never been welcomed. Today, it seems that it is true. Well, it seems like he is deliberately trying to embarrass others. Hush, let's just watch the show. Ni and Su are both giants with a market value of nearly 100 billion. We can't afford to offend them. Everyone at the scene was whispering, and most of them were just watching the fun. The anger in Ni Tianhao's eyes seemed to be about to burst out, but he suppressed it forcefully. If you say so, then so? Where's the evidence? Ni Tianhao simply didn't believe that Lu Chen had his own business because he had been observing him in the corner for a while. If you are really doing business, you will not fight for the buffet counter when you come to this bar. You will definitely seize the opportunity to socialize here, expand your network, and attract more business. That's why he thought of using Manager Tong to introduce the current situation. You want evidence, right? I'm Zhou Zhaogang, the general manager of Hongfeng Real Estate. I can prove that what Miss Su said is true. Mr. Lu Chen is my boss, and the real boss of Hongfeng Real Estate. At this time, Zhou Zhaogang walked out from the other side, stood beside Lu Chen, and said with a smile, Boss, why didn't you tell me that you were coming to the cocktail party? I'll pick you up. I just came here to keep Su Linger company. Lu Chen was surprised that Zhou Zhaogang was also here, and he almost called her Miss Su in a daze. Oh, so you're the boss of Hongfeng Real Estate. You're quite successful. It's not bad to have such a small company. Although Ni Tianhao was a little surprised, he still said it with disdain. He had heard a little about how popular Hongfeng Real Estate was recently, but its market value was less than 10 billion yuan, which was completely incomparable to the giant Ni Group. You! Zhou Zhaogang was about to step forward when he heard Ni Tianhao say this. Oh? Master Ni is blessed by his ancestors, so naturally he would not look down upon our small fortune. At this time, another person came out and spoke sarcastically, which made everyone smile. But what this person said was right. The Ni Group was indeed very powerful, but those were all created by the previous generation and had nothing to do with Ni Tianhao. Boss, you are here too, ha ha. As he spoke, he stood beside Lu Chen. Isn't this Sun Hai from Fu Hai restaurant? He actually calls Lu Chen the boss. It's incredible. At such a young age, he actually took over Hongfeng real estate and Fu Hai restaurant. He's quite capable. That's right. Although the market value of Fu Hai restaurant is not high, its network of contacts is very developed. The crowd started another heated discussion, and their eyes changed again when they looked at Lu Chen. As the owner of a shabby restaurant, you are not qualified to mock my NI family. Upon hearing that it was just a popular local restaurant, NI Tianhao was even more disdainful. No matter how great you are only great in Jiangdu City. You are not good enough in Moda City. He didn't care about the connections here at all. If it weren't for Su Fuling, he wouldn't even bother to come to such a cocktail party. When you look down on others, look at yourself first. If you just rely on your parents, you won't be able to say that. At this time, another voice sounded. Wow, this is Mr. Gao Jianli from Taifu Plaza. He actually speaks for Lu Chen? Naturally, everyone present knew Gao Jianli. Taifu Plaza is a commercial core with a market value of over 30 billion. Even a boss worth hundreds of billions would be respectful to him when he comes here. But the next second, everyone saw Gao Jianli also walk to Lu Chen's side and called him boss. This really shocked everyone. To say that the first two, Fu Hai Restaurant and Hongfeng Real Estate, both belong to Lu Chen, has already amazed everyone. But this Taifu Plaza is a giant in Jiangdu City and is completely on a different level. He is actually the mysterious boss who acquired Taifu Plaza? My God, I never realized that heroes emerge from youth. At this time, NI Tianhao's face turned blue and red. The turn of events was somewhat beyond his expectations. He had never imagined that Lu Chen would have such great power. Although the combined value of these industries still cannot compare with that of NI's, the gap is not too far. They also talked about their own shortcomings. They were indeed second-generation entrepreneurs and could not be compared with Lu Chen, who started his own business. But sometimes, no matter how rational you are, you will still pretend to be rich. Humph, nothing special. Oh? You are really shameless. What about adding me? At this time, another person walked out, and this time, the whole audience was shocked. Chapter 41, Heaven's Chosen One, Who Can Compete with Him? Peng Dalong walked in slowly from the door with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. He was a man of both black and white backgrounds and had a natural, intimidating presence. Everyone made way and looked at him in shock as he walked in front of Lu Chen. Boss, hey, Lao Pang is late! At this moment, more than 90% of the guests at the party opened their mouths wide in astonishment. The shock in my heart was like a huge wave, out of control. Holy crap! Is this true? Even the giant dragon was tamed? Oh my God, this is probably the biggest news this year. Oh my God, how powerful does Lu Chen have to be to recruit these big guys quietly? Is this acting? It doesn't seem real. Acting? How can you invite so many big guys? I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. This guy from the NI family is going to suffer a setback. All of these guys together are much more terrifying than the NI family. Who said it wasn't? There's something interesting to watch. This girl from the Su family has really good taste. The whole audience was in an uproar. The business tycoons who were originally well-mannered and elegant could not help but swear at this moment, simply because the lineup in front of them was too powerful. And Ni Tianhao became the focus of everyone. Everyone had heard of his arrogance, and even some of the bosses present had been bullied by him. However, the Ni group was very powerful, with assets worth nearly 100 billion yuan, so it could only swallow its anger. But now, this Lu Chen who suddenly appeared had assets worth over 100 billion, directly surpassing the Ni group. The key point is that you, Ni Tianhao, are just the second generation, while Lu Chen is the one who holds real power. There is no comparison at all. On the other hand, Su Fuling was also shocked beyond words at this moment. She had guessed that Lu Chen must have had more than one Hongfeng real estate to acquire Zirwei No. 1, but when everything was laid out in front of her, she was stunned. Based on what this guy has shown before his eyes, he has definitely surpassed the Su and Ni families. But she still knew that Lu Chen was on friendly terms with the former god of war, and even accepted Lin Tianxing, a lieutenant general of the Xia Kingdom and a national treasure-level master, as his disciple. If these two are thrown out again, won't everyone present be scared to death? I originally planned to rely on the reputation of Old Man Qin and Old Man Lin to dispel the pressure from I and my parents to force me to get married, but now it seems that there is no need for the two elders to do anything. With the power that Lu Qin has demonstrated now, he has already crushed his peers except for those truly top-table families. She found that the longer she spent with Lu Qin, the more she felt that he was extraordinary, and the more she doubted that this was really all he had. At this moment, she had even more expectations for Lu Qin. What secrets do you have? Kid, I think you'd better leave here. It's obvious that you are not welcome here. Peng Delong spoke without any taboos and upset his boss. Can I make it easy for you? No matter how powerful your NI group is, it is still in Shanghai. Even before, he was not afraid. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. If someone comes to your side and takes your land, it's unclear who will suffer. What's more, now, I find what my boss shows me terrifying. Others don't know that he is involved in both the black and white worlds and in various industries. I had previously hired a small celebrity, and I accidentally learned from her that Xingyao Entertainment had been acquired. After asking in detail, I found out that the new boss's name was Lu Qin. Fearing that it was someone with the same name, he made a special investigation and found out that this Lu Qin was his boss. This made him admire Lu Qin even more. Xingyao Entertainment did not have as many assets as the Ponzi Group. But they are asset-light and have countless artists under their management, so the wealth generated from this is an astronomical figure. Especially those first-line artists, who can earn tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars and pay for filming a film or TV show or endorsing an advertisement. Lu Qin, I admit that you are better than me in business, but that is not my ambition. I have no interest in business. My field is in the racing world. If you are capable, let's have a race, and I will respect you. Now that things have come to this, I've lost all my face and have done whatever I have to find a way to earn back some of my reputation. As long as Lu Qin refused, he could at least say that everyone had different areas of expertise, which would give himself some way out. Tisk, why don't you say that you can compete with my workers in moving cement? Ha! Peng Delong sneered and showed disdain, causing everyone to laugh wildly. Didn't you look down on our small businesses just now? Now that you can't compete, you're going to use a racing car to compete with our boss? Zhou Zhaogang of Hongfeng Real Estate also sneered. Just now, this guy criticized Hongfeng Real Estate, which he founded, as a small company. He still remembers this grudge, so why not take the opportunity to criticize it a few more times? Haha, you see, you agree with my point of view. Lu Qin is strong in business, and I am strong in racing. Since he doesn't even dare to race with me, what's the point of you bringing these up? Seeing that Peng Dalong and the other man responded as he had guessed, and Tianhao smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Hey, my brain, you are really good at making nonsense. I, old Peng, can talk nonsense, but compared with you, I am just a small witch compared to a big witch. I admire you. Seeing Tianhao being so shameless, Peng Dalong was so angry that he laughed. You want to have a car race? It's not impossible, but what if you lose? But someone just didn't follow his script, and at this time Lu Qin spoke. Will I lose to you? Do you know that I am the #1 in the international F1 Formula 1 racing in Xia Country, or? Okay, stop talking, and just tell me what you'll do if you lose. Lu Qin didn't have time to listen to this guy's bragging, so he interrupted him directly. It's up to you if you lose. Okay, you lose. Don't harass Su Fuling anymore, and don't appear in front of her again. If you happen to run into her, take a detour. The original purpose of this trip was to solve this problem. Lu Qin proposed it directly. Su Fuling was still immersed in her own imagination, but when she heard this, her body trembled and she looked at Lu Qin with gratitude. Okay, but what if you lose? It's up to you. Boss, don't be impulsive. Hearing Lu Qin say this, Peng Dalong and others wanted to stop him. However, Lu Qin stopped him by waving his hand. Okay, that's great. If you lose, leave Su Fuling and write me a word of submission. Tianhao regained his confidence at this moment. In the field of racing, he has never been afraid of anyone. If we really have to compete, I will definitely win. Okay, I hope you'll do what you say, otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The same as you. Tell me, where are we going to compete? After finalizing the bet, Lu Chen spoke directly. I heard that there is an S-Class drag racing track in Jiangdu City, on the Sanjing No. 7 elevated road outside the development zone. Let's go there. A fierce look flashed in Ni Tianhao's eyes. This track is said to be S-Class, but in fact it is Super S-Class. The horror of the deadly 13 turns is not something that ordinary people can handle. Moreover, if we compete there, if any accident happens during the competition, there will be no complaints. Even professional drivers can suffer casualties there, let alone Lu Chen? However, when Lu Chen and Su Fuling heard the track chosen by Ni Tianhao, they both showed very strange expressions, as if they were looking at an idiot. Others didn't know, but Su Fuling didn't know. Wasn't the first encounter between her and Lu Chen just there? That amazing driving skill is unheard of, is it Ni Tianhao? Even if he is the number 1 in Formula 1 racing in Xia Country, Su Fuling is confident that Lu Chen will win. Then several people moved the battlefield directly and drove to Mitsui No. 7 elevated road to prepare for the competition. After this incident, these business tycoons had no intention of attending the cocktail party anymore. There are cocktail parties every year, but you may not be able to see such a big show until a few times in your lifetime. So everyone rushed in their cars to catch up. The organizer of the cocktail party was in a state of confusion, and the subsequent charity auction was obviously a failure. Chapter 42 Initial D? Reproduction and Transcendence. Outside Jiangdu Development Zone, Mitsui No. 7 elevated road. At this time, a group of supercars and luxury cars drove over. What was even more surprising was that the people who usually came here were those racers wearing punk or motorcycle clothes. But now there is a group of middle-aged uncles with big bellies, thick waists and round legs, adding a unique landscape here. Let's start from entrance A. Whoever finishes this elevated section first wins, said Ni Tianhao. No problem, Lu Chen replied. Although you drive a McLaren, it cannot outrun my Ferrari without any modifications. Ni Tianhao said arrogantly that although the price of his car was not as expensive as the McLaren, he spent a lot of money on the later modifications, and the total price was only higher than that of the McLaren. So, in order to save his face as much as possible, he got directly into another sports car driven by his subordinates, the GTR. I'll use this one to compete with you. When it comes to racing, Ni Tianhao is really confident in himself. After all, his first place in the Formula 1 International Championship is well deserved. When Su Fuling kept rejecting Ni Tianhao's harassment, he said, "As long as you beat me in racing, I won't appear in front of you." It is also because of this that Su Fuling has been practicing racing. Although her level is still far from Ni Tianhao, she is also a rare master out there. However, looking at the scene in front of her, Su Fuling still felt a little sad. Unexpectedly, it was the same bet, but this time it was Lu Chen who completed it on her behalf. Then I'll use this one. Seeing that Ni Tianhao obviously looked down on his driving skills, Lu Chen, since he had decided to crush him, naturally could not give him the opportunity to show off. You choose GTR, then I choose 86. Choose the area where the opponent thinks he is the strongest and crush him, so that he will never be able to raise his head and realize his own insignificance and powerlessness. Seeing that Lu Chen actually chose 86, everyone exclaimed. No way! How could you use the 86 to compete with the GTR? The power is not enough. That's right. We lost right from the start. Besides, Ni Tianhao is a professional racing driver. How could Lu Chen make such a low-level mistake when he has achieved such great business success? Although it's unreliable, have you noticed that this scene seems familiar? Now that you mention it, it really is. Isn't this the racing scene in Initial D? It's true. Wow, it's really scary when you think about it. Same car, same track. Yes, this elevated track number 7 is said to have been designed and built by an Initial D fan, except that the original Akina Mountain 3 consecutive hairpin turns were changed to the fatal 13 turns. More than that, this fatal 13 turns is narrower than the 3 hairpin turns inside. Even if Fujiwara Takumi is possessed, he may not be able to play like that. That's why it is called the Super S track. The crowd that came to watch were talking excitedly. Peng Dalong, the owner of the 86, was inexplicably excited. That's right, this car actually belongs to Pang Dalong, which surprised many people. Such a big boss actually drives this car. In fact, he is also an initial D enthusiast, and is crazy about the 86 that Takumi Fujiwara owns in his tofu shop. That's why we got one like this and modified it. Both the interior and exterior are made to be almost exactly the same as the 86 in the anime. But he doesn't have the driving skills of Fujiwara Takumi, so he just drives himself every day to satisfy his addiction. Now, there is a chance to revive the classic 86 vs GTR. But while I was excited, I was also very worried. Although his boss's background and strength are very mysterious, he has no idea how good this racing car is. What if his beloved 86 was damaged? Where would he go to cry? And Tianhao couldn't help but sneer when seeing this. It takes real skill to downgrade and choose a car. But this Luchin actually chose an 86 which has much lower power than the GTR. Is he trying to show off? Some people should not pretend to be cool but end up being stupid. That would be a tragedy. After making a sarcastic remark, Tianhao got into the car directly. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Luchin didn't say anything. He just patted Pang Dehai's shoulder, who had a worried look on his face, and got in the car and started the car. The two drove the car to the starting point and waited for the designated track monitoring announcers to arrive before the race began. At the command, the two cars rushed out directly. As expected, in terms of starting power, the 86 is far inferior to the GTR, and the 86 lags far behind from the beginning. However, Luchin was not worried. This track could be said to be the king of curves, and there were only a few sections where one could drive in a straight line. It seemed to evoke the childhood memories of these middle-aged men and women, and a group of older people were all shouting and cheering excitedly. It is completely impossible to tell that these people are actually business tycoons from various industries. Looking at the 86 getting farther and farther away in the rearview mirror, Tianhao raised the corners of his mouth and showed disdain on his face. With your level, you still dare to compete with me? Eat your ass. It was as if all the depression and frustration from the previous cocktail party were vented at this moment. With my right foot pressing on the accelerator, the GTR draws a beautiful arc and passes the first turn in an instant. The curves on this track become steeper towards the finish line, so with Tianhao's level, he can turn at full speed in the first few curves. It turns out that the 86 is still no match for the GTR. Luchin was too impulsive. He was competing with a professional player, but he chose a weaker car. What a mistake. Listening to the discussions of the crowd and seeing 86 lagging far behind on the big screen, Pang Dalong and others became extremely anxious. As the game went on, Luchin hung leisurely at the back without a trace of anxiety. Squeak. Suddenly, he heard the sound of tires scratching the ground in the distance, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It looks like this guy has reached the fifth turn. It's my turn! As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and the speed of the car soared, shortening the distance between them like an arrow shot from a bow. After passing two more bends, the originally leisurely Tianhao discovered something was wrong. The sound of airwaves behind me was getting closer and closer, and a black dot kept getting bigger in my rearview mirror. Fuck, they caught up with me? This scared Tianhao. Although he did relax after pulling away from the opponent by a considerable distance, he did not step on the accelerator fully. But in his mind, he had already won the game. But I didn't expect that when the seventh turn was over, Luchin actually caught up in the 86. How can this be possible? If the GTR is overtaken by the 86, where will I put my face? So, he stepped on the pedal with his right foot and his speed soared again. In an instant, he had left the 86 behind for a distance. However, the nightmare began. Every time I pass a bend, the 86 will catch up again, and I can't get rid of it no matter what I do. What made Tianhao even more terrified was that when he was about to pass the 10th bend, the 86 almost overtook him, which made him break out in a cold sweat. As a racing driver, he had naturally watched Initial D. These scenes made him feel that the two of them were recreating the classic duel in the movie. Tianhao doesn't want this to happen. In the original book, GTR lost. Things don't go as planned. Sometimes the result you fear the most is likely to happen to you. Sure enough, When the 13th turn was about to enter the fatal 13th turn, 86 rushed up. Because during the sharp turn, even Ni Tianhao couldn't perfectly control the car to stop Lu Chen. Shua. With a sideways move, 86 passed by. No! Chapter 43, Seeking Your Own Death, ULSP. Ni Tianhao never thought that he would be overtaken by Lu Chen. How could it be possible? The fatal 13 bends are right in front of us. Once Lu Chen overtakes him and enters the bend first, it will be difficult to overtake him again. Let's fight! Ni Tianhao clenched his teeth, engaged the clutch with his left foot, stepped on the accelerator with his right foot, and quickly changed gears several times with his right hand. Boom! The GTR made a graceful S-swing and shot out in an instant, with the front of the car taking the lead again. Swoosh! In an instant, the GTR rushed directly into the fatal 13 bends, and a smile appeared on Ni Tianhao's face again. Once you enter here, the road becomes narrower and the curves become sharper. Even with his skills, it would be extremely difficult to overtake here. It's over! Peng Delong and others were about to cheer when they saw Lu Chen overtake perfectly, but the next second he was overtaken by Ni Tianhao, who was the first to rush into the fatal 13 bends. Their mood immediately fell to the bottom. They also knew that once someone entered this level first, it would be very difficult to overtake later, not to mention that Ni Tianhao was a professional top driver after all. Even Su Fuling was in a low mood at this time. Although he knew that Lu Chen was an excellent driver, he was overtaken by Lu Chen before entering the checkpoint last time. Look! But at this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked up and saw that the 86 driven by Lu Chen had made a huge sideways drift at an angle no one expected, and overtook again at lightning speed. The taillights of the 86 drew a beautiful arc, as if announcing to the GTR behind it that the race was over and it was leading again. Impossible! Ni Tianhao was furious. He could not accept the result before him. It is not difficult to drift, even in these fatal 13 turns, Ni Tianhao can do it. But my car was stuck in the front, and the track was very narrow, only allowing two cars to run side by side. In such an environment, it is very difficult to overtake when the car is so close to the vehicle body, which requires extremely precise control of speed and distance. Not only did Lu Chen overtake, he also used extremely difficult technical skills to drift sideways with a large span, which was simply amazing. It appeared! When Peng Delong saw this scene, he jumped up excitedly like a child. The initial D-style large span extreme drift is exactly the same. Boss is awesome! Boss is mighty! Boss, I love you! He shouted excitedly, without any image at all. At this moment, he no longer looked like an old fox who dominated both the black and white worlds. Everyone couldn't help but sigh that the boss also has a cute side. On the track, Ni Tianhao's eyes gradually became sinister, and he seemed to have made a decision. Buzz! The sound of an explosion was heard, and the GTR's speed suddenly soared, crashing into the rear body of the 86 that was turning sharply. The rearview mirror noticed something and Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. Release the clutch, step on the accelerator, shift gears, and drift with the handbrake, all in one go. A double S drift that is beyond magical skills easily avoids the car behind. Bang! Ni Tianhao hit the air and reversed the steering wheel in fear. He used both the foot brake and the handbrake, but the car was going too fast and was on this dangerous turn. The GTR was completely out of control, crashing through the elevated guardrail and rushing out. No! Boom! Amid screams, the GTR fell from the overpass, exploded directly, and caught fire. What the hell? Everyone was scared. This was a life-threatening situation. Because the whole process was broadcast live, everyone saw what happened just now. It was obvious that Ni Tianhao saw that he was overtaken by Lu Chen and was ready to make a move. Who knew that Lu Chen's driving skills were so amazing that he dodged the collision in an instant, and Ni Tianhao suffered the consequences. You deserve it! This bastard is simply courting his own death. No one felt sympathy or regret for Ni Tianhao's death. On the contrary, they felt that his death was not a pity. This shows what a bad person Ni Tianhao was. Ding! Su Fuling's favorability towards the host has risen to 100%, and the reward product will be given a chance to win in seconds. Ding! The product has been put on the shelves, please decide whether to purchase it. 100% favorability? What does that mean? Lu Chen was stunned when he heard the prompt tone. Does this absolutely mean that this girl likes him? 100% favorability means the host can do whatever he wants with her. Unexpectedly, the system suddenly said this, causing Lu Chen to roll his eyes. System ULSP. With a thought, the products on the shelves are displayed. Product, Jiqian Law Firm, price 1 yuan. Jiqian Law Firm? Lu Chen checked it online and was shocked. This Jiqian Law Firm is actually the best in the country and one of the top 10 law firms in the world. They have never lost a case here. Moreover, his business is spread all over the world, not just limited to Xia Country. The service fees of this law firm are ridiculously high, ranging from hundreds of millions to tens of millions, and sometimes even exceeding 100 million. But even so, it is still sought after by many countries. It can be said that there is no case that their law firm cannot win. Great! With this law firm, there will be less trouble in the future. Besides, he now has more and more businesses, but he also found that most of the legal staff in these businesses are just idling around. It's time to find a decent law firm to manage them all. Lu Chen, this might be troublesome. Ni Tianhao got into an accident, and his father won't let it go. When I drove back to Su Fuling, I saw her running over and saying this anxiously. What are you afraid of? He brought this upon himself. What does it have to do with us? Let's go. We'll talk about this later. After explaining to Pang Dalong and others that a new legal officer would be assigned to the company in the near future, he took Su Fuling back. Magic City, the headquarters of NI Group. Xiaotian, you have to avenge our son! At this time, Ni Tianhao's mother Su Huying cried bitterly and shouted to her husband Ni Xiaotian that the pain of losing her son almost made her collapse. Revenge must be taken, but not now. Ni Xiaotian said bitterly that the two of them had a son in their later years, so they naturally doted on Ni Tianhao very much. They were both grief-stricken and angry when they suddenly learned that their beloved son had died in a car accident. However, when he knew the whole story, no matter how much he hated it, he had to hold it in. First of all, from the video footage obtained, it seemed that his son wanted to kill the other person, but the other person dodged him and fell off the viaduct and died. If you tell anyone about this, it's your own fault. It has nothing to do with them. I hope they don't come to you for explanation. Secondly, this Lu Chen who suddenly appeared was so young, yet he actually controlled so many industries, and his strength even surpassed his own NI group. It is not easy to take revenge on an enemy of this level. Not now? Then when should we wait? We can't let Howard die with regrets. What do you know? I wish I could tear that Lu Chen into pieces right now, but he's not a simple man. I'll have to get in touch with Mr. Lu from Hong Kong and ask him for help before I can be sure. The Lu family in Hong Kong is a large family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Its assets amount to hundreds of billions, which is several times that of the Ni family. The key is that their family has made friends with a lot of bigwigs and strange people. When the time comes, as long as he is asked for help, even if Lu Chen has assets worth hundreds of billions, it will not be enough in front of the Lu family. Just let you jump around for a few days and we'll see. Chapter 44 Free Meal Combination, System Reward. I said please stop wandering around, okay? A few days passed and there was no sign of any action from the NI group, which made Su Fuling more and more anxious. Look, these past few days this girl has been running to Lu Chen's house every day, feeling restless. Ni Xiaotian and his wife had a son in their old age, and they doted on Ni Tianhao, which is why he was so arrogant and looked down on everyone. Now that Ni Tianhao is dead, they didn't do anything at all. It's too abnormal. Maybe they are afraid of me. I am very powerful. Lu Chen made a joke disapprovingly. Don't be so conceited. If you have to be afraid, you should be afraid of Master Qin and Master Lin. But that's not right. The outside world doesn't know about your relationship with them, and he probably doesn't know either. Anyway, I feel like this is the calm before the storm. You have to be more careful these days. Okay, I get it. You can say whatever you want, but can you please stop blocking me from watching TV? Look, what's so good about this woman? You've been watching this channel a lot these days. Are you interested in this woman? These days, Lu Chun would watch a variety show on this channel at this time every day. If you look closely, you will see that the woman with outstanding appearance and good singing and dancing skills is Lu Chen's high school classmate Li Xueting. After helping Li Xueting deal with Li Hengli's affairs, the company also knew about Li Xueting's relationship with Lu Chen, so they naturally supported her a lot. In addition, Li Xueting herself possesses excellent abilities, and she became famous in just a few days. Now, because of her lark-like singing voice, she has captured a large number of fans and frequently appears in the variety shows of this station. She is my high school classmate. Hey, do you really think of yourself as your girlfriend? Do you want to control everything? Lu Chen rolled his eyes and said that this girl's attitude towards him seemed to have completely changed since the cocktail party incident a few days ago. She was originally very domineering, but now she often acted like a little bird towards him. And he always wears a vest and shorts and runs towards me. Does this mean he trusts me too much, or does he not consider himself a man? After all, I am still at the age of full vigor and vitality. This girl is so beautiful and sexy. She wears so little every day and walks around in front of me with her long legs lifted up and her butt raised. Aren't you afraid that I will lose control one day? Also, whenever I look at other women for a few more times, I always feel that this girl will become jealous. And now she is arguing with Li Xueting on TV. Who told you to be so high profile at the cocktail party? Now my parents are urging me to bring you back to meet them every day. Don't you have to take responsibility? I say you are blackmailing me, right? Why? There are a lot of people who want to pursue me. If someone sees me serving you and staying by your side every day, they will be envious. How can you still despise me? You serve me? I think I serve you, right? You come to my place every day to eat and drink for free. Brother, I'm here to eat for free, ha ha ha. What delicious food did you cook today? At this time, Old Man Qin outside the door shouted loudly, and soon he ran in. Hey, another one coming for free food. Lu Chen was speechless looking at the old man and the young. The System Mall released a product called Cooking Master Boy a few days ago. Lu Chen was interested in it, so he prepared a table of dishes and asked Grandpa Qin and Su Fuling to taste them. As a result, I was addicted to it after trying it. So, whenever Lu Chen was at home, she would pester him to cook. As soon as it was time for dinner, these two people came. But think about it, how can the system's products be bad? It's just that Lu Chen was careless at the beginning and shouldn't have let them taste the food. 12 o'clock at night. I said Old Man Qin has gone back, why aren't you leaving yet? Let's leave after watching this episode. Why are you rushing me? Su Fuling was eating potato chips while watching TV. Lu Chen glanced at the TV and rolled his eyes. He could not help but watch cartoons with such relish. Hey, how about we go out somewhere tomorrow? Where do you think we should go? Su Fuling asked as she ate potato chips and watched anime. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Ding, the product has been refreshed. Please check whether to purchase it. Product, Tianlong Club, price 1 yuan. Tianlong Club? Lu Chen muttered. What? Tianlong Club? Sure, I haven't played tennis in a long time, so let's go there. Because the two of them were sitting very close to each other, Su Fuling mistook Lu Chen's whisper as a question about her opinion and agreed immediately, causing Lu Chen to roll his eyes again. But think about it, I haven't exercised for a long time, so it would be nice to play tennis. I remember playing it for a while when I was in college, and I miss it a little. It's a good opportunity to go and check out my own Tianlong Club. Okay, let's play tennis tomorrow. The next afternoon, Lu Chen brought Su Fuling to the Tianlong Club. This venue is currently the most comprehensive and luxurious sports and competitive club in Jiangdu City. It covers all sports including football, basketball, tennis, badminton, table tennis, volleyball, golf, swimming, etc. The two of them directly took a VIP room and started their tennis battle. I can't believe you're such a good tennis player. Just kidding. I used to be on the school team. You know how good I am, right? Come and watch the game. You know what, this girl is really good at playing tennis. Lu Chen really can't beat her. Of course, that's because he can control his body functions. Otherwise, with the help of his powerful muscle-building pills and R-type wisdom potion, his physical strength, speed, and judgment are absolutely incomparable to ordinary people. Seriously speaking, as long as Lu Chen wanted to, it would be extremely easy for him to win the Olympic all-around championship. Just fight this girl and control her to the point where she looks like a normal person. Lu Chen and his friends were outside the VIP area. Manager Zhao, why is there someone else using our frequently used VIP room? Sister Zhang, I didn't know you were coming today, so I opened this private room. Manager Zhao said with a smile, but he was grumbling in his heart. This VIP is not something you buy or pay for long-term rental. If someone comes to consume, the vacant seat will naturally be given to them. How can you not do business? It's a coincidence that although there are not many rooms in the VIP area, not many people use them on a normal day. But for some reason, several VIP areas were open today. Then Sister Zhang didn't make a reservation in advance and arrived late, so all the ball areas in the VIP area were taken. Then you think of a way. We need it today. Well, why don't you wait in the rest area for a while? Someone should be scheduled to arrive soon, and I can arrange it for you then? How can that be? Our Yuan doesn't have that much time to wait. We came here today to do some homework for our Yuan's new movie and get familiar with the location. You know, the crew can use your location this time, all thanks to our Yuan. Yes, I really have to thank Brother Yuan for making this happen. That's all I need to know. Just think of a solution. You don't have to ask me to call Vice President Gu for such a small matter, right? Sister Zhang said with a frown. The Yuan that Sister Zhang mentioned is the cute boy who is 173 centimeters tall, and wearing a baseball cap and big sunglasses, sitting next to her Tong Yuan. With his cute face that looks like the one in the anime Prince of Tennis, he suddenly has more than 30 million fans. Because of this, and his huge popularity, he was spotted by a director under Xingyao, who planned to have him play the role of the live-action version of the Prince of Tennis. Now, the project is about to start filming, so come here to familiarize yourself with the location first. Then Sister Zhang, please wait a moment. I will go and communicate with the guests inside first. Go quickly. Sister Zhang was a little impatient. Hello, sir. I am Zhao Tianda, the manager of the Tianlong Club. Can I discuss something with you? What's the matter? Lu Chen asked when he saw Zhao Tianda suddenly coming over. It's like this. The place you are using now is a regular room for one of our VIP clients. She happened to come today, so she wants to ask if you can give this room to her. I will arrange another room for you, but it may not be a VIP room. Of course, the fee will be refunded to you in full, so today is free. Zhao Tianda asked, rubbing his hands a little embarrassedly. We're about to finish the fight, let her wait for a while. Seeing this, Su Fuling spoke first. They have been playing for quite a while and will leave after a few more rounds. Wait? Our time is very valuable. How about this? Not only will I pay your fees today, but I will also give you another 500. Please return the place to us immediately. At some point, Sister Zhang and Tong Yuan walked in, looking impatient. As he said that, he took out 500 and threw it on the table next to Su Fuling. Is a little bit of stinky money a big deal? Sister Zhang's actions made Su Fuling so angry that she laughed. This woman actually threw money at her. Yes, it's really great to be rich. Sister Zhang said arrogantly that she had also looked at the registration record at the front desk before coming, and that the two of them only booked the room for 1 hour. People who have money to play VIP usually buy a pack for half a day or a pack for a day. Those who only book a 1-hour package are mostly poor commoners who want to show off their nobility, so they are not polite at all and are even more arrogant. It seems that you have a lot of money? At this time, Lu Chen squinted his eyes and walked over. Chapter 45, Give You Face? Extreme Crushing. In the spirit of a good man not fighting with a woman, I was just a bystander. But seeing this woman being so arrogant and domineering, he couldn't stand it anymore. Sister Zhang, stop arguing. At this time, Yuan walked up to stop her, and then looked at Lu Chen. Well, I'll give you another 500 and you can change the venue. After saying that, he took out another 500 yuan and put it on the table beside him. He also gave Su Fuling a smile that he thought was very handsome, which made Su Fuling get goosebumps all over her body. Excuse me, please take this money and leave, and don't disturb us from playing. Lu Chen didn't even look at Tong Yuan and said this coldly. Sir, I think sometimes you should quit while you are ahead, Otherwise you might end up embarrassing yourself later. Seeing that Lu Qin didn't give him any face at all, De Yuan's voice gradually became colder. With more than 30 million fans and having enjoyed various benefits, he has long developed a sense of self-superiority. At this moment, she was ignored by the man in front of her, so she was naturally in a very bad mood. Roll! Okay, you're fine, so don't blame me. Sister Zhang, call Vice President's son and ask him to handle it. Tong De Yuan didn't expect Lu Qin to scold him like that. His face turned blue and purple, and anger almost burst out of his eyes. Mr. Sun, I'm Sister Zhang. Are you free to come to the VIP room in the tennis area? There are 2 rude losers here, occupying this VIP room that we usually use, and speaking rudely to us. You coming right away? Okay, we'll wait for you here. After a few simple words, Sister Zhang hung up the phone. It's still not too late for you two to leave now. If it's too late. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Then I'll teach you how to get out of here. Without giving Sister Zhang a chance to speak, Lu Qin threw the 2 people out of the VIP billiard room one by one. What a noise! As if he had touched something dirty, Lu Qin said as he wiped his hands with a look of disgust. Asshole! Just you wait! You rude dick! The 2 people who were thrown out still had shock and anger on their faces. But just now they saw that Lu Qin was able to throw them out one by one with one hand. It was obvious that his strength was not something they could resist. As the saying goes, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. I'm just cursing at the door without going in. Let's see what you can do. But just when they were about to start cursing again, Lu Qin glanced over. The 2 of them seemed to have something stuck in their necks, and they swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. Silly bubble! Lu Qin didn't have time to pay attention to these 2 idiots, and continued playing tennis with Su Fuling. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a big belly ran over. Hey, Mr. Sun, you're here. We've been bullied to death by them. You must help us. Seeing that it was Vice President's son who came, Sister Zhang immediately went to greet him and even started to act coquettishly in a sweet voice. While saying this, she rubbed Vice President Sun's arm with her plump body, which made Vice President Sun, who came rushing over, feel itchy and distracted. You little slut, I'll deal with you later. Then, he leaned over and whispered something in Sister Zhang's ear, and at the same time, he pinched the part that was raised at her back. You bastard! Sister Zhang responded with a seductive smile. Ahem! After coughing twice, Vice President Sun straightened his clothes, opened the door, and walked in. You 2 stop for a moment. The usage time here is over. You can leave now. Without saying anything more, Vice President Sun started to order them to leave. What time is over? There are still 25 minutes left, Su Fuling said angrily. Seeing that this man was followed by the 2 arrogant sisters Zhang, she naturally knew that the fat man in front of her was the helper they had found. When I say the time is up, it means the time is up. Please leave, Vice President Sun said directly and firmly. Is this how the Tianlong Club treats its guests? Lu Qin asked coldly. Who are you? How can you tell us what to do? Vice President Sun said arrogantly. That's right, who do you think you are? Vice President Sun has the final say here, so get out of here right now. Sister Zhang also echoed the curse. She was still holding a grudge against this guy for what he had done to her just now. Ever since Tong De Yuan became famous, he has also become very successful and entered the upper-class circle. But I didn't expect to be treated so rudely by a loser today. I was so angry that my lungs almost exploded. Vice President Sun? Haha, your words don't count here. Now you are fired! Hearing this, Lu Qin sneered. Fire me? Ha ha ha, kid, you're probably still asleep, aren't you? What qualifications do you have to say you want to fire me? Not wanting to argue with these idiots, Lu Qin just made a phone call. Lu Zhenming, I'll give you 5 minutes to come to VIP room number 1 in the tennis area immediately. After saying that, he hung up the phone and looked coldly at the stupid people in front of him. Oh, you're quite good at pretending. You even know Mr. Lu's name. It seems like you're a repeat offender and you've put in a lot of effort, Sister Zhang said sarcastically. However, Vice President Sun frowned at this time, feeling that something seemed to be wrong. If he was pretending, the man in front of him was so calm that it was odd. So he called over the former manager Zhao and asked him about the situation in a low voice. After knowing the whole cause and effect, his brows furrowed even deeper. It was a bit too much to tell Sister Zhang about this matter. Just as he was thinking about it, the door of the billiard room was opened again and a man rushed in. Mr. Liu! When they saw the person coming, Sister Zhang and others were very surprised. How come Mr. Liu really came? Vice President Sun's heart skipped a beat when he saw Lu Jinming running towards Lu Qin in panic. Broken! Vice President Sun cursed inwardly, and suddenly remembered that Lu Jinming had lamented to him before, saying that the Tianlong Club had been acquired by someone. He didn't tell him the name, but he knew that it was a young and promising man. Now looking at the Lu Qin in front of him, he is indeed young, and he was so calm when he said he wanted to fire him after what happened just now. He instantly guessed a possibility. So he made a decision immediately, turned around and slapped Sister Zhang in the face. A bright red palm print appeared on Sister Zhang's face. She covered her face and looked at Vice President Sun in confusion. Bitch, it's obviously you who was wrong. You exaggerated and slandered this gentleman on the phone just now, and I almost got into trouble with you. Sun Dexing, what are you crazy about? You. Pa. Without giving Sister Zhang time to finish her words, he slapped her again. How dare you talk nonsense? Get out of here now. As he said this, he trotted over to Lu Qin with a flattering look on his face. Sir, it was my mistake before. I only listened to this bitch's one-sided words, which caused you unhappiness. I apologize to you here. They are our VIP customers, and we usually try our best to meet their requirements. I am really sorry. Lu Qin didn't say anything and glanced at Lu Jinming next to him. Anyone who can reach this position is a smart person. After looking at the atmosphere on the scene and listening to Sun Dexing's words, he instantly understood the general idea. Humph! Sun Dexing, after seeing the good things you have done, you dare to act wild in front of the chairman? Lu Jinming shouted directly, then looked at Sister Zhang. You too, you can leave now. You are not welcome here anymore. When he learned that Lu Qin was the boss who acquired the Tianlong Club, he was shocked for a long time. Not many people in the middle and lower classes may know Lu Qin's name, but at the top of Jiangdu's business circle, everyone knows him. The cocktail party incident has long been no secret in this circle. How could these random people offend a young tycoon who controls assets worth hundreds of billions? Mr. Liu, this is not a good decision. If we leave, how will you explain to Xingyao Entertainment? You signed a contract. If you drive us away, we will take away Xingyao Entertainment's business. Moreover, because of you, we will have to compensate Xingyao Entertainment for its losses. You must think carefully. Although Sister Zhang was shocked when she heard that Lu Qin in front of her was actually the owner of the Tianlong Club, she knew that she was in trouble. However, the reason why she was able to bring up Tong de Yuan was not just because of her arrogance and disdain. Lu Jinming was stunned when he heard this and frowned. He almost forgot about this and felt a little frustrated for a moment. Xingyao Entertainment? Lu Jinming, what's going on? Lu Qin was also stunned. What do these two idiots have to do with Xingyao Entertainment? So, Lu Jinming informed Lu Qin that Xingyao Entertainment had signed a venue rental contract with them, and was going to use Tong de Yuan as the protagonist to shoot the live-action version of Prince of Tennis. Oh, I see. Lu Qin nodded and made another call. Hello, this is Lu Qin. Tell Wang Antai that someone named Tong de Yuan has bad behavior. Terminate the contract immediately. Be more careful about the character of the artist you choose to work with next time. After saying that, he hung up the phone. When the people who were listening were confused, Sister Zhang's cell phone rang. Hey, Director Lu, what? You want to terminate the contract? Why? Was it an order from President Wang? Then the other party hung up the phone directly. No, you can't do this. You are operating in secret. Why do you want to terminate the contract? No, our De Yuan is a live streamer with 30 million fans on the Shark platform. If you do this, I will expose you. Sister Zhang broke down and screamed hysterically. Shark platform? The expression on Lu Chen's face was extremely strange. A few days ago, among the products put on the system's shelves was 100% of the shares of Shark platform. He was puzzled at the time. He was using Douyin, so why were they not given shares in Douyin but shares in the Shark platform? It seemed like they were waiting for these two idiots. Sure enough, if you don't do it, you won't die. So he made another call. Chen Xiaojia, I'm Lu Chen. When Sister Zhang heard Lu Chen making another call, she collapsed to the ground. It's over, the sky is falling. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 46 Yongfen Capital, value skyrocketed. Tong de Yuan was very panicked at this time, as he had hit a wall. Ding di. A few seconds after Lu Chen hung up the phone, Tong de Yuan's phone message alert sounded. Your account on the Shark platform has been permanently blocked due to violations. Bah. The phone fell to the ground and the screen shattered. But Tong de Yuan no longer cares about these things. The more than 30 million fans he had accumulated with great difficulty were all gone because of the account being blocked. Mr. Lu, please be magnanimous and forgive me. I am the one who doesn't know how high the heaven is and how deep the earth is. Please don't block my account. Tong de Yuan experienced firsthand the feeling of going from heaven to hell. Mr. Lu, we know we were wrong and we will definitely change our ways in the future. Just treat us like shit and let it go. At this time, Sister Zhang, who was slumped on the ground, crawled to Lu Chen and begged bitterly. Lu Chen ignored them and just glanced at Lu Jinming beside him. Take them out. Lu Jinming understood and ordered his men to drag the two men who were howling like ghosts and wolves out. Everyone present at this moment was extremely shocked. Every call from Lu Chen refreshed their cognition. Especially Su Fulling's senses were more direct. She never expected that in addition to the power Lu Chen showed at the previous cocktail party, he also owned the Tianlong Club, Xingyao Entertainment, and even the Shark platform. Except for the Tianlong Club, any other one of them is worth over 10 billion yuan. The key is still soft assets. The benefits generated by fission are immeasurable. In her heart, the more she interacted with Lu Chen, the more she felt that he was unfathomable. How many secrets does this man have? But the stronger Lu Chen became, the happier she felt for him. What was wrong with her? Could it be? Thinking of this, her cheeks turned red. Sun Dexing, who was standing aside, was already trembling all over. He never expected that the man in front of him would have such great power. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. It was Sister Zhang who misled me. Please give me another chance. I promise that this won't happen again. Seeing Lu Chen looking at him, Sun Dexing trembled all over. It was his turn now, so he quickly opened his mouth and tried to make a final struggle. Do you think I will believe it? Although this guy's on-the-spot change was quite timely, Lu Chen was not someone who could be easily fooled. And that's the nature of human beings. A dog will always eat shit. Keeping such people will only be a bad apple in the company. Boss Lu, just fire this person. After saying that, he stopped looking at them and pulled Su Fulling away. Behind him, Sun Dexing's desperate cry was heard. At his age, with the title of being fired, who would hire him? The miserable life that followed was self-evident. In the following days, Lu Chen lived a very leisurely life. Only Lin Tianxing came over a few times and asked him about the uses of acupuncture. Whenever Lu Chen gave him a little guidance, Lin Tianxing would quickly understand, which surprised Lu Chen a little. After all, he is a great master of the Xia Country, and his knowledge and comprehension of medicine are indeed extraordinary. Of course, what Lu Chen taught was also a simplified version of the Xianlong acupuncture method, which mainly inspired him to learn some uses of acupoints and meridians that could not be found in books. If it really was taught exactly the same way, even if Lin Tianxing was a genius, he would not be able to learn it. He did not have the system to enlighten him, nor did he have the R-type wisdom potion given by the system to replenish his mental strength and broaden his brain area. But even so, Lin Tianxing felt that he benefited a lot and was even more convinced of Lu Chen's methods. Naturally, Lu Chen had a new wave of gains in the past few days. What he found interesting was that this system seemed to have predictive ability. Every time a product is refreshed, it foreshadows your future direction. Just as the system gave me, product, Xiongfen Capital, price, 1 yuan, which I bought instantly, Su Fulling came to invite me to go to the Magic City with her, saying that her parents had been questioning me after they found out about Lu Chen. If the two of them were acting, they would be afraid that their parents would force them to get married or something, so they had no choice but to drag him back to act out a tough show. Lu Chen did not refuse. He believed that one should help others to the end. This girl had taken such good care of him these past few days, treating him to meals and buying him clothes to dress up. She even sent away the housekeeper recommended by the property management and insisted on taking charge of the housekeeping duties in Lu Chen's home herself, making Lu Chen feel that this girl had taken the wrong medicine. But think about it, having a beautiful CEO of a company worth nearly 100 billion as your housekeeper seems to be a good feeling. Xiongfeng Capital, headquartered in Shanghai, is a large-scale venture capital company engaged in outstanding industries across all fields. The companies he has invested in are all among the best in the local area, the country, and even the world. As a result, the market value of Xiongfeng Capital has reached over 400 billion, making it a true giant. In front of him, the previous NI family was completely insignificant. After getting this company, Lu Chen was also very moved. Unexpectedly, in just a month or so, his assets have far exceeded 500 billion. It seems that it won't be long before his net worth exceeds 1 trillion. Before leaving, Lu Chen transferred another 1 million yuan to his parents, which scared his mother Gao Xiaolan, who called to inquire. "Son, what are you doing? Is it so easy to make money now?" "Mom, haven't you heard that money makes money? Didn't I tell you a while ago that I made money by doing business with a friend? Then I had capital, and I could invest in more things. Plus, your son and I were lucky, so all the projects I invested in made money." "Oh, is that so? That's great, but since money can make money, you should keep it as capital." "I'm fine here, you and Dad can keep these and buy some good food and clothes. You and Dad don't have to go out to work. I'm doing well now and I can make money. You two should enjoy your life. By the way, I found a famous doctor for Dad's old cold legs. I have to go on a business trip to the Magic City for a while these days. When I come back, I will bring him here to cure Dad." It is not convenient for Lu Chen to help at his parents' place for the time being, so he plans to bring Lin Tianxing with him when the time comes. With what old man Lin has learned now, it should be no problem to cure the old man's rheumatoid arthritis. "Oh? That's great. Your dad has this old problem that makes him feel uncomfortable when it's cloudy and rainy. It would be great if he could be cured. Don't get tired outside and eat on time. The kid from the Zhang family next door is working outside. He has ruined his health in order to make more money. Don't do that to me." "Don't worry, Mom." Just as Lu Chen was about to hang up, Gao Xiaolan said again. "You just said you were going to Shanghai? If you are free, why don't you go visit your second uncle's family on our behalf?" "Okay, send me the current address of my second uncle's house later." "Well, remember not to go empty-handed. Your second uncle and his family helped our family a lot back then." "I know, Mom." As soon as I hung up the phone, Su Fuling came. So, after packing up briefly, the two of them set off for the Magic City. Chapter 47, Fate Becomes Real, Thrilling Moment. Magic City, one of the most prosperous Langtosha cities in Xia Country. There are opportunities everywhere here, but it is also the largest screening pool. It fully demonstrates the law of survival of the fittest and the law of the jungle. Ziyuan, one of the top 3 luxury villa areas in Shanghai, is located on the south side of Shisha Mountain. It adheres to the international living concept and integrates multiple natural landscapes such as mountain views, water views, bird views, garden views, and forest views, providing owners with an extremely comfortable living environment. In Villa A03, a man and a woman were sitting opposite Lu Chen. The man is steady and reserved, while the woman is graceful and elegant. These two people are Su Fuling's father Su Dawei and mother Lin Shi. "Xiao Lu, when did you and Linga meet?" Lin Shi spoke first. "We have known each other for more than a year, but we only communicated through text messages before." Before Lu Chen could speak, Su Fuling spoke first. Lin Shi glared at Su Fuling, smiled at Lu Chen and asked again. "One of you is in Jiangdu and the other is in Modu. How did you know each other?" "We met at the beach when we were traveling in Nahai province. Coincidentally, he was Yao Enchi's classmate." Su Fuling answered again. "Su Fuling, I'm asking him, not you, shut up!" Lin Shi scolded directly. Seeing that her mother seemed really angry, Su Fuling obediently shut her mouth and sat aside. But he still winked at Lu Chen, which made Lu Chen laugh. "Xiao Lu, do your parents know that you two are dating? What do your parents do?" "I don't know yet, Auntie. I came from a small county town. My parents are ordinary people. We farm at home and do odd jobs. Lu Chen said calmly that Su Fuling's parents must have checked these things, so there was no need to lie. Xiao Lu, don't be offended. Your aunt and uncle have a question that they want to ask you. We just want to clarify your doubts. We don't mean to blaspheme or insult you. Do you mind? At this time, Lin Shi looked at Lu Chen and asked sincerely. Seeing her expression, Lu Chen roughly guessed what she wanted to ask. So, he said directly, Uncle and Aunt, you want to know how I can earn all these businesses since my family conditions are very ordinary, right? Mr. and Mrs. Su smiled apologetically and nodded. I made some money from stock investment, and then by chance I was able to do something, and then I slowly got to this point. As for the specifics, it's not convenient to say, but it's definitely legal income. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Su Fuling's parents looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. Everyone has their own secrets. If someone doesn't want to tell you, even if you keep asking, the reasons they give you may not be true. In fact, after they found out about Su Fuling and Lu Chen, they immediately investigated Lu Chen through some means. After all, the cocktail party incident at the Hongda Hotel also shocked the couple. For such a young man, he actually possesses unimaginable strength. The key is that his previous generation was really ordinary, and could even be described as poor. Under such circumstances, it is very scary to be able to start from scratch and reach this point in such a short time. When they met this time, she found that Lu Chen was not only handsome but also masculine. Facing the questions from the two of them, he remained calm and composed, speaking neither arrogantly nor humbly. This mentality is countless times stronger than that of people of the same age, especially Su's mother, who fell in love with him at first sight. However, due to his status, he did not show too much enthusiasm. In fact, she had already accepted this son-in-law in her heart, and wished her daughter could marry him as soon as possible. If Su Fuling knew Lin Shi's thoughts, she would probably be shocked. In her impression, her mother is a very strong person and is very strict with her finding a boyfriend. Part of the reason why she was able to arbitrarily refuse the marriage before was because Su's mother opposed Tianhao becoming her son-in-law. But because the two businesses are too closely intertwined, there is no way to refuse directly. However, after knowing Lu Chen's strength, there is no need to worry about this. If my daughter is really with Lu Chen, exchanging Lu Chen for Ni's is a win-win deal in every way, and it may even help his family move to a higher level. That's why she hurriedly summoned her daughter to bring Lu Chen over to see her. Now, the more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the happier she is. Especially when she saw her daughter, she always considered Lu Chen and even looked at him differently. You have to know that Su Fuling's personality is very similar to Lin Shi's. She has been a domineering and overbearing strong woman since she was a child. In addition, she had often followed Grandpa Qin Tianlong to the army since she was a child, which made her develop a character of worshipping the strong and looking down on others. There are many people pursuing him, including handsome ones, capable ones, and those with outstanding talents. But she just doesn't like it, and the most important thing is that no one can subdue her. But now, it is obvious that Lu Chen can do it. Xiao Lu, this girl of ours has a bad temper. You will have to bear with her in the future. Mom, what are you talking about? How is it that I have a bad temper? Su Fuling became anxious when she heard her mother say this. Oh my, you're getting anxious. Only Lu Chen can handle you. I'm going to hand you and the company over to Lu Chen, and then plan with your father where to travel for the two of us in the future. What are you talking about? Su Fuling's face turned red and she was extremely surprised. My mother is even more picky than I am, and few people can catch her eye. This is the first time we met today, and you're already attracted to Lu Chen? Lu Chen was also embarrassed by what Su's mother said. Where was this going? Was she going to entrust her daughter to him? Does this mean that Su's mother is too kind? Or does this mean that Su Fuling is so bad that Su's mother doesn't like her and wants to get rid of her? Humph! I knew you two were just pretending. Didn't you say you two loved each other? After hearing that I agreed, you two still acted coyly. Are you putting on an act for us? Suddenly, Su's mother slammed the table and scolded sternly. This gave Lu Chen and Su Fuling a fright. No, we're not pretending. We are a good couple, Su Fuling said directly. Yes, Auntie, we are not pretending. Lu Chen also agreed. Oh? You're not pretending? You two are sitting so far apart? How distant are you two? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and questioned. The two of them subconsciously sat together immediately, and Lu Chen even hugged Su Fuling, and Su Fuling also hugged Lu Chen's waist. That's it. Is there any other evidence that you two are really together? Before, you said you would not marry anyone else but him, and you also said Lu Chen would not marry anyone else but you. After saying this, Lu Chen was stunned and looked at Su Fuling, asking with his eyes. You said this? Su Fuling responded with her eyes. Did I? She didn't seem to have said that. Since you two are so good to each other, kiss me and let me see. Ah? When they heard Su's mother's sudden words, they were dumbfounded. How could it be like this? Chapter 48. Fighting all night, the son-in-law is mighty. Su's mother just kept staring at the two of them, leaving Lu Chen and the others at a loss as to what to do. Kiss? Or not? Ahem! Mr. Su standing by couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Alright, you're making Lu Chen feel so embarrassed. When they sleep together at night, are you afraid you won't be able to kiss them? After hearing the first half of Su's father's words, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing the second half, they were dumbfounded again. What's going on? Is this what a billionaire boss should say? What about two people sleeping together at night? Are they going to share a room? Dad, what are you talking about? We have so many guest rooms. The guest room is for guests. Lu Chen is my future son-in-law, a family member. How can he sleep in the guest room? What do you think? At this time, Su's mother interrupted Su Fuling again. Lu Chen could see that these two people were determined to have them sleep together. Okay, it's getting late, go to bed early. We can talk about it tomorrow if there's anything else. Su's mother began to urge the two to go upstairs to bed. Lu Chen looked out the window at the sky, which was not yet completely dark, and was speechless. What's more, it seemed that he hadn't had dinner yet. Is this because Su Fuling doesn't like him, or is it because he is too popular? Is he so eager to marry his daughter off? Mom, we haven't had dinner yet. Su Fuling also said speechlessly, holding her forehead. Really? Haha, look, I forgot about that. Well, eat first, and then go to bed quickly after eating. You have to develop the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. Su Fuling's face turned red during the meal, and Lu Chen was even more embarrassed. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe it. While Su's father and mother were eating, they brought in several bottles and jars, all of which were wine. Bull whip wine, deer whip wine, tiger whip wine, anything that can enhance a man's fighting power, Lu Chen drank it all. Lu Chen was beaten so badly. Finally, after the meal, the two were hurriedly pushed into the room by Su's mother, and the door was closed. Looking at the big bed in the room, the atmosphere between the two suddenly became extremely awkward. Lu Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't expect my parents to be like this, they are not like this usually. Su Fuling said embarrassedly, twisting her hands together, not knowing where to put them. It's okay, it just opened my eyes a little. So tonight, I sleep on the floor? Lu Chen glanced around the room. Apart from the cabinet, there was a big bed, a sofa, and some other things in the room. What should we do? How about we both sleep on the bed? One of us can sleep on one side. For the first time, Su Fuling felt that speaking was so difficult. Her voice became lower and lower, and in the end her head was buried in her chest. Seeing that Su Fuling didn't mind, Lu Chen naturally didn't refuse. Just as the two were about to sit down, the door opened with a bang, scaring the two to jump up. Here are 2 sets of pajamas. You can wear them after you take a shower. Oh. Su Fuling took the clothes with a blushing face. After seeing Su's mother off, the two looked at each other, and Su Fuling ran into the bathroom first. The sound of rushing water made Lu Chen distracted. He is not Lu Xiaohui, so it is impossible for him to have no reaction at all. Hey, just bear with it. Half an hour later, Su Fuling finished washing up and walked out in her pajamas. Her face was so red that it looked like water was dripping. What Su's mother actually gave her was a lace translucent pajamas, and her graceful figure was looming. Lu Chen's eyes almost popped out, and he was stunned for a long time. When he felt a hot stream coming out of his nose, he reacted and rushed into the bathroom. Huh. Only when he got inside did he take a deep breath to calm his restlessness. Just now, when they were having dinner, he was forced to drink a lot of tonic wine by Sue's father, and he almost couldn't control himself. Outside the bathroom door, Sue Fulling's face was blushing, but the corners of her mouth were raised. He just kept staring at me. It seems I'm not completely unattractive after all. Before, in Lu Chen's villa in Jiangdu, no matter how openly she dressed, Lu Chen was like an old monk in meditation. He seemed to have no interest in her at all, which made Sue Fulling wonder if she had no charm. Today, this does not seem to be the case. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Chen came out after taking a shower. The pajamas that Sue's mother prepared for him were almost translucent, which made Lu Chen laugh and cry. But it doesn't matter to men. When they go swimming, they just wear shorts, right? This was the first time that Sue Fulling was alone with a man in such a situation. Especially after Lu Chen took the powerful muscle-building pills, his body proportions were almost perfect. The muscle lines all over his body constantly stimulated Sue Fulling's eyes and made her heart beat wildly. The two of them said nothing, got into bed, and each occupied one side of the big bed. Then, shall we go to bed? After a moment of silence, Lu Chen broke the awkwardness. Sue Fulling made a mosquito-like sound. Bang! At this time, the door was opened again, and Sue Fulling was so frightened that she screamed. Mom, what are you doing? Seeing that it was Sue's mother again, Sue Fulling was a little angry. Haha, it hasn't started yet? Am I being anxious? What the hell? It turns out that Sue's mother has been eavesdropping on what's going on in the room. Get out of here! Sue Fulling couldn't bear it anymore. Why didn't she think of her mother as such a person before? It was so embarrassing. Okay, I'll go out, you two, do your best. After saying that, Sue Fulling threw a pillow over, and Sue's mother quickly closed the door and ran away. Your mother is really cute. It seems that if we don't do something tonight, we won't be able to get past your parents. Lu Chen said with a helpless smile. Ah? Sue Fulling, who was originally angry, froze when she heard Lu Chen say that. What does Lu Chen mean by this? Is this about to begin? Sue Fulling shyly looked at Lu Chen approaching her, her breathing becoming rapid. Is this going to be too fast? A voice as low as a mosquito came out of Sue Fulling's mouth, and her face was as red as a cooked shrimp. What are you thinking about? Get out of bed! Ah? Without Sue Fulling knowing what was going on, Lu Chen pulled her off the bed. Then, I saw Lu Chen starting to push the bed. Bang, bang, bang! The head of the bed hit the wall rhythmically, making a sound. Then the movements became faster and faster. At this moment, Sue Fulling finally understood what Lu Chen was doing, and she was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. So he went forward to help, and the two of them took turns working. In the next room, Sue's mother put her ear against the wall and listened. Suddenly, I heard the sound of bang, 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 and I burst into laughter. Honey, it started over there. Just stop struggling, we can go to sleep now. What's the hurry? Listen for a while. Su Dawei rolled his eyes. His wife was sometimes so weird, but that was also what made her cute. This son-in-law is not only handsome and has strong entrepreneurial abilities, but he is also physically strong. I've been listening to this banging sound for quite a while, but it has never been heard before. This person's physical strength is really good. Sue's mother couldn't help but feel happier. Many people start dating but don't try out marriage before getting married. After getting the marriage certificate, they find out that their partner is not good in some aspects, which leads to a boring and dull married life. Seeing that her son-in-law is so strong, as a mother-in-law, she is naturally happy for her daughter's future sexual happiness. But she didn't know that Lu Chun and Su Fulling next door were seriously banging their beds to deal with her. When we got to the back, we were chatting while bumping into each other, and I no longer felt sleepy. We were even so amused by the conversation that I didn't notice that we had been chatting almost all night. As a result, the bed was bumped into almost all night, which made Sue's mother suffer. It was almost dawn. Mother Sue had dark circles under her eyes. She looked at Father Sue, who was drowsy, and suddenly said worriedly, "Honey, isn't our son-in-law a little too aggressive? It's been a whole night, isn't he too majestic?" Hashtag. Chapter 49 Tinglong Securities, Desperate Scam. The next day, at the dining table, the four of them ate breakfast with dark circles under their eyes. Xiao Lu, this is your first time in the Magic City. Let Linger take you around these few days. Sue's mother broke the awkward atmosphere. No need, Auntie. Linger just came back from Jiangdu a while ago, and there are still many things to deal with in the company. I just happened to be going to my second uncle's house to do some things. Let's go out and play together after everyone is done. Lu Chen refused with a smile. Su Fuling had also told him before how important the project was. Otherwise, she would not have personally gone to Jiangdu City to handle Ponzi's contract. Not only did he plan to visit his second uncle's house, he also planned to take time out in the next 2 days to visit Xiongfeng Capital and Tinglong Game Company. Just last night, the system products were updated and a new product, Tinglong Securities, was put on the shelves, with its headquarters also in Shanghai. Tinglong Securities is one of the leading large-scale securities trading companies in Shanghai, and it has many very professional stock fund investment managers. Because this company has a good reputation and strong strength, any stock fund entrusted to them for investment can be said to be almost guaranteed to make a profit. Of course, the commission they receive is also the highest in the entire industry in Shanghai. However, despite the high service fees, there are still many bosses with spare money in Shanghai who will do some investment and financial management through their managers. Oh, I almost forgot about that. That's fine, but if you need anything, feel free to tell Ling or uncle and aunt. Don't hesitate. Mother Su nodded and said, You really don't need me to accompany you? At the subway station entrance, Su Fuling drove him here at Lu Chen's request. No, you go do your thing, I'll go shopping by myself. Okay, let's call each other then. Su Fuling was also a person who did things decisively. After they exchanged a few words, they went their separate ways. At this time, Lu Qing took out the text messages on his mobile phone, looked at the address sent by his mother, and walked towards the subway station. I've been driving luxury cars and supercars lately, so it feels different to occasionally experience the subway and bus. Sitting on the subway, watching the hustle and bustle of people struggling for their lives, Lu Qin was deeply moved. Not long ago, I was one of them. Minhang District, Xinzhuang of Mei Village 2. Lu Qin stood here with a bunch of gifts in his hands, his brows slightly frowned. This place can be described as dirty, messy and poor. It is completely different from the environment near Su Fuling's home. As you walk along, you can find that the most common places here are chests and card rooms, with all kinds of shouting and cursing coming from them. He couldn't even imagine that in such a prosperous city like Shanghai, there were still people using old-fashioned wooden toilets. Lu Qin, dressed in Armani clothes and carrying bags of gifts, attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Room 402, Unit C, Building 4. If you don't pay the rent today, you will move out. At this time, a fat old lady with curling irons all over her head and wearing a floral dress was standing with her hands on her waist and yelling at Lu Jingyuan's family. Landlord, please give us 2 more days. We were also deceived and our money was taken away from us. Lu Jingyuan pleaded, his eyes revealing fatigue and helplessness. This Lu Jingyuan is Lu Chen's second uncle. A while ago, a coworker with whom he had a good relationship suddenly made a fortune and treated everyone to a luxurious dinner. Because we all have a good relationship, after asking, I learned that he knew a fund manager named Dugua from Tinglong Securities. Through this manager, he invested the 200,000 yuan he had saved and made 30,000 yuan a week later. This is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for those workers. Upon hearing the news, Lu Jingyuan and others also became interested and asked this coworker to introduce him to Dugua, preparing to invest as well. But after all, this was their first time dealing with this, and they were using their hard-earned money that they had saved over the years, so naturally they were still a little worried. But this Dugua is very eloquent. In view of their concerns, we told him that he was only operating conservative funds and that even if the situation got worse, he would be able to preserve his capital and would not suffer losses. Therefore, with the mentality of giving it a try, everyone contributed 23,000 yuan each to raise funds and did it once. As a result, I really made money. At this point, the workers were all excited and gradually increased their investment amount. From the original 20,000 or 30,000 to the later 50,000 or 100,000, I received investment dividends within a week each time. After many attempts, they saw that it was indeed as safe and reliable as Dugwa said. At a dinner party where Dugwa was invited, they learned that there was a fund that might have a big increase in value soon, and Dugwa suggested that they make a big one. Upon hearing the news, the workers who had cooperated with him many times and made profits were undoubtedly including him, and they took out all their savings and prepared to take action. Everyone hopes to take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. But this time's investment left them dumbfounded. Because 7 days later they were told that all their money had been lost. This news was like a bolt from the blue for all the workers. They had been clearly told that they could break even no matter how big the loss was, but now it had turned out like this, so everyone went to him to ask for an explanation. But the result was that even if they later filed a class action lawsuit, it had no effect. Because the contract they signed with Dugwa clearly stated that they would not bear the consequences of losses. As workers at the bottom of society, they had little cultural knowledge and signed the contract based on mutual trust without understanding the rules and regulations involved. Secondly, investment itself is risky, and gains and losses are normal, so I lost the case directly. Some workers were even beaten for constantly looking for Dugwa. Lu Jingyuan was also one of the people who were deceived. Now he can't even pay the rent. He still owes 1 month's rent and has been evicted by the landlord. Grace? I've already given you grace for more than a month. I'm not a philanthropist. I have to make a living too. The landlady refused to give in. His eyes scanned the house, finally looking back and forth at their TV, washing machine and refrigerator. If you really can't pay, you can use your TV, refrigerator and washing machine to pay the rent. The rent is only 1,200 a month, and I only owe you 1 month. Plus this month, it's only 2,400. Any one of these 3 items costs more than that. You're really cheating me. At this time, a young girl behind Lu Jingnan started yelling and cursing. She is Lu Chen's cousin Lu Xue. These were all purchased for the family when we made a profit before, and they are the only valuable things in the house now. I'm a bad person. How much are these things worth if I sell them? It costs money to hire someone to move them. Do you think I care? Then pay me. If you don't, get out. You! Seeing the landlord being so tough, Lu Xue was furious. How much is it in total? I'll give it to you. A cold voice came from the door. Chapter 50, The Dragon's Reverse Scale, Anyone who touches it will die. Lu Chen? Elder brother? Lu Jingyuan was very surprised to see the visitor, but Lu Xue was very happy. The brother and sister grew up together in their hometown and had a very good relationship. It was after Lu Chen was admitted to a prestigious university in the college entrance examination that Lu Jingyuan brought his family to Shanghai to make a living. When the landlady saw Lu Chen, a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. Even though she didn't recognize the brand of Lu Chen's clothes, she could tell that they were expensive. Especially the gifts in his hands, big and small, none of them are cheap. I didn't expect you had such a rich relative. Couldn't you have just called him earlier? Seeing that there was no chance of getting those appliances at a bargain, the landlady pouted and muttered to herself. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to force Lu Jingyuan to pay the rent and let him use these new appliances to pay for it, so that she could make a profit. 2,400 has been transferred to you. Besides, this house will not be rented next month. Lu Chen ignored the landlady's nagging and simply scanned the code to pay. Hey Lu Chen, what are you talking about? Where will we live if we don't rent it? Lu Jingyuan asked puzzledly. Uncle, don't worry, there's a place to live. Then he looked at the landlady and said, Why aren't you leaving yet? Oh, then you can leave. But if you don't want to rent it, then I won't return the deposit. When the landlady saw Lu Chen say that he would not rent the house next month, her eyes immediately rolled, and she said as a matter of course, Why not withdraw? Our contract is for 1 year, and this month happens to be the last month. At this time, Lu Chen's second aunt Lu Weimei became anxious and stepped forward to argue with the landlord, saying that the deposit was 1 month's rent. Given their current circumstances, 1,200 can be of great use. I have already transferred the rent to you. My second uncle and his family have not violated the contract. You have to return the deposit. If you plan to refuse to pay, you will bear the consequences. You can leave now. Lu Chen stopped his second aunt and spoke directly. There's no need to waste time on such a person. If he really doesn't give you the money, your Jiqiang law firm is not just for show. There are 1,000 ways to make the landlady regret it. The landlord saw that Lu Chen had an extraordinary temperament and was wearing high-end clothes, so he didn't say much. He just left while muttering to himself. Lu Chen, why are you here? You didn't even call me in advance. I'm making a fool of yourself. At this time, Lu Jingyuan stepped forward and asked, with a little embarrassment on his face. I just happened to be in Shanghai for some business, so I came to see you guys. Uncle, let's not talk about this for now. I'll make a phone call first, and then we'll go look at the house. As he spoke, he greeted his second aunt and cousin Lu Shui with a smile, then dialed Su Fuling's number. What? You missed me right after we separated? Su Fuling teased on the other end of the phone. Don't be ridiculous. Where in Shanghai are the houses that are fully furnished and ready for you to move in today? Lu Chen asked straight to the point. Why are you asking this? Don't even think about living out here. It's only been one day, you can't leave. Su Fuling misunderstood and thought that Lu Chen wanted to move out by himself. She didn't know why she became anxious. No, I bought it for my second uncle and his family. Something happened to them. Oh? Then just let your second uncle live in my house. I have several vacant villas, I'll give you one. Su Fuling said very generously. No, they are not used to living in a villa. Why don't you go to Thompson first class? Good. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen took his second uncle's family into a taxi and headed straight to the Thompson Epin sales office. Inside the sales office of Thompson 1. Honey, this set looks good, how about we take it? A heavily made-up woman hugged the man beside her and acted coquettishly. Mrs. Luo, you have a good eye. This apartment is 525 square meters and is on the 15th floor. The lighting is great, and there is a promotion right now. This package is discounted at a total of only 140 million yuan. It is very cost-effective in the entire building. The sales lady at the side introduced it with a professional smile. The man couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard that. This only was used very well. 140 million, and it's very cost-effective. Is there anything with a better value for money? The man asked. Mr. Luo, this unit is already the most cost-effective one among the 525 square meter ones. If the price is lower, you can only choose the 434 square meter one, the sales lady said apologetically. At this time, Lu Chun and his second uncle's family also walked into the sales office. Wow, the decoration here is so luxurious. Lu Shui was amazed by the decoration style as soon as she came in. After all, Thompson 1 is the top luxury residence in Shanghai, so the specifications of the sales office are naturally higher. Lu Jingyuan and his wife seemed very embarrassed. It was their first time in such a high-end place, and they were a little overwhelmed. Lu Chen, you said you would arrange a place for us to live. Are you going to live in this residential area? It's too high-end. We are not used to it. Uncle Lu Chun was an honest man from a poor family. When he saw that the residence Lu Chun was going to arrange was here, he couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. What's there to get used to? You'll get used to it once you live here. Look how much Shui likes this place. Lu Chun said with a smile that he was very grateful to his second uncle's family. My family was very poor at the time. If it weren't for the financial support from my second uncle's family, I'm not sure I would have been able to go to college. I also borrowed money from my second uncle to renovate the old house in my hometown, and he didn't charge any interest over the years. It's really good for my family. Now that I am better off, I naturally want to repay this kindness. It cannot be measured by money. On the other side, when Mr. Luo saw Lu Chen and others coming in, especially when he saw that Lu Jingyuan's family were wearing patched clothes, he immediately frowned. I say, your building is so high-end, why do you still let people like this in? It has lost its class. Seeing this, the sales lady just maintained a professional smile and apologized. She didn't say anything, but there was a hint of disgust in her eyes. This couple has been here for quite some time, looking at this and that and acting all cocky, but when it comes to the price, they start finding fault with everything. Their quality is not very high either, and they look down on others. The sales office is opened here, and customers come here. Naturally, they will not judge people like them who have received high-end training by their appearance. Lu Qin, why don't we go? Because Mr. Luo's voice was very loud, Lu Qin and the others also heard it. Lu Jingyuan felt a little aggrieved when he heard it, but as he came from a poor family, he would naturally feel inferior in such situations. Although he felt angry and aggrieved when he heard it, his body dodged unconsciously, and he wanted to leave here. Humph! Who the hell are you? If you can't speak, just shut up. Lu Qin, however, walked straight forward and glared at him. Second uncle's family is the closest people to Lu Qin besides his parents, so naturally he cannot allow outsiders to bully them. Hey, you little bastard, are you still excited? Is this a place you can come to? Can you afford a house here? When Mr. Luo saw Lu Jingyuan dodging and trying to leave, he felt even more disdainful in his heart. After all, he was a low-class person with no future. Unexpectedly, Lu Qin jumped out. Is he a resident of your community? At this time, Lu Qin looked at the sales lady beside him and asked. Hello, sir, they haven't purchased the house in our community yet, not yet. The sales lady answered truthfully. Oh. So that means they haven't bought the house they are looking at now? Yes, sir. Oh, I want that set. Swipe the card. After saying that, Lu Qin handed the card directly to the stunned sales lady beside him. In an instant, the entire sales office fell silent. Chapter 51, Fleeing and Impersonating. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of other customers in the sales office. But at this moment, everyone felt dazzled by Lu Qin's operation. This is buying a house, not buying cabbages. You just buy it without even looking at the house and asking the price? This was the thought of all those present. Ah? Sir, you mean you want the house at 1501? If the set he's looking at is 1501, then it's 1501. Well, the price of this house is 140 million. The sales lady tried to remind. Oh, swipe the card. Okay, sir. Seeing Lu Qin still saying this, the sales lady suddenly became excited. Tisk, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? This is 140 million, not 140 million. If you can't get it, I'll see how you can pretend. Mr. Luo recovered from his astonishment, and his first feeling was that this boy was teasing him. Is there such a way to buy a house? I would never believe it even if I kill him. But not long after, the sales lady came over, handed over the card with both hands, and said respectfully with a look of joy on her face. Mr. Lu, please follow me to the VIP room to sign the contract. Okay. Lu Qin ignored the Luo couple and went to the VIP room with his second uncle's family, who were all shocked. How is that possible? Mr. Luo looked dazed as he watched Lu Qin and others leave. TSK, that guy is really rich. He paid for a house worth over 100 million yuan without even looking at it. That's what luxury is. Look at that couple. They were there when we got here. They looked around for a long time and were picky, but they still haven't made a move. Haha, maybe they just came in to have a look and have no intention of buying a house at all. It's possible. I saw his wife taking pictures there. I think she was just a loser who took some pictures to show off. At this moment, other customers in the sales office started talking about it, and looked at the Luo couple with disdain and mockery in their eyes. Finally, the couple left in disgrace, feeling too embarrassed to stay. Because it is a ready-made house, I got the keys on the day I signed the contract. The property title deed was also handled by the sales office and handed over to the owner after it was completed. The moment they opened the door, my second uncle and his family were shocked by the luxurious decoration and facilities in the house. The interior is decorated with top-tier building materials and the home appliances are international top-tier brands. Especially the bed in the bedroom, it is so comfortable that you don't want to get up. Lu Shui felt like she had arrived in heaven. She looked around the room and touched things everywhere, having no desire to leave. Lu Chen, this is too luxurious. Is it inappropriate for us to live here? What's inappropriate? You're my second uncle, so if I say it's appropriate, then it's appropriate. Also, you and second aunt should quit your current jobs. Here's a card with 100,000 yuan in it. Use it first, and I'll find you an easier job later. Knowing that his uncle and aunt were the kind of people who could not sit still, Lu Qin did not say that he would take care of their lives in the future. This would instead make everyone feel distant from each other. I don't have any education, and I can't do anything well. I can only do some manual labor. I think I shouldn't change my job. Lu Jingyuan politely declined. The gift from Lu Chen was already too big, and he felt embarrassed to ask him to change his job. Uncle, just listen to me. I happen to have 2 companies here. You can decide for yourself where you want to go when the time comes. Brother, you also opened a company in Shanghai? You are so awesome. Lu Xue ran over after walking around the house for a few times. It's not bad. There's only Xiongfeng Capital and Tinglong Game Company. By the way, Xue, you studied film and television post-production, right? Do you want to work at my Tinglong Game Company? It happens that I'm not here sometimes, and if you're here, you can help me keep an eye on the company. Ah? Tamarind Games is yours? Lu Xue was stunned when she heard Lu Chen's words. She and several of her classmates had dreamed of joining Tinglong Game Company, but the company was very strict in recruiting and selecting people, and they were not chosen at all. Now that I heard that this company actually belongs to my cousin, I was suddenly very excited. Yes, it's mine. Do you want to go? Can I? Of course, as long as you want, Lu Chen affirmed. Okay, I dream of joining Tamarin, thank you, brother. So, Lu Chen didn't delay and directly called Tinglong Game Company, asking the general manager Wu Jichuan to personally arrange for Lu Xue to go to work in the company. Of course, at Lu Sueki's own request, we should start from the grassroots level. For a rookie like her who just graduated, if she were given a high-level position, she would not be able to handle it. Lu Chen did not object. One still needs to hone himself. At this time, Lu Jingyuan hesitated and said, Xiao Chen, is Xiongfeng Capital your industry? Yeah. Lu Chen nodded. Then uncle has something to tell you. So Lu Jingyuan told him how he had been deceived. Is that true? After hearing this, Lu Chen was a little annoyed. How could this Duque deceive his relatives? So he picked up the phone again and called Xu Zhangping, the general manager of Xiongfeng Capital. Boss, any instructions? Check for me, is there an employee named Duque in our company? Lu Chen said straight to the point. Okay, boss. Wait a moment. Xu Zhangping on the other end of the phone called HR over and started looking for someone named Duque in the company. It turned out that there was no such person. Later, it was found that there was a person named Duque in a small company with the same registered company name as Xiongfeng Asset. Uncle, we found the person. He is not from my company. However, this company seems to have been using the Xiongfeng name of Xiongfeng Capital to deceive people everywhere. Then is there any hope of getting this money back? Lu Jingyuan didn't have much hope at first, but when he heard that Lu Chen was actually the boss of Xiongfeng Capital, he gave it a try. Of course, if he doesn't give it to me, well, it's almost noon now, let's finish our meal and I'll take you there to get the money. Oh yeah! Time to eat. I haven't even had breakfast yet, and I'm starving. Bro, where are we going to eat? Lu Xue was a little foodie. When she heard that it was time to eat, she happily jumped to Lu Chen, grabbed his hand and started shaking it. Let's find a restaurant nearby and take care of your dad's business first. I'll find a good restaurant to treat you to a meal later. Good. Xiongfeng Consulting Company. Duque, you've made a lot of money this month, so you have to treat us. Brother Zhang, I'm just lucky. I met some stupid migrant workers and made a fortune. I'm not as stable as you. I can't compare with you, but I have to treat you. The two of them were bragging about each other's business. If others heard this conversation, they would be shocked, as it seemed like this was a scam company. That's right, this company used the name of Xiongfeng and impersonated others to deceive some people into investing and make profits from it. However, every time they committed a crime, they would not leave any evidence, and they would even have prepared a backup plan during the deception process. This also means that victims cannot be prosecuted even if they file a lawsuit. Bang! The office door was kicked open and 2 people walked in. Who among you is Duque? Chapter 52, Attack with Brazenness, Take Revenge with Pleasure. Seeing the person coming, the 2 people in the room were stunned. He is Duque. Lu Jingyuan pointed at one of them and said. The people who came were Lu Chen and Lu Jingyuan. Oh, it's old Lu. How come the lesson we taught him last time wasn't enough? Duque sneered when he saw that it was Lu Jingyuan. Hearing Dugue's words, Lu Jingyuan looked a little unnatural. When he accompanied those coworkers to collect debts, he was beaten up by the people called by Dugua, and he still has some trauma at this moment. Do it! Lu Qing just glanced at Dugua and spoke in a cold voice. As soon as Dugua finished speaking, when he was wondering what Lu Qing meant by taking action, he saw two men in black rushing in from outside the door. One of them took action without saying a word. This person was the number 1 personal bodyguard arranged by Lu Qing from the Weilong Security Company. He kicked Dugua down in one go, and then beat him up. Ah, who the hell are you? Asshole, Lu Yuan, you are looking for death. Ouch. He hit someone, Help, brother Zhang. Stop hitting me, ouch. Dugua was totally unable to react and was beaten to the point of doubting his life. At the beginning he was arrogant and cursing, but in the end he could only beg for mercy. Brother Zhang, who was standing aside, didn't dare to move at this moment as he was being stared at by another man in black, number 2. Seeing that Dugua was almost beaten, Lu Qing waved his hand and asked number 1 to stop. I took a chair and sat in front of him. Do you know where you went wrong? Lu Qing looked down at Dugua and asked. If you dare to go against Xiong Feng, our boss will not let you go. Dugua took a breath, and although there was still fear in his eyes, he still shouted. Xiong Feng? What a joke! Pa pa pa. Lu Qing clapped his hands 3 times, and saw another man in black appear outside the door. It was bodyguard number 3. I saw that number 3 was holding someone in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was his boss Sun Guiquan. Bang! Sun Guiquan was thrown directly by the man in black and fell not far from Dugua, letting out a scream. Judging from the appearance, he had obviously been educated before this. Boss? Dugua's heart trembled inexplicably when he saw the person coming. His boss has connections in both the black and white worlds, and his company has been using the Xiongfeng name for so long, but no one from Xiongfeng has come to cause trouble. This is because his boss has a close relationship with the vice president of Xiongfeng. However, now, his backer was thrown in like a chicken. So it's you? Aren't you afraid of offending Xiongfeng Capital by doing this? I work for Xiongfeng Capital's vice president Lu Jigang. Sun Guiquan also shouted loudly at this time, feeling extremely shocked and angry. Just now, he was chatting with his secretary in the office about the meaning of life. Suddenly a man broke in, beat me up for no apparent reason, and carried me over. When he was brought here and saw Dugua, who had also been beaten up, and Lu Yuan standing next to him, he roughly understood what had happened. After all, Dugua was his henchman, so he naturally knew about Lu Yuan's vote. So they directly called out Xiongfeng Capital, because in Shanghai, Xiongfeng Capital is a real giant, a real player in both the black and white worlds. Thanks to his relationship with Lu Jigang, all the problems he encountered in the past were easily solved. Therefore, they will act more unscrupulously in the future. Hey, Lu Jigang? Lu Qing clapped his hands again, and a few people appeared outside the door again. When he saw one of them, Sun Guiquan was stunned. Isn't this his big backer, Vice President Lu Jigang of Xiongfeng Capital? At this moment, he was also being carried by another man in black, just like himself just now. From the looks of it, it was obvious that he had also been beaten up. The third person shocked Sun Guiquan even more. This person was none other than the helmsman of Xiongfeng Capital Chu Zhamping. He had been fortunate enough to have met him from afar twice before. To him, this person was a mythical figure. Because Chu Zhamping's story of making a fortune is truly comparable to a myth, it is also one of the reasons why both the black and white worlds respect him. The next scene surprised him even more. Boss, I'm really sorry for making you laugh. At this time, Chu Zhamping, the legendary figure who was high and mighty in Sun Guiquan's eyes, actually humbly called the young man in front of him, boss. At this moment, he felt a chill all over his body and cried out that something was wrong. Lu Qing nodded and looked at Dugua again. Do you know what's wrong now? Before coming, Chu Zhamping had already figured out the whole story and informed Lu Qing. Therefore, Lu Qing asked his bodyguard number 4 to go directly to Xiongfeng Capital to capture Lu Jigang. He came here first with 3 other bodyguards and his second uncle. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have cheated Lao Lu out of his hard-earned money. At this time, Dugua no longer dared to be arrogant. What should we do? What should we do? Guo looked directly at Sun Guiquan standing aside. Seeing this, Sun Guiquan wanted to slap him twice. He was usually so smart, how could he be so stupid now? So he quickly shouted, "Give us back the money. We will give it back. Not only that, I will also compensate Lao Lu for his mental damages." "Yes, yes, yes, we will pay, we will pay." Guo also nodded in agreement. "Then pay for it." Sun Guiquan jumped up, ran to the office, opened the safe, picked up a box and ran over, afraid that he would be too slow. Even Lu Jigang has been captured, and Chu Jianping is accompanying him. Even if he has 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to escape now. He obediently put the box on the table and opened it. "Here is 1 million, all from Mr. Lu." As he said that, he pushed the box in front of Lu Jingyuan. Lu Jingyuan felt a little embarrassed at this moment, as he had never seen such a scene before. "Take it, uncle!" At Lu Chen's signal, Lu Jingyuan shyly accepted it. At this time, Lu Chen looked at Chu Jianping and spoke again. "Lu Jigang should be fired. I don't want to see this person's company still hanging the name of our Xiongfeng. That's it." "Yes, boss." Chu Jianping accepted the order respectfully. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Jigang and Sun Guiquan were relieved. Although if one of them was fired, the other company would definitely not be able to open. But apart from a little frustration, they were mostly grateful. Otherwise, with Chu Jianping's methods, the consequences for these two people would be even more horrific. Otherwise, how could Chu Jianping become a man respected by both the black and white worlds? "Oh, right." Lu Chen, who had walked to the door, suddenly stopped and turned to look at Guo. This glance scared him so much that he almost urinated incontinently. "You hit my second uncle's leg before, and he stayed in the hospital for a week. I know what to do." Without waiting for Lu Chen to finish speaking, Guo jumped up. He picked up the chair leg next to him, gritted his teeth, and hit his right leg hard. Click! Ah! The sound of breaking bones and his screams were heard at the same time. Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with this?" Even though it hurt, Guo endured it and said, "Take care of yourself," Lu Chen said, turned around and left. "Did you hear what the boss said? Don't be lucky or think about revenge otherwise." At this time, Chu Jianping spoke. We dare not, the three of them said almost in unison. Humph! With a cold snort, Chu Jianping also left. At this moment, the three of them collapsed on the ground, smiling bitterly, but in their hearts they were grateful for having survived the disaster. And this face of Lu Chen was deeply engraved in the minds of the three people. They all prayed that they would never meet this killing god again. Chapter 53 Enemies Meet, School Beauty Master. After solving his second uncle's biggest concern, Lu Chen found that Lu Jingyuan looked much more relaxed, with a long-lost smile on his face. Lu Chen also felt a little touched, and the journey back to his hometown moved forward. After sending his second uncle home, Lu Chen took Lu Xue to the mall to buy some things. "Brother, your Porsche 911 is so beautiful. When did you buy it?" "Oh, Chu Jianping gave it to me. It's just right for transportation." "Brother, is Xiongfeng capital really yours?" "How could it be false? But it's enough for you to know these, and don't tell my parents," Lu Chen warned. "I understand. You want to give your uncle and aunt a surprise, right?" Hee. But when I found out about this, I was shocked. "Brother, you are really awesome." As the girl was talking, she was still observing the Porsche 911, and it was obvious that she liked this car very much. "Like? Well, a classmate of mine bought this car and took me for a ride. I liked it very much at that time." "Then this car is for you." "Ah? What? You already have a driver's license. If you don't drive, then you've wasted your time." "It's too expensive. I can't take it. Besides, with my current salary, I can't afford to drive or maintain this car." "You earn your own gas money, and you don't have to worry about maintenance and insurance. I'll tell old Chu about it, and he'll take care of it. When the time comes, you just need to drive the car to the designated place to go through the annual inspection and maintenance procedures. And you don't have to worry about your family's water, electricity, and property fees. Old Chu will take care of it, and use the company's account." Lu Chen smiled and said that since he had decided to help his second uncle's family, he would naturally not help half of it. Isn't the ultimate goal of making money to allow your loved ones to live a good life? Brother, does this count as me supporting you? Puff. Lu Xue's sudden words startled Lu Chen so much that he almost crashed the car. He had to turn the steering wheel sharply to stabilize the car. What are you thinking, you little bitch? Hee hee. Lu Xue stuck out her tongue, smiled mischievously, her eyes filled with happiness. Yuan, the #1 department store in Shanghai. I came here because this was the 1 yuan item that was on flash sale last night. So, I brought Lu Xue here today to have a look and buy some things for the home. It's no wonder that the entire Yuan store has a wide variety of products, and its decoration is also luxurious and grand. The little girl was very happy as she kept shopping along the way. In the little girl's words, she finally satisfied her shopping addiction. That's right. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the packages of varying sizes. Sure enough, every woman has a background of being a shopaholic. As soon as he went shopping, it seemed like he gained the bonus of unlimited physical strength buff, which made Lu Chen laugh and cry. We have bought all the daily necessities, brother. Shall we go back? No hurry, I'll buy you some clothes. No need, I just bought 2 pieces a while ago, they are enough for me to wear. She has already spent a lot of money on daily necessities here today, all paid for by Lu Chen. She feels a little embarrassed. How can that be? You are my precious sister. Now that I am rich, how can I treat you unfairly? Besides, you have a mission later. Pick out some clothes for your parents. You know their sizes, right? Lu Chen didn't care about her. He just pulled her towards the brand clothing store. Lu Xue was held by him, and the emotion in her eyes was clearly visible. Brother, if you weren't my cousin, I would definitely marry you. Can you stop thinking about these nonsense? Hearing this girl saying these things again, Lu Chen directly knocked her on the forehead. Welcome, Light. Hey, isn't this our poor school beauty Lu Xue? How did you get rich? Are you shopping at Chanel? Before the salesperson at the entrance of the Chanel store could finish her words, a sarcastic voice rang out from inside. Everyone in the store couldn't help but look at Lu Xue and the other person, and Lu Chen also frowned. Galili, can't I just come here to shop? Seeing the person who spoke, Lu Xue's anger was suddenly ignited. Galili, her college classmate, holds a grudge against her because the man she liked pursued Lu Xue, and she targets her everywhere. Although his family was not well off at the time, Galili's family ran a fairly large company, making her a rich second generation. So most of the time, she just swallowed her anger and tried to avoid trouble as much as possible, until she graduated, when she finally had some peace and quiet. Unexpectedly, I met her here today. What surprised Lu Xue even more was that the man carrying a lot of bags next to Galili was the man who Galili confessed to her even though she couldn't pursue him before. As if she saw Lu Xue's surprised look, Galili couldn't help but feel upset. You don't recognize him? Oh, I almost forgot, you broke up not long ago, and he is my boyfriend now. Galili looked at Lu Xue, who was about to go berserk, with amusement, her eyes filled with the joy of victory. Chen Hao, you broke up just because of her? Lu Xue finally exploded. Chen Hao, however, dodged aside and did not dare to face her. Although the two did not develop further substantive contact at the beginning, they made a vow to each other and decided to work together to create a better future. But not long ago, Chen Hao suddenly broke up with him, which made Lu Xue sad for a while. Judging from the current situation, Chen Hao's breakup has something to do with Galili. In the end, the so-called love was defeated by corrupt money, and Lu Xue felt very uncomfortable. What? You eat and wear my clothes, but you don't even say hello to your old lover when you see him? Seeing that Chen Hao remained silent, Galili did not intend to let him go. I had made such a big fuss at school to pursue Chen Hao, but unexpectedly he would choose Lu Xue in the end. This made her feel very embarrassed, so in addition to targeting Lu Xue, she also continued to use sugar-coated bullets to corrupt Chen Hao. During the school period, everyone maintained their innocence and perhaps even protected each other's pure love. But once I entered society, everything changed. I became involved in the daily necessities of life and realized how hard it is to make money. Under Galili's constant traps and inducements, Chen Hao finally compromised and succumbed to reality. However, at this moment, Gu Lily's feelings for him were no longer the love she had before, but just a kind of revenge. So Chen Hao didn't have a good life following her. He was like a servant who came when he was called and left when he was dismissed. This time, I finally met Lu Xue, so naturally I have to show off. Let's go! Lu Xue was in a bad mood at the moment, so she said to Lu Chen. Hey, you caught another handsome guy? You are really shameless. You hooked up with Chen Hao at school, and just after breaking up, you turned around and hooked up with another one. But this time you have some vision. At least he looks better than Chen Hao. Lu Xue wanted to turn a blind eye to everything, but there were people who didn't want her to have an easy life, and every word Gu Lily said was heartbreaking. Pa! The applause broke out, and Gu Lily looked at the man in front of her with shock and anger. You dare to hit me? You're just spewing shit right out of your mouth. Who else should I hit if not you? Do you think you can bully my sister? Lu Chen looked at Gu Lily with disgust and scolded her. Lu Xue covered her mouth with her hands, looking surprised. She didn't expect Lu Chen to suddenly attack. Just wait, I want you to see what happens. Gu Lily was furious. It was the first time she had been slapped in the face since she was a child. How could she bear it? The call was quickly connected. I called someone. Asked the security to come to the Chanel store. Lu Xue, you two are done today. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 54. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. A fortune comes from the sky. Brother, let's go quickly. Gu Lily's father is the vice president here. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. At this time, Lu Xue anxiously grabbed Lu Chen's hand and was about to drag him away. Want to leave now? It's too late. Chen Hao, stop them for me. Gu Lily was shouting angrily at this time, but Chen Hao actually walked to the door of the Chanel hall obediently, and made a blocking gesture. You, get out of the way! Seeing her ex-boyfriend acting like this, Lu Xue yelled angrily. Xue, don't make things difficult for me, Chen Hao said in a low voice, not worrying about her at all because they had been together before. I was so blind before, how could I fall in love with you? People say that first love is unforgettable. At this time, Lu Xue had completely given up on him. Lu Chen looked at everything in front of him coldly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Da. A group of people rushed in from outside the door, led by the vice president of Yuan, Gu Lily's father Gu Mingtao. After receiving the call and hearing that his precious daughter was bullied in his own territory, Gu Mingtao rushed down with a team of security guards. Get out of the way! Who dares to bully my daughter, Gu Mingtao? Gu Mingtao pushed aside the crowd of onlookers outside, rushed directly into the Chanel hall, and shouted domineeringly. Dad, I'm so miserable. This couple beat me up. Look, my face is swollen from the beating. Seeing her father coming, Jelalai immediately ran over to complain. You bastards, you guys also beat up my daughter, Gu Mingtao? I think you don't want to live. Chairman! When Gu Mingtao saw the 5-finger marks on his daughter's face, he instantly became furious and turned around to scold her. But when he saw Lu Chen folding his arms and looking at him coldly, he could no longer curse. He trembled all over as if he had been electrocuted and screamed. Why are you here? Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Gu Mingtao spoke again with gritted teeth. At this moment, he was cursing in his heart. This prodigal daughter would pick on anyone else but the newly appointed chairman. He was doomed. If I hadn't read the information and seen Lu Chen's photo before, I would have been doomed if I had fought him. Just this morning, he received the news that Yuan had changed its owner, and he was even more surprised when he saw the information. Because Lu Chen was too young, and the related information suffix attached at the end made him more shocked the more he read on. He holds a series of corporate chairmanships, each of which is as powerful as Yuan, especially Xiongfeng Capital and Tamarin Games. He may not have heard of some of the other industries, but he knows exactly how strong these two local companies are. Do you recognize me? Lu Chen looked at him and said in a deep voice. Yes. Your information has been sent to our management today. Oh. Lu Chen nodded. Dad, what are you doing? Beat him up, he hit me. You. Pa. Without waiting for his daughter to finish speaking, Gu Mingtao slapped her with a big slap, leaving 5-finger marks on the other side of Gu Lily's face. Dad, are you crazy? Why did you hit me? Lily was stunned by the blow and started crying. You still have the nerve to cry? It must be you, this evil creature, who did something wrong here that provoked the chairman to attack. Well done, you just need to be taught a lesson. Chairman? He is the chairman? He is just the brother of my poor classmate and a loser. Lily would never believe that Lu Xue's brother would be the chairman of Yuan. Her father must have made a mistake. Loser? You loser! I can't kill you! Seeing that his daughter still hasn't understood the situation, Ge Mingtao wanted to strangle her to death. How could I have such a stupid daughter? I should have shot her against the wall. Thinking of this, he started spanking his daughter with both hands. I have to draw this, because Lu Qin is staring at me. If I can't pass this level, I'm afraid I'm really finished. Just like that, the Chanel store was filled with the sound of slaps and Gogan screams. It was not until Ge Lily was beaten so hard that her head became swollen like a pig that Lu Chen's voice was heard. Okay, take good care of your daughter from now on, and don't let her cause trouble for herself. Also, your daughter's vision in finding a boyfriend is really blind. After saying that, he looked at Lu Xue, who was still in shock, and said with a smile, Are you relieved? If you are, leave now. Ah? Oh, let's go. Lu Xue was still a little unresponsive at this time. How come his cousin became the chairman of Yuan again? The originally high-handed Ge Mingtao had to kowtow and beat his precious daughter madly in order to avoid being blamed by Lu Qin. This scene change was so shocking that it took her a long time to calm down. At the same time, I also sighed that my cousin was so awesome and it was so satisfying. Thus, all the previous unhappiness disappeared, and she continued shopping happily while pulling Lu Qin. And in the Chanel store, You, get out of here right now! Don't let me see you interacting with my daughter again, otherwise I will beat you up every time I see you. Ge Mingtao shouted directly at Chen Hao. Ge Mingtao survived the disaster, and was glad that he showed his loyalty in time, otherwise he would have lost his job. You, stay at home for a month, go back and reflect on your actions, and don't provoke Lu Xue again, you can't afford it. Looking at his precious daughter, Ge Mingtao felt a headache. It seemed that his overindulgence had harmed her. After buying things and having the mall deliver the goods to her door, Lu Xue received a call from her best friend and went to attend a dinner party near Yuan. So Lu Qin drove back by himself. Just as he was about to turn the corner out of the underground garage, a figure suddenly jumped out, scaring Lu Qin. Fortunately, he had good driving skills and braked in time, otherwise there would have been an accident. Even so, the figure seemed to be frightened and fell to the ground. Are you going to die? Lu Qin was a little annoyed. He opened the car door and cursed, and was about to get out to check the situation. But at this moment, the figure jumped up from the ground. He quickly opened Lu Chen's passenger door, got in, and lowered his body, as if he was avoiding something. Help me, there are bad guys chasing me, take me away quickly. At this time, an anxious female voice was heard, which sounded quite nice at first glance. Lu Qin looked and saw that indeed, a large group of men in black suits and sunglasses rushed out from the direction where the woman had just run. So he closed the car door, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Not until they had driven quite a distance did the woman sit up and begin to look around. When he found that no one was chasing him, he patted his chest and let out a deep breath. Thank you, my name is Chu Zi, you helped me a lot. At this time, she took off the secret cover scarf, mask and hat that were previously wrapped around her head, and said to Lu Qin with a smile. Just one glance and Lu Qin was amazed. This woman is so beautiful. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 55, Fully Armed, Hungry Ghost Reincarnation. She is elegant and otherworldly, with her cheeks unmade but rosy like the morning glow reflecting on snow. She has the demeanor of Ban Ji continuing history and Xia Ting chanting about snow. This was the first impression Chu Zi gave to Lu Qin, which really stunned him for a few seconds. However, Chu Zi found that the man didn't seem to recognize her. She felt a little disappointed, but also relieved in her heart. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, Lu Chen's phone rang. Hello? Lu Cheng? Okay, I'm nearby and I'm getting ready to eat. I'll come over now. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that Lu Qing was urged by his family to go on a blind date, and was introduced to a girl who happened to be in Shanghai. Originally, he was determined to reject this blind date, but when his family sent him a photo of this girl, he fell in love with her at first sight. So, he came over. But this girl is a typical young lady getting married for the first time. She has never been in a relationship and is very nervous. Therefore, thinking that Lu Chun was in the Magic City, he wanted to take him along to help him build up his courage and to give him some advice. Well, I'm right in front of you. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chun said to Chu Zi, You haven't told me your name yet. That's very rude. My name is Lu Chun. Unexpectedly, Chu Zi would ask this. Lu Chun couldn't help but smile. Oh, Lu Chun. I just heard you say that you are going to accompany someone on a blind date? I have never seen what a blind date is like. How about taking me with you to see it? After repeating Lu Chen's name, Chu Zi said with anticipation. Ah? This shocked Lu Chen so much that he couldn't help but look at Chu Zi strangely. He seemed to be escaping from someone's pursuit just a second ago, but now he actually asked to follow a stranger like me to watch a blind date? She still looks expectant? How crazy is this girl? This is the first time we meet. Aren't you afraid that I will sell you out? Lu Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Besides, I can see that you are not a bad person, Chu Zi said seriously. Lu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Thank you, this girl is too trusting. However, most people would not refuse this kind of unexpected good fortune. Besides, the girls don't mind, so what should I be afraid of as a grown man? So Lu Chen did not refuse and took her to the place where he had agreed to meet with Lu Qing. Brother Chen, you are here, this is... Seeing Lu Chen and the other two coming, Lu Qing asked with some surprise. Oh, this is Alan Chu. Lu Chen introduced speechlessly, because as soon as Chu Zi got off the car, she armed herself instantly. He said he was fleeing and couldn't let anyone recognize him. So, I put on a hat, big sunglasses, a mask, and a scarf. Lu Chen rolled his eyes and said, Miss, it's early October now. Aren't you afraid of getting prickly heat if you dress like this? Besides, wouldn't it attract more attention if you walked down the street like this? Chu Zi nodded to Lu Qing. Hello, I'm Chu Zi. Oh, hello. Lu Qing didn't say much. He looked at Lu Chen and started chatting. Several people came to a nearby Western restaurant and booked 2 tables as agreed outside the door. Lu Chen and Chu Zi sat at a table not far away, and their sight lines were just right to see what was happening at Lu Cheng's table. Since you're here, why not have something to eat? But can you please take off your armor? You're too conspicuous, and you'll be easily exposed later. Okay. Chu Zi seemed to be looking forward to what was to come. Even through the armored, Lu Chen could feel that she was very excited and looking forward to it. As expected, women love to participate in such gossip. The next second, Lu Chen was speechless again. What this girl called disarmament was nothing more than taking off her scarf. Miss, are you going to wear a mask when you eat? Oh, that's right. Chu Zi seemed to react at this time and took off her mask. But he never took off the hat and big sunglasses. But Lu Chen is too lazy to care, as long as you like it. Lu Chen was not the pretentious person, so he handed her the menu and asked her to order. Chu Zi didn't seem to have any intention of being polite. She ordered dishes like crazy and seemed even happier. I say, what are you so happy about? And can you eat all this? When Lu Chen saw the dishes Chu Zi ordered, he was surprised. This amount of food was almost enough for 10 people. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, Miss, are you a glutton? You ordered so much, and if you don't know, you would think you are a starving ghost reincarnated. Oh, I can't eat these things normally because they are too high in calories. Today I can indulge myself a little, so of course I have to taste them all. Don't worry, I'll treat you later. This is a good opportunity to thank you for your help just now. She seemed to know that she had ordered too much, so she quickly said that she would treat the meal. After a while, the dishes came up, and Chu Zi's eyes lit up. I'm starting! The next scene made Lu Chen realize how much a woman's belly could hold. Although he didn't eat like a wolf, his speed in cleaning the food was still amazing. The dishes on the table were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Lu Qing didn't know where to start. But to be honest, there's a saying that makes sense: appearance is justice. If a middle-aged woman saw such a crazy scene of cleaning vegetables, it would definitely be an eyesore. But on Chu Zi, it has a different flavor. At this time, there was movement at Lu Qing's table. He stood up and smiled towards the door. Coming towards me was a woman who was estimated to be about 1.73 meters tall and had a pretty face. Looking closely, her long straight black hair, light-colored lace dress, and long white legs are particularly eye-catching. "Hello, I'm Fan Yi, and you must be Lu Qing, right?" Fan Yi introduced herself gracefully and extended her right hand. "Ah, yes, I'm Lu Qing. Hello, hello." Lu Qing was now hurriedly holding Fan Yi's hand. His words began to stutter, and a blush unexpectedly appeared on his dark cheeks. Can I sit down?" Fan Yi asked a little shyly, looking at Lu Qing holding her hands tightly, and 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. Sorry, you, please sit down, ha 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 ha." Lu Qing, who was awakened by the shock, withdrew his hands awkwardly, scratched his head and smiled apologetically. He didn't expect that she was more beautiful in person than in the photo. She was pure and shy but still had graceful manners, and her voice was particularly gentle. He is now very satisfied with this. So, the two of them sat down and started talking about the topic. From the initial shyness, they gradually became more natural and laughter could be heard from time to time. This one by Lu Qing. "So this is what blind dating is like. This girl is pretty good looking. It looks like there's a chance between us two." Chu Zi stuffed a flamed chicken wing into her mouth and spoke while eating. Lu Qing smiled when he saw this, and was happy for his brother. However, everything that happened next surprised them. Chapter 56: The Innocent Gold Digger, So Terrifying. Seeing Lu Qing and Fan Yi chatting happily, Lu Qing was also happy for his brother. But when I wanted to pick up a prawn, I found the plate was empty. Chu Zi, who was sitting opposite, happened to burp at this moment and touched her bloated stomach. It feels so good. I haven't eaten so much in a long time." This made Lu Qing hold his forehead with his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I couldn't help but wonder how this girl, who has such a well-proportioned figure, could eat so much. "I ate too much. I need to go to the bathroom." Chu Zi greeted him and stood up. At this time, Fan Yi also said hello to Lu Qing and walked towards the bathroom. "Brother, how about this?" After seeing Fan Yi leave, Lu Qing couldn't wait to run to Lu Qing and ask. "It looks good at the moment, how about you? How do you feel about it after chatting with me?" Lu Qing asked with a smile. "Well, she also asked some basic questions, asking about my income, whether I had a house here, what job I did, and what car I drove." "Is that all? Anything else?" "Not yet. She just mentioned that we were getting married in her hometown, and the gift money had to be 800,000 yuan, and asked me if I minded. Brother, do you think she is very satisfied with me since she directly asked for the gift money?" Hearing Lu Qing say this, Lu Qing frowned. Although my brother is not a big boss, he at least has a good company in Shanghai and a branch in Jiangdu. The income is not as good as others, but better than some, so he has no problem making a living. But for blind dates, there is nothing wrong with getting to know the basic information first. You are all adults, and there is too little pure love, so practicality is the most important thing. But it's a bit far-fetched to ask directly for the gift money for the first time. Moreover, recently I have often heard about a group of gold diggers who dress quietly, and rely on blind dates and other activities to defraud men of their wealth. You'd better learn more about it. Don't rush to agree to anything. Just take a closer look. It seemed that Lu Qing was a little bit dizzy, so Lu Qing couldn't help but remind him. "Okay, I'll ask later." After saying that, he looked at the time and returned to his seat. In the bathroom, Fan Yi took out a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her bag, lit one, and made a phone call. "Hey Xiaolu, how are things going over there?" Fan Yi asked. "I'm an old man. I run a small processing factory. I don't have much money. I can make a few 100,000 at most. What about you?" A woman's voice came from the phone. "My proposal sounds good. He is relatively young, looks good, has a car and a house, and 2 companies. He has a Shanghai hookup. I mentioned a gift of 800,000 yuan, and he doesn't look too stressed." That's great, you can get it, a long-term meal ticket, better than what I have. Is this a long-term meal ticket? It's okay to tease him for a while. It seems that he is very satisfied with me. I will give him some sweet treats and see how he gets some first. My target is someone with a net worth of over 100 million. I won't say more. After I deal with them, I have 2 more people to meet in the afternoon. I will see which one I will deal with first then. You have so many jobs. For now, I'm the only one who can do this. There's no comparison. Okay, I heard that the guy this afternoon is worth tens of millions. If you like him, I'll introduce him to you now. I won't say how much, but it must be worth several million. That's what you said? Thank you in advance. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yi took 2 deep puffs of the cigarette, put it out, sprayed it with breath freshener, then sprayed some perfume, fixed her makeup, and left the bathroom. After she walked out, a door in the corner opened and Chu Zi walked out with a shocked look on her face and turned off the recording on her phone. Dining room. I thought you fell into the toilet. You haven't come out for such a long time. I wanted to rescue you. Seeing Chu Zi running back in a hurry, Lu Qin couldn't help but tease her. Sure, let me play something for you. Without saying a word, Chu Zi plugged the earphones into her phone, put them on Lu Qin, and turned on the recording. The more he listened, the tighter Lu Qin's brows furrowed, and in the end his eyes almost spit fire. Unexpectedly, everyone was mistaken. Fang Yi, who seemed quiet, dignified and polite, was actually pretending. This idea has been put on my brother's head. If he didn't know about it, it would be fine. But now that he knows about it, I naturally can't ignore it. So he secretly took a photo of Zhang Fengyi and sent it to Chu Jiangping. Check this woman's background for me. A message was sent instantly. Okay, boss. Please wait a moment. As soon as the message was sent, Chu Jiangping's reply was received. As the former boss of Xiongfeng Capital, Chu Jiangping has connections in both the black and white worlds, so naturally his network of contacts is huge, so it is no problem for him to find out a person's background. Sure enough, not long after, sets of information were sent to Lu Chen's mobile phone. Looking at the photos sent to him, Lu Chen was shocked. He didn't expect this woman to be so horrible. This woman has been wandering around various blind date venues for years, and paid a high membership fee on the Deep Love Matching Network and registered as a premium member. Deep Love Matching is a website that specializes in matchmaking services. As long as you are a senior member, you will enjoy the priority recommendation of high-quality singles of the opposite sex by the website. Fang Yi took advantage of her high-level membership status to specifically target high-quality men who were of marriageable age and had a certain amount of wealth. She would defraud them of their wealth under the pretext of dating them, and after draining each target dry, she would immediately break up with them and move on to the next one. Judging from the information sent, this woman has had sex with at least 100 men. She's like a bus. Send your recording file to her. Lu Qin didn't care whether Chu Zi agreed to add WeChat or not. He directly scanned her QR code, added it, and then forwarded the file and saved it. Chu Zi couldn't help but roll her eyes cutely, thinking that Lu Qin was really rude and didn't even ask if she was willing to add WeChat. You know, no matter how many people outside want to add your WeChat, they can't. Since he helped me and he's so handsome, I won't care about it. Chu Zi comforted herself. Can you organize this information and make it enough to put this woman in jail? Is that okay? Lu Qin sent another message to Chu Jiangping. No problem. The message came back quickly. Well, I'll give you the address, and after you sort it out, call the police directly and have the people from the Justice Bureau come over to handle it. How long will it take? Lu Qin asked again and sent the address. It will take 5 minutes to sort it out. With my connections, it will take another 10 minutes to notify the law enforcement officers to come over. It will take about 15 minutes in total. Looking at Lu Cheng's table, it seemed that they had already talked about making a living, and Fang Yi was about to leave. Get there as soon as possible within 10 minutes, that's it. Okay. Seeing Chu Jiangping's reply, Lu Chen looked at Chu Zi. Wait for me here. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards Lu Cheng's table. Chapter 57, A Little Trick, The Crime is Deserved. Lu Cheng, nice to meet you. I have classes in the afternoon, so I'll leave first. I'll send you a message later. Don't think I'm annoying, Fang Yi said with a chuckle. How could that be? Haha, then I'll wait for your news. Lu Qing seemed very happy. Lu Cheng, what a coincidence, why are you here? Suddenly, Lu Chen walked over, which surprised Lu Qing. Why are you here? Lu Qing asked with his eyes. Lu Chen smiled and did not answer but looked at Fang Yi. Who is this beautiful lady? Hello, my name is Fang Yi. Fang Yi's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Chen. This boy is so handsome, has a great temperament, and his figure. 99 points. Especially this Armani outfit, it's not cheap. As she has been in the circle of successful men for many years, she can naturally recognize brands at a glance. Why don't you introduce such a beautiful friend to her? Lu Chen looked at the confused Lu Qing with a reproachful look and teased. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Chen, Lu Cheng's classmate. Xiongfeng Capital is mine. Do you mind if I sit down and talk? Pretty girl. Having said that, without caring what Lu Qing thought, he pushed him to sit in the seat inside, and then he sat down calmly. Of course I don't mind. Since Lu Cheng's classmate is here, let's chat together. Lu Qing, you actually have such an amazing classmate. When Fang Yi heard the words, Xiongfeng Capital, a hint of surprise and excitement flashed across her eyes. I didn't expect that Lu Qing was not that great, but his classmate actually had this identity. Almost everyone in Shanghai knows what Xiongfeng Capital represents, and she is no exception. Ah? Oh yes, my classmate is not ordinary. But didn't you just say you were going to class? Although Lu Qing didn't know what Lu Chen was talking about, he still started talking when Fang Yi asked. He was inexperienced, and Fang Yi was very excited at the moment, so he naturally told her everything he knew. In his mind, he and Fang Yi were very engaged in the conversation just now, and they even began to outline their future married life. Then naturally, I would introduce this good brother to this future wife candidate. Oh, don't waste a moment. What's so special about your classmate? Fang Yi evaded the question, seeming to be interested. Lu Qing was naturally happy to see Fang Yi not leaving, and he also wanted to stay with her for a while longer. Then he glanced at Lu Chen and saw that he had no intention of objecting, so he introduced him. My classmate is a business genius. Xiongfeng Assets is just one of his businesses. He is a big shot in Jiangdu City. Oh? Hearing this, Fang Yi's eyes became even more excited. And when she saw Lu Chen staring at her and smiling, she responded with a charming look. I don't know if you know Jiangdu well. The Fuhai restaurant there is his. Taifu Plaza, the commercial center of Jiangdu, is also his. He directly bought a building in Hongyang Mansion. Even the largest building materials company, Ponzi Group, is his. Lu Qing talked here eloquently and kept praising Lu Chen. Lu Chen was his best friend. The higher his achievements, the more proud he, as a brother, would be. Fang Yi, who was standing aside, became more and more frightened the more she listened. Her eyes became more and more fiery, and she wished she could pounce on Lu Chen immediately and deal with him. If you can get a man like this, you will never have to worry about food and clothing for several lifetimes. Why would you still need to serve those men? Seeing Lu Chen talking with saliva flying everywhere, Fang Yi listened with great interest. Lu Chen had no intention of stopping him, but just checked the time on his phone from time to time. You are so capable, you are really a legendary figure. It is my honor to be your friend. Nice to meet you again. My name is Fang Yi. After listening to Lu Cheng's introduction, Fang Yi generously extended her right hand and wanted to shake hands with Lu Chen. Oh, you want to be my friend? You're not worthy. The sudden turn of events made Fang Yi stunned, and Lu Qing next to her also wondered if he had heard it wrong. What do you mean? Fang Yi asked with a frown. Literally. As soon as she finished speaking, before Fang Yi could say anything, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. In an instant, Fang Yi was directly detained by two female law enforcement officers. Fang Yi, you are now accused of multiple frauds and are under arrest. You can remain silent, but what you say will be used as evidence in court. Take me away. What are you doing? Did you arrest the wrong person? I want to sue you. I am being wrongly accused. Fang Yi, who was detained, roared angrily. Lu Cheng, save me! Seeing that these law enforcement officers were indifferent, Fang Yi began to ask Lu Cheng for help. Fang Yi! The sudden scene made Lu Cheng completely dumbfounded. Seeing Fan Yi being captured, he was about to step forward excitedly, but was stopped by Lu Qin directly. Listen to this first. Lu Qin turned on the recording. After hearing what was in the recording, Lu Qin was completely stunned, and then he looked at Fan Yi angrily. Take another look at this. Lu Qin took out his cell phone and pulled out the information Chu Jianping gave him. Seeing this, Lu Qingdu felt his heart bleeding. Fan Yi was still shouting. Lu Qing, please save me. They must have made a mistake. Your friend is so capable. He will definitely be able to save me. Humph! Bitch, so you are that kind of person. I was blind. Finally, Lu Qing couldn't help cursing. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Especially when he just experienced the feeling of love at first sight and found out that it was all just a deception, it was even more unacceptable. Lu Qin waved his hand, and the people from the law enforcement department took Fan Yi away. What awaited her was naturally imprisonment. She deserved it and should not have deceived Lu Chen's brother. Okay, you've learned a lesson. Don't be so depressed. There are still more good women. I can only say that I was unlucky this time. Fortunately, I didn't fall into the trap. You also have to thank Chu Zi. She discovered it by accident. Lu Qin patted Lu Qing on the shoulder and comforted him. Thank you. Lu Qing looked at Chu Zi, who was walking over, and expressed his gratitude sincerely. Then he looked at Lu Qin. Brother, thank you. Tisk, I'm really not used to your serious look. Okay, I'll take you to the club to have fun tonight. Come to think of it, I haven't been there before, but tonight is the night. I'll risk my life to accompany you. Lu Qin laughed and said directly and generously. Come on, you're acting like I've been there. Fine, whether she's a woman or not is another matter, but brotherhood is most important. Let's have a good drink tonight, ha 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 ha. Lu Qing also laughed. Chu Zi on the side, however, curled her lips and said, 2 LSPs actually went to that kind of place. She looked full of disgust. The previous perfect image of Lu Qin collapsed in an instant. And at this moment, another burst of hurried footsteps sounded. So you are here, come back with me! As soon as the words fell, a group of men in black instantly surrounded Chu Zi. Chapter 58. Breaking bones and distorting muscles, the king of soldiers is subdued. The leader was a woman wearing an OL suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. At this moment, she said with a cold face, Come back with me. I don't want it, Chu Zi said and hid behind Lu Qin. Take her away. As if she had expected Chu Zi to say this, the woman's expression did not change at all. Get out of the way. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in black stepped forward and tried to grab Chu Zi, and shouted at Lu Qin. Roll! Lu Qin attacked instantly, and punched the man in black. Snort! The man in black showed disdain in his eyes and punched out at the same time. Bang! Dang dang dang. The two fists collided, and the man in black was knocked back 7 or 8 steps before he could stabilize his body, with surprise and doubt in his eyes. The leading woman's expression also changed for the first time. You have to know that the man who threw the punch was called Mu Bai, and he was a master that he had hired with great difficulty and at a huge price. With this man's strength, even the top special forces elites are no match for him. His strength is comparable to that of a soldier king. But now, after a boxing match, Mu Bai actually lost? At this time, Lu Chen's face also became serious. After taking the powerful muscle-enhancing pills, my overall strength has increased tenfold. Although he managed to suppress his opponent in this fist fight, the numbness and pain in his hands made him realize that the man in black was very strong. This was also the first time that he encountered such an opponent, so he couldn't help but take it seriously. However, he was more excited and expectant at this moment. Ever since his physical abilities had been improved tenfold in all aspects, he always felt that he had no room to perform. Even if he was the top soldier at this moment, he was no match for them, let alone these ordinary people in the real world. I finally met someone who could be considered my rival, so naturally I didn't want to miss it. I'll use you to try out the new moves I've learned. Lu Qin raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with heat. Without waiting for Mu Bai to react, Lu Qin took the lead in attacking this time. Seeing this, Mu Bai, who was in shock and doubt, also became eager to fight and rushed forward with a loud shout. However, the imagined fist bump did not happen, and just when the two fists were about to collide again, Lu Chen instantly turned his fist into a claw, grabbing, pulling and twisting. Crack! Hiss! A teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by Mu Bai's gasps of pain, and he retreated, dragging his limp right arm. Awesome! It turns out that this dragon-capturing and bone-splitting hand is so useful. Lu Chen defeated the enemy with one move and was extremely excited. Sure enough, the system's products are extraordinary. A while ago, the system refreshed the set of 9,981 moves of the dragon-capturing and bone-splitting hand. After Lu Chen learned it, he has never had a suitable person to practice with. Now I use it for the first time, the effect is amazing. Stop! Seeing that Mu Bai was defeated, the woman's face became extremely solemn. She quickly stopped the other men in black who were about to surround him. She knew very well how strong Mu Bai was, and her previous defeat in the fight had already surprised her. But the battle in the next second made her even more frightened. This young and handsome man in front of him could win so easily with just one move. Not only that, it seems that Mu Bai has even lost his fighting ability at this moment. Mu Bai was seen with his teeth clenched, his face pale, his right arm hanging limply and even twisted abnormally. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably and beads of sweat the size of beans kept appearing on his forehead. All of this shows how much pain Mu Bai is enduring now. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe it if you told them? Chu Zi, look at what you have done! Although she was shocked, the woman could naturally see that Lu Chen was obviously protecting Chu Zi. So he directly stopped the further conflict between the two sides and shouted at Chu Zi, who was standing there with her eyes wide open and in a daze. Sister Qin, this is not my fault. I rarely have 2 days of free time. Who told you not to let me come out for some fresh air? So I had no choice but to sneak out on my own. At this time, Chu Zi also knew that if she didn't say anything, the misunderstanding might get even bigger. So, she stuck out her tongue, made a face, and walked forward cutely. This made Lu Chen a little confused. It turned out that the reason why these men in black were chasing Chu Zi was not what he thought. Thinking of this, Lu Chen was speechless. Sir, I'm really sorry. Our Z is too naughty and caused us to have a misunderstanding. After glaring at Chu Zi, Sister Qin took 2 steps forward and apologized sincerely to Lu Chen. Oh, it's okay. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, Lu Chen has no grudge against them, and they are apologizing so sincerely, so there is naturally no need for him to be angry. However, there was a hint of pity in his eyes. After finally meeting some decent opponents, he was itching to try out his skills, but he didn't expect that the result would be over after just one move. Who could he try the next 80 moves on? As he spoke with unsatisfied feeling, he kept sweeping over Mu Bai and the other men in black. For some reason, the people who were swept suddenly felt a chill. Brother Mu Bai, I'm sorry, shall I take you to the hospital? At this moment, Chu Zi looked like a child who had done something wrong. She came to Mu Bai with an apologetic look on her face and said, No, I'll do it. Lu Chen walked up at this time, and under the puzzled gaze of everyone, he lifted up Mu Bai's drooping right arm, pulling, twisting and pushing. This time, Sha was the one with great endurance, Mu Bai, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. But then his eyes were filled with shock. He shook his right arm, clenched his fist, and looked incredulous. Thank you, sir, for your help. Mu Bai bowed respectfully, and there was a hint of reverence in his eyes when he looked at Lu Chen. For people like them, they only worship the strong and never submit easily. But Lu Chen, who could defeat him so easily, was simply ridiculously strong. He had never seen such a strong person in his life, so he naturally felt respect for him. Chu Zi, who was standing by, ran to Sister Qin and whispered a few words in her ear. Sister Qin was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lu Chen, nodded, and took out a few tickets from her bag and gave them to her. Lu Chen, I have to go back. Take this and you can go play with it later. As if he had thought of something, he took out a small piece of paper from his waist bag and wrote a few words on it. Here, this is my personal phone number. If you want to see me, you can call me, hee hee. After a series of interactions, Chu Zi now had an inexplicable liking for Lu Chen, so she handed over her personal phone number. This scene made Sister Qin feel a little dissatisfied, but she was relieved immediately. The two hands that Lu Qin showed just now made her realize that he was not an ordinary person. She could also see that the look in his eyes when he looked at Chu Zi was very clear, unlike those people who had wanted to get close to this girl with a purpose in the past. Concert tickets? I don't care about these things. They will definitely be crowded and noisy, which is annoying, Lu Qin said casually as he looked at the 3 concert tickets stuffed into his hands. These words made Chu Zi roll her eyes. What a straight man. Sister Qin behind couldn't help but find it a little funny. It seemed that Lu Qin didn't recognize who Chu Zi was, which made her feel a little more favorable towards Lu Qin. I won't say any more, you big idiot. Just remember to come when the time comes. Chu Zi spat, turned around and ran to Sister Qin, took her hand, turned back and made a big face at Lu Qin. Oh. Got it. Lu Qin responded. But I was thinking in my heart that my sister seemed to like these things, so I could just let her watch them when the time comes. As for myself, forget it. If Chu Zi knew what he was thinking, she would probably go crazy. Sister Qin and Mu Bai also bowed solemnly to Lu Qin, then left with Chu Zi. Brother, this girl seems to be of a special status. Lu Qin, who also didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, came over and said something. It seems so. Never mind. Let's go to the club tonight. Let's go, who's afraid of who? Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 59, Men's Paradise, A Life of Debauchery and Extravagance. How about I invite Zhang Hui and the others to come along? Zhang Hui and his friends were busy and missed the last class reunion, mainly because they didn't know you would go. Now that they know you didn't inform them in advance, they've been criticizing me. We're all in Shanghai, so how about we come along? They miss you a lot, too. Lu Qin suddenly thought of something and asked. Hearing this, Lu Qin was stunned for a moment, and his thoughts drifted away. The Zhang Hui and others Lu Qin mentioned are Zhang Hui, Qin Tao, Yi Yang, and Su Yiming. He was my roommate with Lu Qin in college, and we were close friends. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways and we haven't seen each other for a long time. Okay, let's go together. Lu Qin nodded happily. Which club should we go to tonight? Lu Qin asked. This? Lu Qin was stumped by his question. He had only heard that the club was a place of debauchery and extravagance, but he had never been there. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the favor of the top star Chu Zi. You are rewarded with a chance to buy a product in seconds. It is being distributed now. Ding, the product has been put on the shelves, please decide whether to purchase it. Chu Zi? A big star? In addition to being very satisfied with the system's consistent thoughtfulness, Lu Qin was also suddenly enlightened by Chu Zi's message. His status as a big star made him suddenly understand everything that had happened before and after. No wonder they have to be fully armed to go out. It seems that celebrities don't have an easy life either. It's hard for them to even go out and have fun. Lu Qin couldn't help but sigh, then looked towards them all. Product, Tiandahui Royal Entertainment Club, price, 1 yuan. You notify them that we will go to Tiandahui Royal Entertainment Club tonight. So Lu Qin said directly. What? Tiandahui Royal Entertainment Club? Oh my goodness, sure, Lu Qin. If you're willing to spend enough, I won't be polite. I've heard of this place many times. It's the top club in the entire Demon City. Okay, let's inform them and have dinner there. Okay. Lu Qin happily began to notify his old roommates. At 6 o'clock in the evening, in front of the Tiandahui Royal Entertainment Club. Ha ha ha, Boss Chen, long time no see. Boss Chen, you are so mean. You made a fortune but you didn't invite your brothers to Jiangdu to explore together. When Zhang Hui and his companions saw Lu Qin, they came up to him, punched him, and cursed him with a smile. They had known about Fu Hai restaurant from their university classmates group a long time ago. Besides admiring Lu Qin's achievements, they felt so happy. Cao Shengfeng not only has a problem with Lu Qin, but all the brothers in his dormitory dislike him. This was also one of the main reasons why they didn't want to go at that time. A few people chatted and laughed as they walked into the club. Welcome to Tiandahui Royal Entertainment Club. As soon as we entered the door, 2 rows of beauties and beautiful cheongsams gave us the warmest welcome. At a glance, every beauty is absolutely more beautiful than more than 85% of the women out there, and is very pleasing to the eyes. This almost made the guy's eyes pop out. After all, except Lu Qing, the others are all wage earners. Although their salaries are decent, they would not come to this kind of place to spend money. It's too expensive. The starting price for an ordinary private room here is 5,000 yuan. Add in the minimum consumption of princesses, young masters and drinks required in each private room, and the cost will be over 10,000 yuan. Hello sir, do you have a reservation? At this time, the front desk manager ran over. No reservation. There are 6 of us. Give me the best private room you have, Lu Qin said. They are all good brothers. They were young and frivolous when they were students. They went to the bathhouse together, had group fights, and it was common for several people to share a cigarette. It's not a life-or-death friendship, but at least it's precious and genuine. Okay sir, my last name is Wang, and I'm the account manager here. The best room here is the Lanhua Hall, which is a supreme VIP room. The room fee is 100,000 yuan, and it also requires a princess and a young master, totaling 10,000 yuan. The minimum cost of 3 boxes of wine is 3,000 yuan, and the cost of beauties is not included. If you think it's okay, I'll book a room for you now. When Manager Wang heard that Lu Qin was going to open the best private room, his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly introduced himself, handed over his business card, and repeated the basic consumption requirements of the Supreme Hall according to the procedures. If this were a regular hall, there would be no need for such an introduction. After all, the Supreme Hall is very expensive, and the cost of each item in it starts at least 1,000 yuan. Therefore, you must inform them in detail before booking a room. Otherwise, when the room is available and you ask about the price and find out you can't afford it, it will be embarrassing for everyone. No problem, let's go! Lu Qin nodded. Okay, then please follow me and I'll take you there. After getting the confirmation, Manager Wang's attitude became even more enthusiastic. After all, once this box was opened, his commission income would increase significantly. As soon as you enter the box, the view in front of you suddenly opens up. After all, it is the Supreme Box, and the indoor area is probably about 800 square meters. In addition to the KTV luxury booth area, the box also includes a dining table, mahjong room, billiard room, 2 bedrooms and 2 separate bathrooms. The decoration style and color of the entire box exude luxury everywhere, especially the 2 bathrooms, which can be used for bathing and are equipped with massage beds for massage. The bathtub is so big that 2 or 3 people can dance in it. Everything was an eye-opener for them. There was really everything here, except what you would never have thought of. Please prepare a dinner for us. Okay sir, depending on the number of people you have, you can choose our set meal for 5 to 10 people. We offer 3 sets of dinner today, namely set A for 5,888 yuan, set B for 18,888 yuan, and set C for 58,888 yuan. Which one would you like, sir? Let's go for set C and open 6 bottles of mithai. Lu Qin thought about it and said directly. Okay sir, our mithai here costs 7,000 yuan per bottle. Is that okay with you? Okay, hurry up. Yes sir. Manager Wang ran out happily and placed an order for Lu Qin and the others. He would get a lot of commission tonight. However, Lu Qin was sighing that the price of mithai, which is more than 2,000 yuan outside, has tripled here, and this industry is truly a highly profitable industry. Soon, the wine and food arrived. After taking a look, they were nothing more than a seafood feast including shark fin, abalone, sea cucumber, belly, king crab, etc. In other words, the food presentation should be better looking and the service should be more attentive. For example, if you want to eat crabs or shrimps, you don't have to peel them yourself. There will be a waitress next to each customer. They will peel all the shelled food before giving it to you. Food with thorns and bones will be completely deboned and removed before being served to you. Lu Qin didn't think this kind of place would be very delicious. To put it bluntly, what matters is the environment and the service. Look, these waiters who are peeling crabs and shrimps are all very pretty and very pleasing to the eyes. After finishing the meal, everyone sat in the KTV booth area, ready to turn on the microphone mode. Of course, this is also the main moment of the club. The door of the private room was opened, and Manager Wang walked in with a smile. "Dear guests, please choose your female companion for tonight." After saying that, he clapped his hands, and then dozens of beautiful women, wearing short skirt uniforms exclusive to royal entertainment, walked in. Chapter 60. The evil young man is in power and obsessed with sex. The moment these women came in, Zhang Hui and others' eyes widened and their breathing became heavier. They are all estimated to be around 175 centimeters tall, with skin as delicate and smooth as fat, and a fair complexion, and they are very graceful. It turns out that it's not that there are fewer beauties in the outside world, it's that all the beauties have come here. Seeing this group of beauties, Lu Qing and others couldn't help but sigh. With their looks, they can easily beat those young models when they go out. Dear bosses, these beauties will now present you with a hot dance to open the show. Then, after these beauties introduced themselves one by one, Manager Wang spoke again. The opening dance is a show here. These beauties, wearing miniskirts, started dancing the popular Ace of Spades dance. Their perfect and attractive bodies swayed to the rhythm of the music, which made Zhang Hui and others very excited. After the song was over, Lu Qun and others began to choose female companions. These old classmates and roommates really acted like Zhu Beiji choosing a wife. They all liked each other and didn't know where to start. "Hey guys, are you guys planning to spend the whole night?" Finally, under Lu Chen's laughter and scolding, the few of them reluctantly chose a female companion who was more pleasing to their eyes and sat next to them. "Have fun tonight, bosses!" Seeing that everyone had chosen their female companions, Manager Wang greeted them with a smile, then waved his hand and walked out with the remaining beauties. "Boss, let me toast you." "Boss, what song do you want to listen to? I'll go order it for you." "Boss, do you want to play some dice? Shall we play bragging or bullfighting?" At this time, these beauties were greeting Lu Cheng and his companions enthusiastically, making these novices so happy that they didn't know where to put their hands and feet. After a few drinks, the atmosphere reached a climax. Even Yi Yang and Su Yimin were already hugging their female companions and dancing with Lu Qing, who was singing. As for Zhang Hui and Qin Tao, both of them had several red lipstick marks on their faces, and they looked very elated. Bang! At this moment, the door of the box was suddenly kicked open violently, shocking everyone. "Mr. Lin, Lingling is on duty. It's not in accordance with the rules for you to do this. Get out of the way." "Rules? I am the rule." With a bang, Manager Wang, who was trying his best to stop Lin Xiao and his men, was kicked flying in with a scream. At this moment, the female companion next to Lu Qing suddenly tensed up, her face showed a hint of unnaturalness, and more of it was fear. She was exactly the Lingling that Manager Wang had just mentioned. "Do you think you can escape from my grasp like this?" The man called Mr. Lin completely ignored Lu Chun and others in the box and walked straight towards Lingling. "Mr. Lin, please let me go. I really am just here to accompany you and cannot go out on stage." It turned out that Master Lin had long taken a fancy to this beauty named Lingling, and had been thinking of taking her out to have a good taste of her every time he came over. However, not all of these beauties will perform on stage. Many of them start doing this job because of family poverty or other helpless reasons. After all, it makes money quickly. Therefore, unless these people are desperate, they will just accompany people drinking and sitting together, and will never go out to accompany people overnight. Coincidentally, Lingling is like that. But Mr. Lin didn't care about all that. After being polite for a few times, he saw that Lingling didn't appreciate his courtesy, so he called her yesterday and made a harsh statement, saying that if she didn't perform, she would bear the consequences. Lingling could only agree reluctantly, but she said she had to go to the toilet and ran away, standing up Lin Xiao. She thought that at worst, she could just say hello to the manager, and once she saw Mr. Lin coming, she would just say she was not there and avoid his presence. Originally, the Tiandahui Royal Entertainment Club had considerable power, and ordinary people did not dare to cause trouble. Anyone who opens such a place must have some background. Moreover, the club owner never forces them to do things they don't want to do, it's all voluntary. So Lingling didn't take it seriously. But unexpectedly, Master Lin didn't care about all this today. After being stood up yesterday, he came back again today. When he heard that Lingling had been called out, he barged in without caring, being extremely domineering. So, the scene just now happened. Lu Qin and his companions finally understood the situation after some time and frowned. Lu Qing was even more angry. He was already very unhappy when he met a gold digger during the day. My brother came to me to entertain me at night, but now this happened again. Am I so unlucky? So, all of a sudden, I got angry. Get lost, this is our private room. Can't you see Lingling is my female companion now? Seeing Lin Xiao coming, Lu Qing stood up and shouted angrily. Gengzi, throw this idiot out. Lin Xiao completely ignored Lu Qing, shouted something to someone behind him, and then walked around Lu Qing and grabbed Lingling. Fuck, you're looking for death. This time, not only Lu Qing exploded, but Zhang Hui and others also jumped up. In an instant, he started fighting with Gengzi, who came forward. Speaking of Lu Qing and his friends, they were quite fierce in group fights when they were in school. But now that we have started fighting, we find that the opponent is not easy to deal with. Faced with a beating from 5 men, Gengzi seemed to not care at all and even fended off the attack with great ease. Although the 5 people did not suffer any loss, they did not gain any advantage either. Instead, they were all held back by Gengzi. At this time, Lin Xiao had already arrived in front of Lingling and grabbed her. You stinky bitch, you dared to stand me up without even asking around. Who am I, young Master Lin? Even Ni Tianhao, the former head of the Ni clan, calls me brother when he sees me. Wait and see how I will ravage you. Just when he was about to catch Lingling, a black shadow suddenly flashed by, and then he felt a sudden pain in his chest, and the whole person flew backwards. Young master! Seeing this, Gengzi shouted anxiously, then took out a sharp knife from his waist and was about to attack Lu Qin and others. Roll! But suddenly, a low shout rang in my ears, and before I could see who was coming, he was kicked away in an instant. At this moment, the people who came with Lin Xiao were all dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao and Gengzi were both kicked away. Especially Gengzi, who was kicked unconscious, and the arm holding the sharp knife was bent irregularly. Obviously, this arm is useless. Since someone dared to threaten his brother with a knife, Lu Qin would naturally not hold back. Asshole, who are you? How dare you attack me? Do you know who I am? Lin Xiao climbed up with difficulty, took a look at Gengzi, who had fainted, and shouted angrily, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes. However, his long-term arrogance and domineering behavior made him lose his composure in an instant. I don't care who you are. If you dare to disrespect our boss, you deserve to die. Come on, throw them out. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, a domineering voice sounded from behind him. The person who came was Hao Yulin, the general manager of Tiandahui Royal Entertainment Club. Boss! I'm late. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 61, Nothing, just a phone call. Hao Yulin, who rushed over after hearing the news, came in front of Lu Qin and saluted respectfully. Then, he turned around and shouted, What are you still standing there for? Throw them out. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am Lin Xiaotian from the Lin Group, and my grandfather is a major general. You dare to touch me? Today, I will shut down your Tiandahui Royal Entertainment Company. Although Lin Xiaotian is used to being arrogant and domineering, he is not a fool. The boss of the Tiandahui Royal Entertainment Club is a man who has connections in both the black and white worlds. So, he directly brought up the name of his own grandfather. That's right, his grandfather is Lin Xiaobei, the former commander of the Lingnan region of Xia State. Over the years, it was also under this banner that the Lin family was able to make their business flourish and reach a position slightly better than that of the Ni Group. When he heard the word Lin Group, Hao Yulin's expression changed slightly and his brows furrowed. As the general manager of the top entertainment club in Shanghai, he naturally has some knowledge of the information of major leading companies. The Lin Group is very powerful, especially with that person behind it. It is not someone he can afford to offend. Then he looked at the new boss worriedly, asking for advice. Throw it out! However, Lu Qin didn't care about what Lin Xiaotian said at all. Boss, there is a major general behind Lin. As the saying goes, the people should not fight against the officials. Because he had read the boss Lu Qin's information and found out that he was not a native of Shanghai, Hao Yulin was afraid that Lu Qin didn't know the background behind Lin, so he wanted to give him a hint. I said, throw it out. Before Hao Yulin could finish, Lu Chen said again, and at the same time looked at Hao Yulin with his eyes slightly narrowed. Yes. When Hao Yulin was looked at like this by Lu Chen, his heart skipped a beat for no reason and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. His boss was so imposing and intimidating. After all, he had been in the world for a long time, but he still felt frightened by Lu Chen's look. Immediately, Hao Yulin waved his hand and a group of security guards rushed forward. Assholes, you dared to do this to me, you are finished! Lin Xiaotian looked at the other party who was indifferent and kept cursing. But since the boss had spoken, the security guards didn't care who you were. They just threw Lin Xiaotian and his group out, including Gongzi, who was already unconscious. Boss, I don't think Lin Xiaotian will give up. It doesn't matter. If he dares to come, I will make sure he never returns. Although Lu Chen has a good temper, he also understands one thing: good people are often bullied. I won't actively seek trouble, but if trouble comes, I will naturally put an end to it. Outside the Tiandahui Royal Entertainment Club, Lin Xiaotian and others were thrown out and fell to the ground in the mud. Damn it, you're dead! Lin Xiaotian was furious. He got up from the ground cursing and took out his phone. Director Hua, I'm Lin Xiaotian. I was beaten by the boss of Tiandahui Royal Entertainment Club. The store is bullying the customers. Will you handle this? What? Is this true? Wait, I'll bring someone over right away. The person on the other end of the phone said directly. Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaotian was still furious. He glanced at Gongzi, who was still lying on the ground, and kicked him a few times. What the hell, what's the point of raising you? You're nothing when the time comes. Seeing this, the other subordinates all frowned, but due to their status, they gritted their teeth and remained silent. Not long after, more than a dozen cars arrived outside the Tiandahui Royal Entertainment Club, and a group of uniformed men got out. Uncle Hua, you are finally here. When Lin Xiaotian saw the leader, he went straight to him. Well, let's go in. Then he took the lead and walked into the club. The security guards and staff of the club saw that they were in uniform and did not dare to stop them, but they also notified Hao Yulin immediately. In the supreme box of Lanwei Hall. Boss, Lin Xiaotian brought someone here. The one who came is Huiting Xian, the director of the Law Enforcement Department. Hearing the announcement at the door, Hao Yulin anxiously reported to Lu Chen. Although I am well connected in both the black and white worlds, I am just a middle to lower level operator. Although I have met this top leader several times, I cannot say how good their relationship is. Oh. Hearing this, Lu Chen calmly took out his phone and said, I'm at the Tiandahui Royal Entertainment Club. I need you to take care of something. Okay, boss. I'm nearby and will be there in 5 minutes. A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen calmly sat down on the sofa and motioned Lu Qing and others who were a little flustered to sit down as well. When they heard that Lin Xiaotian had actually called the director of the Law Enforcement Department, they would be lying if they said they were not scared. If we guys just have a normal group fight, we won't be afraid. But it depends on the person. Some people really cannot be offended. However, things have come to this point, and Lu Qing and his friends have given it their all. As brothers, they can share both happiness and hardships. So, a few people sat next to Lu Chen with determination, ready to face it together with him. Bang! The door of the box was violently pushed open again. Huiting Xian and Lin Xiaotian took the lead and walked in. Their followers rushed in instantly and surrounded everyone in the box. Are you the boss here? Huiting Xian glanced at everyone in the box and finally looked at Lu Chen in the middle. It's me. Lu Chen still sat calmly on the sofa and nodded. As his wealth grows and he comes into contact with higher and higher levels, Lu Chen's state of mind and vision are no longer the same as Amon in the past. Even though he now knew that the person standing opposite him was the director of the Law Enforcement Department of Magic City, he remained calm. Someone reported that you beat someone up here, causing someone's hand bones to be shattered and falling into a coma. What do you have to say? It was surprising to see that Lu Chen was so calm. After seeing his group of people coming in, not only did his expression remain normal, but even his eyes didn't fluctuate at all. Huiting Xian frowned slightly at this time. This person didn't look simple. So, his tone became heavier again, and he released his pressure on Lu Qin and others again. Yes, I beat them, but don't you want to understand why I beat them first? Lu Qin picked up the tea he had brewed earlier, took a sip, and looked at Hu Tingxian with a little interest. I have already asked the victim about the reason. Not only is your place bullying customers and endangering the personal safety of citizens, but you are also openly providing pornographic services. Just for these two reasons, your place should be closed down. You say to block it? Haha, victim? Is this how you become a director? Do you deserve this outfit? Lu Qin showed no fear when he heard this. Instead, he looked at Hu Tingxian sarcastically. How dare you! I think you are really so bold. Someone, take him and his accomplices away, check their IDs and collect evidence, and seal this place off. Being ridiculed by a young man who seemed to have 2 or 3 fewer wheels than himself, Hu Tingxian, who had been in a high position for a long time, became furious instantly. I wonder who dares to touch our boss. At this moment, angry shouts rang out from outside the door. ##. Chapter 62, The Second Phone Call, It's Over. Everyone turned around and looked at the sound, and their hearts skipped a beat. Chu Jiangping? Hu Tingxian exclaimed in surprise. In his position, he was naturally very familiar with each of these giants in the Magic City. At this moment, his heart was deeply shocked because he seemed to have heard something incredible. Is this man your boss? Yes, let me introduce you to the real boss of Xiongfeng Capital, Lu Qin, Mr. Lu. As he spoke, Chu Jiangping walked to Lu Qin's right side and stood still. Hao Yulin was inexplicably shocked at this moment. His boss actually had such an identity? No wonder he was so calm just now. Who in Shanghai doesn't know about Xiongfeng Capital? Chu Jiangping is even more of a great man, a man who can do both black and white. Compared to him, I am nothing. I can't help but become more curious about the identity of this new boss. What kind of person can subdue Chu Jiangping? Except for Lu Qin, Zhang Hui and the others also knew for the first time that Lu Qin actually had this identity. They were all shocked and opened their mouths wide. However, despite the shock, they were still very excited in their hearts. They are naturally proud of their brother's achievements. On the other hand, Hu Tingxuan's face was more embarrassed than shocked. Lin Xiaotian said that Lu Qin was the boss of Tiandahui Royal Entertainment, but he didn't know that Lu Qin was also the boss of Xiongfeng Capital. If he had known, he would definitely not have rushed over so rashly to accuse him. Hey Boss Lu, look at the flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple. We are all one family. This is all a misunderstanding. After all, after so many years in society, you have to be thick-skinned. So, Hu Tingxian changed his smiling face and said enthusiastically, Uncle Hui Yu. Shut up, look at what you've done, why don't you apologize to Boss Lu? Seeing Lin Xiaotian, who was still looking for trouble, Hu Tingxian immediately stopped him and greeted his grandson's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. No, it was the 17th generation ancestor. He didn't dare to scold Lin Xiaotian's grandfather. If Lu Qin was just the boss of Tiandahui Emperor Entertainment before, Hu Tingxian would naturally not be so polite. Hao Yulin is quite popular outside, but compared with Hu Tingxian, he is still several levels behind. But Chu Jiangping is completely different. Xiongfeng Capital is not only a giant in Shanghai, but also plays an important role in other provinces and cities, and even in the whole country. Even though he is the director of the Magic City Law Enforcement Department, he still has to give some face. I apologize? Why? What happened to Xiongfeng Capital? My grandfather only needs one word and Xiongfeng Capital won't work. Lin Xiaotian ignored it and remained arrogant. In his opinion, there is nothing that cannot be solved by his status as a grandfather. Oh? Really? Who is your grandfather? At this time, Lu Qin spoke. My grandfather is Lin Xiaobei, the former commander of the Lingnan region. He holds the rank of Major General. You can't afford to offend him. Boy, I advise you to hand Lingling over to me. Then I can forgive the past. He naturally knew that Xiongfeng Capital was quite powerful, but his grandfather's identity was there, so he was not afraid at all. But now that Uncle Hu didn't seem to want to make things worse, he decided to give in and just get Lingling, which was his original goal. Moreover, he felt that being able to give in was already the greatest face he could give to Lu Qin. Boss Lu, this child has been the only son in 3 generations and has been spoiled by his family since he was young. You are a magnanimous person and should not bother with him. Besides, it is unwise to make enemies with Mr. Lin for a prostitute. Seeing Lin Xiaotian say this, Hua Tingxian secretly said that it was bad. However, Lin Xiaotian's grandfather had once helped him, so he had no choice but to go forward. What's wrong with a prostitute? Does she deserve this bad luck? She was forced into this line of work, and he was the one who forced Ling Ling to perform. Hearing this, Lu Chen finally frowned. But Lin Xiaobei? Major General? Humph! What a great prestige! Lu Chen sneered and made the second call. Hello? Brother Chen, are you looking for the old man to drink? No, let's drink and talk about it after I get back. Old Qin, do you know Lin Xiaobei? Lin Xiaobei? Oh, I remember now. He was the commander of the Lingnan military region, but he retired a long time ago. What happened? Oh, his grandson Lin Xiaobei forced women of good families into prostitution, and I couldn't stand it, so I beat him up. Now he is using his grandfather Lin Xiaobei to pressure me to submit, and he wants to close my place. What? Is this true? Wait, I'll call that grandson. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone, leaving Lu Chen speechless as he hadn't even finished what he was saying. However, Hua Tingxian, who was standing next to him, was sweating profusely and his face turned pale instantly. Because they were standing close to each other, Lu Chen didn't try to avoid him. So he heard everything that was said on the phone clearly. Especially this voice, which made him inexplicably panic. Boss Lu, I'd like to ask you something. Is it Mr. Qin Tianlong, the old man on the other end of the phone just now? Oh? You know him? Ouch. After getting Lu Chen's affirmation, Hua Tingxian exclaimed and almost collapsed to the ground. How could he not know him? Among the old people in the organization, who didn't know Qin Tianlong? He was the myth of Xia Country, the only god of war. In front of him, let alone a major general, even if you are a general, you have to squat like a grandson. He heard clearly on the phone that old Qin called the person in front of him a brother. The ages of the old and the young made him wonder why they could be so close, but their relationship was definitely not ordinary. Because in addition to the title of God of War, Qin Lao was also known as the God of Wine and was addicted to alcohol. But he doesn't drink with others easily. Anyone who can sit and drink with him is definitely someone he recognizes. Thinking of this, Hua Tingshuan's legs and feet trembled again. What the hell was his bad luck today? How did he offend this great god? He hated Lin Xiaotian even more in his heart. This idiot second-generation rich kid always gets himself into trouble, and now it's all over. All he had left in his heart was a prayer, hoping that he would not be implicated later. He even thought that his attitude change just now seemed to be timely, right? Should Lu Chen be able to bypass him? Mr. Qin is the idol of all of us who have served in the military. I didn't expect that you actually know him. As he said that, Hua Tingxian knelt down directly. Boss Lu, I was blinded by my own greed and listened to this kid's one-sided story. After all, his grandfather was very kind to me. Please forgive me, Boss Lu. I will make amends in the future. I beg you to give me a chance. Hua Tingxian lowered his attitude to the lowest level, which pleased the people around him. This is the director of the law enforcement department of the Demon City. In some provinces, his rank is equivalent to that of a provincial governor. Now, he actually knelt down to a young man in his early 20s with such a sincere attitude. Everyone was stunned. Even the experienced Chu Zhanping had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Hua Tingxian, you are a traitor, Lin Xiaotian became furious when he saw this scene, and just as he was about to yell, his cell phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, it was his grandfather Lin Xiaobei. He was overjoyed. My grandpa called, you're dead. After saying that, he answered the phone. Fuck you, you bastard, how could I give birth to a beast like you? Suddenly, an angry voice came from the phone. Chapter 63 Unbelievable, Escaped. Grandpa, did you take the wrong medicine? After being scolded by Lin Xiaobei, Lin Xiaotian was completely stunned. Eat your sister, eat her. Hurry up and apologize to me and beg for Lu Chen's forgiveness, or you'll get out of the Lin family. I don't have a grandson as stupid as you. Lin Xiaobei's roar was heard again from the other end of the phone. At this moment, Lin Xiaotian panicked. As the only son of the Lin family for 3 generations, he was the one who made the decisions and everyone in the family did what he wanted. Because of this, he almost always walks sideways when he goes out. He got into a lot of trouble over the years, but it was always his family who cleaned up the mess for him. But today, the grandfather who had always doted on me the most, acted out of character and even threatened to sever ties with me. Brother Lu, Grandpa Lu, I was wrong. You are a magnanimous person. Do you think I am a fart? Although Lin Xiaotian didn't know the reason, he knew from his grandfather's roar that the old man was really angry. So, he simply knelt down in front of Lu Qin and kowtowed for mercy. The phone was not hung up. After hearing his grandson begging for mercy, Lu Qin seemed to be silent, and Lin Xiaobei became anxious. You idiot, give the phone to Lu Qin. Lin Xiaotian did as he was told and handed over the phone. Hello, I'm Lin Xiaobei, the boss just called me and scolded me. Brother Lu Qin, please be merciful and help me with this matter today. This bastard has been spoiled since childhood. It's my fault that I didn't teach him well. I will definitely lock him up at home and educate him well. I also ask Brother Lu Qin to be kind enough to say a few good words for me in front of the boss. Although I am retired, I still have some connections and relationships. If you have any needs in the future, just tell me and my whole Lin family will support you without hesitation. Wait a minute, Brother Qin is calling. At this time, Qin Tianlong called. Okay, I'll wait. You talk to the boss first. I'll wait, Lin Xiaobei said respectfully. Hey, little brother, I called that old guy and learned about the situation. It should be that his grandson is relying on his grandfather's reputation to do evil things outside. The old guy probably doesn't know a lot of things. This time, if you don't do it for your brother's sake, you can forgive him once. This old guy has been through life and death with me several times before, just give your brother some face. Brother, since you have already spoken, there will be no problem. Lu Qin laughed. Ha ha ha, then come back early after you're done over there. It's boring because there's no one to drink with me when you're not around. I see you're missing my bottles of wine, right? Ha ha ha, you still understand me, little brother. Old man Qin laughed. Okay, I'll go back when I'm done. I also have to go back to my hometown later, so I have to go back and prepare some things to bring back. Okay, then the old man will wait for you to come back. After a few words, Lu Qin hung up the phone and picked up Lin Xiaotian's phone again. Hey, you heard what Brother Qin said. For his sake, I'll let it go this time. But I hope you, my grandson, will take care of yourself in the future. Okay, thank you then. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaobei was already sweating all over. Not long ago, he received a call from Qin Tianlong and was so happy at first. As soon as the call was connected, he was scolded. Later he found out that it was his grandson who caused trouble for the Qin Tianlong brothers. How could this be tolerated? So after Lin Xiaobei begged Qin Tianlong for mercy, he immediately called and scolded his grandson. But just now, he heard clearly the content of the conversation between Qin Tianlong and Lu Qin through the phone that was still on. The relationship between Boss Qin and Lu Qin is not as simple as what Qin Tianlong said before, that they are just brothers. One can even hear Boss Qin's humility towards Lu Qin in his tone. Who is Boss Qin? The god of war of the Xia kingdom, an arrogant person with his eyes high above the others. Apart from your relatives and a few brothers who have been through thick and thin with you, who else can you look up to? Even if I like someone, I wouldn't have this attitude. This guy named Lu Qin is definitely not a simple person, otherwise he wouldn't be treated like this by Boss Qin. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaobei immediately made a few phone calls, informing everyone in the Lin family that they must never mess with this person in the future, and that they must help Lu Qin whenever he needed help. Lu Qin didn't know all this yet. At this moment, he looked at Lin Xiaotian who was kneeling on the ground and handed him the phone. Get up now. Your grandfather pleads for you. Let it go this time, but I don't want it to happen again. Otherwise. Of course, Brother Lu, don't worry, you will be my big brother from now on. If you say go east, I will never go west. I was scolded by my old man just now, and then I heard what my grandfather said on the phone. In addition, he has been with his grandfather for quite some time, so he naturally knows who the boss's grandfather is talking about. That is the god of war of the Xia kingdom. Can you dare to mess with the brother of the god of war? It's true that he is a second-generation rich man, and it's true that he is arrogant and domineering, but he is not completely brainless. In this situation, if he still can't figure it out, then he can just die. He also knew that thanks to his grandfather, and the god of war's pleading for mercy, he had escaped this time. In fact, this might be a chance for two people to get to know each other, so he immediately knelt down and started to lick her. Seeing this guy's transformation so quickly, Lu Xun couldn't help but be speechless. As expected, those who write novels are all liars, and not every second-generation rich kid is brainless and desperately seeking death. Lu Xun nodded without saying anything more and looked at Hu Tingxian beside him. Boss Lu, what do you want me to do? Seeing Lu Xun looking at him, Hu Tingxian was shocked and asked guiltily. I hope you can do what you need to do in this position and not bring shame to this suit. Okay, I will keep your words in mind and won't do it again. Hearing this, Hu Tingxian was not angry but happy, which meant that he had escaped a disaster. But I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, wondering when a boy in his early 20s would lecture me like this. If I tell this to others, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Such a farce was resolved so easily that Hao Yulin, Lu Qing and others were dumbfounded. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Xun as if he was looking at a monster. Not only was the director of the Magic City Law Enforcement Department shocked, even Major General Lin Xiaobei was so servile on the phone. The arrogant second-generation rich man kept on fawning until the end, thinking about becoming Lu Chen's younger brother. All of this is simply unbelievable. After the rain, the sky cleared up. Everyone played for a while and then dispersed happily. The main thing is that Lu Xun has to stay at Su Fuling's place for the next few days and can't go back too late. When he arrived at the Su's house, he received another extremely enthusiastic consolation from Su's mother, which made Lu Xun run back to his room, wash up and go to bed. Because Su Fuling has not returned from overtime, and the time for refreshing the system mall has not yet arrived. So Lu Xun lay on the bed and opened a certain cat novel app out of boredom. Suddenly, I saw a novel titled, Sorry, I will stop broadcasting when I make 200 yuan, on the recommendation, and I clicked on it. Wow, this is well written! I unexpectedly discovered that the writing of this novel is very smooth, the plot is rich, and the face-slapping scenes are very enjoyable to read, which is very much to my taste. So, I began to watch it with great interest. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Byte. Chapter 64, The Beauty Has an Appointment, Another Bloodshed. Ding, today's products have been refreshed, please decide whether to purchase. Product, 60% equity of Warren Group, price, 1 yuan. Oh my god! Seeing this, Lu Xun almost jumped out of the bed. The Warren Group is one of the top 4 chaebol groups in Xia Country, with total assets exceeding 10 trillion. It firmly occupies the top 100 position in the world, even eclipsing South Korea's 4-star group. Its headquarters is located in Hong Kong, and its industries include electricity, medicine, building materials and other fields. His current CEO Huang Xiangmin is also a legendary figure. Lu Xun was very surprised that the system gave him such a product this time. With the Warren Group, his net worth increased dozens of times in an instant. This time, Lu Xun has truly stepped into the top financial circle of Xia Country. Ding di! A message came. Lu Xun opened it and saw that it was from Little Match Girl. Brother Apia, you are still in Shanghai, right? I want to treat you to a meal tomorrow. Are you free? Lu Chen's generous support on Douyin in the past few times made her a fortune, and she had always wanted to treat him to a good meal. When the two were chatting these days, Little Match Girl Wuing also learned that Lu Xun was in the Magic City, so naturally she had to do her part as a good host. Okay, I'm free tomorrow, where are we going to eat? Lu Xun was in a good mood and thought that he had nothing to do in the next 2 days. It would be nice to meet this anchor whom he had been watching for more than a year, so he agreed directly. Then I'll treat you to Tan's cuisine at noon tomorrow? That's the official Tan family cuisine, in Changning District. Wu Ying thought about it and came up with a plan. Tan's cuisine? No problem. See you tomorrow at noon. After sending the message, Wu Ying put the phone aside, her cheeks slightly red. She was a relatively introverted girl, the type who would blush if she talked a few more words to the opposite sex face to face. Fortunately, the live broadcast was just a chat across the screen, otherwise she might not be able to stick to it. In fact, she has always been very conflicted about asking Lu Chen out for dinner. Out of gratitude, she felt she should treat him to at least a meal to express her gratitude. However, the messy stories about the big brother and the anchor that happened on the internet also made her retreat for a while. Although Lu Chen has been in her live broadcast room for more than a year, he seldom chats in normal times. He just hangs there silently and rarely says a few words. It was only a while ago that Lu Chen suddenly appeared like a rich man from heaven and favored me, and I became familiar with him. But what kind of person is Lu Chen? Before, her best friend had always said that this Lu Chen might be the low-income old man mentioned in the internet legends. When they met him, they would find that he was old enough to be her father, which would be extremely embarrassing. This made wooing confused for a long time. If he was really a low-income old man, then Lu Chen must have a purpose for her by doing this. But later on, I became calm about it. I just had to keep my heart to myself. You treat me well and I treat you well. It's a very simple thing. It's not like going on a blind date or finding a godfather. There's no need to think too much about it. If the other party really has any bad intentions, in today's rule of law society, the worst that can happen is that you just leave. While wooing was daydreaming, Su Fuling had already returned to her bedroom at home. She looked tired, and felt a little listless. "What's wrong? You look tired. Are you so busy?" Lu Chen asked when he saw this. "Hey, have a drink with me." Su Fuling did not explain, but went out and moved 2 boxes of red wine and returned to the room. "My dear aunt, you need so much? Aren't you afraid of getting drunk?" Seeing that she actually brought 2 boxes of red wine, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. This girl was obviously looking for a chance to get drunk. It seemed that she had a lot of troubles. "It's best to be drunk. Come on, let's go." Su Fuling opened 2 bottles and didn't even use the cup. She directly handed 1 bottle to Lu Chen, touched the bottle mouth, and drank it all first. "Oh my god, you are drinking red wine as if it were beer?" Lu Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Oh, I'm in a bad mood. Can't you stop nagging and drink with me?" When she is with Lu Chen, she doesn't try to maintain the reserve and composure of a president. She is just the bold, overbearing and casual Su Fuling. Lu Chen smiled and said nothing more. He just drank a sip of red wine. At times like this, it is better to communicate with her than to persuade her, so that she has an outlet to vent. After drinking 3 bottles, Su Fuling's cheeks turned red and she started to talk more. It turned out that she had recently been working on a design plan for the previous Hong Kong project, but the other party kept finding faults and refused to allow the plan to be approved. If it's because her design is not good or she didn't do her job well, then she has nothing to say. But all this was because Song Yuanxiang, the party in charge of this project, had always been coveting her beauty. She had rejected all my previous invitations, so she was deliberately making things difficult for me. The Xiangjiang project is a hurdle that the Su Group must overcome this time, and it will play a decisive role in the development of the Su Group in the next 10 years. So she had been patient and had to deal with it. If it were any other project, she would simply refuse to serve. But today, Song Yuanxiang gave himself a deadline. He must come up with a satisfactory plan within 3 days, otherwise the cooperation will be cancelled. Unless she can go on a date with him alone, then everything will be fine. Su Fuling refused on the spot and had a quarrel, which was equivalent to breaking up with each other. She understood that as long as she did not agree to the other party's unreasonable demands, no matter how hard she tried, this project would probably be a failure. But if this happens, all my previous efforts will be wasted, and my parents will probably be disappointed. Moreover, once this news gets out, it will have a huge impact on the stock price of Su Group. "Come on, let's drink it!" Su Fuling picked up another bottle of red wine and started drinking it. "Stop drinking. There is always a way to solve it." Lu Chen snatched the bottle and stopped him. "Solve it? That's the Warren Group. Even though our Su Group is considered to have some weight in the Magic City, it's nothing compared to them. It's great to be able to establish a relationship with them, but now... Hey!" When Lu Chen heard the name Warren Group, he was stunned and laughed in his heart. It seems that every time a product is put on the shelves by this system, it is not without purpose. I have just gained absolute control of the Warren Group, and now this is what happened. Don't worry, there must be a way. Besides, you can also skip that song Yuan Qiang and contact the upper management of their company directly. Upper level? The highest official in the Magic City is this rubbish song. It's impossible to skip him. Who in the upper level would care about me? Give me the wine. As she said that, Su Fuling was about to snatch the red wine from Lu Chen's hand. However, she had drunk no less than 5 bottles of red wine and was already quite drunk, feeling limp all over. With a stumble, she fell directly on Lu Chen. What's even more coincidental is that the two of them kissed. So soft. The drunken Su Fuling smiled and tapped Lu Chen's lips with her finger, saying in a daze. Lu Chen was shocked all over and was at a loss for what to do by the sudden scene. Hey Lu Chen? Why are you here? Do you know that I was bullied by that Songo? He has been bullying me all the time. I am so sad. This girl was really drunk and started talking nonsense, which made Lu Chen sober up from the kiss just now. It was just an accident. Lu Chen, that dog Song just wants to sleep with me, do you know that? Bah him? He's not even worthy of licking my feet. Lu Chen, do you know? I like you so much. I want to save my first time for you. Su Fuling was mumbling in a daze, but her words one after another shocked Lu Chen continuously. This girl likes me? Is this true? Just when Lu Chen was confused and surprised, Su Fuling pounced on him. I don't dare to cross the line in reality, so what should I be afraid of in my dreams? Lu Chen, just obey me. As he said that, before Lu Chen had time to react, he rushed over. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 65. Who is bigger and who is smaller? In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight shines into the bedroom. Good morning, Lu Chen. Su Fuling opened her eyes dazedly, looked at Lu Chen who was speechless beside her, and whispered softly with a smile. Su Fuling stretched and sat up. The next second, the air seemed to freeze, and Su Fuling, who was still in a bad mood after waking up, suddenly woke up with a start. Where are my clothes, yours and ours? Looking at the messy room and the many red wine bottles lying around, Su Fuling was upset. Oui? Bewildered, she pointed at herself, then at Lu Chen who was rolling his eyes beside her, as if she understood something. With a scream, he shrank into the quilt. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw the girl's startled expression. Last night, he really broadened his horizons. This girl is so fierce after drinking. If I hadn't confirmed that this was her first time, I would have really doubted whether this girl was a seasoned expert. That night, he really enjoyed a different kind of atmosphere. It's all your fault. I'm screwed now. How am I going to explain this to Enchi? Suddenly, Su Fuling sat on him and started beating him with her pink little fists. Why do you blame me? You forced me to do this, okay? Lu Chen rolled his eyes and argued. I don't care, it's you. Who told you to seduce me? Big sister, when did I ever seduce you? Your existence is a temptation to me. No, I'm going to die anyway, I can't suffer any loss. I don't know what's wrong with Su Fuling, she suddenly said this. Afterwards, Lu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief and he was knocked down by Su Fuling again. Bang, bang, bang. There was a loud crashing sound coming from the wall of Su's mother's bedroom. Honey, are these two going too far? It's been a whole night, and they finally calmed down for a while, but now they're starting over again? Mother Su asked speechlessly with dark circles under her eyes. Last night, hearing the noise next door, Su's mother naturally started another round of happy eavesdropping. However, as time went on, this happiness made her feel very sleepy. It finally calmed down at daybreak, but not long after, it started again. Young people are full of energy, so just get used to it, Father Su said with a smile. Why weren't you so vigorous when you were young? Su's mother suddenly asked. Hey, you demon, you dare to criticize me, the king? This is intolerable. Take it. This sentence seemed to touch Su's father. How could a man be criticized by his own woman in this regard? So, he turned over with dark circles under his eyes. Ah, damn it! So, a wall-banging competition took place between the two rooms. Lu Chen, how am I going to tell Anxi about this later? After the passion, Su Fuling leaned on Lu Chen and became worried. Why didn't you think of this question when you were so energetic just now? Lu Chen couldn't help but tease her, but he was also thinking about how to explain to Anxi later. When Anxi and I were little, she told me that she would marry the same person as me in the future. At that time, she also said that I would be the older one, and she would be the younger one. I thought it was just a joke, but now... Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. These two girls actually had such a story. Based on Anxi's personality, this is really possible. I've decided. When she comes back, I'll be honest with her. If she's willing, I'll be your mistress. After all, she's your first woman. If she's not willing, I don't want any official status. I just want her to forgive me. Su Fuling was talking to herself on the side, which made Lu Chen laugh. I didn't expect that Su Fuling, who was capable and domineering in her work outside, had such a side. I couldn't help but hug her and kiss her on the forehead. Don't worry, no matter what the result is, I will treat you well. Well, oops. It's so late now, I have to hurry to the company and try to think of a solution within these 3 days. You're right, I can't just sit there and wait for death. I have to see if I can bypass that Song guy and talk directly to the people at the Warren Group headquarters. No, you should have a good rest. You didn't sleep well all night. Leave this to me. Lu Chen said seriously while holding down Su Fuling, who was about to get up. You! Lu Chen, that's the Warren Group. Although Chu Jiangping and his people are very powerful, they are still not as good as Warren. Su Fuling thought that Lu Chen wanted to handle these matters through Chu Jiangping, and then shook her head. Not Chu Jiangping? Are you planning to go through Grandpa Qing? That's even worse. Grandpa Qing never asks about worldly matters. Otherwise, with my relationship with him, he would also help me. It's not him either. Oh, don't ask, you will know when the time comes. Don't you believe me? Lu Chen stopped her from thinking about it. Okay, then I continue to sleep for a while? Looking at Lu Chen's serious expression, Su Fuling felt inexplicably trusting him. Go to sleep. I'll go out and do something. You can rest at home. Don't worry about Warren's matter. I will give you a satisfactory answer the day after tomorrow. Well, it's great to have you. Su Fuling was surprisingly well behaved. She nodded and gradually fell asleep. She was indeed very tired from the whole night. Tan's official cuisine is located in Changning district of Mahai. If you want to eat here, you have to make a reservation a month in advance, otherwise you won't be able to enjoy the delicious food if you go there on the day. Wu Ying was able to make a reservation because her brother Wu Donglai worked as a chef here. Originally, her brother was not qualified to queue up for a reservation. It just so happened that the head chef here, Zhang Duguang, took a liking to Wu Donglai and accepted him as his last disciple, and then he opened a back door and reserved a position for him. So, Wu Ying was afraid that something might happen, so she came here early and sat at the table waiting for Lu Chen's arrival. And the reason why he chose this place was because it was the first time he met Lu Chen. In case anything unexpected happened, his brother would be here to take care of him. After all, gratitude is one thing, and emotions and personal safety are another, so it is still necessary to be on guard. You have to know that there are many cases where those innocent internet celebrities have encountered accidents after meeting the Big Brother offline privately. However, as a stay-at-home girl, besides live streaming, I also read those female-oriented novels about domineering CEOs and princes. Therefore, she also imagined that Piao was a young and handsome guy. To say that she was feeling quite excited at the moment, it was like winning a prize. Time passed by little, and there was only 1 minute left before the agreed time of 11:30. Wu Ying became more nervous because the mystery was about to be revealed. Hello, you are the little matchstick Wu Ying, right? I am Lu Chen. A hearty voice sounded, and a handsome figure appeared in front of her, making her eyes suddenly brighten. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 66, 100-Year-Old Cuisine, Door-to-Door Challenge. Hello, I'm Wu Ying, nice to meet you. Wu Ying was extremely surprised by Lu Chen's appearance. She didn't expect that Brother Pia was so handsome. While Wu Ying was looking at Lu Chen, he was also looking at the other person. Judging from his height of 176 centimeters, his body shape can no longer be described as symmetrical, but has an absolute golden ratio. These lines show that she is either practicing dancing or doing yoga. She is the typical goddess who can still look like a goddess even when the lights are turned off. Lu Qin was even more amazed by her appearance. The anchor who he had been watching for more than a year must have excellent appearance. But after all, that was through the screen, and the live streaming software also has an unparalleled beauty function. Who knows what it looks like behind the scenes? But now, Wu Ying's appearance far exceeds that during the live broadcast, and Lu Qin even thinks that it is Douyin's beauty software that has lowered Wu Ying's appearance. I didn't expect you to be so much more beautiful in person than on camera. I almost thought I was in the wrong box just now. Lu Qin praised naturally. You are also better than I thought. Wu Ying, who suffers from social phobia, didn't know what to say for a moment. I didn't expect you to have a bit of social phobia. Seeing this, Lu Qin made a joke. Previously in the live broadcast room, Little Matchstick Wu Ying also said that she had social phobia. It was because the live broadcast did not require her to face the players directly, and she only needed to interact with the subtitles scrolling on the screen, which made her feel a little more at ease. Even so, when she usually broadcasts live, she mainly sings and rarely interacts. If she didn't sing really well and her appearance was at least 90%, she might not have so many fans staying with her. Of course, most of the time it's because she is very Buddhist and doesn't spend every few sentences asking for gifts like other anchors do. However, for the industry of anchor, Lu Qin felt that she was not a qualified anchor. Yes, I do have social anxiety. Please don't mind it, Wu Ying said in a low voice with a red face. Do you come to this shop often? It looks really nice, but why didn't I see a lobby when I came in? Are all the rooms private? Lu Qin was afraid that she was too shy and the atmosphere would become awkward, so he deliberately changed the subject. No, this is my first time here too, but this restaurant is very famous in Shanghai and even in the whole country. You have to make a reservation a month in advance to eat here. And they only serve high-end dishes, so they only have private rooms. When talking about this, Wu Ying suddenly perked up and wasn't so shy anymore. He even talked about the origin of Tan's cuisine, which really gave Lu Qin a lot of knowledge. It turns out that this Tan family official cuisine was created by Tan Zhongjuan and his son, officials in the late Qing dynasty and early Ming dynasty, and it has a history of 100 years. Tan's cuisine is also the most famous private cuisine in the Xia kingdom. However, it is not a folk private cuisine. Strictly speaking, it belongs to the private cuisine of the imperial palace. In fact, it can be said to be of the same origin as the Manchu Han banquet. However, because common people were not allowed to serve the emperor together, the standard of the Manchu Han banquet was lowered by one level. Combined with some other means, it gradually evolved into today's Tan family cuisine. The cuisine of the Tan family was the most popular among all the high officials at that time, especially the braised shark's fin and the secret-made soft-boiled abalone. The shark fins used in authentic Tan family cuisine are all Luzon yellow, and the abalones are all purple abalone, so the taste has always maintained a first-class standard. We have to reserve a seat a month in advance? The business here must be really good. Lu Qin couldn't help but be amazed. So today we are. Oh, it's my brother who works here. He happened to be accepted as the last disciple by the chef here, so I was able to make a reservation here through a back door. Seeing Lu Qin's confusion, Wu Ying explained. Oh, I see. It's thanks to your brother that I can enjoy this delicious meal today. Just as Lu Qin finished speaking, the door of the private room was pushed open and the waiter pushed the dishes up and placed them on the table. Looking around, Lu Qin was dazzled. There are of course braised shark's fin and secret recipe soft-boiled abalone, as well as dim sum that are the 4 delicacies of Beijing, which also make Lu Qin's eyes light up. Each dish is beautifully shaped, fragrant, and the color of the soup is just right. Even though he possesses the abilities of the Chinese chef boy, after tasting the dishes here, he spoke highly of the color, aroma, taste, and shape of the dishes. If I have to point out any shortcomings, it would be that the cooking temperature was not high enough today, and the edge of the dish seemed a little perfunctory. Of course, if there is no special guest visiting, the work of arranging the dishes and surrounding the edges is usually done by the kitchen staff, and naturally the cooking will be lacking. But for ordinary foodies, they don't care about these at all. Just then, a noise came from outside. How dare you call this authentic Tan's cuisine? It's simply discrediting Tan's cuisine. Along with the shouting, it seemed that the dining table over there was also overturned, immediately attracting the attention of all the diners. Lu Qian and Wu Ying also opened the door of the box and walked over. Sir, we have been open for decades, and no one has ever said that our Tan family dishes are not authentic. Please don't talk nonsense and damage the reputation of our restaurant. At this time, the lobby manager of the restaurant saw that these people had overturned all the tables, and the two people sitting next to them were obviously the Koreans who wanted to forcibly buy his store a few days ago. He frowned and said in a cold voice, "Reputation? You guys cook with such a perfunctory attitude, and you still have a reputation? That's ridiculous." The leader sneered and shouted with disdain, "Dong Tianhao, you shameless bastard, get out of here, you are not welcome here." At this time, Zhang Deguang, the owner and chef of Tan's official cuisine, came out and started yelling when he saw this man. "You say you are not welcome, so you are not welcome? You use dirty means to seize the ownership of this place from the master, and you still have the nerve to talk about me here?" Dong Tianhao became even more arrogant when he saw the real boss coming. "I use dirty tricks? Bullshit! You traitor, you still have the nerve to say that? If you hadn't stolen the recipe for the competition and sold it to the Koreans, would the master have lost to the Koreans in that competition and lost the main store in Kyoto? As a result, he died in depression and resentment, and you still have the nerve to come back? I'll chop you to death." As he said that, Zhang Deguang was about to beat Dong Tianhao, but was stopped by the waiter. It was obvious that the other party was trying to tempt him to take action. If a fight really broke out, the law enforcement department would definitely hold the party that started the fight first accountable. Who knows what conspiracy these Koreans might be planning for us? Tist, that's because he was blind to choose you as his successor. As for losing the competition, it's because he didn't learn the skills well enough. Also, I came here today to give you a challenge. The Korean food master Jin Shanjong challenges you to cook Tan's cuisine. Do you dare to accept it? Why not? Zhang Deguang also has a bad temper and is easily irritated, so he accepted the challenge immediately. Very good, then we will let Yi Tianyu, who is known as the Golden Tongue, be the judge. He will give you 3 dishes. If you lose, you will hand over this restaurant, and you will no longer be allowed to call yourself a disciple of Tan's cuisine. If I lose, I will give you the restaurant in Kyoto, and I will never step into this circle again. At this time, Kim Sun-young, who had been sitting in the back, stood up. Good. Chapter 67, Encountering a Series of Traps, Betraying the Insider. No! Just when Zhang Deguang agreed to the bet, an anxious voice rang out. When she saw the person coming, Wu Ying covered her mouth in surprise because this person was her brother Wu Donglai. Master, you can't agree to them, your hand. When Wu Donglai said this, he seemed to have thought of something, turned around and glared at Dong Tianhao and others. It must be you. Yesterday, the master got his hand scratched by a car that suddenly rushed out. Today, you came to gamble with me. Do you have any shame? As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers glared at him angrily. How shameless of you to do such a thing! They are from the Korean country after all. They are shameless. They always say that some of our Xia country's martyrs are from their country for no apparent reason. It's not just the Korean country. Look at that Dong Tianhao, a traitor who sold out his master for fame. He will get his comeuppance sooner or later. Faced with everyone's accusations and scolding, Dong Tianhao and Jin Shanjong remained indifferent. Kid, you have to provide evidence when you speak, otherwise it's slander and rumor-mongering. Can you produce evidence? Someone, call the law enforcement department, and take this kid away. Dong Tianhao said this with disdain, and was the first to complain. Stop it, aren't you just trying to force me to bet with you? I agree. Zhang Deguang shouted angrily. Master, how can you compete with this skill? Don't be fooled. Yes, you are going too far. You know that Chef Chang is not good at cooking, but you still want to compete with him in cooking skills? I know why the soup and dishes tasted a little off today. It should be because Master Zhang was injured, so he asked his apprentice to do it for him, so there was a little deviation, and these people took the opportunity to find fault. Damn it, it's really like that, so shameless. This statement awakened everyone, and everyone suddenly realized what was going on, because it was all too coincidental and it was obviously a premeditated plan. If your hand is injured, you can ask for help. I don't say you have to do it all yourself. If you don't dare, just admit defeat. Don't forget that you have agreed to the competition. At this time, Jin Shanzhong stood with his chest crossed, waiting calmly, with a playful smile on his face. As the saying goes, once you understand one thing, you will understand everything. Once this sentence was uttered, Wu Donglai became even more furious. No wonder the eldest and second brothers didn't come today. You guys picked the right time to come. Didn't come? Sorry, I forgot to tell you that your eldest and second brothers have signed contracts with us and will serve our Tan family cuisine in the future. Ha! As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and then two people slowly walked in from outside. It was Wu Donglai's senior brother Li Xiaowei and second senior brother Huang Xiaodong. Big brother, second brother, how could you do this? Wu Donglai shouted in disbelief when he saw the two of them. Humph! It's all because of you. We have followed this old man for so many years, and as soon as you came, he taught you all his skills and even wanted you to inherit his legacy. Why? Unexpectedly, the two men showed no shame at all. Instead, they gritted their teeth and yelled at Wu Donglai, expressing their great dissatisfaction with Zhang Deguang. Traitor, I am blind. It is misfortune for our sect. Zhang Deguang was also filled with grief at this time. He didn't expect that his master's generation had a traitor named Dong Tianhao, and in his own generation, there were two more rebels named Li Xiaowei and Huang Xiaodong. Don't waste time, Master Yi, please come out and host the competition. Dong Tianhao was too lazy to waste time with Zhang Deguang and directly invited the Golden Tongue Yi Tianyu to come out. This time, both parties agreed to have a cooking competition to determine the ownership of the Tan family cuisine. The content of this competition is braised shark's fin, secret-made soft-boiled abalone, and knife-cut pork. Two dishes are the foundation of Tan family cuisine, and the other is a competition of knife skills. Wait a minute! Zhang Deguang suddenly interrupted Yi Tianyu. As expected, our secret recipe has been stolen. To be fair, why don't you choose two dishes to compete in cooking skills? I have no objection to Dao Zhang. When Dong Tianhao betrayed the company, he took away part of the recipe for braised shark's fin. This time he instigated his two apprentices to rebel, so he might have also obtained the secret recipe for soft-boiled abalone, otherwise he wouldn't have come to gamble with such a large force. The most important thing is that when I opened the door to cook in the morning, I found that the secret sauce and some ingredients I had prepared were all severely destroyed. That's why today's dishes are not up to standard. These are the sauces that were made at the last minute. Fortunately, this place is custom-made and the number of tables every day is not too many. We have always focused on quality rather than quantity, so we can barely cope with it. Therefore, under such circumstances, the chances of winning the knife seal event were slim because of my injury. After all, Wu Donglai had only been learning from me for a short time, and his usual cooking skills were nothing special, but if we really wanted to compete, this knife seal would not be good enough. As for the competition of the other two dishes, the secret recipes cannot be made in a short time, and all the available ones in the store have been used up, which means he will not have enough time to restock. Obviously, this step was also calculated by Jin Shanzhong and others. So if we agree to compete with other dishes, we might be able to win by surprise. Haha, what a joke, a competition for Tan's cuisine without cooking Tan's cuisine. You people from Xia Country are really ridiculous. At this time, Jin Shanzhong couldn't help but sneer. How could he easily escape from the trap he had set up? Who told you that the Tan family only knows how to make these two dishes? Xia Country's food culture is extensive and profound. How can a Korean like you understand it? Asshole, when it comes to food, my country of Korea is no worse than your country of Xia. The cooking methods of shark fin and abalone are the essence of Tan family cuisine. I don't agree to change other ingredients. The two men argued and didn't want to give in at all. Okay, if that's the case, then we have to compete with the braised shark's fin and the sea cucumber. For the other dish, you can only choose abalone as the main ingredient. At this time Yi Tianyu spoke. Finally, both parties nodded in agreement and began to prepare materials. In the first round, the competition was about braised shark's fin. This dish not only requires the proportion of soup and ingredients and the cooking time, but also has very strict requirements on the processing of ingredients. But now Zhang Dugwang's hands were seriously injured, so he could only guide Wu Donglai from the side. After all, he had not been studying for long, and the stakes of this competition were too much pressure for him, which led to mistakes along the way. In the end, as expected, Kim Sun-young's side won. Master, Wu Donglai felt guilty and wanted to cry. It was his incompetence that led to the disastrous defeat in the first round. It's not your fault. They had already set up a trap. It was also because I was impulsive that I rashly agreed to the competition. Alas. At this moment, Zhang Dugwang seemed to have aged a lot. It turns out that the dishes made by the so-called authentic descendants of Tan's cuisine are so substandard that even the thickening broth has a fishy smell. How ridiculous. It seems that Tan's cuisine still needs to rely on our country to flourish. Ha ha ha. Jin Shanzhong laughed loudly at this time, causing everyone present to glare at him angrily. This Korean was too arrogant. Even Yi Tianyu, who was invited, frowned and a look of disgust appeared on his face. The first match is won by Kim Sun-young, the next match is a sword fight, the competition begins. So, Yi Tianyu quickly announced the results of the first round and started the second round. Wait a minute, I'll take care of this. At this time, Lu Chen walked out across the crowd. Hashtag. Chapter 68, The Dude Suppresses the Whole Crowd. Who are you? Jin Shanzhong and others frowned and looked at Lu Chen. Brother! Wu Ying also ran to Wu Donglai. Ying? Is that your friend? Wu Donglai asked. Yes. He is the ghost brother I told you about before, Lu Chen. Wu Ying nodded and said. Don't worry about who I am. I'll compete in this round, Lu Chen said directly. What qualifications do you have to participate in this competition? Are you worthy enough to fight with me? Jin Sun-young couldn't help but sneer. Lu Chen ignored what the Korean said and came to Zhang Dugwang. Master Zhang, this competition is about knife skills. Your hands are not good enough. As for your apprentice, I think his current state and level will make him unable to beat the opponent. After all, he is well prepared. And from what you said before, it seems that they have mastered the recipe of your Tan family cuisine. If you want to win, you can only win by surprise. For you and your apprentice, I don't think you are sure whether Tan family cuisine can rival the secret soft-boiled abalone. Why don't you leave it to me and try your best? Originally, with the help of Lu Chen's Xianlong acupuncture technique, he could completely heal Zhang Dugwang's injured hand. But after watching for a while, he gave up the idea. Even if Zhang Dugwang's hand is healed now, the recipe of his best Tan family cuisine has already fallen into the hands of the other party. Since the other party dares to come and challenge him for a bet, he must be confident that he can win, even if Zhang Dugwang's hand is intact. If they were not sure, Jin Shanzhong and others would not have invited Yi Tianyu, the Golden Tongue, and would not have contacted so many media outlets to pretend to be diners and wait here early for the live broadcast of this game. Moreover, the Korean on the opposite side is too arrogant. Xia Kingdom is a great country. How can it allow such shameless villains to come here and act so presumptuously? So, he decided to take action himself. Lu Chen, first of all, thank you very much for helping my sister, and thank you for standing up at this time. But cooking is a technical job, not everyone can do it. It requires years of accumulated skills, so don't mess around. Upon hearing this, Wu Donglai stepped forward to dissuade him. In his opinion, Lu Chen must be well off and a rich man, otherwise he would not have spent so much money on his sister. When Wu Ying told him this, he was shocked for a long time. Just by giving gifts twice, Wu Ying made tens of millions easily. At the same time, he was also worried that Lu Chen had some intentions towards his sister. If a wealthy man who could spend tens of millions in an instant really had any bad intentions towards his sister, then with the power on his side, he would have no room for resistance. However, through the several text messages between Wu Ying and Lu Chen's appointment today, Wu Donglai actually saw that Lu Chen was a gentleman, so he put his mind at ease. And Lu Chen standing up at this time proved that he was not wrong about him. But now, what they are competing in is cooking, and he would not think that Lu Chen has any superb skills in cooking. Maybe rich people like to prepare delicious food and drinks at home, but compared with the real traditional cooking skills, it is completely on two levels. Zhang Dugwang actually felt the same way. Although what Lu Chen said was correct, a cooking competition was not just playing house and anyone could join in. Moreover, this concerns the store inherited from his master, so even if he loses, he wants to lose it in his own hands. Just when he was about to open his mouth to refuse, a noise came from outside. Make way, don't block the road. Everyone looked back and saw a well-dressed but arrogant young man with a group of followers who were obviously bodyguards, pushing aside everyone and walking in. Hey boss, I was just watching the live broadcast and saw you here, so I came to see you. Do you need any help? The young man who led the group came in and saw Lu Chen at first sight. He ran over happily, with a flattering smile instantly covering his entire face. Lin Xiaotian? Lu Chen was a little surprised. Ever since he was taught a lesson last time, this guy has been sticking to him with a smug look on his face, wanting to be his little brother. Lu Chen did not agree to this, but he did not expect that the boy was determined to worship him as the boss, which made him speechless. After all, you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you, and they haven't offended you. Who the hell are you? Get out of here and don't interfere with our game. At this time, Dong Tianhao started to scold. It was a good game and he was about to solve his decades-long wish, but instead such a person showed up. Oh shit, I thought I was arrogant enough, but I didn't expect there was an old bastard who dared to yell at me. Someone come? Take him out and beat him up. Seeing this guy actually pointing at Lu Chen and cursing, Lin Xiaotian immediately got angry. I have already knelt down to beg for mercy. How can you, an old bastard, scold me? Then what do you think of me? I will beat you to death. So, to everyone's shock, Dong Tianhao was dragged out by Lin Xiaotian's bodyguards, beaten violently and screaming in pain. After a while, Dong Tianhao, who was beaten into a pig's head, was dragged in again and thrown to the ground. My brother Chen is here. All of you should be quiet, don't follow the idiots and seek death. After all, he is a second-generation rich man who has been a playboy for many years. Although he may not be good at other things, he is very good at bullying these weak ones. Even Zhang Deguang, who wanted to refuse, shut his mouth at this moment. This surprised Lu Chen a little. It seemed that sometimes using extraordinary means was much better than talking. Well done. Thinking of this, Lu Chen did not hesitate to praise Lin Xiaobei. Haha, boss, let me tell you, I'm not good at other things, but I'm good at this. This compliment made Lin Xiaobei so happy that he started bragging again. Okay, shut up. Are you going to float off into the sky? Get things done here first. Okay boss, hee. Although he was scolded by Lu Chen, Lin Xiaobei was happy. Didn't he see that Lu Chen didn't refuse when he called him boss this time? It seems that his efforts were not in vain. After he returned, he heard from his grandfather about the relationship between Lu Chen and old Qin. This shocked him. Qin Tianlong, even a playboy like him, worships him as a god. Now that he knows that Lu Chen and Qin Tianlong are on close terms, he is in big trouble. That's why he insists on being Lu Chen's younger brother. If I become the emperor, won't I be of the same generation as my grandfather when I return home? Grandpa is Qin Tianlong's younger brother, and I am Lu Chen's younger brother. Wow, I feel happy just thinking about it. Master Zhang, what do you think of my suggestion? At this time, Lu Chen looked at Zhang Deguang again. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly saw the vicious look of Lin Xiaotian next to him, and immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. As the owner of Tan's cuisine, this dandy young man naturally knows that he cannot be provoked. I agree. So, I had no choice but to agree. Mr. Yi, you see Boss Zhang has agreed, so I will take charge of the next 2 games. Yi Tianyu looked at Zhang Deguang, then at Lin Xiaobei, who was staring at him. He felt a pain in his balls and nodded silently in agreement. I just took the money and came out to be a referee. I don't want to get myself killed. As for Jin Shanzhong, seeing Lin Xiaobei being so domineering as soon as he came in, he naturally didn't dare to say much. Didn't you see that Dong Tianhao lying on the ground was beaten to death? Besides, being ruthless doesn't mean you are a good cook. The result will be the same if you lose. He observed Lu Chen for a while and didn't think he was a master chef, so he agreed. Okay, since both parties agree, then Mr. Lu will be on Zhang Deguang's side in the next match. The second round of swordplay begins now? Chapter 69, Amazing Craftsmanship, Eye-Popping. As soon as Yi Tianyu finished speaking, he saw someone pushing in 2 kinds of ingredients from outside. One was a big winter melon, and the other was a plate of tofu. It seems that this is something that Jin Shanzhong and others had prepared long ago. Carving is the item in this knife stamp competition, which tests the chef's knife skills more than slicing and dicing. You can use a coin toss to decide who gets to choose the materials first, and make your own product within 30 minutes. So, both sides chose one side of the coin. Lu Qing chose the words, and Jin Shanzhong chose the human head. Yi Tianyu took the coin and threw it up, caught it with the back of his hand, opened it, and saw Jin Shanzhong smiling. It was a human head, and I decisively chose winter melon. With his outstanding craftsmanship, he chose winter melon, which is the easiest to carve. Everyone knows that carving on tofu is several times more difficult than carving on winter melon. If you are not careful, the tofu will break and all your efforts will be wasted. Seeing that Lu Chun was using tofu to carve, everyone's faces turned ugly. You know, even if Zhang Dugwang was not injured, carving tofu would be difficult for him. What bad luck! It would have been better if I had picked winter melon. That's right. This is a good deal for this guy. I can already imagine the look on this guy's face later. He's really not convinced. Seeing this result, all the bystanders were indignant. After all, this Korean was constantly insulting the culture of Xia Country. They don't have the lawless background of Lin Xiaobei, otherwise they would have rushed up and beat up this idiot. Boy, let's see how you lose later, you. Jin Shanzhong, who was about to say a few more words, fell silent when he saw Lin Xiaobei's unfriendly gaze. If Lu Chun hadn't signaled Lin Xiaobei not to take action first, he would have beaten this idiot so badly that even his parents wouldn't recognize him. Swish, swish, swish. Jin Shanzhong has already started carving. Anyone who dares to come and challenge him for a bet must be quite capable. I saw him holding a carving knife and carving on the winter melon. Soon, 2 lifelike dragons had been carved. Only the dragon ball was left to complete the work of 2 dragons playing with the ball. At this time, the exclamations and admiration of the onlookers were also heard, which made Jin Sunying's mouth curl up. But when he looked up, he was stunned. All the onlookers were looking at Lu Chun. As for the previous exclamations and admiration, it was obviously not because of himself, but because of Lu Chun. He couldn't help but stop the carving knife in his hand, stretched his neck and looked towards Lu Chun. At this time, Lu Chun held a piece of tofu in one hand and put it into salt water. He picked up the carving knife with the other hand and started working after just a little preparation. At this time, the carving knife was like a magic pen. As Lu Chun waved it, it kept sliding on the tofu in the water like flowing water. Dot, pick, stab, scratch. The entire carving process seemed to have acquired charm as the carving knife in Lu Chun's hand moved. All this gave everyone an illusion that Lu Chun was nurturing a life. Time passed, and after 15 minutes, Lu Chun stopped the carving knife in his hand. Everyone looked closely and saw that the piece of tofu in the water still maintained its original shape without any change. Ha ha ha, you worked on it like embroidery for a long time, but it turned out to be a silver-plated spearhead, just a show. It's ridiculous, you. Seeing this, Kim Sun-hyung immediately started to laugh, but before he could say anything, he suddenly lost his voice and his pupils kept dilating. Lu Chun was seen holding the tofu in his hand and shaking it slightly in the water a few times. The originally blocky tofu magically changed at this moment. The tofu crumbs continued to fall off as the tofu was shaken, and a lifelike Buddha statue appeared before everyone's eyes. Fuck, is this the Arhat who subdues the dragon? Yes, it's really the Arhat who subdues the dragon. Awesome! What a magical skill! Tofu can be carved like this. I've learned a lot. Oh my god, Bangzi's sculpture was 2 dragons playing with a pearl, and this handsome guy is doing a dragon subduing? Not only is his technique better, but his sculpture is also better. Ha ha ha, yes, if you meet Arhat the dragon subduer, even if you are a dragon you have to lie prone. That's awesome! At this moment, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone looked excited. Needless to say, Lu Chun won this sword and seal competition. Not only did they witness this superb knife skill, but they were also naturally happier to see their own people from the Xia country crushing the scum from the Korean country. Who made this guy so annoying? He has been belittling Xia culture. Are you dumbfounded now? Silly roe deer. Impossible, how can tofu be carved into this? Jin Shanzhong looked at the Arhat subduing the dragon in Lu Chen's hand in disbelief and exclaimed. However, He was so shocked that he used too much force with his hands, and the previous work of 2 dragons playing with a pearl was directly ruined. Mr. Lu wins the second match. You are amazing, Mr. Lu. I have tasted all kinds of delicacies from all over the country. Your knife skills are incredible and really open my eyes. I admire you. After the result of the second round was announced, Yi Tianyu, the man with the golden tongue, couldn't help but praise him in person. There are always people who are better than you. The food culture of Xia Country is broad and profound. How can we allow some foreign countries to trample on it? Lu Chen followed up on what Mr. Yi said and bluntly retorted to Jin Shanzhong, but he never even looked at him from beginning to end. You! Humph, it's just a 1-to-1. In the next round, you'll be compared to an abalone. I'll see what you can do to show off. Jin Shanzhong was furious at this moment. He didn't expect to be defeated by this kid. However, he is full of confidence in the upcoming competition. The reason why Tan family cuisine has existed for hundreds of years is due to the secret recipes of shark fin and abalone. It is a unique classic not only in Xia Country, but also in the world. After he instigated Dong Tianhao to rebel last time, he obtained the recipe. He has been practicing and improving it over the years, and the taste of the recipe has long surpassed the original taste of Tan's cuisine. And this Lu Chen, no matter how good his knife skills are, he will definitely not be his opponent when it comes to cooking abalone. Okay, the score is 1-to-1 now. The last round of cooking is purple abalone. After Mr. Yi finished speaking, someone brought 2 plates again, each containing a purple abalone. Abalone is also a type of dried seafood. Purple abalone is purple-brown in color, about 70 to 80 centimeters thick, about 2 inches long, oval in shape, and about an inch at its widest point. Purple abalone is also the only ingredient used in the Tan family's secret recipe of soft-boiled abalone. Usually, the purple abalone is soaked in a basin of warm water and then placed between the burner and the mouth of the soup pot on the large stove. It will take about 4 hours for it to swell to about 4 inches in length, and can be cooked. The method is similar to braised pork, simmering over low heat. These 4 purple abalones were used for the competition, so they were naturally pre-sealed. After getting the purple abalone, Jin Shanzhong started cooking step by step according to the recipe of Tan family cuisine. Humph, let's see how you lose later. Jin Sunyung was full of confidence. This kid definitely couldn't be an abalone. But at this moment, the crowd around exclaimed again. Chapter 70, Innovation, 9 Levels of Ice and Fire. At this time, Lu Chen once again demonstrated his superb knife skills. The knife in his hand kept spinning and stabbing the 2 purple abalones. But what was surprising was that although the blade clearly cut into the purple abalone, there was not a single scratch visible on the surface. Of course, having witnessed the magic of the tofu carvings in water before, I naturally know that there will definitely be new miracles appearing later. Therefore, everyone is looking forward to the coming changes with unblinking eyes. Then Lu Chen said a few words to Wudong, and he ran into the kitchen. After a while, some equipment was pushed out. When everyone looked carefully, they found that it was liquid nitrogen. What is he going to do? If liquid nitrogen is used, it must be processed at low temperatures. But will the abalone taste good after being treated with liquid nitrogen? Wouldn't that affect the delicious taste of the abalone? Lu Chen used a special needle to inject liquid nitrogen into the interior of the purple abalone. With the naked eye, the entire abalone began to freeze from the inside out. TSK, you used liquid nitrogen to treat the purple abalone, which completely affected the delicious taste of the abalone. You've already lost. When Jin Shanzhong saw Lu Chen's knife skills, he was worried that he would make some magical dish again, but after seeing the liquid nitrogen, he was completely relieved. Abalone is eaten for its own deliciousness, and the secret sauce is meant to bring out its flavor rather than cover up the deliciousness of the abalone itself. This is why all the people cooking abalone outside are just mixing the sauce, but no one can match the unique secret recipe of Tan's cuisine, the soft-boiled abalone. This time, Jin Shanzhong took the lead in completing the secret recipe of soft-boiled abalone and brought it to Yi Tianyu. Mr. Yi took a sip, closed his eyes, and carefully savored the taste. Slowly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It has to be said that Jin Shanzhong has perfectly mastered the essence of the secret recipe of soft-boiled abalone, and is even slightly better. No wonder this Korean dared to challenge the bet. he really has some skills. Seeing Mr. Ye's expression, Jin Shanzhong smiled, feeling confident of victory. Kid, don't waste your time. Your use of liquid nitrogen means you've already lost. You should go back and practice for a few more years. Haha. So he started to ridicule without any hesitation. Lu Qin didn't even bother to raise his head as he continued to prepare his own soup. Seeing that the other party ignored him and even other people's attention was not on him, Jin Sunyung felt bored. He stood there with a look of disdain, waiting to criticize Lu Qin again after he finished. What is he doing? You actually added strong liquor into the soup? What do you want to do? While everyone was confused, Lu Qin quickly pulled out the needle of the liquid nitrogen, poured the freshly prepared soup directly on it, and lit the special igniter at the same time. Wow! The soup was instantly ignited, quickly wrapping around the purple abalone and penetrating inside. The purple abalone that was originally frozen by liquid nitrogen quickly melted at this moment, and bloomed like a lotus. Oh my God! What a magical skill! This is a bit like Buddha's Wrath Lotus? Oh my God, have you watched Doloa Continent too much? But it really looks like it. Looking at the lotus purple abalone wrapped in flames, everyone exclaimed. At this moment, Zhang Dugwang was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. The previous sword competition had already made him look at Lu Qin with new eyes. Such knife skills are simply amazing. If I were in his shoes, I would be no match for him. Therefore, he is also looking forward to this round of competition. However, even though he had high psychological expectations of Lu Qin, he still felt that he was wrong at this moment. He still underestimated the young man in front of him. The method of making this plate of purple abalone was unheard of, and it broadened his horizons. Mr. Yi, please enjoy it, Lu Qin said calmly. Looking at the exquisite lotus purple abalone in front of him, Mr. Yi actually felt reluctant to eat it. It was simply a beautiful work of art. Eat it while it's hot, Lu Qin urged again. Oh, okay. Although Mr. Yi was reluctant, he still had to make the judgment, so he took a careful bite. Just one bite, before he even chewed, the delicious abalone flavor filled his entire mouth. How is that possible? This was his first thought. You should know that these abalones are all dried goods. Although they can activate the original flavor of the abalone after being soaked in water or oil and served with a unique sauce, there is still a slight difference between them and the live abalone that has just been caught. However, now, he actually tasted a taste that was even more delicious than live abalone, as if he was eating the freshness of sashimi. He suppressed his disbelief and started chewing. He gasped again, and Old Ye's eyes widened in vain. This taste. He continued chewing without finishing his words. Every chewing brought him a collision of ice and fire, and the level of this collision became more and more intriguing. This feeling was so wonderful that it could not be described in words at all. It can be said that this is the most amazing food he has eaten in decades. A small purple abalone can stimulate the taste buds in different levels when you chew it. It is really a magical skill. Especially the soft and glutinous outside with the crispy and sweet center, coupled with the just right amount of sauce, perfectly pushes a person's taste buds to the extreme. Mr. Lu, this dish is the most delicious I have ever seen in my life, so I declare Mr. Lu the winner of this competition, Mr. Yi announced excitedly. Impossible! Kim Sun-yoon grabbed the other purple abalone and bit into it. At this moment, his taste buds were also greatly impacted, and his mouth was filled with a sense of satisfaction and happiness that could not be expressed in words. How is it possible? Abalone can actually do this? He murmured, his face full of disbelief, and his whole body was dejected. He lost. With that one bite, he knew he had lost completely. Even though he was so confident in his cooking skills, even though he was one of the top food giants in South Korea, even though he had challenged countless chefs in Xia Country and never lost. But in front of this purple abalone, he knew he had lost. I lost miserably and I accepted the defeat sincerely. Even though he had mastered the secret method of making soft-boiled abalone, and was even better than Lu Qin, the difference was huge compared to the purple abalone made by Lu Qin, and they were not on the same level at all. Mr. Lu, excuse me, what is the name of this dish? At this moment, he put aside all his arrogance and asked in a distraught manner. 9-layer abalone with ice and fire. 9-layered abalone with ice and fire? What a great name! The food culture of Xia Country is indeed extensive and profound. I accept the bet, and here is the title deed. Jin Shanzhong decisively took out the title deed and related documents of the head office of Kyoto Tanjiakai and handed them to Lu Qin, but not to Zhang Deguang. He is a very arrogant person. He lost this time only because he was convinced by Lu Qin, which does not mean that he will bow to Zhang Deguang. Remember, Xia Country is full of talented people, not everyone can step on them. Having said that, he turned and walked out. Lin Xiaobei excitedly took the property deed and other documents from Jin Shanzhong and said to him, My boss doesn't bother to talk to you, don't think this matter is over. After he finished speaking, he signaled with his eyes, and a group of bodyguards surrounded Kim Sun-young and started beating him up. Oh, what are you going to do? Jin Shanzhong screamed. TSK, you insulted my boss before, so I gave you a beating. Pa, a small country like Korea dares to look down on my Xia Country. Let's see if you dare to do it again in the future. Lin Xiaotian spat and chased after Lu Qin, cursing. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go. Kim Sun-young's begging voice came from behind. ##. Chapter 71, Considerate and Great Surprise. You are so awesome. At this time, Wu-ying walked over and looked at Lu Qin with countless little stars in her eyes. A man with many talents is more likely to attract women. In the previous 2 rounds of competition, Lu Qin gave her countless shocks, causing a trace of affection to begin to sprout in her heart. Thank you. Zhang Deguang stepped forward and bowed deeply to Lu Qin. Tan's cuisine was passed down to his master's generation, but the Kyoto main store was lost due to the betrayal of his apprentice, which led to the master's death and depression. Retaking the head office became a heavy burden for Zhang Deguang, but Jin Shanzhong's cooking skills were so amazing that he never found a suitable opportunity to take action. Instead, Kim Sun-young came looking for him and almost took away his last store. Fortunately, Lu Qin took action today, not only avoiding the loss of the Magic City store, but also regaining the Kyoto headquarters, which made him feel very emotional. Please keep the property deed information. It is up to you to protect the craftsmanship of our ancestors. Lu Qin handed the property deed information handed over by Lin Xiaotian to Zhang Deguang and said seriously, I will definitely work hard to improve my skills and protect our ancestors' inheritance. However, Mr. Lu, this is something you took back, so the property rights should belong to you. Well, I don't have time to deal with this. Besides, I took action because I couldn't stand the Koreans insulting our Xia Country, not just for you. Seeing Zhang Deguang like this, Lu Qin directly refused. With the system, one will have unlimited wealth, although the Tan family cuisine business also generates considerable profits every year. But compared with the industry I have now, there's a world of difference. Even if I take it over, I don't have time to manage it. But my boss has a lot of companies, none of which are beyond your imagination. Since the boss said he would give it to you, you should take it. At this time, Lin Xiaotian directly interrupted Zhang Deguang's words. The profits from Tan's cuisine are indeed considerable in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of Lin Xiaobei, it is nothing, let alone Lu Qin. Well, let's do this. In this case, I will pay 60% of our profits to Mr. Lu every month, Zhang Deguang said persistently. Okay. Seeing that Zhang Deguang was stubborn, Lu Qin didn't bother to argue and just responded directly. We've finished our meal, why not go out for a walk? At this time, Lu Qin looked at Wu-ying. Yeah. Wu-ying nodded shyly. Oh, this is my sister-in-law, boss, you have good taste, she is pretty and has a nice figure. Ouch, boss, why did you hit me? When Lin Xiaobei saw Wu-ying, he immediately started to flatter her, but was given a big reward by Lu Qin. How do you talk? Do you have nothing to do? Lu Qin rolled his eyes and said, Why are you calling me sister-in-law when we just met? But I was surprised to see Wu Ying's face turn red and she lowered her head to her chest out of shyness. It seemed like she was enjoying it, which made Lu Chen's heart move. It was a trouble that this man was too handsome. Look, this girl must have fallen for him again. No, then, boss, it's nothing. I'm leaving first. I won't interfere with your date with my sister-in-law. Lin Xiaobei laughed, and without waiting for Lu Chen's second attack, he turned around and ran away. Brat! Looking at the guys running back, Lu Chen laughed and scolded. But after this incident, I feel that this kid is very capable. It seems not bad to have such a little brother to handle some trivial matters. So, Lu Chen took Wu Ying away. Ticket office of Shanghai Olympic Sports Center. Xue, the concert tickets are sold out, what should we do? It's all your fault. I told you to go out earlier, you slow-witted bastard. Now you can't buy it, right? Looking at her best friend Zhang Qian in front of her, Lu Xue said angrily. The two had originally agreed to come to the Olympic Sports Center early in the morning to queue up and buy tickets for Chu Zi's concert. They are both die-hard fans of Chu Zi and will hardly miss any of her concerts. However, due to what happened at Lu Xue's family before, she had missed 2 concerts, and at first she even thought she wouldn't be able to watch today's concert. Today's concert is Chu Zi's last concert in Shanghai. I heard that she will go to Hong Kong to develop her career for a while. It just so happened that Lu Chen's appearance brought new life to Lu Xue's life. She had extra money in her hands, and she had sorted out all the housework in the past few days. Seeing that there was only 1 day left for ticket sales, she made an appointment to queue up in the morning. The result may be that the trouble from a while ago was suddenly solved, and I was too relaxed, I overslept, and I met a best friend who was never reliable. So, the two of them missed the time to buy tickets perfectly. Okay, I know I was wrong. Now I should think of some way to get tickets. This is the last show. I just looked around and even the scalpers have sold out all the tickets. Oh, am I really going to miss it? Zhang Qian lamented helplessly. Let me ask my brother. Your brother? Can he get the tickets? I don't know either, but my brother is very capable. It was my brother who helped me get into Tinglong Game Company. Maybe he has a way. Lu Xue couldn't help but show a hint of pride on her face when she talked about her brother Lu Chen. Oh? Then go ask. If you can get tickets, just ask for 2 more and ask Lin Yinxi and Wang Peipi to come along as well. Zhang Qian said with some anticipation that Lin Yinxi and Wang Peipi were also roommates, and good friends of theirs in college. Xue? How come you have time to call me? Lu Chen, who was chatting with Wu Ying in a coffee shop, received a call from his sister and asked with a smile. Brother, do you have any connections to get tickets for Chu Zi's concert tonight? Chu Zi? Lu Chen was stunned at first, and just when he was about to say no, he suddenly thought of the girl before. Do you want to see her concert? He continued to ask. Well, I and a few of my good friends are her diehard fans, but she's so popular that concert tickets are hard to come by. We were planning to line up early today to buy tickets, but ended up getting up too late. Brother, can you help me think of a solution? How many do you want? Lu Chen asked directly. There are 4 of us, Zhang Qian and I, plus Lin Yinxi and Wang Peipi. 4 would be best, but if that's not possible, 2 will do. Hearing Lu Chen ask this, Lu Xue was delighted, thinking there was hope. But after all, Chu Zi is a top star, and tickets are indeed hard to come by. She was afraid that it would be difficult for Lu Chen to get 4 tickets at once, so she said 2 would be fine. You want 4? Then I'll call her and ask her for you. She did give me a few tickets last time, but only 3, 1 short. Lu Chen said casually. What? You said Chu Zi gave you 3 tickets personally? You still have her phone number? Suddenly, Lu Xue's scream came from the phone, which scared Lu Chen. You silly girl, you're calling your soul, I'm almost going deaf with you. Brother, do you really know Chu Zi? Lu Xue asked excitedly, ignoring Lu Chen's questioning. Yes, I know him. I'll ask for you. Lu Chen hung up the phone and looked directly at Wu Ying. Do you have anything to do tonight? If not, let's go to the concert together? Okay. Wu Ying accepted it happily, so Lu Chen flipped through his phone, found Chu Zi's number and called her. On the other side, Lu Xue looked at Zhang Qian with a smile on her face. It's possible, it seems my brother knows Chu Zi. What? Really? Wow, your brother is amazing. He can even get in touch with Alan Chu. This sudden surprise made the 2 girls extremely excited, and they held their phones, waiting for Lu Chen's reply. In the presidential suite of Waldorf Astoria Hotel on the Bund, an elegant cell phone ringtone rang on the coffee table. Chu Zi dragged her lazy body and slowly walked to the coffee table. When I saw the caller ID, I quickly picked up the phone. Hello? Chapter 72, Degradation of Intelligence and Ridicule? Laughable. Chu Zi? I'm Lu Chen. You still remember to call me? Chu Zi said in a reproachful tone, which made Lu Chen slightly stunned. After the two of them separated last time, Chu Zi waited for several days holding the phone, but this guy didn't even call or send a text message. Even she began to doubt whether she had lost all her charm, but as a woman, she thought that she should not be too proactive, so she waited, and finally this guy called. Well, it's like this. You gave me 3 tickets last time. I want to ask if you have any extra tickets. My sister and several of her classmates want to go to your concert. So you finally know who I am? After hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Zi did not answer but asked back. She was a top star and singer, the dream goddess of all men in the world, but there were still people who didn't know her. Even Lu Chen's friend Lu Qing didn't seem to recognize her when he saw her. It was really a blow to her at the time. When Lu Chen heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Please, your focus seems to be a little different. I only found out about it later. Mainly because I don't usually watch variety shows or anything like that, so I didn't recognize him. I'm sorry. That ticket, Lu Chen said apologetically. What kind of tickets do you want? When you get to the door, I'll ask Sister Qin to pick you up. The tickets you were given are VIP seats, and there are usually a few extra seats. I'll just tell the organizer to reserve a few for you. How many people are there? If you remove the 3 tickets, you still need 3 more. Lu Chen calculated and said. You're here too? Yes, including me. Lu Chen answered truthfully. Okay, leave it to me. Call me when you get there. See you in the evening. Chu Zi agreed immediately and quickly hung up the phone. I don't know why, but when I heard that Lu Chen would also come, my heartbeat suddenly accelerated and my face became hot. After calming down for a while, Chu Zi shook off her previous laziness, hummed a little tune, and skipped towards the dressing room to get dressed. Hey, Shui, I talked to Chu Zi, and she said she would arrange for someone to pick us up at the gate in the evening. What? She's coming to pick us up? Great! Are you going too, bro? Well, a friend of mine will be there too. Let's meet at the gate tonight. Okay. Thanks, brother. I love you. Lu Shui hung up the phone happily and made a, yeah, gesture to Zhang Qian, who was looking expectant next to her. My brother has taken care of it. He will go with us in the evening, and Chu Zi will send Sister Qin to pick us up. Sister Qin? Chu Zi's personal agent? Yes, that's her. Wow. Doesn't that mean we might get Alan Chu's autograph tonight? Yes, maybe we can even take a photo together. Wow, that's great. I have to inform Wang Peipei and the others right away. The 2 girls were extremely happy at this time and told the news to Lin Yunxi and Wang Peipei immediately, which naturally caused cheers from the 2 again. 7 p.m., Olympic Sports Center. Lu Chen and Wu Ying have already arrived here. After a day of getting along, their relationship has become closer. Especially when he curiously asked Lin Xiaotian why he wanted to recognize Lu Chen as the boss, he admired and was shocked by Lu Chen. Even though she was a homebody, she knew that the Lin Group in Shanghai was a gigantic corporation. And such a group prince is eager to be Lu Chen's younger brother, so it is conceivable that Lu Chen's identity is even more shocking. No wonder Lu Chen didn't even blink when he gave himself gifts. This shows his true strength. You should know that some so-called big brothers on the internet seem to be very generous, but in fact some of them are just return votes from the guild, which is a show to achieve the effect of retaining people and stimulating consumption. There is another part, which borrows money everywhere to pretend to be the big brother, but in fact is in debt. I don't know what these people's mentality is, vanity? Or do they have some purpose? Anyway, I don't agree with it. Shaking her head, Wu Ying felt both excited and nervous. Because the person who will be coming later is Lu Chen's sister, and she will take me to meet her family now. I am so excited. I wonder if Lu Chen's sister will like me when she sees me later? I'm so nervous. Homebuddies just love to fantasize, and Wu Ying is no exception. Just as she was daydreaming, Lu Shui and her group arrived. Brother! Lu Xue saw Lu Chen from a distance, shouted, and then pulled Zhang Qian and others over. "Hello, Brother Chen!" Zhang Qian and the others called out politely, but there was surprise in their eyes. It was also the first time they met Lu Chen. They didn't expect that Lu Xue's brother was so handsome. He was even more handsome than those first-line traffic stars. "Are you all here? This is my friend Wu Ying, this is my sister Lu Xue, and that is her classmate and best friend." Lu Chen introduced them to each other. "Sister Wu, you are so beautiful." After seeing Wu Ying, Lu Xue took a good look at her. She had to say that Wu Ying was truly a stunning beauty. Even she was amazed when she saw her. She was also considered a school beauty, but Wu Ying's looks and figure were no worse than hers, even better. The key was that she also had a kind of tranquility that was hard to find in girls nowadays. "Sister Xue is so beautiful. If I were a boy, I would definitely chase you," Wu Ying praised unexpectedly, which made Lu Chen look at her with a new eye. "Anyway, since I've known her, I've never seen her praise anyone." The meeting between Wu Ying and Lu Xue went surprisingly smoothly. It seemed that Lu Xue was very easy to get along with, which put Wu Ying at ease. Soon, the women were chatting together and getting along very harmoniously. "Okay, the time is almost up, let's go to the VIP entrance. I just called Shuzi, and she said Sister Qin will be out to pick us up soon." At this time, Lu Chen said something, and walked towards the VIP channel amid the cheers and expectations of the crowd. "Lu Xue? Zhang Qian? Wen Peipei? Lin Yinxi? Hey, why are you four here?" Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from one side. Everyone looked over and saw Lu Xue and the other three frowning. "Wang Jinglei? Humph, if you can come here, why can't we come?" Wang Jinglei, Lu Xue's college classmate, relied on her family's nouveau riche and some money to look down on the poor students like them. She had never gotten along well with the four of them. It was said that after graduation she hooked up with a rich boy who had some status and became even more arrogant. "Oh, you bought this ticket with the money you saved for meals over the past few years to watch Chu Zi's concert?" Wang Jinglei sneered again. However, the yellow-haired guy next to her seemed to be her rumored boyfriend. At this time, the yellow-haired man's pair of thieving eyes were constantly scanning Lu Xue and the others, especially when he saw Lu Xue and Wu Ying. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "Lei, why don't you introduce yourself?" The yellow-haired man spoke at this time. "Brother Hui, there's nothing good about introducing these people to me. They're just a bunch of poor bastards. It would be beneath your dignity to get to know them," Wang Jinglei said disdainfully. "How many of you? It looks like you didn't buy tickets. Do you want to go in with me? I can bring a few people in with just one word." Ignoring Wang Jinglei's scolding, Huang Mao looked at Lu Xue and others and said with a smile, "The reason I say this is because those who have tickets are at the ticket gate, and only those in the VIP channel will enter through this entrance." Judging from the way they were dressed, they didn't look like they were qualified to enter. So there was only one explanation, that is, they didn't have tickets but still wanted to see their idols, so they could only wait here and see if they could get lucky enough to see their idols. Because the VIP channel and the staff channel are together, many people who didn't buy tickets will wait here to see their idols when the performance ends and they leave here. "No need, we have tickets." Lu Chen took out 3 tickets and raised them. "Just 3 tickets, you want so many people to get in? Do you think you are me?" When he saw Lu Chen take out 3 tickets, he was surprised. They were indeed VIP exclusive tickets. But when I saw there were only 3, I couldn't help but laugh again. But everyone was looking at the yellow-haired man as if he were an idiot. Since Lu Chen could take out 3 VIP tickets and brought everyone here, anyone with a little bit of brains would know that he must have other ways to get them in together, otherwise, what a waste of time? But the yellow-haired man seemed to be completely oblivious to their contemptuous looks. He walked towards Lu Xue and raised his hand to grab her. "Get out!" Lu Chen reached out and grabbed the yellow-haired man's hand and threw him out. A scream was heard, and the yellow-haired man was thrown out and fell flat on his face. "Asshole, you dare to hit Master Hui? Are you all just eating for free? You can't afford to see Master Hui being beaten?" The sudden scene took Wang Jinglei and others a long time to react. Then Wang Jinglei screamed and ran to support Huang Mao, while shouting to the bodyguard behind her. "Damn it, come on, beat this guy to death!" The yellow-haired man who was thrown out was angry. However, the bodyguards who followed the sound were kicked away by Lu Qin one by one within 2 breaths. They lay on the ground wailing, and it was obvious that they had completely lost their fighting ability. On the other hand, Lu Qin was fine and was slowly walking towards the yellow-haired man who was still slumped on the ground. This time, the yellow-haired man got scared. "You, what are you going to do? Do you know who I am? I work for Lin Xiaotian of the Lin Group. If you dare to touch me, you're dead." Lin Xiaotian? Hearing this name, Lu Qin paused and his face turned strange. Seeing this, Huang Mao became excited. Although his family had some status in the business in Shanghai, it was only middle level. If he made his name known to others, not many people would know it. But his boss is different. Lin Xiaotian is the prince of the Lin Group. He has a grandfather who is a major general behind him. Not everyone can offend him. Even some of the top business tycoons in Shanghai have to give the Lin family some face. I was lucky enough to meet Lin Xiaotian at a chance party. We happened to have similar interests, so we got along well. So he raised this big banner, and it worked every time. Now, he mentioned Lin Xiaobei's name again, and sure enough, Lu Qin stopped. "Are you scared? Lin Xiaotian is my big brother. You can fight, but you are nothing in front of Lin Xiao. So think about it, and apologize if you know what's good for you. Then let the 2 girls around you accompany me for 1 night. Then the matter will be over. Otherwise, think about the consequences of offending Lin Xiao." At this moment, Huang Mao jumped up suddenly and regained his arrogance. "Pa!" But what followed was a big mess. Chapter 73. It is better to offend the king of hell than to bully the arrogant young man. A sudden slap made the yellow-haired man spin 360 degrees and fall to the ground again. At this moment, he was completely stunned. The banner that has always worked well failed this time. He must not know who Lin Xiaotian is. That has to be it. Huang Mao could only give this answer in his heart. Lin Xiaotian will also come to watch the concert later, and then we can deal with Lu Qin. So he decisively covered his face and shut his mouth. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. "Let's go." Seeing that the yellow-haired man was safe, Lu Qin didn't have the time to pay attention to such a small character. He took Wu Ying and others and turned around and walked towards the VIP channel. However, Zhang Qian and others were getting nervous. They had also heard of Lin Xiaotian, the prince of a top financial group. He is also a big shot in the Magic City. Now that Lu Qin beat up his younger brother, he will probably be in trouble in the future. Lu Xue also looked at Lu Qin with some worry. Others might not know, but she knew that her brother owned the Xiongfeng Group and Tinglong Game Company, and their strength was not inferior to that of the Lin Group, and was even much stronger. But Lin Xiaotian has a very powerful backer. Even the devil has a saying. It is better to offend the king of hell Chu Jianping than to offend the mad Xiao Lin Xiaotian. As if seeing Lu Xue's worry, Lu Qin patted her shoulder and gave her a reassuring look, and Lu Xue felt relieved. From childhood to adulthood, Lu Xue has had an inexplicable trust in Lu Qin. Since he said that everything was fine, then everything must be fine. So, Lu Xue regained her happy smile. Among the people who were accompanying him, only Wu Ying knew that Lu Qin was definitely fine. After all, Lin Xiaotian had followed Lu Qin with a smug look on his face, calling him boss. "Hey, Wheezy, why are you sitting on the ground?" A familiar voice sounded from behind, and the yellow-haired man heard it like the sound of nature. The person who came was Lin Xiaotian. "Mr. Lin, you are here. I have been bullied. You have to help me." The yellow-haired man quickly got up and pointed at his swollen face and started complaining to Lin Xiaotian. "Someone dares to attack my people? Without even mentioning my name?" Lin Xiaobei frowned. "I reported it, but that person didn't take you seriously at all. He beat him even more fiercely after hearing your name," said the yellow-haired man. "Yes, Mr. Lin, brother, we said before that his eldest brother is you, but that person said you are nothing. If you come, he will beat you up too." At this time, Wang Jinglei on the side also added fuel to the fire. At this time, the yellow-haired man gave her an admiring look. Good, she knows how to handle things. "This is ridiculous. Who is this bastard? I'll kill him." Sure enough, after hearing this, Lin Xiaotian became furious. There were only a few people in the Magic City who dared not to give him face. Wheezy knows all those big shots, and he will definitely not provoke them. The only people he would provoke must be strangers. Mr. Lin, it was them. The one who beat me was the leader. The yellow-haired man pointed at Lu Chun and others who had not walked far and said, "Huh!" Looking in the direction the yellow-haired man pointed, Lin Xiaotian was stunned. Why does this background look so familiar? It happened that at this moment the man turned his head to talk to Lu Xue beside him. This sight frightened him so much that he shuddered. Lu Chun. Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively and rush over with my men. If I had really rushed over, wouldn't the relationship I had worked so hard to build with Lu Chun be ruined? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaotian looked at the yellow-haired man next to him and became furious. "Mr. Lin, hurry up, they are about to go in. Let's stop him and kill him." The yellow-haired man on the side was still unaware and shouted anxiously when he saw Lu Chun was about to reach the entrance. Pa! A big pussy hit the yellow-haired face instantly. "Mr. Lin, what are you doing?" Huang Mao was stunned again. What was going on? Why did Mr. Lin hit him? "Fuck you, are you trying to kill me?" Pa! As he said that, Lin Xiaotian slapped out again. "Mr. Lin, why did you hit me? Didn't you want to kill that guy?" The yellow-haired man shouted in confusion, almost crying. What was going on? Wasn't he going to kill Lu Chun? Why was young Master Lin beating him up like a madman? "Fuck you, do you know who he is?" Lin Xiaotian shouted angrily. "Who is it?" the yellow-haired man asked tremblingly, with an ominous feeling in his heart. "He's my boss, Lu Chun. Even my grandfather has to give him some sh*t, and you want me to deal with him? You don't want me to live, do you? Damn it, come on, beat him to death." Ah? Huang Mao felt sick when he heard Lin Xiaotian's words. Without waiting for him to beg for mercy, Lin Xiaotian's followers rushed up and started beating and kicking him, and his cries for mercy continued to be heard. Lin Xiaotian was still unhappy after thinking about it, so he rushed up and kicked the guy a few times. Damn, I was almost killed by this bastard. It seems that he has to print some photos of the boss so that his younger brothers can get to know him, so that they don't end up getting themselves killed. Otherwise, he will have nowhere to appeal. Thinking in his mind, he kicked the yellow-haired man a few more times, causing him to cry out in pain. The commotion here attracted the attention of Lu Chun and others, and they looked over there. Seeing this, Lin Xiaotian immediately ran over happily. "Boss, haha, you and your sister-in-law are coming to the concert too? Who are these people?" When Lin Xiaotian called out to her, Wu Ying's face immediately turned red. Lu Xue looked at her with a puzzled look on her face. Sister-in-law? Could it be that brother? Seeing Wu Ying's shy look, her brother didn't seem to refute. Lu Xue seemed to understand something and a smile appeared on her lips. From the previous contact, Lu Xue felt that Wu Ying's gentle and elegant personality made her very comfortable, and she was also pleasing to the eye. Even though she was a woman, she still found her pleasing to the eye. "This is a good match for my brother's girlfriend. This is my sister, and these are her best friends and classmates," Lu Chun introduced. "Oh, so you are the eldest lady. I have heard a lot about you. My name is Lin Xiaotian. If you need anything in the future, just look for me. I still have some say in this magic city." After hearing what Lu Chun said, Lin Xiaotian immediately started to flatter Lu Xue. In his opinion, Lu Chun seemed to be very doting on this younger sister, because the look in Lu Chen's eyes when he looked at Lu Xue was full of doting. Lu Chun is difficult to deal with, but isn't it easy to deal with such a little sister? As long as Lu Xue is taken care of, Lu Chun will be easy to deal with. However, his action shocked Lu Xue and her girlfriends. You are Lin Xiaotian?" "Yes." "The Prince of Lin Group, Lin Xiaotian?" Lu Xue asked again in amazement. "It's me, Mississippi. Have you heard of me? It's my honor, ha ha ha!" Lin Xiaotian laughed. "Did you just call me brother boss?" "That's right, Brother Chen is my boss, and from now on you will be my eldest daughter," he proclaimed himself, "but if I'm not around in the future, you can look for him or Chu Zhamping if you have any problems," Lu Chun said, but Lin Xiaotian was happy and didn't care at all. Although Lu Chun didn't personally admit that he was his younger brother, he didn't refuse either. There's hope. Lu Xue and others nearby were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. The Lin Xiao that they were worried and afraid of just now turned out to be the younger brother of Lu Xue's brother. It seemed that Lu Chen was a little disgusted with him. What is even more shocking is that even though he was despised, Lin Xiaotian still rushed forward to lick it. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe it if you told others about it? In the future, be more careful when recruiting new brothers. Don't just accept any random person. I can't afford to lose face. Seeing Lin Xiaotian flattering his sister and asking about her well-being, and making Lu Xue very happy to serve her, Lu Chen spoke again, but his eyes glanced at the yellow-haired man who was beaten to death not far away. Got it, don't worry, boss. I will clean up the mess for a while and I will definitely not lose your people. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Xiaotian was stunned at first, then ecstatic. What Lu Chen said was equivalent to acknowledging that he was his younger brother. He was so happy in his heart. He could confront his old man when he returned later. Lu Chen, over here! At this time, a sweet voice like a lark came. Chapter 74 God-Level Reward, Jealousy. Everyone looked and saw a woman wearing a baseball cap and a mask waving at Lu Chen at the entrance of the passage. At just one glance, Lu Xue and others were the first to recognize the man. It's Chu Zi! Wow! It's Alan Chu who came to pick us up in person. The girls were extremely excited at this moment, and at the same time, they were even more in awe of Lu Chen. The crazy Shaolin Xiaotian worships him like a god, and the big star Chu Zi comes to pick him up in person. All of this demonstrates Lu Chen's extraordinariness. Your brother is so awesome! Yeah, even young Master Kuang rushed to flatter him, and Chu Zi came to pick him up in person. I wish I had a brother like this. Who said it wasn't? If Sister Wu wasn't so beautiful, I would have wanted to fight for being your sister-in-law. Ha ha ha, I feel the same way, but forget it, there's no chance for us. But Xue, do you think Chu Zi would also want to be your sister-in-law? Several girls were so excited that they started whispering to themselves. Hearing her best friends praising her brother, Lu Xue naturally felt proud and happy. But after hearing the rest, she was also shocked. It was possible that Chu Zi wanted to be her sister-in-law. Then he looked at Lu Chen. He hadn't seen his brother for a few years and he had seen him change so much that his perception of him was refreshed time and time again. Everyone walked over and under the leadership of Chu Zi, passed the security check of the VIP channel directly, and even went to her exclusive dressing room. After confirming Chu Zi's identity, even Lin Xiaobei who came in with her was shocked. This national goddess is the dream target of many business tycoons, but apart from business cooperation, she never accepts their individual invitations. They will not even treat those giants with bad intentions with a good face. This also led to her facing many difficulties along the way and being targeted everywhere. But she was not afraid, she faced the challenge head-on and managed to get through it. Because of this, it was supported by the general public and became an instant hit. Traffic is wealth and bargaining chips. After Chu Zi became popular, these giants no longer dared to target her openly. Of course, there are many people who are jealous of her and think she is self-righteous, but Chu Zi doesn't care at all. But such a goddess is now so polite to Lu Chen. Even Lin Xiaotian feels that the way Chu Zi looks at Lu Chen is a little different. Is there a kind of admiration in her eyes? This thought made Lin Xiaotian even more astonished at Lu Chen's beauty. As a young master from the Demon City, he naturally had thoughts about this girl, but his grandfather was both his backing and his shackles. Fighting, bullying some spineless people, these are harmless things and his grandfather won't interfere. But if he did anything to force Chu Zi, he would probably be beaten to death by his grandfather. So after being rejected several times, I stopped thinking about it. At most, I would fantasize about it in my dreams at midnight. After all, she is the goddess of the whole nation. If you can't get her, you can't just fantasize about her, right? However, it is incredible that Lu Chen could be treated like this by Chu Zi. Even after knowing that Lu Xue was Lu Chen's sister, her enthusiasm made Lin Xiaotian wonder if she was a different person. Chu Zi always has an icy face when dealing with outsiders. When have you ever seen her smiling? Lu Xue and the others were also flattered and extremely excited. They could not imagine being able to have such close contact with their idol. However, when Chu Zi saw wooing, there was a hint of defensiveness and opposition in her eyes. Surprisingly, wooing, who originally looked very docile, actually looked a bit like a cat with its fur standing on end, and even had a hint of hostility towards Chu Zi. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaotian admired Lu Qin even more. Look, this is my boss, and he's already jealous before the two goddesses even have their identities confirmed. On the other hand, Lu Qin sat on the sofa and played with his mobile phone after coming in. He was dazed from time to time and did not feel the tension between the two goddesses at all. In fact, Lu Qin was looking at the system mall at this time. Just now, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a loyal younger brother, and a chance to win a flash sale in the mall as a reward. Ding! The reward product has been put on the shelf. Please decide whether to purchase it. Product, God-level performer, price, 1 yuan. Eh? Does this mean I can play music? Lu Qin smiled bitterly and bought it. As the saying goes, the more skills you have, the less worries you have. Moreover, the system products can be learned and mastered instantly. There is no need to spend time learning, so naturally everyone is welcome. A corner backstage at the Olympic Sports Center. Is everything done? Don't worry, it's been taken care of. Very good, Chu Zi, I'll see how you make a fool of yourself later. As they spoke, the two dark figures disappeared from the spot. Backstage, Chu Zi's dressing room. Xue, this is my number. You can come and play with me anytime in the future. We can get closer. Chu Zi and Xue exchanged phone numbers and said with a smile. You're a big star, your schedule is so full, you probably don't have time to accompany Xue, right? I'm quite free, Xue, I'll take you out to play from now on, and you'll be there whenever I call. At this time, Wu Ying stepped forward, took Xue's hand and said, surprisingly boldly, my full schedule won't affect my happy time with Sister Xue. I can turn down some unimportant business activities. Sister Xue is definitely more important. Chu Zi was not willing to be outdone and pulled up Lu Xue's other hand. This made the people around them envious, but it also made Lu Xue feel a little torn. It's obvious that both of them are interested in my brother, and I like them both very much. What should I do? Thinking of this, she looked at Lu Qin, only to find that he was still sitting there, seemingly paying no attention to the situation here. This made her hold her forehead with her hand, thinking that her brother was really a fool. Just at this moment, the door was opened and Sister Qin ran over with an anxious look on her face. Oh no, we can't contact the pianist tonight. The concert is about to start. Where can we find a replacement in such a short time? What? Has Tony contacted Effie? Chu Zi frowned when she heard Sister Qin's words. We've contacted them all. Not only the two of them, but all the potential pianists have lost contact. It looks like someone is trying to sabotage your concert, otherwise all the pianists wouldn't have lost contact for no apparent reason. There is a segment in the middle of this concert which is Chu Zi's new song release conference, and the performance requires a piano solo. They are also planning to use these songs as a stepping stone to enter the Hong Kong market and will debut them at this concert. But now, the pianist is gone, which means the song has lost its soul, and this is a problem. How about I give it a try? ##. Chapter 75, A Song to Confer Godhood, The Kiss of the Goddess. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lu Qin sitting on the sofa. You can also play the piano? Chu Zi asked in surprise, and even Lu Xue looked stunned. She had never heard that her brother could play the piano. I know a little bit, it's okay. Show me the music score. Lu Qin shrugged and said. Chu Zi looked at Sister Qin. Sister Qin frowned at Lu Qin, then turned around, took out the music score from the workbench and handed it over. In the current situation, all the pianists who could be contacted have suddenly lost contact, and we can only try our best to save the situation. Lu Qin has mastered the god-level playing skills, and he understands the music just by glancing at the score. How is it? Are you okay with it? Chu Zi looked at Lu Qin expectantly. It should be fine. Lu Qin nodded and smiled. Really? Well then, Sister Qin, when we start promoting the new song, you can arrange for Lu Qin to perform on stage. Chu Zi gritted her teeth and made up her mind. But how about we just arrange some other songs to complete this concert and put the promotion of the new song off until later? Sister Qin was not very reassured. After all, no one knew how good Lu Qin's piano skills were. What if he messed up? The media has already announced that we are going to release a new song. If we remove this link, although it will be temporarily passed, the fermentation caused later is not optimistic. It is obvious that someone is targeting me this time. Instead of doing this, I might as well take a chance. I believe in Lu Chen. I don't know why, but Chu Zi inexplicably believes in Lu Chen. And in her opinion, over the years, only Lu Chen made her feel safe. Sister Qing, do you have a piano room here? Why don't I just play it first? Interrupting Sister Qin, who was about to speak again, Lu Chen spoke directly. Yes, there is a piano room here. You will know if it works just by listening. Sister Qin was so anxious that she didn't think of this for a moment. Whether the technique is good or not, won't you know it by just playing it? So, everyone moved to a piano room backstage. Lu Chen walked to the piano and sat down slowly, then glanced at Chu Zi and others who were worried, smiled, turned his head, and slowly placed his hands on the keys. Dear audience, welcome to Miss Chu Zi's concert. This time you will be able to hear her new song for the first time. I think everyone must be looking forward to it, right? Well, without further ado, the concert will begin now. After the host's opening remarks, dazzling fireworks were set off around the dance floor, and the warm-up dance team entered the venue and began the opening dance. Then, moving singing began, and the lifting platform in the center of the stage slowly rose up. Chu Zi appeared in the venue wearing a purple long dress, like a fairy on earth. Wow, goddess, I love you! Chu Zi, we love you! In an instant, the whole audience cheered, and everyone looked at Chu Zi on the stage and shouted. The glow sticks in the venue were waving and swaying along with the melodious songs, like a sea of light surrounding the brightest star in the venue. Humph, let's see how you end this. Have you informed the media? Yes, everything has been arranged. As long as she doesn't release a new song or make a fool of herself, she will be in big trouble on tomorrow's headlines. Among the cheering crowd, there were only two people who looked coldly at Chu Zi on the stage. The concert was in full swing and the atmosphere in the venue was pushed to its peak. Thank you so much for coming to my concert. You are the reason why I am who I am today. You are the only one in my life. Next I will bring you a new song of mine. The stars in the sky are not as good as you, which also expresses my sincere friendship with you. Thank you. Chu Zi on the stage finished her speech in neither humble nor arrogant manner, and bowed deeply towards the audience. A large lamp was lit in vain, and the bright light fell on the piano on the stage. At this time, Lu Chen, dressed in a white tuxedo, slowly walked onto the stage and sat in front of the piano. Hey, didn't they say that the pianist invited for this new song release conference was Maestro Hofer? Why did they replace him with a young man? Who is this person? I don't recognize him. Is he also a piano master? I don't know him. But anyone who can invite someone to accompany Chu Zi must be pretty good, right? I don't know if he's powerful or not, but this little brother is so handsome. Yeah, so handsome. How can there be such a handsome man wearing a white tuxedo? He looks like a Prince Charming. Look, Alan Chu is smiling at him. Strange? She was smiling at us just now. Are you blind? This smile is not that smile. Think about it yourself. There is something fishy going on. Lu Chen's appearance attracted discussions from the audience. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? I know this. It seems to be a friend of Chu Zi. I saw Chu Zi wearing a mask and personally went to the VIP channel to pick them up. Oh? Friend? Don't worry. Even if her friend can play the piano, she can't compare to Master Hofer. This time, Dinghui Entertainment in Hong Kong has sent several big names, and they have sharp ears. It's impossible for an ordinary piano performance to get away with it. If they think it's perfunctory, Chu Zi will be finished too. While these two people were discussing, the scene suddenly became quiet. Lu Chen's slender fingers gently placed on the piano keys, and after he smiled gently at Chu Zi, the prelude sounded. The melodious piano music sounded, and every syllable seemed like an elf, constantly plucking the heartstrings of everyone present. In an instant, everyone was attracted and their voices rose and fell with the highs and lows of the syllables. How many elves are hidden in the evening breeze? At this time, Chu Zi's heavenly voice rang out. At this moment, everyone was intoxicated by the scene of harmony between the zither and the qin, and they were unable to extricate themselves from it. The turns of the piano music and the ups and downs of the singing lead everyone to a world of pure innocence, and love again and again. Here, they saw countless elves dancing, stars rising, and beautiful love. When the song ended, the whole audience fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was still immersed in the beautiful mood that had just happened. For a long time, applause rang out simultaneously from every corner of the concert venue. Great! This is the first time I feel that harmony between the Qin and the Qin can reach such a level. There is no doubt that Goddess Z's singing voice is amazing, but this little brother's piano playing really opened my eyes. It's amazing. Yeah, I just felt like I was in another world. That world is so beautiful. This guy is amazing. I will be his fan in the future. Compared to him, Hofer is nothing. No wonder Hofer didn't show up. It seems that our Goddess Z has found a more powerful master. Excellent! The crowd in the audience cheered and praised Lu Qin and Chu Zi continuously. Even the two big names from Xiangjiang Dinghui Entertainment seemed to have discovered a treasure. They kept looking at the elegant Lu Qin on the stage with shining eyes. At this time, Chu Zi slowly walked to Lu Qin and said, "Today is my lucky day. God has brought me an unexpected surprise. I am very grateful." After saying that, Chu Zi kissed Lu Qin on the lips in front of everyone's astonishment. Chapter 76 Identity Exposed, Culprit Arrested. Oh my God, I kissed you, my goddess! Although I'm jealous, they are a perfect match. Who is that lucky guy? The audience was in chaos. Their goddess actually kissed the man in public. Who is that man? Check. At this moment, some wealthy businessmen and media who came to attend the concert started to move. The goddess took the initiative to give her first screen kiss. This is big news and the media will naturally not let it go. And those wealthy businessmen who have ideas about Chu Zi will naturally not let go of this lucky girl, because this is the woman they want. Wu Ying in the audience felt as if something was grabbing her heart at this moment, while Lu Xue and others covered their mouths with their hands, looking incredulous. Wow, your brother is so awesome, that was Chu Zi's first screen kiss. I think a lot of people are going to be heartbroken right now. Yeah, I feel like I'm dreaming, this is the goddess' first kiss. Lu Xue's girlfriends all said in shock. Sister Qin also covered her forehead and smiled bitterly at this moment. Now my public relations department is going to be very busy again. I have been receiving calls from many media and newspapers. On stage, Lu Qin widened his eyes and looked at Chu Zi, who was kissing him, at a loss for a moment. Is this girl so bold? It all happened so suddenly that he was caught off guard. When their lips parted, Chu Zi's cheeks were rosy and she smiled at Lu Qin with a little shyness. You are putting me in the spotlight. Lu Qin glanced at the audience and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I can't help it. Chu Zi stuck out her cute little tongue. At this time, Sister Qin had already brought people up and had them escort Chu Zi downstairs. She picked up the microphone and said to the audience, "We will give you a satisfactory answer to today's matter at tomorrow's press conference. Thank you very much for your support for Z. Don't go, please explain it clearly first." Yeah, who is this man? The people in the audience had no intention of letting Sister Qin go. This scene happened too suddenly. If they didn't understand, they would probably not be able to sleep all night. Everyone, please be patient. We will explain the details at the press conference, but I can reveal one thing. This gentleman is our Chu Zi's current boyfriend. After thinking for a while, Sister Qin gritted her teeth and dropped a bombshell, then pulled Lu Qin off the stage. Boyfriend? Chu Zi actually has a boyfriend. It's definitely her boyfriend, otherwise how could our Z be so casual? Ah, my heart is broken. The goddess is finally taken over by a pig. Poochie big brother, compared with your dignity and others, who is the pig? Pig? You really think highly of pigs. Do you know who this person is? Who is it? I just found out that this man is called Lu Qin. He is the real boss of Xiongfen Capital and the president of Tinglong Game Company. He also has many industries in Jiangdu. He is a real big boss. Hi, so awesome? No wonder the goddess favors him. Sure enough, the evil capital, the goddess couldn't resist the temptation of wealth and finally succumbed. Just add some drama. His piano skills were obvious to all. Even Master Hofer had to follow him. With such talent and handsomeness, I think most women would be willing to be his girlfriend even if he has no money, right? That's right, he's talented, rich, and handsome, the best. Only someone like him can be favored by my goddess. A perfect match. One stone stirs up 1,000 ripples, and there are many well-informed people who dug out Lu Chen's identity. The fans who were originally somewhat indignant, at this moment, were subtly inclined to support the CP of Lu Chen and Chu Zi. There was no other way. Who made Lu Chen so outstanding? Even if they were jealous, they had to admit that Lu Chen was more than qualified for Chu Zi. Damn it, how could this happen? This girl is so lucky to have found such a man. Below the stage, the two dark shadows gnashed their teeth, their eyes revealing resentment and hatred. I didn't expect that all my careful planning would go down the drain, and it also caused such big news for Chu Zi. Obviously, Chu Zi will once again be the focus tomorrow. Although the pianist's strategy was destroyed just now, they were still very happy to see Chu Zi actually kiss Lu Chen. I didn't expect Chu Zi to take the initiative to bring up such a topic for me to handle, which will definitely ruin her reputation. However, when they learned of Lu Chen's identity, they were speechless. If Chu Zi just randomly picked a handsome guy to hype up the incident, the focus might become a scandal, even if Lu Chen was an excellent pianist. However, any one of Lu Chen's many identities could suppress everyone. If I use this point to attack Chu Zi at this time, I will only be seeking my own death. Just as the two were thinking about how to deal with the situation next, several people from the law enforcement department came behind them. Lu Feifei, Lu Lei, we are from the law enforcement department. You are suspected of kidnapping and endangering the personal safety, reputation, and interests of others. Please come with us. Without waiting for the two to explain, the people from the law enforcement department arrested them and escorted them away. This scene once again attracted everyone's attention. Lu Feifei? Lu Lei? Aren't these two also celebrities? Yeah, what's going on? I don't know, but these two are not good people. They have always been at odds with our goddess. It seems that the absence of Hofer may have something to do with these two guys. Oh? How do you mean? Think about it. The brochure clearly states that the internationally renowned pianist Hofer was invited to perform at the new song launch, so it's very strange to suddenly change the performer. Just now, the people from the law enforcement department said that they were suspected of kidnapping and endangering other people's personal safety, reputation, and interests. In this occasion, these two are dressed so sneakily, it must be related to Chu Zi's matter. Besides, would you come to see the concert of your enemy? That makes sense. Oh my god, it seems that things are not simple. Who cares? Anyone who has bad intentions towards our goddess deserves to be in trouble. While everyone was discussing this issue again, Lu Chen and others had already arrived at the backstage lounge. At this moment, Lu Chen's cell phone rang. Hello? Okay, I got it. Thank you very much, Director Hua. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen nodded to Chu Zi and Sister Qin. It's done. It's Lu Feifei and Lu Lei. They have been taken away by the law enforcement department. It's them indeed. Humph! They are such a piece of shit, Sister Qin said angrily. Chapter 77, Sense of Urgency. The homegirl is also crazy. The sudden loss of contact between Hofer and the others was obviously caused by someone, and Sister Qin also thought that it was the two of them. These two people are artists in the same company as Chu Zi. Seeing how popular Chu Zi is, they become jealous. He never thought about how to improve his own abilities, but instead looked for opportunities to slander and trap Chu Zi. So, we have never gotten along. However, since the incident happened suddenly, and there was no evidence, there was nothing we could do for the time being. After Lu Chen learned about this, he immediately called Hu Tingxian, briefly explained the matter, and asked him to deal with it. After receiving Lu Chen's call, Hu Tingxian was full of energy. I was worried that I wouldn't have the chance to make up for what happened last time, so I naturally have to perform well this time. Therefore, Hu Tingxian worked hard and led the team to investigate personally. After all, he was able to sit in the position of director, so he had real ability. It didn't take long for him to find clues and directly found Hofer and others who had been deceived and placed under house arrest. And we learned from them that the instigators of all this were Lu Feifei and Lu Lei. So, they quickly arranged for people to take down these two men. The matter has come to an end. I think these two people will receive the punishment they deserve. Why don't you think about your press conference tomorrow? Lu Chen looked at Lu Xue and the others who were gossiping and said speechlessly. From the moment she stepped off the stage to the lounge, Lu Xue gossiped about whether she and Chu Zi were boyfriend and girlfriend. She even said that she didn't object to her and Chu Zi being boyfriend and girlfriend, but what about Sister Wu Ying? Should she take them all in? Seeing this girl asking questions all the time, Lu Chen was overwhelmed. What's so difficult about this? Sister Qin will handle it tomorrow. Chu Zi didn't care at all. She pulled Lu Xue over with a smile and went away talking and laughing. Sister Qin rolled her eyes to show her speechlessness, but still spoke slowly. Mr. Lu, this matter is not difficult to handle. You can use Lu Feifei's arrest as an excuse. When the time comes, just tell the fans that you are standing up for her, and then confirm that you and Z are actually in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Our Z is a talent, and it doesn't mean she can have a boyfriend. Now that society is progressing, not so many people stick to the old ways. A boyfriend who is extremely protective and has such an extraordinary identity will naturally be accepted by the fans. Speaking of this, Sister Qin couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Chu Zi is really lucky. She can meet such a high-quality man even when she is on vacation. When I got Lu Chen's information, I was shocked to find out that Xiongfeng Capital, a business giant in Magic City, was actually his property. What shocked her even more was that Xingyao Entertainment, which was at the same level as Tianyu Media where she worked, was actually also Lu Chen's industry. This is also the reason why she is not worried at all about how the company will treat Chu Zi's incident this time. If it really doesn't work out, with the relationship between Chu Zi and Lu Chen, the worst that can happen is that she can transfer to Lu Chen's Xingyao Entertainment. Some of the upper echelons of his company had bad intentions and always wanted to use Chu Zi as a bargaining chip to please some capitalists. Oh, is that so? Fine then, it's getting late, I'll go back first. After looking at the time, Lu Chen stood up and was about to leave with Lu Xue, who was reluctant to leave. You're leaving so soon? I'm going to Hong Kong in 2 days. Chu Zi said somewhat resentfully. Oh, miss, don't be like this. We are just boyfriend and girlfriend in name only now. Don't make it like it's real. Seeing Chu Zi like this, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. So what? Are you still disgusted? Besides, you are the man who took my first kiss, so you have to be responsible for me? Lu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who took whose kiss? You took the initiative, didn't you? Yes, brother, a girl's first kiss is very important. You have to be responsible. Chu Zi pushed Lu Xue, and the girl immediately joined in. Who made me a little fan of Chu Zi? Just now, she took photos and signed autographs, and she had already won over this girl. You girl, I have a girlfriend, it's your sister and she. Lu Chen was speechless after giving Lu Xue a fried chestnut. Hey, then why are you still living with Sister Lingling? You scumbag! Lu Xue argued, holding her aching head and shouting. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Chen differently, as if they were really looking at a scumbag. Ahem, well, it's getting late, I should go home and sleep, or my uncle will scold me later. Lu Chen pulled Lu Xue away without saying anything. God knows what nonsense this girl will say next. Looking at Lu Chen's leaving back, Chu Zi's lips curled into an intoxicating arc. When she heard Lu Chen say that he had a girlfriend, her eyes did flash a hint of dimness. But think about it, how could such an outstanding man not have a girlfriend? But when she heard Lu Xue's next sentence, she seemed to see that she seemed to have another chance. At this moment, she herself didn't understand why she had such thoughts. In the past, she would never have had this idea. This was equivalent to being a lover, so she naturally disdained it. But now, I actually feel a little smug. Sister Qin had accompanied Chu Zi all the way, so she naturally knew what she was thinking. Seeing her expression at this moment, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that this girl had fallen. But thinking about it, I feel relieved. If I were 10 years younger, I would probably fight for such an outstanding man. An excellent man never lacks women, nor will he have only one woman, especially when you have terrifying wealth and power. Along the way, Lu Xue chattered and asked questions nonstop, appearing very excited, and so were her girlfriends. Okay, go home quickly. I'll take Wu Ying back. Oh brother, being too handsome can sometimes be a problem. At this time, Lu Xue remembered Sister Wu Ying who had been following her silently. She couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and pat Lu Chen's shoulder, saying with a stern face, "Get out! Hee Sister Wu Ying, you better hold on tight. So many people are coveting my brother. I'm counting on you." Before Lu Chen finished cooking the fried chestnuts, Lu Xue ran away like the wind and waved goodbye to Wu Ying. This damn girl! Lu Chen looked at Lu Xue who was running away, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and was speechless. On the other hand, Wu Ying, who was standing aside, had a light flashing in her eyes, and finally the flowing light solidified. At this moment she seemed to have made up her mind. Wu Ying, don't listen to this girl's nonsense. Lu Chen was just about to break the awkwardness of his sister's speech when suddenly, his mouth was blocked by something soft and fragrant. At this moment, his pupils suddenly dilated several times and his mind was confused. Was I kissed again? They kissed awkwardly and separated after a few seconds. Wu Ying's cheeks were flushed as if blood was about to drip out. I like you. At this moment, Wu Ying seemed to have used up all her strength and shouted at Lu Chen. Chapter 78, Aquaman's Anxiety is Solved. She has known Lu Chen for more than a year through live broadcast. Although they haven't chatted much, his silent company has made her regard Lu Chen as a family member. Lu Chen's daring actions in the previous few times not only helped her regain her dignity, but also made her life prosperous. And after spending the whole day together today, she had a sincere admiration for Lu Chen, which made her, a stay-at-home girl, do the crazy thing she did now. Originally, she thought that the two of them could get along slowly, but just now, even the national goddess Chu Zi took the initiative. Even though she was named a goddess on Douyin, she was completely incomparable to Chu Zi, and she became anxious. When Lu Chen said that he had a girlfriend named Yao Anqi, and Lu Xue called out Su Fuling, she became even more restless. The strong sense of urgency made her feel that she must do something, otherwise she would miss this encounter and this man. So, she plucked up the courage and confessed to Lu Chen. I like you, please be my boyfriend. Ah? This? Lu Chen was at a loss for words due to Wu Ying's sudden action. You don't have to answer me so quickly. I just heard you say you have a girlfriend. I don't want to break you up. I don't need a formal relationship. I just want to be by your side and have a place in your heart. Wu Ying lowered her head at this time, not daring to look at him, and all her words made her look very humble. She didn't know why she wanted to do this, but she just wanted to do this in her heart. Why do you have to put yourself in such a difficult position? Lu Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't feel wronged. On the contrary, I feel that I am not worthy of you. Thinking that Lu Chen was rejecting her, Wu Ying's voice was choked. Sure, that's not true. Don't think like that. You are beautiful. I like you too. Lu Chen hugged Wu Ying, put his fingers on her lips, and spoke softly. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and their lips touched. This time, Lu Chen took the initiative to kiss her. Wu Ying's body stiffened, and her eyes changed from the previous loss and sadness to filled with surprise. She slowly embraced Lu Chen with both hands and took the initiative to embrace him, tears of happiness rolling down her cheeks at this moment. After a long moment, they parted their lips, looked at each other, and laughed. After sending Wu Ying home, Lu Chen returned to Su Fuling's villa. As soon as he entered the room, he was stunned. Yao Anqi was actually sitting in the living room, looking at him with a stern face. Anqi, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me so I could pick you up? Lu Chen said with some guilt. It seems that you are very happy when I am not at home. Yao Anqi, who is always gentle and good-tempered, seems to be on the verge of a rage at this moment, and her voice is full of danger. I don't have it. Lu Chen thought to himself that it was not good. After this system made him rich instantly, it also seemed to make him move towards the path of a sea king. Too many beautiful women appeared around him. Thinking about it this way, Lu Chen was also surprised to find that there were too many coincidences. I didn't feel like there were so many beauties around me before, and now they all came around me at once. But after all, I did something wrong, and I still felt guilty facing Anqi. Just when he was at a loss as to how to explain, and she suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Lu Chen bewildered. Hee hee, are you scared? I'll see if you dare to be dishonest again in the future. Lingling has already confessed to me. I didn't realize that you are also a playboy. Ah? Su Fuling told you everything? Lu Chen looked shocked. Now that you know everything, why are you still so happy? Did you enter the wrong set? Lingling and I swore when we were kids that we would marry the same man in the future. I never thought it would come true. At this time, and she said with a smile, not minding at all. Seeing that and she didn't seem to be joking, Lu Chen was extremely surprised. Don't be silly. I confessed our mistakes to Engie a long time ago, and she forgave us. Of course, the status has to be changed as we said when we were children. Engie is the boss and I am the junior. At this time, Su Fuling came out from the side and said with a smile. That won't work. Before. Why not? You and Lu Chen were the first to confirm their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and I'm the second. Su Fuling interrupted and she directly and reaffirmed her thoughts. This? Lu Chen didn't know what to say. Not only didn't she not blame him when she came back, but she also became humble to Su Fuling and started to give in to each other to see who was the boss and who was the younger. Was he being too lucky? Don't be so fussy, man. What's so great about a successful man having 3 wives and 4 concubines? I, your aunt, have no objection to that. At this time, Su's mother, who thought the matter was not a big deal, also ran out. Wife, this is unfair. Why can Lu Chen have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but I can't? This time, Su's father was not happy. Oh, you're so bold? You said you've been with Lu Chen for 2 years, but your career is not even half as successful as Lu Chen's. How dare you have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Su's mother grabbed Su's father's ear and started scolding him. I protest, you are having double standards. Father Su wailed. TSK, your protest is useless. Go back to your room and see how I punish you. Mother Su grabbed Father Su's ear and was about to go back to her room. Before leaving, she turned around and looked at the shocked Lu Chen and said, Lu Chen, it's okay for our Linger to be a mistress, but you have to treat her well, otherwise I won't let you go. After saying that, he carried the wailing Su's father back to his room. Looking at Su's mother and father leaving, and Enchi and Lingling who were laughing secretly with their hands covering their mouths, Lu Chen was confused. Do successful men have such privileges? The things that used to bother him can be solved so easily? Lu Chen couldn't help but pinch his thigh. Ouch! It hurts. It seemed that this was not a dream, and he was very happy. As a man, how many people don't like beautiful women? How many people don't want to live a life like an emperor with 3 harems and 6 courtyards? Some people may say, I am not, I am very loyal. Lu Chen would only reply, you are talking nonsense. If the conditions and policies allow, will you be loyal? Who would believe it? According to statistics, the more loyal a couple says they are, the more likely they are to cheat after marriage. Don't ask me why, it's the truth. Putting aside what he was thinking, Lu Chen felt that this was a good opportunity. Since he was going to confess, then, confess everything? Angie, do you really not mind me and Lingling doing this? Why should I mind? We are good friends. When we were young, we also said that we would share a husband. Besides, my aunt also said that it is normal for a successful man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. As long as you have me in your heart, that's enough. Angie said with a grin. Do you think so too? Lu Chen looked at Su Fuling beside him. Yes, come on, those bosses and young masters of big conglomerates, which one of them doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? They just don't tell others about it. There are a lot of illegitimate children out there, so it's nothing strange. Su Fuling said indifferently. Then, what if I meet a few more close female friends in the future? Lu Chen stared at Enchi, his palms sweating slightly due to nervousness. Well, it seems that you have more than one mistress. At this time, before Enchi said anything, Su Fuling jumped up. Hearing this, the originally nervous Lu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who said that he was a mistress? Lu Chen, Lingling told me a lot about you, many of which I didn't know before. You are a successful person, and I don't mind if you have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but I still say that you have to have me in your heart. But Enchi spoke seriously at this time, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. What are you doing? Lu Qin, who seized this moment, asked with a frown. And she has a miserable life too. She is actually the illegitimate daughter of the chairman of Jinling Taishan Group. What? Chapter 79 Mystery of Life, Strange People. Hearing this news, Lu Qin was shocked. Before, I only knew that Enchi depended on her mother for everything, but it seemed that their conditions were not bad and they lived a carefree life. Even when his father was hospitalized a few years ago, she quietly and anonymously paid the medical bills, and it was this mistake that brought him and Fan Zixuan together. Then, after Su Fuling's narration, Lu Qin finally understood the whole story. It turns out that Yao Anqi's mother, Li Xinyan, was in love with Yao Chuanji, chairman of Jinling's Taishan Group. At that time, Yao Chuanji had not yet become chairman. At that time, Li Xinyan's Li family was considered a well-known family in Jinling. They were well-matched and they loved each other, so the engagement went smoothly. But a girl named Wang Qinling from Nanfang came in and fell in love with Yao Chuanji at first sight. The Wang family was a family with assets worth hundreds of billions, much more powerful than the Jinling Li family and the Yao family at the time. Therefore, the Yao family forcibly separated Enqi's parents, and Wang Qinling even threatened Li Xinyan's life safety to force Yao's father to cancel the engagement. In the end, Yao Chuanji had no choice but to give in. At that time, Li Xinyan was already pregnant with Enqi. The Li family was humiliated by the divorce and naturally asked her to have an abortion. Yao's mother refused to do so no matter what. If the mistress of the Li family had not tried to stop her, the old man of the Li family would have almost beaten her to death. In the end, he felt it was too embarrassing to expel her from the Li family. Over the years, it was all thanks to the mistress of the Li family, and Yao's father who often secretly sent them money that the mother and daughter were able to live a worry-free life. Then uncle is now the chairman of Taishan Group, can't he control his own destiny? Hearing such a bloody thing, Lu Qin couldn't help but ask. It's not that simple. On the surface, Enqi's father is the chairman, but the real power is still in the hands of Wang Qinling. She knows that her uncle has been secretly supporting Enqi and her daughter, but as long as the uncle and aunt don't meet, she never interferes. But this is also where she is smart. As long as she holds this vital point, her uncle will not dare to make any big moves. Su Fuling said helplessly. Oh, so that's how it is. That means, as long as uncle can take power, Enqi's parents can be reunited? Well, that's true in theory, but it's hard to implement in practice. Wang's is no longer the same Wang's that it was a few years ago. Now they are working with Mr. Lu from Hong Kong, and their assets have already exceeded 50 billion. Don't mess around. As if knowing that Lu Qin was willing to help, Su Fuling directly persuaded him. She didn't know that Lu Qin now had absolute control over the Warren Group, which had a market value of over 10 trillion. Wu Qian is nothing in front of Lu Chen. Let's not talk about that. Actually, Enqi is worried because Grandma is about to celebrate her 60th birthday. She wrote to say that she missed her and her daughter and hoped that they could go back to see her because Grandma seemed to have some problems. I'm afraid. But if they go back, they will certainly be insulted and discriminated against by other members of the Li family. Grandma is in poor health now, so she may not be able to act as a protective umbrella. Su Fuling expressed Enqi's concerns. Don't worry, I will accompany you and Aunt back this time. I haven't seen Aunt for a long time. Lu Qin touched Enqi's head and comforted her. At the same time, I also remembered the time when I went to Enqi's house when I was a child. Yao's mother looked so gentle, she was definitely a good wife and mother. Really? But if you follow me, you might be bullied and humiliated by them. A hint of joy flashed across Enqi's eyes, but then dimmed again. She was very happy that Lu Qin could accompany her, but she was also afraid that Lu Qin would be bullied because of her, which was more unacceptable to her than being bullied herself. Haha, silly girl, don't worry, they don't have the ability to do that. I will let you vent your anger when the time comes. Lu Qin scratched Enqi's pretty little nose and laughed. Lu Qin, don't brag. Even if you own the industries in Jiangdu, plus the industries in Modi Xiongfeng, although you are not afraid of the Wang family in terms of market value, but behind the Wang family is Mr. Lu from Hong Kong, who is not easy to deal with. You keep talking about this Mr. Lu. Who exactly is this Mr. Lu? Lu Qin frowned when he heard Su Fuling's words. Su Fuling is a fearless person. Even if the cooperation negotiations with the Warren Group are not going well and others are trying to bully her, she is not afraid. But he kept talking about Mr. Lu, and seemed very taboo about it, which made Lu Chen curious. And Tianhao, do you remember that given how much my parents dote on me, they would never agree to a second-generation rich man like this being with me? That's right, what's that for? Is it related to this Mr. Lu? Hearing Su Fuling say this, Lu Chen was stunned. Indeed, he had been puzzled before, but after meeting Su Fuling's parents, he wondered why Su's father and mother did not object to Ni's marriage proposal. This was obviously pushing their daughter into the fire pit. That's right. Mr. Lu is a Hong Kong businessman with hundreds of billions of dollars in assets. But the most important thing is not his wealth, but the strange people around him. Anyone who opposed him disappeared inexplicably. Although everyone knows that it must be Mr. Lu who took action, there is no evidence at all. And the Ni family has been cooperating with Mr. Lu. Although they haven't really climbed up this branch, they are still Mr. Lu's younger brothers. That's why my parents are afraid of him. But fortunately, with Grandpa Qin's presence, the Ni family didn't dare to use force. And Grandpa Qin also said that those people around him were not easy for him to deal with. Of course, that was when he was still injured, and it's hard to say now. A strange man? Old man Qin? Lu Chen frowned. It seemed that things were not as simple as he had imagined. I especially remembered what old man Qin had told me before, that this world is not as simple as it seems. Lu Chen didn't think much about it at the time, but now it seems that he might be able to touch the other side of this world. But then he stopped thinking about it. Since he had a system, he could totally accept some strange things happening in this world. Take one step at a time and don't care about any strange people. You have to protect your own woman. Mr. Lu is a dragon, but he has to lie down for himself. As the saying goes, with the system in hand, the world is mine. If he has the system but still cannot defeat these people, then he has really lived in vain in this world. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Besides, they are just partners. If Mr. Lu doesn't get involved, we can all live our own lives. If he insists on intervening and dares to bully my woman, he will certainly die a miserable death. Having said that, Lu Chen actually exuded a supernatural aura of a superior, which stunned the two pretty girls beside him. Well, it's getting late, how about we go into the room and talk? Without waiting for the two girls to react, Lu Chen carried Shi and Su Fuling into the bedroom, one in each hand. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 80, Crazy Night, Unexpected Reward. The next day, warm sunlight shone into the room. Looking at Shi and Su Fuling sleeping beside him, Lu Chen's mouth curled up. After taking the powerful muscle-enhancing pills, I felt really strong. After a crazy night, Lu Chen became even more energetic, without a trace of tiredness at all. Thinking back to last night when one dragon played with two phoenixes, it was such a joy. Ding, the system mall has been refreshed. The product has been put on the shelves, please check whether to purchase it. Product, Jiangdu Pharmaceutical Group, price, 1 yuan. Product, Qi Gathering Pill, price, 1 yuan. System, why are there two products? Lu Chen was slightly surprised to see two products appear in the mall at once. In order to congratulate the host for his sexual breakthrough last night, a flash sale product is awarded. Damn, is this even possible? Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. According to this logic, next time 3 or 4 people come together, will there be extra rewards? Why do I feel like this system is guiding me towards the ultimate path of Aquaman? No matter what, I have to praise the system's thoughtfulness. It seems that the system felt that it was too busy last night, and the mall, which was supposed to be refreshed at 12 o'clock, was not prompted until I woke up this morning. Shaking off the thoughts in his mind, Lu Chen looked at the 2 items that were sold out in seconds today. Jiangdu Pharmaceutical Group is one of the top 10 pharmaceutical groups in Xiagua, with a market value of approximately 300 billion yuan. It mainly develops cancer drugs. That's great. The system just gave me a book called 10,000 Medicine Classic a while ago. It contains many recipes for treating difficult and complicated diseases. When the time comes, I can just come up with a simple recipe to make a dose of medicine, which can create a long-term and considerable income. Lu Chen thought to himself and couldn't help but laugh. Originally, I didn't have a pharmaceutical factory, and even though I had the formula, I was too lazy to use it. But now that I have the Jiangling Pharmaceutical Group, I can try it out. It just so happened that Anchi took a medical elective course when she was in college, and after graduation she now works in a pharmaceutical company in Jiangdu. Seeing her always traveling around to attend academic research forums and solicit investments is tiring, so I could ask her to help me manage this pharmaceutical group. Lu Chen looked at the next product again. Gathering Chi Pill, a one-time consumable, a magical pill that can instantly gather the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen oneself, lasts for 5 minutes, and has no side effects. After reading this, Lu Chen was a little shocked. It seemed that this thing was very powerful, but to what extent could it be? He asked the system, and the answer he got was that there would be surprises when using it. So, Lu Chen rolled his eyes and put it into the system space since he wouldn't need it for the time being anyway. At this time, Su Fuling's alarm clock rang. Swoosh. She sat up straight as if by reflex. It's bad! We're going to be late for today's negotiations. Today is the day for the final negotiations with Song Yuanxiang, the Magic City director of the Warren Group, and it is also the key to determining whether this cooperation can be achieved. Don't worry, I'll go with you. Lu Chen looked at Su Fuling's panic and said with a smile. I said hello to Anchi and asked her to continue to have a good rest. After all, she had just returned from a business trip last night and had been tossed around all night before she had a good rest. She was really exhausted. After settling in Chi, Lu Chen accompanied Su Fuling to the Su group. It's already 9:15. Does Mr. Su still want to discuss cooperation? In the conference room, Song Yuanxiang slammed the table and yelled at Su Fuling's assistant. Sorry, our President Su is already on the way, please wait a moment. Qi Yang responded a little anxiously. If you look closely, you will find that the person who helps Qi Yang is the little Yang Zi who accompanied Su Fuling in racing on the Mitsui elevated road before. He also didn't expect that Su Fuling, who was always rigorous in her work, would end up in such a situation, especially during such an important cooperation negotiation. Humph! I don't think she has any sincerity at all, Song Yuanxiang said angrily. Director Song, I'm sorry, I was delayed by traffic. At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open and Su Fuling walked in. Who is this? When Song Yuanxiang heard Su Fuling's voice, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. But when he saw that there was a handsome young man following her, his eyes turned cold again. In this negotiation, he felt that he could completely control Su Fuling. The Su Group needs this cooperation to complete its transformation, and this opportunity is rare. He felt that Su Fuling would definitely succumb to his power in the end, but he always had a bad feeling about this young man who suddenly appeared. I'm her boyfriend, Lu Chen said directly without waiting for Su Fuling to finish. Then, under Su Fuling's reproachful gaze, he sat leisurely beside the main seat. Boyfriend? Song Yuanxiang was stunned at first, then he seemed to think of something and burst into laughter. Are you the Lu Chen who killed N.I. Tianhao? Su Fuling, you don't think that bringing him to the negotiation will increase your chances of winning, right? Although he does have some strength, he is only slightly stronger than the N.I. family and your Su family. He is nothing in front of us, Warren. Besides, the fact that the N.I. family has been silent does not mean that he is fine. Maybe N.I. Xiaotian is asking Mr. Lu to take action. Although we at Warren are not afraid of Mr. Lu is someone we at Warren are not willing to offend easily. President Su, you actually dare to be with him. I don't know whether I should admire you or call you stupid. Don't worry about these. Let's get back to the topic. This cooperation. Su Fuling frowned slightly, still feeling a little worried. Although the words are rough, the truth is there. What Song Yuanxiang said is exactly what Su Fuling is worried about. After N.I. Tianhao got into trouble, N.I. Xiaotian did not take any action at all. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal, and it must not be a good thing. However, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Song Yuanxiang again. As for the cooperation, I have already said it before. If you can agree to my request, everything will be easy to discuss. Otherwise, there is no need for us to take the risk of going against Mr. Lu. Director Song, please respect yourself. Do you think I will agree to your conditions? And aren't you afraid that I will report this to Warren headquarters and what the consequences of your actions will be? Seeing that Song Yuanxiang was determined to force her, Su Fuling also became angry. Oh, threatening me? I told you, I have the final say here. You can go to Warren headquarters and sue them. Do you think they will believe it? Besides, Vice President Song Yuanming is my brother. Even Huang Xiaomin has to give him some face. What do you think you can do to me? Hearing Su Fuling's words, Song Yuanxiang sneered with a look of arrogance on his face. To be able to hold a position as a political official in Xia, he must have some background. Otherwise, how could he possibly get this lucrative position? Pa. Well said, did you hear it? At this time, Lu Chen clapped his hands and said something inexplicably. Kid, what's wrong with you? Don't think you're in heaven just because you have that little property in Jiangdu. In front of us, Hualuan, you are nothing. Killing you is like killing an ant. Song Yuanxiang had always regarded Su Fuling as his own, and now that a boyfriend suddenly appeared, he was already unhappy. Seeing Lu Chen like this, he became even more furious. Really? Huang Xiaomin, you all heard it. This idiot said that crushing me to death is as easy as crushing an ant. You can do whatever you want. Lu Chen shook his head and looked at Song Yuanxiang as if he were an idiot, sneering. Huang Xiaomin? Ha ha, who are you trying to fool? How can a jerk like you recognize him? Ignoring Song Yuanxiang's words, Lu Chen put the phone on the table and turned on the speakerphone. Song Yuanxiang, you bastard, I've been in so much trouble because of you. At this moment, an angry roar came from the phone, which frightened Song Yuanxiang so much that he fell directly from his chair to the ground. Hashtag. Chapter 81, Fatal Phone Call, Seeking Death. This is not Huang Xiaomin's voice, it is obviously the voice of his brother Song Yuanming. What the hell did you do behind my back? I've never treated you badly, have I? You've done something stupid to Chairman Lu Chen? You even dared to have a crush on the chairman's woman. You don't want to live anymore, do you? Why didn't my dad shoot you, a piece of shit, into the wall? The roaring sound continued to be heard from inside. At this moment, Song Yuanxiang sat on the ground in a daze, looking at Lu Chen in horror. Dong, Chairman? Although he is a clerk stationed inland, there is no need to notify him of personnel changes at the top level. Especially since this happened in the past 2 days, he still doesn't know about it. If someone else had told him this news, he would not have believed it, but since it came from his own brother, he had to believe it. Chairman, brother, I don't know. How would I know that President Su is the chairman's woman? Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to do it even if I had 10,000 guts. At this time, Song Yuanxiang panicked and didn't know whether to complain to the chairman or to his brother. It was obvious that he was in trouble, and even his brother, who was the vice president, probably couldn't help him. Chairman, I'm sorry. I didn't teach my brother well, but I can swear that I had no idea about this matter. I am usually very dedicated to our group and never dare to make any mistakes in principle. You can ask Mr. Huang. This beast must have been fooling around behind my back. Please, Chairman, please forgive me. Chairman, Song Yuanming is right. He has indeed made a lot of contributions to our group. He has not done anything that would damage the group or go out of line. This should be Song Yuanxiang's personal behavior. After Song Yuanming's self-introduction, the former chairman Huang Xiaomin also gave an objective evaluation. A large group like Warren has tens of thousands of employees, so there are bound to be things that are not taken care of. Well, I understand, Song Yuanming. Considering your dedication to the group, I won't punish you. But your brother will not be hired from now on, and he should go back and never appear in front of me and my woman again. Lu Chen is not an unreasonable person. He rewards merits and punishes faults. Although he wants to settle scores, there is no need to implicate innocent people. Besides, he also knew that Song Yuanming was completely different from his brother. He was highly capable and meticulous in his work. He was a die-hard fan of the Warren Group. It can be said that he has made an indelible contribution to the current status of the Warren Group. Therefore, he did not intend to punish him as well. Thank you, Chairman. I know what to do. From now on, I will keep an eye on this beast and prevent him from embarrassing himself. Song Yuanming did not expect Lu Chen to be so open-minded. When he first saw the photo of the new chairman, he felt that since he was so young and could take over the Warren Group, he must be a prince who was protected by his ancestral tombs. But what happened today made him feel that the chairman was a person who could distinguish right from wrong and would not act rashly because of his personal likes and dislikes. This made him, an old servant of Warren, feel deeply gratified, and he vowed in his heart to protect the Warren Group. "You heard me, you are fired now, immediately, get out!" Lu Chen pointed at the phone and said calmly. "Also, what's your name? What's your position?" Lu Chen pointed at a person next to Song Yuanxiang and asked. "Ah, Chairman, my name is Jing Qian, and I'm the marketing manager here." "Make money?" Lu Chen was stunned when he heard this. This is a good name. "It's you. You will be the acting director temporarily. You will sign the contract with Su Corporation this time. The probation period is 3 months. If you do well, the position of director will be yours. If you don't do well, you will have to wait for the headquarters to select someone new. Manager Huang, Manager Song, do you two have any objections?" "No problem. Xing Qian is quite capable and is more than qualified for this position." Lu Chen made the final decision, and Huang Xiaoming and Song Yuanming also had no objection to Xing Qian taking office. So, the matter was settled. Song Yuanxiang left in disgrace, feeling only infinite regret in his heart, thinking that he was so obsessed with sex that he was seeking his own death. A bright future was ruined in an instant. For Lu Chen, these were just minor episodes. Before coming here, Song Yuanxiang's fate had actually already been determined. However, this series of operations made Su Fuling and Qi Yang, who were standing by, stunned. You are still the chairman of the Warren Group?" Su Fuling looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. This news was too shocking to him. Before, Lu Chen's identities were exposed one by one, which had already shocked her repeatedly. But all of those combined, even with the addition of Xiongfeng Capital and Xingyao Entertainment, are not as good as the identity of the chairman of the Warren Group. This is a group with a market value of over 10 trillion. Unexpectedly, the cooperation that she had been so worried about and even changed her style to make concessions in order to get was so easily negotiated with just a few words from Lu Chen. All this made her feel so unreal. "Honey, what other identity of yours do I not know?" Su Fuling couldn't help but put her arms around Lu Chen's neck, sat on his lap, and asked coquettishly. "I can't tell you this. As a human being, you always have to have some little secrets, right? But how are you going to repay me for what happened today?" Lu Chen kissed Su Fuling affectionately and chuckled. "At worst, we'll do whatever you say tonight." Seeing Lu Chen's aggressive eyes, Su Fuling's face turned red instantly. "Hey, but I think you're helping me with something else." "What's the matter?" Hearing this, Su Fuling looked at Lu Chen in confusion. "You must promise me first that you will help me." Then he kissed her again. "Okay, I agree." Unable to withstand Lu Chen's aggressive kiss, Su Fuling surrendered. So Lu Chen told her everything about Wuing, Chu Zi, and Li Xueting. "Well, it turns out you have so many lovers out there, you're doomed." Upon hearing this, Su Fuling refused to accept it. She was willing to share with Enqi because they had a special relationship since childhood, and they both vowed to marry the same man in the future. But these 3 people who suddenly appeared made Su Fuling feel a little sour. "You promised to help, you can't go back on your word." Okay, it's good to have more sisters. Otherwise, you are so strong that Angie and I can't handle you. But you can't be partial to someone new." Su Fuling suddenly thought of the madness of last night. Lu Chen was so powerful that the 2 of them could not withstand it at all. It seems that it would not be impossible to have more sisters to share the burden. "Of course, you are all my babies, I won't be partial to you." I was going to take the opportunity to talk about this last night, but because Enqi's life experience was suddenly brought up, Lu Chen didn't want to bring it up at that juncture, so it was delayed. Now that Su Fuling agreed to help, and considering Enqi's personality, Lu Chen felt that the matter was settled. No matter what, domestic affairs must be dealt with first before we can continue to have fun. Next, it's time to help Enqi and her daughter regain their dignity and status. Lu Chen looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. "Yao family, Li family, are you ready?"